The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. The vice squad leader of the Golden Crest, Tekli, swallowed nervously as he took in the sight of Rayon standing right in front of him. What is this? He stood up to hit Rayon, but his limbs were faltering. He felt like his entire body was completely tied up by some unknown ominous power. He won't do that. Rayon's face was filled with mockery, telling him to hit him if he wanted to. There was no way that someone with such an expression on their face would use aura to stop a person from hitting them. Grit. Tekli ground his teeth, gathering his aura. He pushed away the energy pressing upon his body and raised his hand. Although he could move his body properly, the ominous feeling became so strong that he could now smell it. In no way this is, he silently gasped. He finally recognized it. It was from inside, rather than from an outside influence. The ominous feeling that he got, the one that stopped him from raising his hand, wasn't from Rayon, it was his own instincts. The battle instinct that he'd raised from his training in battles was whispering to him, telling him that he shouldn't fight against Rayon. Vice leader, what are you doing right now? That bastard is looking down on us. The Golden Crest swordsmen behind him were waving their hands and shouting at him to punish Rayon. Are you not going to hit me? Rayon smiled arrogantly, shoving his face in front of him to urge him to hit him. Are you overlooking this when your subordinates are watching you, you bastard? People tended to gain strength and courage when their loved ones and subordinates were watching them. Tekli ignored his instincts and clenched his fist. Ag, Tekli surrounded his fist with a thin layer of aura and thrust it. The blue aura twisted like a snake, forming a spear in front of his fist. It was the secret technique of the Fist of Annihilation, which he had learned after joining the Golden Crest. PSSH, the fist was extended like a flash of light, striking Rayon's left cheek. He's not a big deal. Despite his anxiety, Rayon didn't manage to dodge the Fist of Annihilation. Tekli smiled and finished extending his arm. However, he felt nothing against his fist. Emptiness was all he could feel, as if he hit a cloth fluttering in the air. Kring, just as he noticed something was strange, he met Rayon's eyes. His red eyes were blazing like the sun. Goosebumps appeared all over his body, as if his head were inside a beast's mouth. Whoosh, Rayon perfectly deflected his Fist of Annihilation by turning his neck, then punched with his right hand. The tremendous amount of energy imbued in his fist was approaching him, exploding the atmosphere. Huff, Tekli lowered his head, quickly using his footwork to step back. He raised his head once he reached a safe place, but the fist was still there. Rayon's fist had followed him, as he had read his escape route. He couldn't see any way to dodge the fist filling his vision. Did you think you could get me? Gasp. He hurriedly tried to create a defensive barrier with aura, but his energy center didn't react. It wasn't just his energy center, his entire body wouldn't move. It was as if he were tied up by a rope. It was the aura suppression that he used against Dorian to make him trip. Rayon wanted him to be beaten up the exact same way Dorian was framed. Damn IQ. Unable to finish swearing, Tekli had to allow a direct hit to his face. He couldn't even deflect the blow from the tremendous shockwave that struck his head. Crack, hearing the sound of his face getting smashed, Tekli lost consciousness. Slam, alongside the explosive sound of impact, Tekli slammed into the restaurant's wall on the right. Excuse me. Rayon smiled slightly while dusting off his hand. It was an unintentional reaction. After saying that, Rayon touched the cheek that Tekli's fist had brushed past. Oh no, what's going on? Vice Squad Leader, stop. As the Golden Crest swordsmen were about to run towards Tekli, who had slammed into the wall, Rayon raised his hand. That single word was enough to make the swordsmen stop like wooden dummies. The one with sky blue hair in the middle, come over here, WHY. The swordsman with sky blue hair awkwardly came up to him. What's your name? I'm Dahlin. You must be the next in rank after him, right? Are you a team leader? Gasp. Dahlin's face hardened when Rayon asked whether he was a team leader. He apparently didn't expect him to determine his rank just by looking at him. As expected, Rayon chuckled. He just guessed it because his energy was the strongest after Tekli's, and he was right. Dahlin, you know who I am, right? I do. Then what's wrong with that manner of speech? I'm a vice squad leader, and you are a team leader. Rayon bobbed his fingers in a way that suggested he could turn them into a fist anytime he wanted, and Dahlin's face turned pale. Please excuse me, sir. Dahlin bowed, addressing him politely with a trembling voice. Since your vice squad leader unfortunately turned out that way, I'm going to need to talk to you about the duels. Rayon sat on the chair Tekli had been sitting in, and Dahlin could only swallow nervously without saying anything. First of all, the duel will take place in 3 months. 3 months? That's too long. Dahlin's eyes widened in anger. Garen had told them to appoint the date for the duel in 2 weeks at the latest. Dahlin was bound to get in big trouble if he told him the duel would happen in 3 months. This is our consideration for you guys, though. What, do you think that thing will wake up within a month? Rayon snickered, pointing at Tekli. Dahlin vacantly stared at Tekli. Judging from the strange shape his body was taking inside the wall, it looked like bones all over his body were broken despite being smacked into his face. Factoring in time for his rehabilitation, it was impossible for him to recover in a single month. What do you think? It is indeed impossible for him to recover. Then let's make it 3 months. Shouldn't you be thanking us at least for our consideration? Sorry, it was my consideration for you guys. It's only natural for you to thank me. That's it for the date. As for the method, let's make it a group duel where 35 participants duel in 1v1 matches and the team with more victories wins. Alright, I guess you want Light Wind to cease their activities if you win, right? Gasp. Dalin's face turned pale, revealing that Rayon was right. You really failed to impress me. Rayon chuckled. Just as he suspected, the reason Golden Crest had picked a fight was revenge for the suspension of the True Martial Palace's activities, and the duration should be about 2 years. You are correct. I guess he told you to accept any condition from us, right? Why, you are right about that as well. Dalin looked like he had lost his mind from the accuracy of Rayon's guesses as he nodded. Then we will leave our condition blank for now. I'll decide on it once we win. Why, yes. Dalin kept repeating the word yes with unfocused eyes. It looked like he had either lost his mind or was unable to reason anymore. Next up is we need a notary for the duels. I'll call someone. I'll be the notary. As Dalin was about to move, the restaurant's door opened and a purple-haired woman entered. She was a small yet beautiful woman with white skin and thin eyes. However, she was carrying a gray sword diagonally on her back, and a tremendous energy wave was spreading out from her, despite her appearance. There was only one swordswoman in Sieghart that had such an appearance and prowess. The Heavenly Blade Division leader, she was the heroine that had been in charge of the Heavenly Blade Division, directly affiliated to Glenn Sieghart for dozens of years. She was also a powerhouse at the level of Grandmaster, the Heavenly Blade's leader, Shirl. But this energy, Shirl's pressure, felt familiar to him. It was the energy he could faintly feel when he entered the trance that day, and when he was focused in the past. Why is the Heavenly Blade's leader here? Dalin's shoulders trembled as he sank on the ground in fear. Because you guys made everyone unable to enter the restaurant. She pointed at the open door. The technicians and swordsmen who usually visit the restaurant left the place once they realized the situation. You should decide quickly and disappear. Are you going to duel or not? We will. Same goes for us. The sword duels will take place in the Great Training Ground in 3 months. The method is 1v1 spars between 35 members on each side. The Golden Crest wants the Light Wind to cease their activities for 2 years upon their victory, and the Light Wind will decide on their condition after they win. Am I correct? Yes. Rayon and Dalin nodded at the same time. I'll be the notary for this duel between the Light Wind and Golden Crest, under the name of Shirl, the leader of Heavenly Blade. Then both of you shall disappear. Shirley shook her hand to urge them to leave, without even accepting their gratitude. Ah yes, Dalin pulled Tekli from the wall, then left the restaurant with the Golden Crest swordsmen. Are you not leaving? I have something to do. Dorian. Rayon called out to Dorian, who was standing far away with his mouth wide open. Can you give me the cleaning tools? What? Oh, okay. Dorian was surprised, but took out a broom, mop, and a water bucket from his belly pocket and handed them over. You will be visited with Heaven's judgment for throwing food away. Is a demon king really supposed to say Heaven's judgment? Shut up. You are just a youngster that doesn't know how precious food is because you grew up in a sheltered environment. I see, I'm sorry. Ooh, Rayon immediately apologized, and Wrath exclaimed with a strange sound. Did you seriously apologize just now? Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? No way. Rayon shook his head. He knew better than anyone how important food was because he had always been hungry in his previous life. However, he wanted to repay them the same way Dorian was beaten up this time. Let me do it too. I'm also going to help. Rayon cleaned up the floor and destroyed tables and chairs with Dorian and Burin. After that, he went to the confused staff behind them. Although I had a reason for doing this, I'm sorry for throwing away food. I'll make sure this won't happen ever again. That's not a problem. Please don't do this. The food fell on the ground anyway. The restaurant staff's hands waved. Those guys won't return anymore. We will pay for the restaurant's repairs, so please use the best materials. After telling the restaurant staff what to do in the future, Rayon stood in front of Shirl. She didn't respond, just narrowed her eyes and examined him, as if she were trying to read his thoughts. What? Shirl's eyes widened. I knew it. Rayon was trying to sound her out because he wasn't sure, but it was her after all. The energy that he rarely felt during his trance came from Shirl. How did you? Rayon waved his hand at the confused Shirl, then left the restaurant. Shirley bit her lips with a visibly unsettled expression. Did he really manage to notice my presence? So you are telling me. Garen ground his teeth while looking down on Dalin. His threatening pressure caused the blades decorating the squad leader's room to resonate in a grotesque sound. That Tekli turned into that piece of shit from a single punch from Rayon, and the duel has been postponed for 3 months, right? That's right. Dalin nodded while trembling in fear. Are you nuts? Did you get a hole in your brain or something? Garen's eyes glowed savagely like a fiend. You are a mere team leader. Why did you decide on the duel on your own accord? And you didn't even do a good job. 3 months later. Do I seriously have to watch those damn bastards stay free for the whole 3 months? Huh, please excuse. Moreover, our vice squad leader got completely fucked up, yet I'm supposed to do nothing about it. How did this even happen? He said it was a reflex. Reflex? Shall I pluck your eyes out and turn them into a reflex? I mean, when we were in the restaurant. Dahlin described the fight between Rayon and Tekli in the restaurant. So, you're telling me that he turned into this marionette with broken strings from Rayon's single punch. Why yes, screw this shit. Garen slapped the unconscious Tekli's cheeks, but that couldn't wake him up in his critical state. Ha, let's go. I can't accept those stupid conditions for the duel. More than anything, 3 months are too long, but we need time to heal and rehabilitate Sir Tekli. We don't need that idiot to win against them. Since the notary is on our side, we can change the terms whenever we want. Actually, we have a different notary than the one we've prepared. What kind of dogshit is that? The Heavenly Blade's leader became the duel's notary. Dahlin continued with a suffocating expression. The Heavenly Blade division leader suddenly appeared and became the notary before I could call the notary we were supposed to have. That damn witch that doesn't even age. Garen ground his teeth. He couldn't understand why she suddenly appeared to volunteer as a stupid notary when she usually just passed by without showing any interest. Damn it, she's a stubborn bitch. She's never going to let us change things. The Heavenly Blade leader was infamous for being the strictest person in the house. Since she was as old as Glenn despite her young appearance, tricks and pressure didn't work against her either. It can't be helped. Increase the training intensity for the squad members for the next 3 months. Garen clenched his fist, glaring at the unconscious Tekli, so that they won't turn into a piece of shit like him. The Heavenly Blade's leader went to Glen right after she left the restaurant to report what happened. I see. Golden Crest and the Light Wind are fighting. Glen nodded slowly, without showing any interest on the outside. I'm not sure whether Balder was involved or not, but the true Marshall Palace was the one that picked this fight for sure. They used a pretty nasty method so that the Department of Justice won't be able to interfere. He must have figured he needed a pretext for his actions after he saw Radin being defeated. His method is dirty, but that's a good method to pressure someone. He chuckled, showing that he didn't mind it. Rather than that, did you mention that Rayon hit the Golden Crest's vice leader with a food tray? Yes, I never imagined a food tray could produce that kind of sound. Shurl exclaimed, recalling that ridiculous scene. He made Tekli faint with a single punch when he's a highest-level expert. Rayon's strength, agility, and aura control were pretty much at master level. Ahem. Glenn made an ambiguous expression between laughing and frowning before covering his mouth. But why did you suddenly volunteer as a notary? I thought you didn't like doing such things. I stepped in because I thought the restaurant staff, technicians, and other swordsmen would fall victim if they continued. I see. Glenn slowly nodded. However, I doubt there's any point in this duel. What do you mean? I understood why my lord asked me to watch Rayon. On top of his exceptional talent that I've never seen before, he was diligent and persistent. He should be able to reach my level, or even surpass me to reach the sky one day. However, Cheryl furrowed her brows and continued. Rayon isn't the only one fighting in this duel. It is a group fight, a duel between Light Wind and Golden Crest. Everyone from Light Wind except for Rayon, Rimmer, and the 3 team leaders are going to lose. She shook her head, telling him that the result was already decided. Do you remember what Rimmer said? Which statement do you mean? About Rayon having the qualities of a king. Of course I remember. I've grown tired of it since he keeps saying that whenever I see him. Cheryl frowned. Rimmer had started constantly murmuring that Rayon had the qualities of a king, as if he were trying to brainwash people. However, I believe a king needs more than just talents in martial arts. I agree. I acknowledge his unprecedented talent, but becoming a king, the master of this house, is a different story. Glenn raised his hand with a cold smile. Becoming a king requires excellent vassals. If Light Wind really ends up winning against Golden Crest this time, Rayon might really have the qualities of a king. That's... Cheryl closed her mouth tightly without responding. She couldn't say anything because she suddenly remembered that Rayon had found out about her secretly observing him. She didn't do her best in concealing herself, but the fact that she was found out hurt her pride. It looks like you still don't believe me. Then let's make a bet. Did you just say a bet? Cheryl's eyes widened. Glenn wasn't the type of person to say such a thing. Unlike the gambling addict Rimmer, something is changing. Before the afternoon training started, Rayon gathered every member of Light Wind and stood on the platform. Attention. He slowly opened his mouth after meeting the eyes of the swordsman looking up on the platform. I'm sure everyone is aware that Golden Crest picked a fight with us. They wanted to challenge us to a duel. The squad leader and I decided to accept the duel. Who? The swordsmen either anxiously bit their lips or clenched their fists. A group duel will be held in the Great Training Ground in 3 months. 35 people will participate from each side, and the team with the most victories will become the winner. One of the third team's swordsmen raised his hand. What happens if we lose? Our activities will be suspended for 2 years. Gasp, activity suspension, and 2 whole years on top of that. The swordsmen dropped their jaws from learning that their activities might get suspended for 2 years. I'm fine with a group duel, but isn't it difficult for us to win against the Golden Crest? They don't have any novice swordsmen like us. 2 years of suspension. We are only getting started, but it's already over for us. Damn it. Their expressions turned gloomy, as if they had already lost the fight. You idiots, why are you barking like lost dogs already? You need to shut up. Martha turned back to look at them and ground her teeth. She's right, we haven't even started yet, so why are you already talking about the results? Burin nodded in agreement with Martha. Run-on was the same as always. Rayon shook his head at Martha and Burin. We will definitely lose if we fought them right now, and we will also lose in 3 months if we keep training like we do right now. What? What? Arg, why did you accept the fight then? All the swordsmen, including Burin and Martha, started shouting. Their eyes were wide, because we can win. Rayon nonchalantly looked down on everyone. We will definitely lose at this rate, but if we train according to the plan that the squad leader and I have devised, every single one of you are going to be able to defeat the Golden Crest wimps in 3 months. Plan, seriously. Can we really win against the Golden Crest guys in 3 months? Yes, I'll make you capable of winning, as long as you properly follow our systematic plan. Rayon affirmed, and cheerfulness returned to the swordsmen's faces. It was a natural course of action, since they all trusted Rayon, who had never lied or failed before. What are we doing then? Let's start training already. What is that systematic plan? Vice leader. The swordsmen were brimming with smiles as they called for Rayon, since they thought they could quickly get stronger. Can I assume that everyone agrees to follow my plan? Yes. The swordsman's loud and clear response resounded throughout the training ground. I like how you're smiling. Let's start immediately. Rayon smiled gently and walked down the platform. Shring. He immediately drew his sword, then pointed at Burin, who was in the front row. What are you doing? What did you draw your sword after saying that we were going to train? It wasn't just Burin, everyone was clearly confused. For your training, you are going to spar against me. Since you are going to fight every day and every hour from now on, you'd better brace yourselves. Spar. With the vice squad leader. Are you crazy? How am I supposed to spar against someone that defeated an apostle? The swordsman protested with trembling lips, saying that it was absolutely ridiculous. Moreover, how dare you call this a systematic plan? It's just stupid sparring every day. The more you fight, the stronger you get. This is the most systematic plan in the world. That's not what systematic means. Moreover, you already admitted that you agreed to my plan. There's no escape for you. The Light Wind members turned pale in the face of Rayon's scary smile. They finally realized they had fallen into a trap that they couldn't escape from. Come at me. I'll kill you, I'll make you stronger. Didn't you just say you will kill them? You are just hearing things. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. If Rayon were asked back in the days when he was an assassin what the most physically difficult training was, he could answer without a second's thought. It was the spar against instructors. The instructors would viciously keep targeting his vitals with an iron rod, and the training consisted in defending and counter-attacking against them. Since the instructors never went easy on him, it was a given that he would get bloody bruises, and he often ended up with fractured bones or lacerations. The worst part was the fact that the instructors increased their strength and speed when the children seemed to get used to their attacks, targeting a larger variety of vital spots and weaknesses in order to make it impossible for the children to defend against them. While enduring the deadly pain every day, the kids contemplated how they could survive. As a result, they ended up removing their openings and became capable of targeting the instructors' openings instead. It was a really difficult and painful training, one where he felt like he was in hell, but it was certainly efficient at nurturing his skills. In fact, the instinct that was engraved in his body during that training did manage to save his life in the past. Burin. Rayon bobbed his hand at Burin to come out from the center of the training ground. How long are you planning to keep watching? Damn it. Burin came out chewing his lips. Because he had only recently been defeated in an all-out fight, anxiety was flowing down his face. You shouldn't need a warm-up. Come at me. Hop. Burin mustered as much aura as he could and kicked the ground, the moment he tried to strike with his Baron Wind's sword at close quarters. Rayon slipped away by using the Supreme Harmony steps. Where? Here. The moment Burin panicked, Rayon used his hesitation to rush at him from the side and kicked his leg. Smack. Since Burin's leg was kicked while he was using footwork, he fell down in an unsightly manner. The damage wasn't too great, but Burin's face turned red because his pride was hurt. You aren't invincible just because you are using footwork. You should move more carefully while observing the surroundings. You understood. Burin ground his teeth, then charged at him again. Rayon smoothly deflected his blow, like a rainwater flowing down the roof, before thrusting his training sword, Kring. The training sword wavered like a reed, multiplying into dozens of blades and targeting the opening Buran presented him with. Hop! In his confusion, Buran still managed to use his aura to spread his aura blade in the shape of a round shield. Wham! However, it was impossible to fend off Rayon's sword with an aura formed in such a short time period. The training sword, glowing red with heat, tore apart his light green aura and smacked Buran. Smock! Of course, it wasn't just an ordinary attack. Buran's current weakness and openings were mercilessly pummeled. Q, stop. Buran fell back with an unsightly scream. He crouched down in order to survive, not to defend himself. I lost. I said I lost. Your reaction was fast, but the response wasn't great. Rayon lowered his training sword and pointed at Buran's aura, which was scattered into the air. You would have noticed the weaker part of my strike if you were more careful, but since you decided to rely on power to defend yourself, it was only natural that your shield shattered. When did you learn a variable sword like that? I didn't really learn the variable sword. I was just trying it out. It wasn't a technique he learned just to strike, using the changing nature of the flame spirit. Wow. Buran's eyes widened so much that they looked like they would pop out. He looked even more shocked than when he got smacked. Since it will be your turn again after I go through all 33 people, you should think about what you should have done in the previous situation. Buran's face turned pale when Rayon told him he would get another spar after a round with the others. Run-on. Run-on was rolling her eyes after taking a glance at Buran, who got beaten up. She usually didn't act that way, but she didn't seem afraid. She seemed to have realized it was different from when Rayon was practicing the Fangs of Insanity. I'm coming. Rayon nodded, and she immediately froze the ground and thrusted her sword quickly like lightning. The training ground's temperature was quickly lowered, and the emerging frost stiffened his body. Slam! With a single stomp, Rayon wiped away all the frost covering the ground and air before striking. The training sword, swaying like a twig, multiplied into 5 to target Run-on's head and shoulder at the same time. Thud. Run-on bounced back as elastically as a rubber band, but she didn't surpass Rayon's prediction. Whoosh! Rayon followed her movement like a magnet and slashed at a speed that would be difficult for her to react to. Smack! He hit Run-on's wrist as she was trying to defend herself in that short time period, before stabbing the 10 openings she had at the same time. Run-on's scream was silent. She lowered her eyes while grabbing the vitals that were attacked. She looked like a wet puppy in the rain, be honest. You are from Devildom, aren't you? What the hell are you talking about? Look at the ice cream girl. How can you hit her 10 times in that short instant, even though she's so precious? You are a real devil. This is necessary to make her stronger. Looking at Run-on's expression made him feel sorry for her, but he had to steel his heart. It was for their sake, after all. The elastic footwork was nice, but you didn't properly check for your direction nor determine my attack. You need to analyze the opponent's sword before deciding whether you will dodge, block, or counterattack. I'll attack the exact same way during the next spar, so you should think about how to counter it. Run-on didn't reply for the first time as she went away. It's my turn then. Martha came up to the arena with a grin on her face. She fearlessly raised her training sword like a challenger. I'm coming. Without any starting signal, she immediately charged to strike. Her sword, imbued with a powerful strength and speed, was falling down on Rayon's head. Clang! Rayon swung his training sword like a snaking wave to deflect Martha's strike before striking her opening. Smack! Although her body faltered from the powerful impact, she kept swinging her sword without interruption. It looked like she intended to attack one more time if she had time to defend or flinch from the pain. I wonder if that's the correct decision. Rayon chuckled, deflecting every single one of Martha's attacks before mercilessly smacking her weaknesses and openings. Q. Martha's face turned into a scary frown from the intense pain and the fact that she didn't land a single strike. Your powerful strength and endurance are your biggest weapons, but they don't always work. The opponent might be simply better than you in all aspects, or they might be capable of nullifying your attack like me. Rayon swung his sword horizontally. The blade spread out into 5 in an instant and mercilessly pierced through her aura. Kaya. Although Martha had been enduring the attacks while gritting her teeth, she ended up falling down with a scream. It's fine to trust the defensive abilities of the Titan's aura, but you have way too many openings. You should learn how to discern between what hits to take and what hits to dodge. Arg! Her black eyes were filled with anger as she glared at him while grabbing the spots where she was attacked. Vice Squad Leader, isn't this too much? Dorian broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. The spar needs to be like a real fight for you guys to improve. Rayon smiled, then pointed at Dorian, who just asked the question. It was good timing for you to ask a question, since you are next, Dorian. When the half-moon reached the center of the sky, the screams finally stopped in the 5th training ground. We will stop here for today. Rayon grinned, carrying his training sword on his shoulder. I am saved. I really thought I was going to die. The swordsmen couldn't even answer properly, collapsing on the training ground like wobbling zombies. Their visible skin was filled with bruises, and their training outfits had turned white because of their sweat. It must have been painful and difficult, but Rayon thought they would be somewhat recovered by the next morning, since he made sure there wouldn't be any aftereffects. You should keep thinking and pondering about why you got hit, and how you can avoid getting hit. You should be able to progress faster if you make use of the new martial arts you learned. That's not something you can do in a single day. Buran barely managed to raise his head. From the third time he got beaten up, all his respect disappeared from his speech. You will just get beaten up if you can't. He just ground his teeth as he couldn't refute that. Damn it, god damn it. Run-Un couldn't stand up, her head on the ground, and Martha kept swearing in frustration while looking up at the sky. I'm dying. Every single part of my body hurts. The swordsman kept moaning while laying down in different postures. I went easy on you because it's the first day. Since I won't do that anymore starting tomorrow morning, you should come here at daybreak and warm yourselves up in preparation. Easy, you call this easy. And did you just say you aren't going easy anymore? And from morning on top of that, are you seriously trying to kill us? Squad leader, where are you? The vice squad leader is trying to kill us. The Light Wind members screamed while grabbing their heads. If you have the energy to be screaming, you should leave and think about a way to avoid getting hit instead, since it will be even more difficult tomorrow. Rayon smiled coldly at them before leaving the training ground. Thud. As soon as Rayon left, Dorian put his hand in his belly pocket and took out a luxurious sled. I'm going home. Instead of entering the annex building, Rayon went to the open area. Judil, who was watching the lake where moonlight was spreading, bowed to him. Fortunately, I managed to obtain the sword technique you mentioned. Judil nodded, giving him a thin booklet. Rayon smiled faintly and accepted Judil's booklet. The swordsmanship's posture and explanation were written inside, so this is the White Fragrance Sword. White Fragrance Sword was the martial art granted to the Golden Crest swordsman by Garen, and it was an excellent advanced technique that had both diversity and great space control. He had asked Judil to investigate it so that he could use it to beat up the Light Wind members. Rather, teach them, and she managed to obtain it before it was too late. Considering the fact that she personally drew the pictures and added the explanations, she clearly had excellent senses and sharp eyes. Rayon carefully read the booklet about this White Fragrance Sword twice before burning it with the 10,000 Flames cultivation. I'm going to try using it now. Can you watch me? Yes. Judil nodded, then stepped back. Cling. Rayon turned his wrist, drawing his sword. Whoosh. The silver blade, carried by the wind, spread around like the fragrance of the spring flowers as it drew 4 different curves. The blades with flashy diversities, like a kaleidoscope, spread around at different speeds and trajectories to slash the moon that was reflected on the lake into dozens of pieces. How was it? After demonstrating all the different techniques of the White Fragrance Sword, Rayon went to Judil. It was almost perfect. Judil's eyes trembled intensely. She apparently didn't expect him to reenact the White Fragrance Sword from reading the booklet twice. However, I think it was slightly faster and the trajectory spreads were wider. Like this, taking into account her advice, Rayon used the White Fragrance Sword once again. Yes, that's exactly the White Fragrance Sword that I saw. How did you do that after just reading the booklet twice? Her eyes were trembling violently at the ridiculousness of what he had just shown her. The Ring of Fire and the Flame Spirit significantly increased his understanding of variable swords and illusion swords. That was the reason he was capable of reenacting the White Fragrance Sword just from reading the explanation and seeing the pictures. If you are at this level, why did you ask me to gather information about the White Fragrance Sword? You must have already learned much better techniques. It's not for me. What? I'm going to split and divide this White Fragrance Sword and use it to train the Light Wind members. He was planning to attack the Light Wind members by using the diversity and space domination of the White Fragrance Sword, all in order to engrave an instinct in them, an instinct that could overwhelm and pulverize the Golden Crest swords. Ha! Judil's eyes lost focus upon realizing the meaning of his words. It looked like surprise wasn't enough to describe her astonishment. Good job. You should return and rest. What about the young master? I'm going to stay here to hone this swordsmanship a bit more, but you must be tired from fighting the swordsmen all day long. I don't have much time. I need to finish learning it properly to make the members stronger. I see. I'll get going then. Judil nodded, then returned to the annex building. I'll finish this quickly. Since you said you will finish it quickly, I bet you will continue until morning. Wrath frowned, complaining that he wouldn't be able to sleep once again. I'll make it quick. Rayon gave him a small smile before using the White Fragrance Sword. He split the diversity and space domination of the different techniques into small pieces, putting them in his own sword. The white fragrance sword was thoroughly dismantled and became the fertilizer for Rayon's growth. While he was focused on learning the technique, Judil brought a sandwich and placed it on the tree stump located next to the open area. In order to avoid disturbing Rayon's concentration, Judil stayed far away from him and silently watched him practicing the white fragrance sword. She was thinking about whether there was anything she could do to help him. The Light Wind kept doing nothing but sparring for their training for a month. Whenever the Light Wind members started getting used to the fast and diverse attacks, Rayon increased the intensity to make sure they could never get used to it. The Light Wind members trained, got beaten up, and pondered every day yet they still felt like their skills hadn't increased at all. It was truly a strange swamp. I am losing my sanity. I want to die. Please end me. I want to see my mom. Even during their sparse break times, they couldn't properly rest and couldn't come back to their senses as they kept rubbing their faces on the floor. Obviously, many swordsmen tried to run away, but they had all given up after realizing they couldn't hide from Rayon's perception. Amazing. Rimmer shook his head as he saw the state the swordsmen were in, his face plump from doing nothing but eating and playing around, since he didn't even need to oversee training anymore. I would have already given up on being a swordsman if I was you. Oh my God, S-Squad leader. I'm gonna thank God that I'm not in your position. Apparently he was serious about that as he gathered his hands and started praying. HNG. Rimmer went away while humming and he looked even more detestable than Rayon. Sir Burin, are you going to keep up with this? We are seriously going to die at this rate. That's right. We are all going to die because of a monster among us instead of the enemy outside. Damn Vice Squad leader. He's smiling every day now. I'm sure he's enjoying beating us up. The Light Wind members went to Burin to complain since he was the only one they could talk to. In fact, Runnan completely stopped talking altogether, and Martha couldn't say anything other than swear words, making Burin the only person who could still discuss things with them. It's also difficult for me, but there's no other way. The squad leader left the matter entirely to Rayon, and that damn Rayon is so determined to never go easy on us. We don't exactly need to stop sparring. Crane raised his head. He could pretty much be called Burin's faithful vassal at this point. We could take a few days' break from these hellish spars. Break? How would you do that? For example, this ground. Crane pointed at the training ground's floor. The existence of soil absorbs the impact and allows us to avoid serious injuries, but if we didn't have that, even Rayon wouldn't be able to go too hard on us. He might even postpone the spars until we get new soft soil. Indeed, Burin nodded. Since all training grounds were full nowadays, it was also impossible to go to another training ground to continue the spars. If it became impossible to keep sparring in the 5th training ground, they might really end up getting a few days' break. You heard that there's going to be a powerful typhoon tonight, right? Since there's no way the Vice Squad leader is going to be guarding this place at night, how about using that typhoon for our advantage? Use the typhoon. Yes, we will throw away the soil and mess the ground up and tell him that it was all the typhoon's doing. Even the Vice Squad leader won't be able to blame us for that. Since the training ground's going to need maintenance, we won't be able to spar for 2 to 3 days. Burin bit his lips. He would normally never have accepted such a proposition, but he really felt like he was going to die at the rate they were going. Yes, just a few days. Let's rest for a few days. It's not for me, but for the kids, because they really are going to die. Since he hadn't been able to sleep for over 2 weeks straight, he convinced himself with nonsensical reasoning and nodded. All right, gather everyone who can agree. Burin gathered everyone except for Runnan, Martha, and Dorian, who was pretty much Rayon's direct subordinate, and explained the plan to them. That night, 30 members of the Light Wind gathered in the 5th training ground with wobbly legs after the light went off. Let's start the operation. Burin pointed at the soil on the ground once everyone was gathered. The first group will throw away all the soft soil on the training ground. Don't leave a single bit behind. Yes, keep your voice low. The second group will make a mess on the ground. Since we need to pretend it was the typhoon's fault, you gotta make it look as natural as possible. Yes. Keep your voice low, I said. Since the training had just finished, the swordsmen were not in their right mind. The third group will make a mess outside the training ground. Remember that making it look natural is the most important thing in this operation, and start working. Yes, I said to keep your voice low. Please. Burin started the operation without realizing that he was the loudest one. Craving a week's break, or just a few days' break at least, the swordsmen threw away the soil and made a mess of the ground. It was truly a touching sight where they were working hard for their survival, but they didn't realize that there was a pair of red eyes watching everything from above, on the training ground's roof. The next morning, Rayon entered the training ground at the same time as usual, but it had turned into a completely different place from the day before. The entire training ground had turned into a mess, as if it were bombed overnight. What's going on? I heard yesterday's typhoon passed around this area. Burin came up to him and frowned. Typhoon. Ah, they did say there was going to be a typhoon. Yes, it does look like a typhoon's doing. Rayon licked his lips while looking on the shambled ground. Vice squad leader. Crane stood next to Burin, his hands gathered together. We might end up with a serious injury if we keep sparring here, don't you think? Indeed, it's impossible to spar here. Rayon nodded, looking regrettable. Since we need to talk, gather everyone in front of the platform. Yes, ah yes. Burin and the swordsmen were filled with excitement since they figured it was going according to their plan. Their wobbly steps almost looked cheerful at that point. Rayon went up on the platform and sighed. As everyone saw, the training ground isn't in good condition right now. We need to do its maintenance today. Oh, wow. Finally, cheerful expressions became clearly visible on the faces of the swordsmen upon hearing Rayon's declaration. However, Rayon hadn't finished talking yet. However, fortunately, we still have a way. A way? What way, Dorian? Rayon gestured with his hand, and Dorian sighed heavily before walking up to the platform. He had some difficulties, but he managed to take out a large sack from his belly pocket. It's the soft soil we requested at Porven City Hall. It's the best soil for softness and safety. Rayon smiled, pointing at the soft soil that Dorian started to take out. That soft soil was the first thing he requested when he visited Porven's mayor. It happened to arrive 2 days ago. I was planning to change it after this training was over, but let's use this opportunity. Take them all out, Dorian. Yes, Dorian responded with a tired voice before taking out 100 soft soil sacks and placing them in front of the platform. His unfocused eyes showed that he had already given up on everything. Ah. Lo. Am I dreaming right now? The swordsmen, who were filled with happiness just a moment ago, had to drop their jaws. The way they looked suggested that they had just fallen into the pit of hell, revealing that they had never expected such a development. Since we don't have much time, let's finish it today. Bring the shovels and the maintenance tools. The swordsman turned around with trembling limbs upon hearing Rayon's order. Damn it. We even skipped sleep to do all that shit. That damn idiot, it was all for naught. They all glared at Crane, who had initially devised the plan. But there won't be any sparring for a day, for today at least. Let's find comfort in that. Crane broke out in cold sweat as he shook his hands. You would have been already dead if we didn't get that going for us at least. Ha, all right. Let's rest for today at least. I guess one day is pretty good already. Where are you going right now? While the swordsmen were trying to find hope in their despair, Rayon's brusque voice could be heard. What, but you just asked us to bring the tools. We need to start the maintenance. It's just maintenance. Not everyone needs to go. Rayon smiled cheerfully and opened one of the sacks to spread the contents on the ground in front of the platform. He used aura to harden the ground, immediately creating a temporary training ground. Time is gold, and the duels are happening soon. The spars need to continue. Lo. The swordsmen's faces turned pale upon witnessing the temporary training ground being created in a flash. Rayon, who was holding his chin up high while standing on the training ground, looked like a death god from hell. As expected of the soft soil, it feels nice to step on. After properly hardening the ground, he bobbed his hand at Burin. Come at me already. What are you waiting for, me? Yes, we always start with Burin, you know. Burin looked like he was about to cry as he took the training sword that Dorian gave him. Damn it. He charged at him along with a shout of concentration that sounded like a scream, but was beaten up immediately and rolled on the ground, covered with soft soil. It hurts less because we have soft ground now, doesn't it? I think we can increase the training intensity from today onward. What is life? Rayon grinned, and the swordsmen's faces turned pale as they held maintenance tools in their hands. Are you really human? Wrath left a single comment after watching the entire situation. The more I watch you, the more I'm certain that you are one of us. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Once night fell, Rayon was the only person standing on their feet in the 5th training ground. We managed to spar like always on top of doing the training ground's maintenance. Rayon grinned while looking at the neat training ground and the swordsmen, who were gasping like fish outside water. I should thank the typhoon. Arg. Sniff, damn it. Upon hearing Rayon's cheerful voice, the swordsmen, especially the 30 who messed up the training ground the day before, tears of blood while grasping the soft soil. Yawn. Rimmer, who had been lying down on the platform and having a sweet dream, stood up while wiping his saliva. Is it over? Yes. Yikes, this is seriously scary. His shoulders trembled as he took a look at the swordsman lying all over the place. I'm really glad that I'm your superior. Rimmer tapped on Rayon's shoulders while grinning. It won't take a long time. What's that? Rayon smiled without answering. It went without saying that he meant it wouldn't take a long time until he would be Rimmer's superior and make him work. Stopping Rimmer from gambling and making him work was one of the reasons Rayon wanted to quickly get stronger and climb in ranks. I'm getting a bad feeling from your smile. Rimmer broke out into a cold sweat before turning around. Anyway, I'm leaving. Everyone should leave before you overexert yourselves. Since the swordsmen had already overexerted themselves, they just stayed on the ground without responding. R. Rayan. Burin raised himself while trembling like a leaf fluttering into the wind. I'm fine with training. I love training, B, but don't you think it's unnecessary to spar like this every day? We have other types of training, like the footwork training, polishing our swordsmanship, tempering our stamina and bodies, and the group training with sword formations. He continued with his hands gathered together, as if he were praying or apologizing. Since we did enough sparring for the last month, let's try something else now. I want a systematic and more diversified training, just like you said in the beginning. What are you talking about? Rayan tilted his head with a sour expression on his face. Isn't sparring the most systematic way of training? If it was the only method for training in the world, it can't even be called training at this point since we're just getting beaten up all day long. Listen. You temper your body by getting beaten up by me in the training grounds, and dodging my attacks increases your stamina. Moreover, you practice your footwork and swordsmanship all night long in order to stop getting beaten up by me. Rayan raised his fingers one by one to list the training Burin wanted. Tempering the body, increasing stamina, practicing swordsmanship and footwork. Everything you mentioned is included in spars. This is clearly the most systematic training in the world. That's a sophistry. Swordsmanship and footwork practices aren't included in the spars, and there's no way we are tempering our bodies by getting beaten up. He's right. It tempers jack shit since the pain hasn't decreased in the slightest, even though we got beaten up for a whole month. That's not training. It's a desperate struggle to survive. Burin shouted. The other swordsmen also stood up to raise their hands in agreement. The fastest time for a living creature to get stronger is when their lives are in danger. Just endure it for a bit longer. He said, a living creature. He doesn't even consider us humans anymore. Damn it, nothing's getting through to him. It feels like I'm talking to a wall. Damn it, the swordsmen screamed, punching the ground. The fact that barely any dust was rising from their action because of their lack of strength made Rayan very slightly sad for them. However, the current training was already significantly lower in intensity compared to the one he had received. He made sure to never leave any aftereffects on them, while his previous life's training often involved bone fractures and attacks that could leave him disabled. Then, from now on, we will continue sparring. Kaya shit. Burin smashed his head on the ground in desperation. Run-On screamed silently, and Martha's swearing sounded weak for the first time. After all the other swordsmen left, Rayan was standing alone in the training ground as he drew Heavenly Drive. Shring. He swung Heavenly Drive with determination, trying to cut through his own shadow as it was created by the moonlight. Whoosh. He wasn't using any swordsmanship nor footwork, yet Heavenly Drive smoothly vibrated and left a silver trajectory in his shadow, as if he were using some noble technique. He kept going, his sword following his heartbeat instead of his brain's directions. The aloof moonlight on the white blade of the Heavenly Drive spread around the majestic light of the sword, and that sword contained the techniques, principles, and breath that he had learned so far. The different properties of sword techniques that couldn't harmonize with each other were mixing together slowly to create a spirit that hadn't appeared before. A killer would have called it a killing blade, a knight would call it a righteous blade, and a dancer would have called it an elegant sword dance. That was how mysterious Rayan's sword was. Rayan's sword only stopped when the dappled moonlight started flowing down his shoulders. I've progressed. He thought his own development would be halted, but he managed to progress instead. Although he started the training with the intention of making the other swordsmen stronger, he was the one that managed to achieve the most progress. How did this even happen? It was mysterious how he became more accomplished with martial arts when all he did was cheerfully beat up the swordsmen, who gradually got stronger. He apparently had some characteristic of getting stronger when he beat up other people, just like Sloth, who became stronger when he slept. Shall I beat them up even more? Rayan chuckled while unsheathing Heavenly Drive. What you said just now. Wrath nodded, pointing his finger at him. You are definitely one of us. I said I'm not. Vice Squad Leader Techley came up to Garen, who had his feet placed on the desk. His fractured limbs were reattached, but his face was covered with a large bandage, showing that his shattered cheekbone hadn't recovered yet. Thud, Techley knelt in front of Garen and smashed his head on the ground. I beg your pardon. He didn't raise his head despite his broken cheekbone touching the ground. I was careless. Please forgive me, since it's never going to happen ever again. Do you know what I hate to hear the most? Garen smiled coldly and raised himself. It's carelessness, you hear? All the idiots keep blabbering that I lost because I was careless. I would have won if I wasn't careless, because I was careless. Do you realize that's all because of their lack of ability? His smile deepened, and the swords decorating the squad leader's room created a deadly resonance. Huff. Techley's face turned pale as he stiffened. If you have an overwhelming ability, you can kill your opponent even if you were careless or whatever shit they did. You were weak, that's all. I'm sorry. We are supposed to increase our reputation right now, yet shame isn't enough to describe the humiliation you brought to us. You'd better tell me the reason I shouldn't behead you right now. Garen drew one of the swords from the wall, pointing it at Tekli's neck as if he really were going to kill him. I'll go all out this time from the beginning. Rayon Sieghart, I'll bury that arrogant guy with my own hands, so please give me one more chance. Although blood was spurting from his cheek and forehead, he didn't stop slamming his head on the marble floor. That sounds like bullshit coming from the guy who fainted from a single punch. It's exactly because it was a punch. I'm never going to lose to him in swordsmanship. It was true that he had an ominous feeling from the monster called Rayon, but it was because they were in a fistfight. Tekli was confident he could return the humiliation if they fought with swords. Garen slowly lowered his sword, which he was about to swing. I'll cut him into pieces with the technique you've bestowed on me. Please give me one last chance. Well, fine. Since I did put lots of effort into you, it would be a waste to discard you right now. However, Garen's eyes glowed like a demon as he glared at Tekli. If you lose again, then you are going to be the one cut into pieces. Rimmer received Glenn's summons and visited the audience chamber of the Lord's Manor, which he hadn't visited in a long time. It looks like your life is nice and comfortable since you became all plump. Glenn frowned upon seeing Rimmer's chubby cheeks. Why would you say that? You almost look like you're preying on a poor rabbit. Rimmer's chin trembled as he pretended that he was scared. What have you even been doing to gain weight like that? Are you idling without even training the children anymore? It's because there's nothing for me to do. You have nothing to do. Yes, actually, Rayon. He told Glenn everything that happened during the past month. That's why my boys are getting beaten up every day. Are they not resisting? Glenn asked, tilting his head slightly. Of course they are. Some of them didn't show up, ran away, hid their training swords, and they even completely messed up the entire training ground last week. And how did Rayon react? He shattered all of their plans. He made them do the training grounds maintenance by bringing the soil right away. He used Dorian's pouch to resolve the issue with the training sword, and I don't even know what he did with the guys that were faking sickness, but I saw them return in a completely terrified state. Rimmer giggled, calling Rayon a really amazing fellow. The children must have gotten stronger then. Yes, since they kept training in order to survive every day, their growth is so noticeable. It's like a firefly becoming a beam of moonlight. To that extent, they are pretty much different people from before, since they also became adept with the martial arts that you've rewarded them with, though they haven't really noticed that since they keep getting beaten up. I want to see them in action after hearing that from you. Glenn nodded, saying that he was going to watch them when the duel happened. His stiff mouth became relaxed. The more I watch Rayon, the more I realize how gifted he is. Rimmer continued with a smile. I used to think he was a genius that specialized in getting stronger himself, but that wasn't the case. He is also extremely talented at making others stronger. Just as I thought, my dear student must have the qualities of a king. He was my grandson before becoming your student. He was my student first, though. What kind of nonsense is that? Wrinkles appeared on the faces of the two people that were smiling while talking about Rayon's greatness until a moment ago. You can't say that when you usually don't even treat him as your grandson. You are only allowed to say that after you stop being embarrassed in front of Rayon and tell him, my lovely grandson, let this grandpa hug you, and only after thaw. Rimmer quickly started shaking his head after noticing the black cloud expanding above his head. I correct myself. He is your grandson. Of course he is. He could really die if he got hit once again. He needed to avoid it at all costs. Woo. The cloud disappeared the moment Rimmer apologized, even though it used to look like lightning would strike from it at any moment. So there's no problem. No, there's one problem. Even though it was a problem, it was really easy for Rimmer to say it. What can that possibly be? It's obviously the swordsmen. Their stress has been accumulating for over a month, and it's pretty much reached the maximum right now. It's likely that they are soon going to say, screw it, kill me if you want. Since the light wind kept training overnight and got beaten up during the day, their minds had almost reached their limits. It wasn't going to take long until they completely lost it. And how is Rayon preparing against it? He isn't doing anything, though there's no way he isn't aware of the problem. In fact, he's increasing the training intensity instead. Rimmer narrowed his eyes. It's as if he is asking them to rebel. Before sunrise, the light wind swordsmen, who used to be filled with vitality, were now wobbling like zombies with unfocused eyes. Their stamina and willpower had both reached their limits. I'm dying. Damn it. Burin, Runnan, and Martha were the same, even though they had the strongest willpower among them. They held out a bit longer than the others, but they wobbled the same way soon enough. Sir Burin. Crane came up to Burin and collapsed. We are really going to die at this rate. So what? Let's go on strike. Strike. Yes, let's just lie down and ignore the vice squad leader's orders. He raised his voice slightly so that everyone could hear him. The swordsmen that were interested in his plan slowly turned their heads. Wouldn't he beat us up even more? Beat us even more. We are getting beaten up every day and every moment. How can we possibly get beaten up even more? Moreover, we aren't doing this in order to rest, but in order to survive. Crane raised his finger and pointed at the swordsmen. Look at them. Do they really look like teenagers who are supposed to be energetic? They are all dying because they lost all their energy. Let's ask him to give us a few days' rest so that we can survive. We are seriously going to either die or be severely wounded at this rate. Burren bit his lips. Crane didn't really sound trustworthy because of the previous incident, but what he said was true. Since even himself, Run-On, and Martha had reached their limits, the other swordsmen must have been struggling even more. They could really end up with an injury that couldn't be healed at that rate. The vice squad leader is strong, but I'm sure that he's still a novice when it comes down to training others. Look at how he keeps giving us the stick when he should also be giving us a carrot after the stick. That's true. Just as Crane said, Rayon kept giving them the stick for 2 months straight. It was enough time for even excellent horses to die. If everyone just lies down and protests, says that they are out of stamina and can't move anymore, even the vice squad leader is going to have no choice but to surrender. Yes, let's try that. I also agree. I really can't continue anymore. I don't want to listen to Crane, but he is right this time. Even the vice squad leader won't be able to do anything about it if we all refuse to listen. The swordsmen gathered around Burren and Crane, and Run-On, Martha, and Dorian were among them. Even those 3 people would do anything for some rest because they couldn't sleep for the past 2 months. Then we've decided on lying down once Rayon arrives, and we aren't going to move. Traitors will be executed. Yes, got it. The 33 members of Light Wind, except for Rayon and Rimmer, became united for the first time. T small cap H E source of this letter 1D04 ONTENT small cap IS NOVELF tap ENET. Soon enough, when it was time for the morning training, Rayon entered while carrying a large bag on his back. He frowned upon seeing the swordsman lying down on the training ground. What are you doing right now? I really can't continue anymore. I can't move a single finger. I've reached my limits. I'm dying. The swordsmen stayed on the ground, complaining they couldn't get up. I really want to keep training hard, but I'm completely out of energy and stamina. I'm just out of strength. Burren continued, pointing at his half-focused eye with his finger. Please give us some rest, or you can kill us if you don't want to. Every swordsman lying in the training ground followed his example and spread their limbs into a big X shape. Does that mean that you can keep training as long as you have the stamina and energy? Of course, that's why we need at least 3 days of rest. We will never accept less than 3 days. It has to be at least 3 days. That's right. The swordsmen, including Burren, protested that they needed some rest. They were simply out of stamina and strength despite their willingness to train. Stamina, I see. That's perfect. Rayon put down the bag he was carrying and opened it, and over 30 wooden boxes came out from it. Because the second reward we requested at the Porvin city, the elixirs of blessings, have arrived. He smiled, showing them a wooden box containing an elixir of blessings. Although it was a cheerful and refreshing smile, it felt as terrifying as a devil's smile for them. Elixir, why did that arrive at this time? Yua, how did this happen? The swordsmen couldn't rejoice nor cry at the sight of the wooden boxes. That was because, while they were happy about getting an elixir, they realized the elixir would heal their stamina and energy, and they would have to get beaten up once again. Since your stamina and energy will return once you take the elixir, you should be able to keep training, right? Rayon chuckled, watching the trainees making strange expressions with trembling hands. I already know what you are thinking. Of course, the elixir didn't just happen to arrive at the right time. It had arrived at the same time as the soft soil, but he kept that hidden from everyone because he had predicted that such an incident would happen. Damn it, Burren screamed before standing up and taking an elixir. He blamed the gods for sending the elixir at that exact moment, when any time earlier or later would have been fine. They mentioned that Rayon didn't give them any carrots, but he was damn well giving them carrots now, and they were poisoned carrots. Sniff. It's all over. I have to get beaten up again. I can't run away. I can't see any way of running away. God is dead. The swordsmen bit their lips, elixir boxes in their hands. They were happy about getting elixirs, but the fact that they had to get beaten up again made tears well up in their eyes. It can't be helped. Let's take the elixir for now and gather here late. Wait, as Burren was telling them to return after taking the elixir, Rayon raised his hand. You shouldn't take that right now. What are you talking about? You realize the elixir of blessing is more efficient if you take it after exhausting your stamina and aura, right? Let's spar with me for now, and take it tonight after it's over. Rayon tapped the floor to urge them to come at him with a smile. I'm gonna need to use some strength today in order to maximize the elixir's efficiency. His training sword started spinning violently like a windmill. The wind pressure emerging from the blade made people's teeth clatter. What are you doing? Come at me already. Burren could ascertain it as he saw Rayon gently bobbing his hand at him. That bastard is a devil. He's not just any devil. He must be the Demon King. 3 months with many complaints and problems passed. The morning of the duel between Light Wind and Golden Crest arrived. The great training ground, where the duel was supposed to take place, was already completely packed with people. I wonder who's going to win today. It's completely obvious that the Golden Crest will be the winner. Although the Light Wind are rising stars, you can already tell from the names of the members that they are on different levels. No one even knows what missions the Golden Crest have done. We are living in the Light Winds era right now, but they will compete with their skills today, not with their reputations. The Golden Crest is clearly at an advantage because they are stronger overall. Since there are duels between 35 people, I'm guessing that the Golden Crest is going to win at around a 305 score. But the Light Wind has Rayon Zeekhart, who has defeated an apostle. There's only one Rayon. Even if he wins his match, it's not really going to change the outcome. Although the people in the spectator seats didn't really know each other, they kept chattering about the outcome, filled with anticipation for the upcoming match. Most of them expected the Golden Crest to win, even though they did acknowledge Light Wind's potential. While everyone was anticipating the duels, the great training ground's main door opened up and the Golden Crest entered. Spreading around their sharp pressures, they went towards the arena at the center of the training ground. Can't you feel that pressure? Do you seriously think they're going to lose to the Light Wind members who are still in their teens? I'm sure they would have gained more fame than the Light Wind if it weren't for the activity suspension. I know, right? Look at those eyes. They look like hungry beasts. Feeling their powerful pressure from the Golden Crest confirmed their estimations. Rumble. Soon after Golden Crest made their appearance, the main door opened for the second time and the Light Wind entered. They didn't have any of the confidence or spirit that the Golden Crest had shown. In fact, the way they silently walked towards the arena made people worry for them instead. What's wrong with them? They looked too depressed. Maybe they became afraid after feeling the Golden Crest's pressure. I guess that would be the case, since they must have realized they are a few levels stronger than them. It's over for me. I bet my entire fortune on Light Wind because I trusted Rayon. It looks like the match is not going to be fun at all. People blabbered that the duel was going to end in a one-sided victory after witnessing the Light Wind's low spirit. Rayon smiled while looking around the training ground as if he was enjoying their reactions. They are right. This match isn't going to be fun, since it would end in a one-sided victory for them. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Since it will begin soon, you should warm yourselves up. When Rayon ordered the swordsman to warm up, a tall and slender swordsman walked towards him from the other side of the arena, Garen Zeekhart. He looked similar to Radin, who he had crushed last time, but the energy wave emanating from him was on a completely different level. His entire body was surrounded with powerful energy, characteristic of those who surpass the wall. Are you Rayon? Garen approached Rayon, stepping close enough that the sound of his breathing could be heard, and laughed coldly. He raised his chin while emanating a tremendous energy wave, as if he were trying to crush him. Yes, Rayon nonchalantly nodded under his pressure. Garen furrowed his brow. He apparently didn't expect Rayon to take his pressure so easily. I heard you beat my vice squad leader with a single punch, and you do look like you are capable enough. It was because he wasn't that strong. He wasn't that strong, technically. Yes, that is an excessive amount of arrogance you've got just because you became a little famous. It's not arrogance, I'm just telling the truth. Rayon wasn't taunting nor laughing at him. It really was his honest opinion. I didn't appoint Tekli as the vice squad leader for his fist, but because of his sword. I assure you that he will be in a different dimension once he wields a sword. In that case, do you want to make a bet with me? A bet. If I defeat your vice squad leader in a single strike once again, please be my next opponent, squad leader. Rayon continued, while watching Tekli grind his teeth. After all, I won't have enough fun if the fight ends with a single strike. You son of a bitch. Tekli, who was listening to them, came over while grinding his teeth. I wasn't using my sword back, th. The vice squad leader dares to interrupt, swearing when I'm talking with the squad leader. I guess the Golden Crest's hierarchy is a mess. Rayon sneered. Please excuse me. Tekli returned to his position once Garen gave him a cold look. His fist had turned red from clenching so hard, showing how angry he was. Rayon Zeekhart. That's an excessive amount of arrogance over such a small amount of fame, I suppose. It might be too much for the Golden Crest squad leader, who has no fame at all. You bastard. So why aren't you giving me your answer about the bet I suggested earlier? Do you not trust your subordinate? I heard about your eloquence, but they were right about it. You are really good at taunting others. Garen took a deep breath as a scary smile appeared on his face. I guess there's no way he would yield to a provocation like this. Rayon snickered. He was apparently better than Radin in that regard. As Rayon decided to use another method, Garen took a step forward. Fine. Since I should live up to my words, I'll play along with your taunt. However, you will have to accept 5 years of activity suspension if you lose. Are you sure that's enough? Rayon tapped his scabbard while looking at Garen. If I can't neutralize Tekli in a single strike, I'll never wield a sword ever again. You bastard, do you really have a death wish? Garen's pressure was filled with an intense killing intent. He apparently couldn't endure the second provocation. Rumble. Without losing his smile, Rayon brushed past Garen's powerful energy wave like a flowing river. I'm not a very mature person. Do you want me to end you right here and now? That doesn't sound so bad. Come at me. As two people's pressures were about to soar towards the sky, creating sparks between them, a majestic resonance occurred from the training ground's entrance. Rumble, Sieghart's true heaven, the head of house. Glenn Sieghart makes his entrance. Everyone inside the training ground knelt upon hearing the gatekeepers shouting their heads off. Greeting my lord. While bowing his head, Rayon examined Glenn, who was entering through the wide open entrance. He's become even larger than before. The Glenn looked even larger and more majestic than 3 months previously. His prowess truly seemed to be endless, since he looked different each time Rayon got stronger. Neither Glenn nor the Heavenly Blade squad leader paid anyone any attention. He simply went to sit on the throne on the platform, looking down at the light wind and golden crest. Tusk, that should have been the King of Essence's place. Wrath licked his lips, glaring at Glenn. My wrist is the best place for you. The King of Essence is the monarch of devildom. I can't live in a bracelet like this forever. Just live there. I'll let you taste every food on the continent. Huh, Mess H, shut up. Apparently, Wrath had to consider the option since his response was significantly delayed. It was pretty funny since Rayon could confirm that gluttony was the reason for his actions, not Wrath. Where's the Light Wind squad leader? He is. I'm here. As Rayon was about to respond, Rimmer's voice came from behind him. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a gambling slip. Ha, you can begin. Glenn gave Rimmer a killing glare before waving his hand. The swordsmen raised themselves upon hearing his low voice. We are going to start the group duel between Light Wind and Golden Crest. The first participants shall come to the arena. Soon as the host finished talking, a long-armed swordsman from the Golden Crest side entered the arena. Who is our first? I don't know, we haven't decided yet. Squad leader? I don't know either. The swordsman looked at Rimmer, but he simply shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't have anything to do with it. It's obvious who's the first. Rayon came up to them and pointed at the green hair at the end of the line. Me. Dorian, who was anxiously rubbing his belly pocket, freaked out and stepped back. Since this incident started with you, you should signal the start of the spars as well. Rayon grabbed Dorian's shoulder with a grin. Go, and release the anger that has accumulated for the last 3 months. Dorian bit his lips upon seeing the Golden Crest swordsman in front of him. Anger. He was indeed angry, but it wasn't directed at the Golden Crest in front of him. He was angry at Rayon instead. Since he was beaten up by Rayon so much that he even forgot that Golden Crest beat him up, he couldn't even remember why he was fighting them. He looked strong. He didn't know his name, but his energy wave and appearance were already telling him he was an outstanding swordsman. He couldn't understand why Rayon sent him first, despite being capable of accurately assessing people's fighting potential. I can't lose this fight. The spearhead was the most important one when it came to a group battle. The spearhead needed to do a good job for the rest to continue smoothly, yet Dorian wasn't confident in winning at all. The participants shall step forward. Heeding the host's call, Dorian walked ahead while sighing deeply. State your names. I'm Dorian. I'm Belkel. Arg, Dorian's mouth shrunk into a round shape. Even his name is scary. It wasn't just his face that looked strong. Even his name sounded strong. He got the urge to immediately run away from the arena. Yet, I'm not even sure if I got any stronger at all. He suffered so much that he could die for the 3 last months, but he couldn't exactly say that he got stronger, since Rayon's sword kept precisely targeting his weakness no matter how much martial arts he learned, and pondered how to defend and counterattack against him. There was no way he could gain any confidence at all. Start the spar. Although he wasn't mentally ready yet, the spar had already started. As soon as the host went down the arena, Belkel charged at him. His sword twisted into a curve like a cumulus cloud, then fell down upon him. His swordsmanship was both flashy and confusing at the same time. Dorian freaked out and started to step back, but his eyes widened. What's going on? He could clearly see the flow of Belkel's variable sword. Where his sword was targeting and how it was moving, he could see all of it. Is he making fun of me? Dorian judged that Belkel was playing with him and quickly used his footwork, but Belkel's sword fell down exactly where he had expected without the slightest error. You have some sharp eyes. Belkel jeered and dashed once again, but it will be different this time. He stabbed along with a shout of concentration. The sword's extremity instantly split into 3, targeting Dorian's chest, wrist, and head, respectively. I can see everything again. Although he had never seen that swordsmanship before, he could read the flow and direction entirely. He dodged once again just in case, but the sword's trajectory didn't diverge from his expectation at all once again. You mean rat? Belkel's swordsmanship became faster and more diverse, but it didn't make much difference. Dorian could see all his movements and openings. Hop, Dorian used the supply forest footwork that he had recently learned to dodge Belkel's sword, and smacked his side, which was wide open. Smock, along with the sound of a clean hit, Belkel screamed as he was knocked down in the arena. Kua. Since his vital point was hit, he groaned while grabbing his ribs before fainting. That hurts. Because Dorian got hit by Rayon over and over, he knew what kind of pain and effect each vital point had. Getting hit on that location made you unable to breathe until you fainted. So, what's happening right now? Why did I win just now? Dorian swallowed nervously while looking at Rayon instead of Belko, who he'd just defeated. What the hell are you? What have you done to me? Rayon chuckled, looking at Dorian's puzzled expression. You must be confused. It wasn't strange that he was shocked, since he managed to defeat a Golden Crest swordsman that was supposed to be far stronger than him in a single strike despite not believing that he had gotten stronger at all. The Light Wind members must have thought that their skills hadn't increased at all, but in reality, they'd been getting stronger at a constant rate for the past 3 months. Golden Crest was nothing for them since they managed to endure those hellish times. What is this? Garen's eyes widened as he didn't expect that result either. He was even more surprised because Belkel, who he sent out as the first participant, was right under the team leaders in terms of strength. First match is the Light Wind's victory. The host, who was dumbfounded, managed to snap out of it and raise his hand to the Light Wind's side. Isn't this a conspiracy? How could he lose so easily? Whoa. Light Wind, Light Wind. There were two completely different reactions from the spectators, depending on the side they were rooting for. Those who expected Golden Crest to win had to clutch their heads, and those who were supporting the Light Wind kept cheering their heads off. He was just lucky. Ajin, you are next. Garen forced himself to look relaxed, sending out his second team leader. It looked like he was determined to win the second match no matter what. Burin, it's your turn. You can definitely win, so just entrust your body to your sword. Understood. Burin reluctantly nodded and entered the arena. I'm Ajin Peter. I'm Burin Sieghart. Begin. Once they greeted each other before the duel and took a step back, the host announced the start of the battle. Whoosh. Ajin immediately pressured Burin's space with his variable sword, combined with his long arms in order to turn the tide in his favor. Burin dodged Ajin's sword at a paper-thin difference while feeling that something was strange. Try blocking this. Ajin spread his aura like flower petals to dominate the space, but Burin easily blocked all his strikes with a single swing of his sword, as if he were chasing a fly away. What? It's a bit strange, but it's my turn now, right? Burin kicked the ground. He leaped into the unsettled Ajin's space to stab. The windy aura ripped apart the variable sword's trajectory and smacked Ajin's solar plexus. Smack! Since Burin didn't control his strength as he hit him with the flat of his sword, Ajin collapsed without even letting out a scream. What's happening? A single strike again. But Ajin is a team leader. Oh my god. One-time occurrence could be considered as a coincidence, but the second time couldn't. The spectators dropped their jaws from witnessing the Light Wind's prowess, which defeated even a team leader in a single strike. Burin ran up to Rayon as soon as he left the arena. What the hell did you do? What do you mean? Why can I see all of his attacks? He told him he could see all the variations and flows from Ajin's swordsmanship with a trembling chin. Me too. I was also able to see everything about my opponent's sword. Dorian's face was still red, since he still couldn't accept reality. I told you in the beginning that I'd make you win if you follow my systematic training. Are you telling me that training that was nothing but beating us up was really effective? Systematic. That's not the definition of systematic, I know. Well, it wasn't just Burin and Dorian. The other swordsmen also stared at Rayon in half-daze, as if they were looking at a monster. Stop being surprised and prepare for the next match already. Because the Light Wind members were spacing out, Rayon tapped their shoulders and pointed at the arena. We still have 33 more wins to get, so go fetch them, without missing a single one. Smock, along with the sound of a clean hit similar to a drumming sound, the third team leader of Golden Crest was thrashed on the ground. Run-On, who was standing in the arena and staring blankly at her opponent for a while with vacant eyes, as if she had just woken up. She then returned to the Light Wind's side. That made it 33 victories and 0 defeats. It was an overwhelming victory for the Light Wind. The match would have already been over if it were an ordinary match, and the only reason it wasn't was because it was a duel. What's going on? Garen's lips trembled upon seeing the scoreboard. 330. He never imagined that his team would have 0 in that score. What the hell is this? You guys must have conspired. This can't be happening otherwise, he screamed, grabbing the host and the referee by their collars. We didn't. We only went according to the results. Shut up, can you say that again after seeing what happened? What are your eyes for? Gasp. As Garen looked like he was about to kill the referee and the host, an enormous energy wave burst from the platform. Rumble, the one that spread the pressure that could oppress the entire training ground, or even the entirety of Sieghart, was Glenn Sieghart. Naturally. Rumble. Glenn's eyes had been closed as if he were bored, but now he was looking down on Garen with a frown. What are you doing right now, grandfather? This doesn't make any sense. This isn't an informal meeting. You should address me correctly. His gaze became even colder, ignoring Garen's pleas, and no one cheated in today's matches. What you should blame isn't the host's eyes but your own abilities. Glenn waved his hand at the host, signaling him to continue. Ah yes, and next swordsman enter the arena. The host pulled himself together, then called for the next participants. Squad leader, Techley, who was the last remaining member, went to Garen. We have to win, at least. If the two of us win against Rayon and Rimmer, the Golden Crest can recover. Garen nodded. The other members could simply be replaced. As long as he and Tecli won, they could create a new Golden Crest to reach even higher peaks. It was funny that Garen pinned his hopes on Tecli, despite having been looking down on him, laughing at him, and even threatening him. Please believe in me. Tecli entered the arena, wielding his long sword. I didn't think I would fight you again. Rayon smiled at Tecli. He had a higher willpower than Rayon had expected, since he thought he would withdraw in fear. You arrogant bastard, how dare you make a bet on the match against me? And you even bet on defeating me on a single strike. Tecli's eyes glowed like a demon's. I admit I couldn't do anything when I lost to you last time, but it would have been different if I was using a sword. Just as he said, Judil's document also described Tecli as an excellent swordsman with his long sword. I'll make you unable to wield your sword ever again. I wonder, that might be the case. Rayon smiled casually and drew Heavenly Drive. Begin. Tecli rushed forward as soon as the host left. He nimbly controlled his long sword as if it were a dagger, targeting Rayon's head, neck, and wrist at the same time. Kring, it was clearly a flashy swordsmanship with solid basics, an advanced martial art where strength, speed, and variety were in harmony. However, I can see everything, since Rayon split the White Fragrance sword and the techniques from the Light Wind members into small pieces to make his own technique for the past 3 months. Tecli's sword looked as simple as a child's play for him. Speed, flow, breathing, trajectory. Everything was in the grasp of his hand. It became clear to him. The Light Wind members weren't the only ones that became stronger. Since he'd been beating them up every day, finding their weaknesses to help them progress further, his prowess had also increased beyond recognition. Ha-hap, Teki approached with footwork and swung his long sword. The aura from his long blade twisted like vines, trying to coil around Rayon's body. You are full of openings. It certainly had enough splendid variety and powerful strength to be called Tekli's special technique, but it was meaningless to Rayon, as he could feel all his flow and breathing. Kring. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and stabbed the opening made from Tekli's swordsmanship. Slam, the blade, imbued with the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's aura, created a huge explosion of flame and slammed Tecli into the ground. Tecli couldn't raise his trembling neck, fainting immediately. A single strike. Just as he had declared, Rayon defeated Tecli with a single swing. What is this? Garen's eyes widened as his lips trembled. He looked flabbergasted since he never imagined that would happen. I've won our small bet. You come up now? Rayon's red eyes were blazing like raging fires. His expression couldn't be any more arrogant as he looked down on Garen. Let's fight, without caring about our ranks. It was time to create a new legend. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Cheryl, the Heavenly Blade Division leader, groaned a little from where she stood next to Glenn. I can't believe what I'm watching right now. Her eyes were shaking as she watched the arena. They won all their matches. How is this even possible? The score so far was 30 wins to 0 losses, favoring the Light Wind. Light Wind had actually managed to grasp victories in every single one of the 30 matches, and all of those victories were one-sided. The Light Wind overwhelmed the Golden Crest, as if their skills were on another level. Many of the matches ended in a single strike, and many of the Light Wind members were venting their anger on the Golden Crest by beating them up. I'm sure they are on a similar level, though. The Light Wind managed to achieve a perfect victory, as if they knew everything about the Golden Crest's martial arts in and out. The way they fended off their opponent's attacks and attacked openings in return came from true combat experience. She couldn't understand how they had suddenly become so competent in a mere 3 months. I heard they did nothing but spar. Glenn moved the hand supporting his chin, then continued. They didn't rest a single day during the last 3 months, sparring nonstop and practicing targeting vital points and openings. Sparring and practicing striking vital points and openings. Because he targeted different weaknesses and openings whenever they became used to it, the Light Wind children were beaten up every day and learned martial arts every night in order to survive. Cheryl's chin trembled slightly. Isn't that pretty much a living hell? Poking at a new weakness whenever they managed to defend one, and attacking another one if they defended again, was not a method an ordinary person would think of. Yes, ordinary people couldn't train them that way, nor could they receive such training. However, Rayon and the Light Wind managed to do it, and we are witnessing the result right now. Glenn pointed at the 31st match, which was just beginning. You die. The long-haired swordsman named Crane was charging at the Golden Crest swordsman. We've been living in hell for the last 3 months because of you guys. He single-handedly fended off the wave of aura blade created by the Golden Crest swordsman, then struck him like a madman. I really thought I was going to die because of that demon who kept shattering my plans over and over and over again. I didn't do anything. I don't care, just die, Crane screamed as he slashed, and his blade cut into the Golden Crest swordsman's weakness perfectly. Kua, how dare you faint? Wake up, come at me. Feel the pain of getting your vital points beaten all day long. The Golden Crest swordsman had fainted in a single hit. His eyes rolled back while Crane kept attacking the fainted man. He still wanted to vent more anger on him. You guys also need to suffer from the demon. I can't be the only one. Stop. It's already over. The host and the referee had to hold Crane by his arms and legs to stop him, and it wasn't the first time that it happened. The light wind swordsmen were spacing out in the beginning, since their confidence was at rock bottom, but once they realized they had gotten stronger, 1 out of 3 people started rampaging to vent their anger, just like Crane. Cheryl narrowed her eyes, seeing the next participant enter the arena, Martha Sieghart. Since she had a violent personality to begin with, she couldn't even begin to guess what she was going to do. Begin. As soon as the host signaled the start of the match, Martha kicked the ground. Shit, she kept swearing as if she couldn't speak human language anymore as she dashed at the Golden Crest team leader. Slom, her linguistic ability wasn't the only inhuman part about her. She completely shattered the Golden Crest team leader's strike with her enormous strength. Rumble. Martha stepped on the exploding stones of the arena to advance, attacking 12 of the Golden Crest team leader's vital points at the same time. Kua, the way the Golden Crest team leader was knocked into the air like a leaf fluttering in the wind, looking like an acrobat until he fell head first into the ground. Shit. Marshall only said swear words until the end before leaving the arena. She really looked like a beast. Fortunately, Run-On, who was the next person, silently made her opponent team leader faint. However, she also hit the face in the most painful vital points. She was apparently pretty angry as well. And Rayon, who was the 34th participant, easily dodged the Golden Crest Vice Squad leader's attacks, making him faint in a single strike. From members to the Vice Squad leader, everyone won single-handedly overwhelmed their opponents. It was the first time a group duel had ended that way. My lord, Glenn was trying to stop his corners of lips from rising. He looked pleased by the fact that Rayon managed to create such a situation. It's true that the light wind children became stronger, but... Cheryl swallowed nervously while looking at the light wind members who were roaring like beasts. Is that really the right direction for them? They almost look like beasts that were raised by a demon. Cough. Glenn cleared his throat and looked away without responding. Rumble, a breathtakingly ominous energy was rising from Garen's shoulders. Do you really want to die? His teeth could be seen as he smiled. The energy wave emanating from him was on a different dimension from before. Are you really asking me to decapitate you right now? We will see whose head will fall. Rayon smiled coldly as he swirled Heavenly Drive. How many people do you think expected the light wind to win when this duel first started? Are you trying to tell me that the same goes for this duel, and that either of us could be the winner? No, I'll be the winner. Ha, did you lose all your respect just because I've been going easy on you? There's no reason for me to respect someone that picked a fight with me. Rayon shook his hand, looking straight at Garen. Moreover, you won't be a squad leader for long. There's no reason for me to respect you. What? You must have forgotten that I didn't decide on the reward for when I won the bet. Rayon pointed his finger at the score behind the host, 340. The result is already decided. I'm going to disband the Golden Crest after the spar against you. Disband the Golden Crest. Garen's hands were shaking. He apparently never imagined his squad could be disbanded. Do you believe it can be disbanded so easily? The head of house is watching, and our notary is the Heavenly Blade leader. Of course it's possible. You can't stop it from happening unless the true Martial Palace Master makes his move, and it doesn't look like he has any intention of doing so. Likely because he was punished during Radin's incident, the true Martial Palace Master was still, his arms crossed. You bastard. Garen's energy became clear enough to be visible to the bare eyes. Breathtaking pressure was crushing his body. Rayon resonated the rings of fire to casually take on Garen's energy wave. This is your last chance. Golden Crest will be disbanded unless you manage to kill me here. You must be insane to provoke me in this situation. I couldn't do this if I wasn't insane. He continued while pointing at the light wind members. They have gone crazy because of you guys for the past 3 months. It's time to make you pay for the last time. That's not true, though. We went crazy because of you. Diamond. Rayon ignored the strange things they were saying behind him. Anyway, use your full power from the beginning, so you can't complain about having been careless later. Rayon bobbed his fingers on his hand, grabbing Heavenly Drive. You don't need to worry about that, since carelessness is the word that I hate the most. Garen stood in front of him while grinding his teeth. Wait, this match is the duel between the squad leaders. The host interfered between the powerful energy waves and shook his head. He was an extremely responsible person. Rayon is taking my place because I'm injured. Rimmer smiled, eating strawberries on the side. What the? The host's eyes widened. He clearly found it ridiculous that a perfectly healthy person could say that with a straight face. Since they have both agreed, ignore that idiot and continue the match. Glenn nodded, telling him it was fine. All right. The host lowered his hand, wiping off the cold sweat from his forehead. Then please get ready. I'm ready. Started already. Rayon and Garen nodded at once. Begin the final match. The moment the referee raised his hand, a blue flame burst from Garen's blade. The raging flame of magnificent energy was the symbol of a master astral energy. Whoosh, as if he were proving what he said about not being careless, Garen closed the distance in an instant, thrusting his astral energy-covered sword. Crackle. Although Rayon was facing astral energy that held the intent to kill, his eyes didn't waver. Now. The moment astral energy was about to reach his Adam's apple, Rayon extended his left foot. The first step, extending like a ray of light, was the first step of the Supreme Harmony steps. It waned like moonlight and deflected the astral energy. Thud, and it was followed by the second step. The steps of extreme quickness dashed like a gust of wind to reach the space behind Garen. Kring, Rayon's heavenly drive was at Garen's neck, and Garen could only tremble, unable to react while looking at the other side. Lei Chao. It's already over. I was careless. I didn't show my true ability. I thought you said carelessness was your most hated word. Ka. Garen grit his teeth, unable to refute that, since it was exactly what he'd said before the match began. You pretend to be different from your younger brother, but you are the same. Rayon snickered, smacking Garen's face with the fist holding heavenly drive. Smock. Along with the sound of a bursting drum, Garen was sent flying and landed on his knees. Spit. Garen spat out 2 teeth while grasping his distorted cheeks. You are rather sturdy, considering he only lost 2 teeth even though Rayon went all out on that hit. Becoming master must have had the effect on enhancing one's endurance. Why didn't you finish it? Because I gave your younger brother a chance in the past. It won't be fair if I didn't give you any. Ha, not delivering a finishing blow just now will be something you regret for the rest of your life. No, you won't be able to regret it since you are going to die here. Garen chewed his lips and brandished his blade. He threw away his impatience from before and lowered his posture. The nervousness in his eyes revealed that he was considering his opponent his equal now. Who? Rayon slowly caught his breath. Yes, this is it. His skin was shivering from Garen's murderous intent. He wanted to win against a master that was doing his best, since there was no point in winning against one that was careless or sloppy. The real fight was only getting started. Your spirit pursues nothing but power. Wrath nodded. I knew demon was a more suitable thing to call you. I'll eat something delicious after the match. Silence. Since Wrath kept saying stupid things, Rayon made him shut up and brandished heavenly drive. He needed to focus more than he ever had before. Rayon used the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ring of fire to the maximum. Crimson flame ignited along the blade of heavenly drive. Although it was just aura threads, it was as clear as an astral blade. I have to destroy his technique. Garen's swordsmanship was an advanced martial art, where a flashy and diversified variable sword and a heavy sword that swallowed the space were in harmony. It was necessary to break the variety and distort the heaviness in order to reach him. Thud. Garen disappeared from his sight with the violent sound of footsteps. He could feel an energy wave that could tear apart his flesh on the right. Rayon bent his upper body backwards. Whoosh, the astral blade brushed past, right above his forehead, and the severed hairs melted. Clang, the surprise attack wasn't over. He parried the strike that was falling from the sky. Wham, crimson sparks appeared from the clashes between swords and auras. Rayon frowned at the trembling in his wrist. He is at the same level as the 7th apostle. Garen's astral blade was at a similar level to the 7th apostle that he fought before. However, he was even more dangerous than the 7th apostle since he was doing his best. Although they only clashed once so far, his breathing was already affected. However, I can hold out longer than before. He would end up being injured internally if he kept clashing against him, but the situation was a lot better than the fight against the 7th apostle. Both his body and martial art had gotten better. I told you that you would regret not finishing me off in the beginning. Garen narrowed his eyes while brandishing his sword, which was imbued with astral energy. This is the difference between an astral blade and aura thread. You can't win against me. He blasted the floor with his explosively bloated thigh to charge at him. Because I won't be careless anymore. Fine with me. Rayon smiled coldly and used Supreme Harmony steps. Garen's astral energy looked like it could tear through space, but Rayon dodged it with a paper-thin difference and smacked the fangs of insanity against his face. The whole point is defeating you in your current state. He wanted clear evidence that he had defeated a master while being an expert. That was the reason he was participating in that duel. You bastard. Garen pulled back his sword and brought it in front of his face. Clang. Likely because his timing was a bit off, the shock was weaker despite colliding with astral energy, which means if he could lead the fight at his pace, he wouldn't exactly lose to the astral energy. You bastard. Garen squeezed into his space in an instant to slash at him. His sword looked like it had multiplied into 6 as it rained him with astral energy. Rumble. The intense pressure crushed his shoulders and his legs creaked. The sword pressure was trying to limit his movements. Sword of halting rain. It must have been the effect of the sword of halting rain that he was told Garen could use. Thud, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's first step. He crossed the space and reached behind Garen. He spread the revolving sky of the 10,000 flames cultivation towards his heart. Flash. The moment the blades of fire revolving like a cogwheel were discharged, Garen's sword sparkled. A barrier of astral energy melted down the revolving sky. Despite his nasty personality, his martial arts were properly trained. I admit you are as fast as a mean rat, but your sword doesn't work against me, and I'm here to break through that. The part he had an advantage over Garen was footwork. He needed to utilize the Supreme Harmony steps as much as possible to make his sword reach him. Thud, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's second step. His vision narrowed for an instant, and he could see Garen's eyes once it expanded back. What? To Garen's surprise, Rayon thrusted the fangs of insanity towards his shoulder. Heavenly drive pierced through Garen's defenses, surrounded by a thick layer of energy as it cut through his shoulder. Garen groaned and frowned. It was just a superficial wound, but he stepped back in panic while pointing his sword forward. Rayon's eyes sparkled. If Garen decided to withdraw instead of advance, it was his chance to continue his attacks. He exploded the fangs of insanity consecutively, aiming at Garen's side where an opening was created. Slam, slam, slam. Each time the swords clashed with each other, an explosive sound burst out. The straggling pieces of astral energy from the explosion tore apart Rayon's flesh and uniform, but he didn't stop. Ack huff, Garen withdrew once again and Rayon advanced once again. Creak. Facing Rayon's eyes, which were filled with madness as he refused to fall back while facing astral energy, Garen's eyes wavered like a boat in a violent ocean. How can a mere aura thread do this? Astral energy isn't invincible. Rayon smiled faintly. Astral energy was certainly powerful, but it wasn't invincible. He used the star-connecting sword consecutively to deflect Garen's attacks, piercing him with the fangs of insanity. It's not like I'm not taking any damage, though. He was already feeling nauseous. Although his body and skills could already be called inhuman, it was still impossible to completely negate astral energy's power. Huff, he couldn't show his weakness on the outside. He bit his tongue as he kept pressing Garen back. Garen's wavering intensified. It looked like he couldn't believe he was being pushed back. You've never fought against someone stronger than you, have you? What? I can smell it. Rayon's eyes sparkled in the same color as the 10,000 flames cultivation. The scent of a coward who has only fought those weaker than him. Shut up, Garen screamed and swung his sword. His astral energy spread around like rainwater to block Rayon's every single escape route. The tremendous energy was crushing his body from all directions. Rayon grit his teeth. Heavenly drive rotated elegantly to draw a majestic circle. 10,000 flames cultivation, 10 flames, flame spirit. The flower buds appearing from the silver trajectory blossomed to cover the arena with crimson flower petals. Wham! The clash between the flower petals of flame and the astral energy devouring the space created a huge firestorm. Creak, Rayon grasped his messed up stomach and used the 10,000 flames cultivation to the maximum. The fiercely raging flame engulfed the astral energy and advanced. Although he was lacking in power, his spirit didn't lose. He turned his wrist while pushing Garen into a corner. Frostpond's blade of extreme quickness scratched Garen's chest. The injury was light, but it couldn't be overlooked. Red blood dripped down from the severed skin. Garen grasped the flowing blood and ground his teeth. His eyes were glowing like a ghost. I'll tear you apart until there's no trace of you left. Garen stomped the ground, intensifying his aura to the point that it became visible to the naked eye. Garen's astral energy stormed at him between the pieces of the ground that were scattering from the explosion. He charged at a tremendous speed, aiming to strike Rayon. The curved blade of astral energy multiplied into 10 in an instant, and a powerful load was applied to Rayon's limbs. The pressure didn't allow proper movement. It must have been the sword of halting rain's true power. I can't face him head-on. Rayon distanced himself from Garen's space by using the Supreme Harmony's first step and second step one after the other. It was impossible for him to deflect the countless strikes aimed at him. He needed to dodge and look for an opportunity. You won't, however. Garen was also at master level as a warrior. He followed him with an extremely quick reaction and swung his sword. Whoosh, the wavering blade slashed past his chest. His uniform was cut apart and blood spurted out. Swoosh, the astral blade soaring like lightning was aimed at his neck. Thud. Rayon used his footwork to push the ground and stepped back. The moment Garen's sword hit the ground, Rayon dashed ahead to strike with the fangs of insanity. Clang, clong, clang. Rayon ceaselessly rotated the Ring of Fire, canceling out Garen's astral energy with his sword technique, strength, and footwork. This is the only way to win. It was impossible to injure Garen through his all-out astral energy. The only way to achieve victory was by piercing into the barrier of astral energy and striking him with either Flame Dragon Art or Frost Pond. That was why it was necessary to first analyze the Sword of Halting Rain's flow and breathing, although it was a swordsmanship of the highest grade. Whoosh, Rayon dodged the barrage of attacks with a paper-thin difference by utilizing the Supreme Harmony steps to the maximum. Although a single mistake or a single error in judgment could result in his limbs being severed, he dashed towards him instead. Blood spurted from the astral energy brushing past his cheek, and his uniform was burned into pieces, but he kept running as if he didn't care. The only images reflected in his red eyes were the Sword of Halting Rain's trajectory and breathing, right side. Garen's sword, falling on his right side, grazed his shoulder slightly. Underneath, the astral energy soaring from below like raging fire cut through his thigh. It's superficial, but I can see it, maybe because the White Fragrance Sword, which could be called the Sword of Halting Rain's foundation, was engraved in his brain and heart, alongside the countless martial arts of the Light Wind members. Rayon's eyes were starting to get used to Garen's breathing and flowed despite him trying his best to defeat him. Left side. A horizontal slash was aimed at the left side of his chest. There were 3 blades, but only one of them was real. Clong, Rayon lowered his posture, holding Heavenly Drive vertically and pushing back the astral energy. Bottom left again. An even faster and stronger energy was trying to stab his left thigh. Thud, Rayon moved his foot and advanced. The flame on Heavenly Drive rotated violently to push back Garen's barrier of astral energy. I'm getting used to it. With his eyes getting used to Garen's swordsmanship, he became capable of dodging his attacks at close quarters. It's throbbing. Countless martial arts were released, as if they were reacting to the throbbing of his heart. The techniques and principles that he'd seen, felt, and destroyed so far were acting of their own accord to thoroughly analyze Garen's sword. The blade thrusted at his head to change direction to his heart, the astral energy multiplying into 10 to stab him. The techniques trying to mutilate his body could dodge all of them without a single scratch. However, something is lacking. Even though he was dodging Garen's attack with the Supreme Harmony Step's miraculous movement, he still got the feeling that something was missing. He felt like his heart was telling him to extend his hand at the same time he was dodging. I shouldn't, but why? Even though he still didn't manage to grasp the opportunity to pierce through Garen's astral energy, the Ring of Fire was telling him to advance one step further. It was shouting at him to thrust his sword. Die. Garen's sword fell vertically. A deadly heavy sword with reduced variety and increased weight was falling upon him. Let's try it. Rayon decided to trust the Ring of Fire and used the Supreme Harmony 6th step. He used the Star Connecting Sword along with the smoothest step. Rumble. The stability coming from his legs and the flexibility from his wrist flowed into the white blade. Heavenly Drive perfectly deflected the astral energy radiating with a fierce light, landing a counterattack at Garen's waist like lightning. Slash. Garen withdrew while groaning, grasping his waist. Red blood was pouring out from his hand. Gulp. Rayon swallowed nervously. Is this the Supreme Harmony steps? Though Ring of Fire didn't lie to him, deflecting by mixing the Supreme Harmony steps with his swordsmanship reduced the shock to an incomparable degree. Kua. Garen grit his teeth. He pointed his sword towards the sky, exploding all of his remaining energy. The astral blade that was reaching the sky multiplied into several dozens to cover the entire arena. This is the Great Heavy Rainfall. The ultimate technique of the Sword of Halting Rain. It was a cruel technique, meant to mutilate the opponent after limiting their movement by enclosing the entire space with astral energy. Rumble. A huge wall of astral energy was approaching. He couldn't see any way to escape. Throb. How can I defend? While he was wondering, his heart resonating with rings of fire told him, it's time to advance. Rayon trusted in the martial arts that he had been cultivating and fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. In his extremely focused state, he could see the mana particles fluttering in the air. They were reflecting Glenn's image from that night 3 months ago. I've created the Supreme Harmony steps to match me. You should learn my Supreme Harmony steps, then turn it into your own to complete it. Lighting struck his brain upon remembering that sentence, which he had only slid by in the past. My own Supreme Harmony steps. I finally understand. He wasn't telling him to create a new Supreme Harmony steps. He was telling him to maximize the swordsmanship's effect by using the Supreme Harmony steps that best harmonized with his technique. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground. The Supreme Harmony's fifth step. With steps as sharp as a spearhead, he pulled back Heavenly Drive. Rumble, he exploded all his remaining 10,000 flames cultivations energy in his energy center. The flame bursting on his silver blade was glowing like the sun. 10,000 flames cultivation, 10 flames, flame dragon art. The roar of the flame dragon pierced through the center of the blue tidal wave. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Rumble, the enormous wave of astral energy melted down, and Garen's appearance was revealed from where he had been hiding behind it. He was coughing up blood, his chest caved in as if he had been hit by a hammer. It was a miracle that came from the harmony between the Supreme Harmony steps and the Flame Dragon art. However, Garen wasn't the only one who had suffered damage. Cough, Rayon was also coughing up blood while leaning forward. It was a severe internal injury. It would have been strange if he was fine after slashing through astral energy of that intensity. Garen stepped back while grasping his chest. His eyes were wavering violently as if he were in an earthquake. Where are you going? Rayon swallowed the blood welling up in his throat and kicked the ground. While Garen withdrew, Rayon advanced. His head felt dizzy from his insides being completely messed up, but he endured and kept using the Supreme Harmony steps. Kua, get away, I'm telling you to get away. Garen screamed, using the Sword of Halting Rain again and again. Although he looked like he was thrashing around, his sword still contained astral energy, and his trajectory was precise. That's why I can dodge it. The resonating 6 rings had perfectly analyzed the principles of the Sword of Halting Rain. Thud. Rayon bent his knees to dodge the strike, curving towards him like a rake before using the Supreme Harmony's second step. His vision narrowed down, and he could see Garen's panicked expression. Rayon surrounded his wrist with the principles of speed and thrust with the Flame Spirit. The crimson flower petals decorating the space were flowers that bloomed at the end of the spring when summer was nigh. The rotation of radiantly fluttering pieces of flame was barely visible as they enclosed Garen's body. Garen tried to explode the astral energy that he had gathered, but it was already too late. The crimson flower petals were already right next to him. Wait, there's no waiting during a fight. Rayon laughed, and the Flame Spirit's flower petals reached Garen at the same moment, exploding. Engulfed by the storm of raging fire, Garen screamed and fell to his knees. Rayon coughed up blood once again. He clenched his fist, enduring the pain that was tearing apart his stomach. How? Garen barely managed to muster enough aura to extinguish the 10,000 flames cultivations fire and asked with trembling lips, how can you fight in that state? Focus had disappeared from his eyes in his awe. He apparently couldn't believe that Rayon was still moving despite being even more heavily injured than himself. It's because you've never fought against someone stronger than you. Rayon smiled, wiping away the blood that was flowing from his mouth. You kept trying to run away, didn't you? Garen fiercely attacked when he was in an advantage, but he withdrew whenever it was even, or he couldn't understand the situation. The reason he lost was because of his fear. It was a problem that stemmed from the fact that he had never experienced a fight of life and death against a stronger opponent. You can reach a high level by training alone or winning against those weaker than you. However, you can't become a strong person. If you only want to fight winning matches, then you should stay in the true martial palace and hang around with your subordinates and no one else. Rayon clenched his fist to smack Garen's chin. Smock. Garen couldn't even defend properly, his body rolling on the ground. Rayon walked up to him while controlling the Ring of Fire. You didn't expect to be rolling on the ground right now, did you? That's why the world is interesting. Garen couldn't close his mouth because his jaw had been dislocated. He stepped back once again, blood flowing from the empty space his front teeth used to fill. Since stop, Ilo's huff. Rayon covered Garen's mouth with his scabbard, just like your younger brother. You act exactly like him. My guys had to suffer for 3 months because of you. You have to take responsibility for it. He smacked Garen's chin in the opposite direction to stop him from talking. Smock. Garen was shoved to the ground at the edge of the arena. But the vice squad leader is the one who beat us up, not him. We really got beaten up so hard that I thought I'd die. I don't even know at this point why he had to beat us up. I did get stronger, but I feel like it wasn't worth it. Should he really be doing that? Rayon decided to ignore the questioning voices from the light wind. Garen couldn't speak because his mouth was full of blood, so he tried to extend his hand to the ground in order to lose by touching the ground outside the arena. Where are you trying to go? Rayon grabbed Garen by his ankle and threw him to the other side of the arena. We can't let this end here since we are only getting started. He smiled at Garen, who was coughing up blood. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Rayon smiled coldly while raising his clenched fist. Nice. If someone picks a fight with you, you gotta first win the fight, then thoroughly trample them so they can never challenge you ever again. I'm finally starting to like you. Wrath nodded with a grin on his face. Do you want to try running for Demon King? Shut up. The entire great training ground was covered in heavy silence after Rayon started beating Garen up with his fist. Slam. Once Garen finally fainted and fell to the ground after getting beaten up like a sandbag, the spectators started to open their mouths one by one. He won, Rayon won. I can't believe Sir Garen lost so miserably. Am I dreaming right now? Since the spectators had been expecting Rayon's defeat and Garen's victory until just a moment ago, their jaws dropped upon facing the ridiculous outcome. Has any expert managed to defeat a master in history? There's one over there. It happened 3 months ago. Which means the story about him defeating the seventh apostle was true. A 17-year-old expert who defeated 2 masters. Once can be a coincidence, but twice means it was his skills. This is going to go down in Sieghart's history, the continent's history. The spectators filling the great training ground couldn't take their eyes off Rayon as they swallowed nervously. I'm the winner as I managed to witness this duel. I'm glad I took a day off, I agree. I lost so much money, but I don't regret it at all. Me too. I bet my entire salary for the month, but I'm just laughing right now. You are laughing because you are sad. That's a real light wind right there. An unforeseen occurrence was bound to excite the crowd. The spectators sent a round of applause to Rayon with a smile despite having lost their money. They rejoiced at the appearance of an unprecedented genius in the house, which was a natural reaction from warriors that pursued strength. Whoa, Rayon, 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 light wind, light wind. I'll be looking forward to your activities in the future. The large number of swordsmen in the great training ground cheered for Rayon and the light wind. However, there were people who were showing an opposite reaction. Tusk, that idiot. He should have ended him right there. How could he lose to such a shabby technique? It's a disgrace to call him a master. The members of the direct line and the collaterals following them couldn't accept the turnabout and ground their teeth. Rayon's imposing appearance was reflected in their angry eyes. Crack, the throne's armrest was crushed like scrap metal. He had accidentally put too much strength in his hand, crumpling it like a piece of paper. His red eyes that always looked bored, as if he had lost all emotion, were clearly trembling now. Glenn's back pulled away from the throne as he exclaimed. He actually managed to realize the Supreme Harmony Steps, true meaning in that short period of time. The Supreme Harmony Steps was not a mere footwork. It was a technique that could amplify the swordsmanship's properties with footwork. He thought it would take Rayon a year at the very least to realize that, but he actually did it in less than 4 months. Since he was the one who personally taught him, he could only gasp at the impossible outcome. It's not just about the Supreme Harmony Steps, this is his temperament as a human being. The result was created by Rayon's personality, as one who doesn't run away from a crisis and advances instead. No one would believe that a 17-year-old swordsman was capable of fearlessly advancing in front of astral energy unless they saw him. Seriously, Glenn's eyes softened. He was truly happy that such a brave young man was his grandson. He really doesn't move according to my predictions. The Heavenly Blade leader's voice was trembling slightly. He'd been with her for a long time, but it had been a long time since the last time she had such a flustered voice. I've never seen a child like that before. Yes, Glenn nodded without realizing that he was smiling. He also exceeded my expectations. Rayon was an unpredictable troublemaker for him as well, in a good way, of course. By the way, it's my first time seeing my lord smiling while looking at his grandson, HMPH. Glenn immediately raised his hand to force the corners of his lips back down. He wasn't like that 3 months ago. I don't understand what could have even happened in the meantime. Cheryl narrowed her narrow eyes even more. I'm also surprised. I thought it would take him at least a year to harmonize the Supreme Harmony Steps with his swordsmanship. Glenn nodded. He had calculated a year by taking into account Rayon's talent, so doing it in 3 months was completely unexpected. He also trained the other children in the meantime. Rayon wasn't the only one to get stronger, but he achieved his enormous growth while making the Light Wind members stronger. Amazing wasn't enough to describe his achievements. Garen hadn't been careless after Rayon punched him in the beginning. Cheryl licked her lips while looking at Rayon, who managed to make Garen faint. An expert won in an all-out fight against a master. He's really rewriting history. Yes, the corners of Glenn's mouth rose slightly once again. Many people didn't believe that Rayon had defeated the seventh apostle, but the duel was going to completely remove their doubts. He was proud of Rayon for making it into an irrefutable fact. I can finally understand why he kept talking about Rayon every single time I saw him. I hit the jackpot. I'm rich now. Cheryl pointed at Rimmer, who was shouting from the Light Wind side with his hands raised. I'm rich. Worship the great me. He was causing a scene with his gambling slips in his hand. Despite how he acts, he does have sharp eyes for people. Glenn cleared his throat and leaned back against the throne. I don't know about the qualities of a king, but his talents are certainly extraordinary. His unyielding spirit is what I like the most about him. Cheryl's eyes reflected the favorable impression she had begun to make about Rayon. Apparently, she was finally starting to acknowledge him. He will become even stronger in the future. That's a given since he destroyed the wall. Did you just say he destroyed the wall? Yes. Rayon didn't surpass the wall between master and expert. Instead, he destroyed it. But he is still. That's right, he's still not a master. Glenn nodded slowly. Most people enter a trance upon reaching master. The martial arts they've been accumulating for a long time become their enlightenment that allows them to naturally surpass the wall. Indeed, Cheryl nodded. The first time she entered the trance was when she became a master as well. However, he is different. Glenn pointed at Rayon, who was looking up in the air. He organized and established the martial arts he has learned so far during this spar to destroy the wall itself. He understands exactly what he did and what level he has reached, which means in the future as well. He will be able to keep climbing even after he becomes a master, with no period of stagnation. When a warrior became a master and awakened from their trance, they often suffered from a decrease in their skills. They usually regained their prowess by awakening themselves through much training and meditation, but Glenn was saying that Rayon wouldn't have that period of stagnation. His natural talent, no. He is both hardworking and talented, with luck on top of it. There is barely anyone like him. Glenn smiled faintly while supporting his chin on his hand. He just needs a small opportunity now to reach beyond the destroyed wall. Then what about making him enter the room of ego? He should easily be able to achieve the beginner level of Master and the apprentice level of Master. Cheryl suggested a way to make Rayon stronger. One can enter the room of ego only once in their lifetime. It would be a waste to go there right now. Glenn slowly shook his head. What height do you think he would be able to reach? Sharon narrowed her eyes. She couldn't predict his future since he was already at the precipice master level at 17 years of age. She felt like she was looking up at a mountain where the fog was preventing her from seeing the summit. Not sure. At the very least, I think he will surpass me before he reaches 40. Since he won't have any periods of stagnation, it will take him an even shorter amount of time. She nodded. She wanted to deny it, but she had the feeling he was right after witnessing such an outrageous battle. We shall pick up the tab now. Glenn softly raised his hand. Which tab? We made a bet about this duel's outcome, didn't we? Cheryl swallowed nervously. She did bet against Glenn about who was going to be the winner of that duel. Just like the Golden Crest, who lost, she had completely lost the bet. Then I'll tell you what I want. Glenn's mouth slowly opened while watching Rayon throw away Garen. That boy. The match is over. Light Wind emerges victorious from the group duel at 35-0. The host's trembling voice announced the end of the spar that felt long and short at the same time. Whoa, it's finally over. We don't need to get beaten up anymore. We won't get beaten up. We won't face that demon ever again. The Light Wind members shouted that they wouldn't be beaten up anymore while wiping away their tears. They were rejoicing over the fact that they wouldn't need to fight Rayon, rather than the victory against Golden Crest. However, the happiest person was somebody else. I'm rich. Rimmer's hand trembled, holding the gambling slip. I'm rich now. Since he was the only person who bet on a landslide victory with no defeat for Light Wind, the odds were unimaginable. His eyes were raging with madness. Whoa, this is a mess. He stared at Rayon as he couldn't keep the rampaging Light Wind under control. Silence, everyone. Huff, One word from Rayon was enough to make every single member of Light Wind shut their mouths. The entertaining part was the fact that even Rimmer fell silent. Since you won, sir, it's time for you to announce your victory condition to the Golden Crest. The host, who used to address him casually, was now speaking to him with respect in his voice. All right. Rayon stood at the center of the arena and looked up to the platform. What Light Wind wants from the Golden Crest. He stopped for a moment, and every eye in the great training ground was focused on him. Admiration, praise, surprise, hatred, jealousy. While enjoying the countless emotions in their gazes, Rayon continued, is their dissolution. As soon as he finished speaking, the great training ground fell silent once again. What did he just say? Dissolution? Seriously, I heard him too. He said dissolution. Isn't he blatantly picking a fight against the true martial palace at this point? Oh my God. Everyone's eyes widened as they didn't expect him to really disband the Golden Crest. Rayon Sieghart, the true martial palace master Balder, stood up, destering his chair in the process despite having remained silent. Fierce energy oppressed Rayon's body, incomparable to Garen's. Did you just say you are going to disband the Golden Crest? I did. Are you insane? How can you say that if that is not the case? I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to. Blood flowed from Rayon's lips. Balder's enormous pressure opened up the internal injury that he had temporarily suppressed. Although it was extremely painful, he endured it by biting the inside of his cheek. The Golden Crest leader said he would accept any request from our side. That means there's no reason I can't make them disband. Even then, the dissolution of a squad isn't a matter that someone like you can. He can, a low voice interrupted Baldur's speech from the highest platform. It was Shirl, the Heavenly Blade Division leader. She nodded while looking at Baldur and Rayon. I'm telling you as the notary. He absolutely can ask for the dissolution of the Golden Crest. Heavenly Blade leader. Why are you calling out to me, true martial palace master? This is unreasonable. Who would even think about requesting to dissolve a squad for a small bet like this? That one right there thought about it. Shirl calmly raised her hand to point at Rayon. Golden Crest requested the duel first, and they were the ones who told him to decide on any condition. What is the problem here? The establishment and dissolution of a squad needs the permission from the head of house. The head of house has already allowed it. She took a glance at Glenn behind him and nodded. True martial palace master, if you think there was a problem in the conditions, you should have changed them before the match started. Blabbering after it's all over is just showing how much of a loser you are. Heavenly Blade Division leader. Baldur's enormous energy wave stormed at the Heavenly Blade leader, but she remained there with her arms crossed, smiling as if she were laughing at him. It looks like you have many complaints. If that's the case, you should have won. Rayon interfered between them with a smile. The light wind was the protagonist of the day. He couldn't allow others to attract the people's attention. You bastard, it's all because of you. It's not because of me, it's because of your sons, palace master. All I did was accept today's spar. He tapped his scabbard as he continued. Why didn't you teach them manners and how to judge people before teaching them swordsmanship? Are you trying to take it to the bitter end? That's why I'm here. Huff. However, Baldur's eyes turned red in rage, and Rayon raised his finger before he exploded. Since I'll look cruel if dissolution is your only option, I'll give you another choice. Another choice, yes. The Golden Crest shall give 80% of their profits and rewards from their activities to Light Wind for the next 4 years. 80% of profits. I'm sure that's a pretty good condition in comparison to their dissolution. 4 years are too much. I only added 1 year, since the Golden Crest was trying to suspend our activities for 3 years. Since the Golden Crest was the one that started the incident, Baldur had to bite his lips, unable to respond. Shouldn't he accept that condition without any complaints? It's way better than dissolution. If they were to disband their squad after a humiliation like this, it will take at least 10 years to re-establish it. That's right. It's a pretty long time period and lots of money, but it's better than dissolution. He's letting them live at least. What a nice guy. The spectators nodded while saying that Baldur should accept that condition without any complaints. Rayon smiled as he listened to their reactions. Of course they would say that. 80% for 4 years was pretty much turning them into slaves, but they believed that his condition was reasonable because it was far more generous than the dissolution he asked for in the beginning. Any chance the duration and percentage could be changed? No, you can just pick the dissolution if you don't want it. R. Rimmer. Rayon adamantly shook his head, and Baldur turned his face to look at Rimmer. Is this how you are going to act until the end? You are the ones who will suffer from being on bad terms with us. That's actually true. Rimmer licked his lips because Baldur's words were convincing. We will use half of the money from Golden Crest as public funds and share the rest with everyone in the squad. Rayon, let's make it 10 years instead of 4 and get all of their money. Let's do that, all right. We don't need to go easy on them. As soon as Rayon mentioned they would share the money, Rimmer stopped even looking at Baldur and fervently asked to increase the ratio. The scariest part was that he was completely serious. You heard him. Rayon confidently walked towards Baldur. Choose now, please. You can either disband or give us the money. He raised 2 of his fingers and smiled. It was necessary to show everyone the unfiltered truth. They would be ruined if they offended him or rather, the Light Wind. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Damn it. Baldur bit his lip, unable to respond immediately. Rayon casually watched the trembling Baldur, his arms crossed. I'm sure he's thinking about how to reduce the duration and percentage rather than which choice to pick. It was obvious what Blader was thinking. He was going to pick the option that had them giving up their wages and rewards while trying to reduce the duration, percentage, or both, but I won't allow that. He would have gone easy on him if he were from a different organization, but that was the second incident caused by the true Martial Palace. It was necessary to thoroughly punish him. I guess I need to help him. Rayon took another step towards Baldur, smiling faintly. Since you look like you are having difficulties choosing, I think I'll follow my squad leader's opinion. What? I'll raise the duration of Golden Crest giving us their wages and rewards to 4 years and 6 months. Rayon increased the duration that was initially 4 years to 4 years and 6 months. You crazy bastard. Baldur freaked out and jumped down from the platform. He couldn't attack him because Glenn was watching them, but he ground his teeth as if he wanted to kill him. Who in the world would increase the duration by half a year just because I didn't respond immediately? I would. Nonsense. You've already pronounced your suggestion, and you are the one who didn't accept that suggestion, Palace Master. 85% on top of 4 years and 6 months. Rayon increased the ratio from 80% to 85% while maintaining a smile on his face. Huh. Baldur's jaw dropped at his ridiculous behavior. Good job, Rayon, you are the best. Rimmer cheered, praising his student. He looked like a firefly that only cared about the money in front of him, regardless of the true martial palace becoming an enemy or not. Fine, I'll accept it, so let's go with the initial condition. We'll give you 80% for 4 months. Palace Master, can you recover the river water that already flew past? What? No one can catch the river water that's already gone. That ratio and duration are already a matter of the past. Seriously, you crazy bastard. A raging fire appeared in Baldur's eyes. The ground he was standing on started to crumple because of his patience reaching its limit. Baldur, gasp. Baldur's body froze upon hearing Glenn's voice. Judging from the way he freaked out just from hearing his voice in the middle of his rage, Glenn must have beaten him up severely in the past. If you don't like this condition either, then I have no choice but to raise it again. Then how about 5 years? Stop, I get it. Baldur raised his hands in resignation, although his face was still ferocious and deadly. 85% of the gold and rewards that the Golden Crest gets for the next 4 years and 6 months will be the Light Wind's possession. Do you accept the condition? I accept. He replied, voice sounding as pained as if Rayon were chewing his bones, then nodded. Perfect. Rayon nodded, then looked at the host. This concludes the group duel between Golden Crest and Light Wind. The sound of the gong followed his declaration, announcing the end of the match. You'd better not think this is over. Baldur gave him a killing glare, then left the training ground while carrying the unconscious Garen on his shoulder. His expression and attitude suggested that he was going to take revenge instead of giving up. He still cares for his son, at least. Although he had a violent personality, he was way better than the cold-blooded man who threw his son away just because he didn't meet his expectations. It's over. Oh, my lucky charm. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Rimmer ran up to him and started shaking him by his shoulders. My beloved vice squad leader, you are making me feel alive. You are the light of my life. Rimmer prostrated in front of him as if he were worshipping him. He took a glance behind him to bob his hand at the Light Wind members. What are you doing right now? Your vice squad leader brought us lots of money just now. What? What about that? You need to thank him, but we just got beaten up for 3 months straight. Whatever, come here already. Although Rimmer smiled towards Rayon, he frowned towards the other Light Wind members. I saw what you did just now. Wrath slowly raised himself to float in front of Rayon's eyes. The way you made a fool of your opponent until the end to take all of the profit, you should really be a demon instead. Worship our light and salt, the vice squad leader. Shut up, all of you. Is he really 17 years old? He has the true martial palace master in the palm of his hand, even though they should have a huge difference in experience. He looks even better in a battle of words than in a battle of swords. He has the prowess and judgment to defeat a master on top of his appearance. My life feels so sad. What's the temperature of the Terran River? It's only a matter of time before he becomes a squad leader at this point. How did they raise a monster like him? Because Rayon managed to overwhelm Baldur both with his speech and situation, he looked like a monster to the Sieghart swordsmen. One thing that's certain is that Rimmer isn't the one who did it. That's true. He didn't do anything today either. I heard that's what he usually does. He just lays down. Isn't he just a squad leader in name only then? As expected of Sir Rimmer, I guess. They snickered, watching Rimmer tossing Rayon into the air. Although most of the spectators were either surprised or enjoying the event, Karun Sieghart was frowning. Tusk. Karun clicked his tongue while watching Baldur leaving with Garen on his shoulder. That idiot, he could understand Baldur panicking because of Garen's loss against Rayon, but what he said and did after that was the worst. He was toyed with by the lowest-ranked collateral, who was no better than an insect, and a 17-year-old child on top of that. It was so stupid that he couldn't even laugh at that point. He's still as thoughtless as ever. Since the Golden Crest leader fainted and he was the one who asked for the duel, he just needed to postpone the negotiation and pressure him with the power of the true martial palace. There was no need for him to conclude the matter on the spot, but he was toyed with by Rayon like an idiot and messed everything up. He just ended up giving him various supporters. Rayon won against a master that day, and literally toyed with Baldur, the true martial palace master. That incident would become a huge hope for the collaterals and people from outside who were defying the direct line. It will be annoying for a while. No, this is even better. A cold light appeared in Karun's eyes for an instant. They will never try defying us ever again if I completely destroy the hope that has appeared after such a long time. His face turned sour as he watched Burin throw Rayon into the air. Maybe I need to call that insect back. Knock, knock. A clear knocking sound could be heard as Darius Robert was looking out of his office window, where sunlight was flooding in. Enter. A butler whose silver-gray hair was hiding one of his eyes opened the door and entered before bowing at him. My lord, we have received the results of the investigation you ordered last time. Darius slowly turned his head. He slowly nodded, his expression not changing in the slightest. Is it the investigation on Rayon Sieghart? Yes, the butler nodded, gathering his hands in front of him. The black market reported that the rumor about Rayon Sieghart defeating the seventh apostle is 90% true. If the black market said it was 90%, then it means it is pretty much certain. Auctioning rare items and gambling weren't the main sources of income of the black market. It had the best intelligence capabilities, and that was their real source of money. And if they said it was 90 true, then it was pretty much certain. Yes, it's unbelievable, but it seems to be the truth. They said that the story about the young sword demon who jumped down from Habon Castle's walls to stop the monster wave was also true. What about his age? He is indeed 17 years old. A 17-year-old expert defeated a master. Darius exclaimed at the unbelievable information. Becoming an expert at 17 years of age was common, but a 17-year-old expert defeating a master was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the continent. Even his youngest son, who became one of the 12 stars of the continent after being called an unprecedented genius, was nothing compared to him when he was 17 years old. He wanted to meet Rayon to see what kind of person he was. Is there any other information? It looked like the black market was also having difficulties because Sieghart usually doesn't disclose their information. All of the remaining information was mostly trivial. The butler lowered his head to apologize. What about the shadows I sent to the north? They are barely getting any information either, as they haven't managed to settle down yet. I think it would be better to recover those that were recently dispatched. No, Darius shook his head with a frown. Dispatch more of them. Pardon, make sure to investigate the matter thoroughly. Everything, including whose son he is, who taught him, what kind of swordsmanship he learned, and who is close to him. His talent is certainly outrageous, but do we really need to go that far? He shouldn't even be a master yet. It's even more frightening because he's not a master. Darius's face was frozen. A young boy who hasn't even become a master managed to defeat a master. If he ended up becoming a master, or even reached a higher level, what do you think will happen? He might end up rewriting the entire history of the continent, and even reach my position eventually. He pointed at the position of House Robert's head of house, which he was currently occupying. That is how fearsome he is, because his talent is on a different level. You understood. We are bound to clash against Sieghart one day. Follow the plan and renew all the information about Sieghart, including information on the boy named Rayon. Yes, the butler answered firmly, as if he were trying to make up for his mistake. How did it go with House Yanan? Darius nodded in satisfaction at the butler's response before sitting at the window. We've injected it into the youngest daughter of the head of house. Since the doctors, healers, and even the priests couldn't do anything for her, he shall start requesting aid everywhere now. Make sure to not respond immediately. We need to slowly extend a helping hand while pretending that it is a coincidence. That way we can earn as much as possible from his stubborn bloodline. Of course, the butler bowed before leaving the office. Soon. It's really happening soon. Darius narrowed his eyes, looking out the window. I shall remove every obstacle beforehand. Rayon went to the medical detachment to take care of his internal injury, then returned to the annex building. His insides were still hurt, but he was in a much better condition than when he fought against the seventh apostle. You shouldn't move for the next 2 days, okay? Sylvia laid him in bed to make him rest and grabbed his shoulders. I'm going to tie you up if you move around again. Rayon could see the determination in her eyes, probably because he coughed up a lot of blood. You shouldn't even think about leaving the bed, since the maids are also going to take turns guarding the room 24 hours a day. Even Helen narrowed her eyes at him, although he thought she'd be on his side. Ha, I got it. Rayon sighed heavily and nodded. I'll rest quietly until I recover. I'll be watching. I believe in you. The two left only after Rayon gave them his answer. This isn't too bad either. Because no one told him anything like that in his previous life, and he knew that they were worried about him, he didn't really dislike their nagging. That's not how you should be. Wrath popped up on the bracelet with a frown on his face. Demons don't need anything like a family's love, power. Having all your desires focused on getting stronger is how a demon should be. Isn't that your desire, not a demon's? I'm sure that not every demon lives like you do. Of course, the King of Essence is special. No one is as focused on getting stronger as the King of Essence. That's why I'm revered as the monarch of wrath and as the strongest among the demon kings. It should be gluttony, not wrath. You are wrong. Stop taking me for that weak rabbit. He screamed, shaking his head violently. Anyway, you are still far too weak right now, but I took a liking to your personality, your insatiable hunger for power, and your fighting spirit. Wrath lowered the corners of his lips slightly and nodded. The King of Essence will take good care of you if you become a demon. Can a human being even become a demon? Of course. Many humans have become demons in the past. How do I do that? You first offer your body to the King of Essence. I refuse. Rayon waved his hand, then closed his eyes. He wanted to see what he was going to tell him, but it was pointless. It's true. You will obtain an incomparable power if the King of Essence descends upon you and increases the level of your body and soul. Okay, I'm not buying it. He shook his hand as if he were chasing away a door-to-door salesperson. He thought Wrath had given up because he hadn't spoken about it for a while, but that was apparently not the case. He was still targeting his body. Tusk, it didn't work. Wrath clicked his tongue in regret. Obviously. Do you think I'm an idiot? However, I wasn't lying about taking a liking to you. If you want, I'll tell you how a human being can become a demon. First of all, wait. As he was about to tell Rayon how to become a demon, messages appeared in front of his eyes. They were the messages from receiving the achievement of defeating a master while being an expert himself, the rank of the perception of the snow flower, and all stats had increased at the same time. Wow. While Rayon was admiring and reading the message, a second set of messages appeared. Looking at the points that had increased once again, Rayon clenched his fist while inhaling deeply. The change in his body created a burning pain before soaking his entire body in a refreshing vitality, as if he were bathing in cold water. The pain from his internal injury had also completely disappeared, 13 points in one go. Rayon smiled, grasping his throbbing heart. He could feel his increased power because he had gained so many stats at once. It looked like he would need to focus on training for a while to get used to the stats, and I even got another rank in the perception of the snow flower. Perception of the snow flower was a trait that increased the range and sensitivity of his aura perception. He liked it even more because it had a great synergy with him, as he was an assassin in his past life. Damn it. Wrath was crushed by the rising messages, his eyes trembling. Do you really believe you deserve to gain so much from an inferior achievement like that? Spit it out if you have a conscience. I don't have one. Rayon resolutely shook his head. You told me I was like a demon. Did you ever see a demon spitting out what they already ate? Aren't you even going to ask how to spit it out? That would be an unnecessary question. He had no intention of spitting out a reward like that, not even if his stomach burst. You are really more demonic than a demon. Is that a compliment? Rayon smiled at Wrath, who was trembling in anger. By the way, what did you say earlier? How do I become a demon? I'm never going to tell you. Wrath violently shook his head. The whole of Devildom will be sucked dry if you become a demon. 1 week later, Rayon had completely recovered from his internal injury and went out to the annex building's open area. Naturally, he felt excited as he felt the wind for the first time in a long time. After a light warm-up, he drew Heavenly Drive. Holding the sword's grip made him feel alive. It looked like he'd become a real swordsman. Whoosh, he used the Supreme Harmony 6th step along with the Star Connecting Sword. The aura appearing on the white-silver blade flew away like an aloof river to engulf the entire open area. The principle of softness that was already incorporated in the Star Connecting Sword was maximized by the Supreme Harmony 6th step. The way even the dappled sunlight was deflected by his sword was such a mysterious sight. Screech, he then used the Supreme Harmony's 5th step while striking with the Fangs of Insanity. The untamed beast's fangs became even sharper, shredding the atmosphere. I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Just like he felt during the fight against Garen, the Supreme Harmony steps were capable of enhancing a swordsmanship's characteristics and power. Using the 6th step at the same time as a soft technique enabled a robust defense that could deflect astral energy, and using the 5th step along with a powerful technique created a ferocious blade that could even pierce through a layer of astral energy. Attack, defense, evasion, and counterattack. It was an extraordinary footwork that could be used in many ways. It's giving me internal injuries, though. It could strengthen one's swordsmanship, but the recoil was also significant. The internal injury he received during the last fight was partly because of the Supreme Harmony steps. I suppose nothing is perfect in the world. There were bound to be demerits if there were merits, since the Supreme Harmony steps were made by Glenn when he was at a higher level than him. It was overexerting his body in his current state. He would have still been lying in bed like a dead man if the stats weren't strengthening his body. Let's try it. Rayon gathered all of his aura and poured it into Heavenly Drive. Kring, with a majestic sword resonance, a red light appeared on the blade. The aura blades that were as thin as thread tangled with each other to become aura thread, and the aura threads gathered like flower petals to form a gorgeous line. Burst, an extensive light similar to a comet appeared on the blade of Heavenly Drive. The gathering of vivid aura was astral energy. Screech, however, the astral energy didn't last long and withered like candlelight in front of the wind. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue and lowered Heavenly Drive. I knew it wouldn't work. The master wall that was right in front of his eyes certainly collapsed after he refined the martial arts he'd learned so far during the spar against Garen. However, he didn't manage to become a master. He was in a strange situation where he couldn't surpass the collapsed wall. I don't understand. He didn't seem to be an expert nor a master. He had killed masters in his previous life, but since he had never become a master himself, he couldn't understand what state he was in. Wrath. What's up? What is my current level? I don't think I'm an expert nor a master. Why are you asking the King of Essence? I've recently been eating anything you want to eat. Can't you answer that at least? While he was resting in the annex building, he ate every food and snack that Wrath wanted to eat, and Wrath was praising every single dish to the point that he forgot his stats had been taken away. Wrath licked his lips, feeling guilty. You are at the border. Border, the thing you humans call the master wall. You are currently standing on the collapsed wall. I knew it. Just as he expected, he wasn't currently a master nor an expert. How can I advance one step forward from here? You need a trigger. Trigger. Yes, a trigger that will make you extend your foot. And how can I find that trigger? I don't know. What? The King of Essence couldn't even feel a trivial wall like that. I leapt over 2 or 3 levels at once at the beginning. Since I've never worried about anything like that, I obviously don't know. How condescending, the Demon King was completely useless in that aspect. I should try a bit more. He tried creating astral energy a few more times, but the aura kept melting down, unable to maintain its form just like before. I guess I can't do it right now. Rayon licked his lips in regret. I shouldn't try too hard then. In fact, he was already growing at a rate that couldn't be called human. If he just kept doing his best at training like he had so far, he should be able to advance before he knew it. I'll continue just as I always have him. As he fixed his grip and was about to practice his swordsmanship, the perception of the snow flower, which had leveled up recently, managed to detect someone's presence. It was from above the tree behind him. Please come out. Since it was a familiar presence, he bobbed his hand towards the person at the top of the tree. I know you are there. Damn it. A purple-haired woman jumped down, grumbling. The person with narrow eyes and a small body was the Heavenly Blade leader, Cheryl. She had a noticeable sword on her back. How did you notice me? You lost your breath for an instant. Of course I would. I witnessed something ridiculous. Cheryl walked up to Rayon with a frown, standing in front of him. Her eyes were trembling slightly in bewilderment. Do you have anything to tell me? He thought he wouldn't need to see her ever again, but he ended up encountering her already. How's your body? I've almost recovered. That should be fine then. Cheryl examined Rayon's body from the top to bottom, as if she were trying to confirm his condition, before extending her hand. Take care of a matter with me. Rayon stared into Cheryl's eyes. When you say matter, do you mean a mission? Yes. Cheryl nodded as if it were obvious. Isn't the Heavenly Blade enough for it? The Heavenly Blade exists to defend the house and the head of house. Its role is different from the other armed organizations. He did hear from Judiel that the Heavenly Blade swordsmen protected every important base of the house. In fact, the swordsmen protecting the annex building were also from the Heavenly Blade. Moreover, 30% of the division is currently away because of recent missions. I don't have many people I can use right now. Cheryl's eyes calmed as she said she didn't have many swordsmen she could use. Despite what she said, she didn't look like she needed him that much. Rayon felt like she wouldn't really care even if he declined the offer. Rayon licked his lips. This could be an opportunity. Since the Heavenly Blade leader was a powerhouse at Grandmaster level, observing her would allow him to learn many things. But it might be dangerous, too. A mission where the Heavenly Blade leader had to move personally was bound to be an extraordinary matter. He might end up dying or lose all of the reputation that he'd gained if he failed. But I will gain even more if I succeed. He should be able to earn the Heavenly Blade leader's trust, as well as plenty of rewards from properly completing the mission. There was a clear advantage and disadvantage in taking the mission. May I ask what kind of mission it is? Of course, I shall tell you. Cheryl raised her index finger. This is an escort mission. Escort, then, is it about escorting the head of house? No, you are going to escort another important guest during this mission. Why is the Heavenly Blade in charge of that? Just as Cheryl had said a moment ago, the Heavenly Blade's role was to protect the house and the head of house, so it was strange for her to have a mission like that. That is because a debt has been called on. Debt. It's a debt the head of house left when he used to be a successor. Since he left it under the name Glenn Sieghart, the Heavenly Blade has to take care of it. She strained her eyes, telling him it was her duty. Can you explain a bit further? The daughter of a prestigious family is suffering from a mysterious disease. The priests, healers, and doctors have all given up on her. Our mission is to bring her to Retran, where the Ragged Saint is located. Ragged Saint. You are also acquainted with him, I believe. Yes, Rayon nodded. The Ragged Saint Frederick was the one who visited him every year, from when he was a baby to when he was 5 years old, to check his condition and give him an elixir with fire attribute. That means the reason why you chose me was. It was partly because your last spar was impressive, but mostly it was because you are acquainted with the Ragged Saint. I see. He finally understood why Cheryl visited him despite being pretty much unrelated to him. She only chose him because of the small connection he had with the Ragged Saint. It looks like you also understood why we have to bring her to him. Yes, it's because the saint doesn't choose his patients. The Ragged Saint Frederick wouldn't care even if a king called on him and wouldn't refuse a patient even if they were a slave. He healed everyone, regardless of whether they were an enemy or not, and the most important person to him was the patient in front of him. Even for a prestigious family, it was pretty much impossible to call for Frederick. I still need to thank him. The way he visited him every year to check on his condition and give him an elixir was really exceptional. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Rayon owed him his life. That doesn't sound bad. The mission itself didn't sound dangerous, and the reward should be sufficient, as they involved the daughter of a prestigious family. And I want to see him, since it's been a long time. Actually, he was more interested in meeting with the ragged saint to express his gratitude than the mission itself. He also became curious about what the saint would tell him, since he almost finished overcoming the curse of frost. I'll do it. We will depart at daybreak in 2 days. You should bring 6 people with you, including the team leaders of the Light Wind. Are 6 people enough? Since we're also going to have the guards from that house, we don't need that many people. Having too many people will slow down the journey and complicate matters. We only need 6 of you. Understood. Cheryl nodded, expressing neither positive nor negative emotions. Can I ask you one thing? She was about to leave, but she turned back to stand in front of Rayon. Please, go ahead. You were practicing making astral energy just now, right? Yes. Since he knew that Cheryl had been watching all along, he nodded honestly. Why did you give up and go back to basic training? You should be aware that you are right on the cusp of becoming a master, right? Of course I do. However, I figured I don't need to be too focused on astral energy. Why you don't need to be focused? I realized after trying a few times that I can't achieve astral energy at this rate, even if I practice for 10 years. Rayon stared at Heavenly Drive. What had appeared on the blade was nothing but concentrated aura, which couldn't be called martial arts. Something like that was bound to be meaningless, even if he practiced it for years. I figured I would naturally reach the area beyond as long as I slowly train my martial arts, just as I've always done. Seriously, you are. The Heavenly Blade leader frowned, gripping her left wrist tightly with her right hand. Sorry, no, nothing. She quickly hid her surprise and turned around. Since we are departing in the morning 2 days from now, make sure to be on time. May I ask a question as well? What is it? Which house is our escort target from? Yan'an. Yan'an. Yan'an wasn't famous for their might, but they were a house that specialized in crafting, competing with Balkar in artifact crafting. Our mission is to escort the youngest daughter of that family to Retran, where a war is currently ongoing. The Heavenly Blade leader turned around and smiled slightly. Since the mission isn't really going to be difficult, you should rest assured. The Heavenly Blade leader went straight to the audience chamber and stood in front of Glenn. Rayon accepted the mission. Did he accept immediately? Glenn tilted his head while smoothing his hand over his chin. He accepted after confirming the contents of the mission and giving it enough thought. How was the condition of his body? He's completely healed. His internal aura and body were both stable. I see. Glenn slightly nodded, satisfied with that answer. You should already be aware, but this mission isn't going to be smooth. Make them work hard for it. Of course, Cheryl nodded, her hand on her chest. Since I need to make my preparations as well, I'll take my leave. Wait. As she was about to turn back, Glenn raised his hand. What happened? You don't look well. Cheryl let out a small sigh and looked at Glenn. Rayon, that boy isn't normal. What do you mean? Glenn raised his voice for once and suddenly stood up from his chair. When I went to visit him. Cheryl told him about Rayon deciding to give up on practicing Astral Blade, instead returning to basic training. My common sense can't understand that. Astral energy was the dream and objective of all warriors, and the ones that were about to become masters were bound to chase after that brilliant light all day long. It's often referred to as being bewitched by astral energy. They normally train to achieve astral energy every day without listening to other people's advice, and only realized that it wasn't the correct path much later. Even she had wasted almost a whole year on that stupidity, but Rayon gave up on forming astral energy after a few tries, returning to basic training. I had goosebumps. Rayon's eyes were as calm as the lake in the middle of the night. She had unconsciously grabbed her wrist because she had goosebumps from his decision to return to the basics and forget about astral energy. A warrior who was about to become a master should be extremely desperate to achieve astral energy. It was her first time witnessing someone giving up on it so easily. I can only describe him as a monster. Just as Glenn had said, she had a feeling that Rayon would surpass the Grandmaster wall before he reached 40. Was that what you meant? Glenn awkwardly cleared his throat and leaned back against the throne. I keep telling you that he's special. There's a limit to how special he can be. That's too excessive. I'm more amazed by his mind rather than his talent in martial arts. Cheryl sighed deeply. Rayon's first impression was average, but she got more surprised the more she saw him. It was her first time seeing a boy like him, despite having seen countless swordsmen in the past. It's regrettable, but Rayon should be a master by the time we return, even if I don't do anything. He will achieve it with his own power. You don't need to do anything. Just show him the martial arts you've accumulated in various ways. If the Light Wind children don't realize it, that's their problem. Glenn emphasized that she was to help the Light Wind rather than Rayon. Understood. Cheryl nodded and stepped back. I'm leaving then. She left the Lord's Manor right after. A strange sound could be heard inside the Lord's manor, where Glenn was the only one left. It was as if he was trying to hold back his laughter. Rayan went to the fifth training ground, where every Light Wind member was gathered. Since their individual training time was over, they were already gathered in the training ground. Are you okay now? Runan came running at him before anyone else. Her expression was blank, but her voice was filled with worry. I'm completely healed. Rayan gave her a small smile, and Runan nodded with an unnoticeable smile. It was great. Runan paid him a visit with bead ice cream while he was bedridden, and Wrath enjoyed it more than him because they were all mint chocolate flavored. You've returned rather quickly. Dorian came up to him while eating snacks. It looked like he ate a lot while resting since his cheeks had become plump. You've gained weight. It looks like you're taking it easy. Easy. Not at all. He freaked out and shook his head. He said he took it easy. No way is he about to start it again. That can't be it. The spars are already over. There's no way it can't be. The Light Wind members stepped away from him while trying to read his intentions, as they couldn't forget their hellish 3 months. Have you already recovered? Are you an Iron Man or something? What a stupidly healthy body. Burren and Martha's manner of speech was brusque, as if they were not welcoming him, but they had a small smile on their faces. Slam. As he was about to call those 3 over to tell them about the mission, the training grounds door burst open, and Rimmer entered wearing a golden coat. All kinds of jewels were dazzling on his fingers, wrist, and neck. Rayan exclaimed. He'd never seen anyone who looked more like an upstart than him. Squad leader, why are you? Burren's jaw dropped. I had nowhere to spend my money because I had too much. That's why I started by buying some jewels. He violently shook his hands and fingers to show them off. How annoying. Trample upon him and burn them all up. Wrath also growled in displeasure at him. Rimmer was truly a peculiar person. While he was pitiful when he didn't have any money, he looked irritating now that he had become rich. Are you training again? Just take it easy. We are just trying to make a living here. Rimmer grinned, looking at the swordsmen one after the other. His voice was softer than usual, probably because his mind had become more laid back, though that wasn't something a squad leader should be saying. Oh, Rayan, my lucky charm is here. Have you completely recovered? Yes. Nice. I've been praying for your fast recovery, but it looks like you've been so busy that you wouldn't have any time for prayers. He pointed at Rimmer's clothes and jewels with a cold smile. I've been busy and I prayed each time I spent money. I prayed for Rayan's long life, since he allowed me to earn all the money. Long life. Rayan fell speechless. He apparently went as far as praying for his long life instead of his fast recovery. I have something to tell you. I'm listening. I'll grant you any wish. Rimmer immediately nodded. It looked like he would do anything for Heimsksept for giving away his money, a moment ago. Rayan told him about the Heavenly Blade leader visiting him and asked him whether he could go on a mission with the team leaders and 2 additional members. The Heavenly Blade division leader. Of course, you should go. Rimmer clapped his hands. She knows all of the different characteristics of swordsmanship. I'm sure you will learn a lot from her if you follow her. He said it was a great opportunity for him, and he definitely should go. To begin with, I mentioned we will be reinforcing others a lot when I first made the squad. You should go. A mission with the Heavenly Blade leader. This is a great opportunity. Burren shouted with joy once Rimmer gave his permission. The Heavenly Blade division leader, HMPH. I heard she's the strongest swordswoman in the house, but let's see if she really deserves that title. Runan looked like she didn't really care as she tilted her head. The other hand, Martha couldn't hide her trembling fingers, despite snorting on the outside. You have 4 people, including you. Who are the 2 other people you are going to bring? Rimmer asked, pointing at the remaining Light Wind members. For now, I'll take my pouch. Pouch? I mean Dorian. I think he needs to lose some weight. Rayan smiled faintly while looking at Dorian. The poucher rather. Dorian freaked out and dropped his snack. His plump cheeks were trembling. Then what about the last person? Rayan looked around at the rest of the Light Wind members. Most of them were rolling their eyes, pretending they couldn't hear them. It seemed they didn't really want to go. Crane, come forward. He bobbed his hand at the long-haired swordsman who was hiding at the very back. Me, why me? Crane's eyes widened so much they looked like they would explode. I saw during the spar that you had many complaints about me. Rayan tapped his scabbard with a smile. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk during the mission. Crane fell back, remembering that he had called Rayan a demon and a crazy bastard at the arena. I'm so dead. He closed his eyes while drooling from his mouth, as if he had already been beaten up. Since it should take some time, please take care of the squad members in the meantime. Rayan told the other 5 members going on the mission the schedule, then bowed at Rimmer. Shouldn't I be saying that to you since I'm the squad leader? Do you even have the intention of doing the job of a squad leader? Nope. He proudly shook his head. That's why I said that. You should stop gambling too, since you've earned a lot now. I won't. Don't worry, Rimmer shook his 2 hands, gesturing that he took his hands away from gambling. Try learning a lot from Cheryl. It's not just her swordsmanship, but also her postures, footsteps, breathing techniques that are all worth learning, so steal everything from her. It had been a long time since the last time his voice was so serious. Okay, I'll tell you the magic word that you can use if there's ever a problem. A magic word, yes. Rimmer continued with a grin. Telsh. 2 days later. Daybreak. Rayan was holding Heavenly Drive with two hands in the annex building's open area. It was the middle posture, which was the most basic posture. Holding the hilt in front of his energy center, he pointed his blade forward and spread his pressure without any movement. Rayan's energy wave flew as slowly as a cloud floating in the sky, engulfing the open area at an extremely slow pace. When approximately 10 minutes had passed, Rayan's pressure had filled the entire open area, and the entire space vibrated with his breath. The space was in Rayan's hand. Ha! Rayan scattered his pressure, which was dominating the open area in an instant. He caught his breath. You are so damn slow. I almost died from boredom. Wrath clicked his tongue at his pathetic performance. That's because this is a heavy technique. Are you trying to swallow the space with the heaviness? Yes, during the last fight against Garen. Who is Garen? You know, the man who fought against me recently. Ah, that insect. Considering Wrath couldn't even remember him despite it being a recent incident, Garen must have been mere riffraff to Wrath, even though he was still a master. Anyway, he used a quick sword that could block the space, and I figured heaviness would be better than speed to dominate the space. Garen's sword was certainly powerful and fast, but it had many flaws when it came to dominating the space. Rayan felt like it would be better to make sure to engulf the entire space by sacrificing speed instead of forcibly increasing the speed. That's true, but I wonder when you will ever reach your enemy at your snail's pace. I should reach it one day, as long as I keep working hard. Rayan opened the status window for the last time before leaving. Looking at the stats in the trait ranks, which had grown a lot since the last time he had looked at them, was enough to make him smile. I'll be there soon. He clenched his fist, resolving to change the title into something related to Master and achieve harmony between Heavy Sword and Space Sword by the time he returned to the house. I'm curious. He was already filled with anticipation about how his swordsmanship would change once he became a master with those inhuman stats. I should get going. As Rayan was about to leave the open area after picking up the backpack he had left on the side, Judil approached him. I didn't manage to investigate much because I didn't have much time. She spoke as she handed over a thin booklet. What is this? It was information about the youngest daughter of the Yan'an family in the Retran province, where the Ragged Saint was located. Ah, Rayan opened the booklet. The name of the youngest daughter of the Yan'an family was written in the most recognizable size. Insia Yan'an, a genius artifact crafter. It was written under her name that she was an excellent crafter, even among the members of House Yan'an. She's supposedly unmatched when it comes to accessory-type artifact crafting, despite being only in her mid-20s. Considering the fact the Central Martial Palace isn't aware of her case, her illness seems to be top secret. Exactly, Rayan thought. Since the mission came to Shirl directly from Glenn, he could guess there would be an extremely small number of people who knew about her illness. Since her name is rather famous in the central area, many people will target her once she leaves House Yan'an. I agree. Despite what Shirl said, escorting someone as talented as her couldn't possibly be a comfortable journey. That's even better. Something like a comfortable journey was nothing but a waste of time. He was ready to even walk down to hell if it meant he could advance faster and reach a higher place. After all, it was obvious that he would get stronger from hardships and difficulties. It will be interesting. Crimson flames shone in Rayan's eyes. Rayan memorized everything written in Judil's booklet before heading to the main entrance of Zeekhart. Although it wasn't time for them to depart yet, Shirl, 5 members of the Heavenly Blade, and the 5 members of Light Wind were already gathered. The Heavenly Blade division, they were clearly different. Their pressure was as sharp as an excellent blade. Even though the Light Wind had grown during the most recent incident, they still looked like kids compared to them. Oh, who is this? Isn't he the Vice Squad leader Rayan? The middle-aged man standing next to Shirl waved his hand at him. Despite his gentle appearance, his healthy body looked extremely strong. Is he the fellow who is supposed to accompany us? Yes, I'm honored to go on a mission with the swordsman who rewrote history. He giggled as he walked up to him and extended his hand. Your duel was breathtaking. I'm the Vice Division leader of Heavenly Blade, Ekin. He was mentioned in Judil's list of personnels. He was one of the 2 Vice Division leaders of Heavenly Blade, and he was a power-oriented swordsman who used powerful swordsmanship and heavy swordsmanships to destroy his opponents. I'm Rayan from the Light Wind Squad. Nice to meet you. Rayan bowed while holding Ekin's hand. It's a mission, but let's have fun together. I'll be looking forward to it. He didn't say what exactly he was looking forward to. He simply tapped Rayan's shoulder before returning to Shirl's side. Why did you arrive so late? Everyone has been here for a while now. Burin and Martha frowned, scolding him for not coming earlier. I arrived earlier than the appointed time. Rayan pointed at the sky where the sun hadn't risen yet. You should come earlier. The Heavenly Blade members were waiting for you. I don't really care about them, but it's better to come earlier. Judging from their slightly red eyes, they must have had difficulties falling asleep in their anticipation. Yawn. Run-on's eyes were also yawning. As for her, it wasn't because of anticipation. It was because she was simply not a morning person. See, can we really return alive? Dorian's chin was trembling as he fiddled with his belly pocket. He was apparently worried. Oh, of course we will. The heavenly blade is with us. Crane bit his lip, his face even paler than Dorian's. Don't worry. I'll make you return alive at all costs. Rayon smiled, meeting the eyes of the 5 Light Wind members. Since they were his companions who he had spent a long time with, he resolved himself to protect them no matter what. I don't need it, I'll take care of myself. Run-on gave a big nod, while Buran awkwardly scratched his head and Martha suddenly turned her head away. Doesn't that at all costs sound scary to you? I know, right? Oh, what is he going to do this time? Crane and Dorian's gazes were filled with suspicion. They seemed to still hold a grudge against him for beating them up for 3 months straight. Gather up if you finished greeting each other. Cheryl lightly tapped her coat and turned around, her eyes fiercely sparkling. We will leave right now. We won't rest until evening. The Heavenly Blade's Vice Division Leader, Ekin, came up to Cheryl, who was riding a horse. Division Leader, can't we just get along with them? I took a liking to that fellow. He took a glance at Rayon, who was following them from behind, and grinned. You like him? Yes. I was kinda deeply impressed when I saw his spar against Garen. Ekin clenched his fist and continued. You can't call yourself a warrior if your blood doesn't boil after witnessing him charging at an astral blade while only using an aura blade himself. I would even bring him to our division to make him stronger if I could. Make him stronger. Cheryl shook her head. He isn't the type of guy that someone else can make stronger. She acknowledged Ekin's abilities, but he wouldn't be able to handle Rayon. Rayon's talent and qualities wouldn't allow him to stay under someone else. He was like the aloof star of the northern sea that shines alone. How about just bringing him to our division? Shut up and do what I told you. But I don't like harassing people like a loser. What are you saying? You used to be a disciplinarian before becoming a vice division leader. Ekin was currently smiling like a gentle man, but he was originally the disciplinarian of the Heavenly Blade. He was very skilled at harassing others by nitpicking at them, and if he ends up challenging you because he couldn't bear it anymore, then make sure to work him over. That's not a problem, but did he do something wrong? No. Then why? Ekin tilted his head in bewilderment. Rayon often tries to solve problems with violence. He's certainly strong for his age, but the world doesn't care about age. We need to teach him that another sky exists above the sky. Ah, so it wasn't because you dislike him, but because you were worried about him, that he might end up dying in vain in the outside world. He grinned after looking back at Rayon once again. I can accept that. I'll wholeheartedly harass him, since I'm also curious how he will react. When the sun began to set, Cheryl stopped at a small open area. We will stop for today. She got off her horse and disappeared after telling them she had something to do. We will check the surrounding area, so we'll leave the camp preparations to you. Ekin winked before entering the forest with the Heavenly Blade. Understood. Rayon nodded, getting down from his horse. He put down his backpack and looked at the Light Wind members. We will start the preparations. Buran and Dorian put up the tents. Run-on and Crane gather firewood. What about me? Martha walked up to him while pointing at herself with her finger. You will cook with me. Cook? Why would I? Since you're the only person here that can make human food. It was what he had learned during his trainee days, and Martha was the only person who was somewhat capable of cooking in Light Wind. You know how the food will turn out if we leave it to them. Rayon pointed at Run-on and Buran, and Martha could only frown. All right. She nodded, then found a place at the center of the camping ground to dig into the ground in order to start a fire. Dorian, take out a pot, tableware, and the ingredients. Yes, Dorian immediately responded, taking out all kinds of tools, ingredients, and even the tableware from his belly pocket. Rayon brought the tools and tableware and placed them next to Martha. HMPH. Wrath secretly came up, licking his lips while watching Martha prepare the ingredients. The beef girl is pretty good at cooking compared to the others. You are well aware. It's because I lost my appetite from eating their food. Although Wrath only cared about the quantity, it was still difficult for him to bear with the Light Wind's cooking. What's up? There's a big problem, big problem. Rayon narrowed his eyes upon hearing Wrath's serious voice. When he grabbed the hilt of his sword and was about to spread his aura perception, Wrath continued. That beef is of poor quality. It doesn't have any marbling at all. Is that the big problem? He thought someone was attacking them or there was a huge incident, but Wrath casually mentioned the meat's marbling. He was filled with the urge to smack Wrath's head. Marbling is as important as life for beef. How could it not be the most important problem? Mr. Self-proclaimed Demon King, we aren't at a high-class restaurant right now. It can't be helped. The King of Essence will put up with it this time, and I'm not self-proclaimed. Wrath started blabbering about something stupid along the lines of not accepting meat like that next time. Phew, Rayon sighed. When he was about to start the fire, Wrath poked his head out again. What's up again? Are you planning on leaving them alone? He pointed at the forest where the heavenly blade entered a while ago. That's my plan for now. Rayon looked at the direction Wrath pointed and slightly raised his chin. I'll just watch for now, and if I feel like it's no good. Rayon slightly raised the corners of his lips. I'll ram them. Ekin and the Heavenly Blade only returned to the camp after the meal and tents were ready, as if they conspired together. Have you already finished? Ekin whistled while looking at the tents that were neatly set up. I was going to help you, but that was really fast. It looks like you are rather experienced in outdoor missions. Ah, but this tent looks a bit nasty. There are some wrinkles and this part is folded. It would have been better if you dug the hole a bit lower. This one's also slightly insufficient. The Heavenly Blade swordsman started to nitpick while examining the tents as soon as they returned. From tomorrow onward, you should make sure to fix what we pointed out. He's right. We are saying this for your sake, you know. It's better to use this opportunity to properly learn so you can use it again later. They kept nitpicking useless things while pretending they were doing them some huge favor. Understood. Yes. Burren and Crane visibly nodded, believing that they were really giving them advice. Division leader, please eat first. Ekin brought the beef stew and bread to Cheryl before starting to eat. She was chewing well and eating extremely slowly like a kid. It's not a bad taste despite the sloppy ingredients. Just like the saying, hunger is the best sauce. Wrath smiled slightly, satisfied with the beef stew. The food is also bad. It's salty. I know, right? There's too much seasoning. Did you pour the salt into it? The Heavenly Blade swordsmen were talking once again. They kept complaining and clicking their tongues, despite the stew being pretty good. Fuck. We will prepare decent food next time. Rayon covered Martha's mouth when she immediately started swearing, then looked at Ekin. Please do, since we are quite sensitive to the taste. He smiled gently, then started eating the stew again. Despite having said that the taste was strange, the Heavenly Blade swordsmen ate everything in their dishes. Although the taste wasn't too great, please use less seasoning tomorrow. They kept leaving hateful comments while bringing the empty dishes to the light wind. Arg, you. Stop! Rayon tightly grabbed Martha's wrist as she started to go crazy. There's a clean valley over there. You can wash the dishes over there. As for us, we need some rest since we went pretty far away just now. Ekin didn't even pretend to help them. He just took out cards from his chest and started playing poker with the other swordsmen. He was telling them that he wasn't going to help them with the cleanup either. Let's go. Rayon watched them for a bit before heading to where the valley was supposed to be located with the Light Wind members. It was further than he thought, and the direction was also different from where they had pointed. Are you going to do nothing about them when they are trying to screw us over? Martha frowned, soaking the dishes in the valley's water. Martha, be careful of what you say. A Heavenly Blade swordsman is as strong as an average division team leader. Burren sat next to her and shook his head. Team leader or whatever, are you telling me to put up with them when they are trying to make me angry? Since they went around to scout while we were in charge of cooking and setting up the tents, it's not exactly unfair for us. Scout, I bet they didn't even scout. There's nothing to scout here. The Heavenly Blade aren't losers like that. Martha seemed to be already disappointed, and Burren seemed to still trust the Heavenly Blade. Fight after washing. Run-on urged them to wash while yawning. She apparently wanted to go to sleep already. She's right, wash the dishes first. Rayon intruded between them and wiped the grease off the dish. Tusk. Burren and Martha violently turned their heads away, then started wiping their dishes. When Rayon returned from washing the dishes with the Light Wind members, Ekin and the Heavenly Blade swordsmen were still playing poker. Cheryl was nowhere to be seen since she had already gone inside a tent. Good job, Ekin smiled while waving the hand holding his cards. Let's sleep now since we are leaving at daybreak tomorrow once again. He stood up while putting the cards in his inner pocket. You know the night watch is usually done by the newer people, right? I'll leave it to you for today. Ekin declared in a way that the Light Wind members couldn't argue with, then went inside his tent. We can sleep comfortably tonight. I can rest assured with the Light Wind Vice Squad leader keeping a night watch for us. The other Heavenly Blade swordsmen also hurriedly went inside their tents before anyone could call for them. I somehow feel like we are in charge of all menial labor. I know, right? Burren, Dorian, and Crane stared at the tents with a bad taste in their mouths. It's not just menial labor, they are treating us as servants. You idiots. Run-on was silently arranging the dishes and Martha ground her teeth. You should go to sleep. I'll take care of the night watch. Rayon sat in front of the bonfire and closed his eyes. Are you doing it alone, Vice Squad leader? Dorian moved next to him and asked. Yes, since I have something to think about. You should go to sleep. Rayon was planning to analyze the heavy sword while keeping a night watch. I don't want to. Burren and Martha shook their heads at the same time. We don't need a consideration like that. Let's keep a night watch for 2 hours with groups of 2. It's okay if you don't. I'm not okay. Martha frowned, then sat next to him. You should go to sleep since I'll wake you up in 2 hours. She frowned with her hands crossed. Make sure to wake us up. I'll sleep first then. Run-on, Burren, Dorian, and Crane went inside their tents after telling her to wake them up. Hey. Martha watched the burning bonfire before turning her head. You are aware that they are annoying us on purpose, right? Only idiots wouldn't notice. Are you planning to leave them alone? Weren't you happy at first because we were on a mission with the Heavenly Blade? Rayon chuckled. I didn't know they were such narrow-minded bastards. Martha blushed and shook her head. Ah, stop smiling, just tell me. Are you going to do anything about them? If you aren't, then I will. 3 days? Rayon raised 3 fingers. If they keep behaving the same way for 3 days, then I'll take care of them. Can you even take care of them? There's nothing we can do if they use their position or might to crush you. Don't worry. Rayon's red eyes turned serious. I have a method to thoroughly crush them. 3 days passed. Naturally, nothing changed. The Heavenly Blade were now requesting a bunch of stuff even during lunch and break times, and Buran, Dorian, and Crane had to work their asses off. And of course, the worst part was during the camp preparation. From the tent installation, dinner preparation, horse management, dishwashing, cleaning up, and even night watch, everything was the Light Wind's job. Honestly, the Heavenly Blade didn't do anything except for moving while carrying their bags. Moreover, it wasn't salty enough today. Aren't you underestimating the seasoning? It's even more sad because it's slightly off every day. Let's be a little bit more careful tomorrow, okay? Just a little bit. The Heavenly Blade swordsmen kept grating on their nerves by constantly complaining about food, cleaning, tents, everything. The most annoying part was that they were actually complaining after emptying all the dishes when they shouldn't be eating if they didn't like the food. Let's start again today. Who was first? They didn't even pretend to consider helping with the dish washing and immediately started playing poker. Those motherfuckers. They are blatantly provoking us. Martha was about to explode and a vein was bulging on Buran's forehead. You guys should go without me today. Rayon stood up, leaving the dirty dishes behind. What about the vice squad leader? Dorian tilted his head while picking up the dishes. I have something to do. My patience has reached its limit. A savage look appeared in Rayon's eyes as he watched Ekin distribute the cards. Vice squad leader. No, he's right. They are the Heavenly Blade. Dorian and Buran grabbed his arms and shook their heads. The Heavenly Blade leader won't overlook it if you beat them up. He's right. Please stop causing problems. You are making us suffer. Why are you already assuming that the Heavenly Blade will get beaten up? Martha commented, and Buran and Dorian flinched. They realized they just casually assumed that the Heavenly Blade would get beaten up instead of Rayon, because he always beats up everyone. And I've never seen him lose before. Buran and Dorian scratched their heads in the exact same way. You've got a lot of trust in me. Rayon chuckled, then tapped their shoulders. Your worries aren't going to come true, so just wait. He waved his hand to everyone, then went to Cheryl, who was sitting on a tree. It's a bit unexpected. The Heavenly Blade leader looked beneath her coldly. What do you mean? I thought the Heavenly Blade leader would do something when she saw the division members playing poker. I don't care what my members do in their free time. As long as they do their job, whether they play poker or play roulette is none of my business. Which means you won't mind if I do something about them. Indeed, the Heavenly Blade leader nodded. A blue light shone in her eyes as if she'd been waiting for him to say that. All right. Rayon nodded, then turned around. He managed to get her confirmation that she wouldn't do anything. It was now time to ram them. A faint smile appeared on the Heavenly Blade division leader's face as she watched Rayon's back. It's finally starting. She was expecting Rayon to visit Ekin and challenge him for a spar because he couldn't take it anymore. And he will lose. Ekin's prowess was incomparable to Garen. No matter how many miracles Rayon was capable of creating, there was no way he could reach him. He needs to experience defeat. She was the one who personally instructed the Heavenly Blade to annoy and make fun of the Light Wind. It was her plan to teach Rayon how scary the world was, since he tended to use violence to solve most of his problems, and create an opportunity for him to rise to master level. Vice Division Leader. She could see Rayon calling out to Ekin, standing in front of him. She was about to go down in order to be the referee for the spar that was about to happen when she heard something completely unexpected. Arm wrestle with me. Eek! Cheryl's surprised voice resounded throughout the darkness. Rayon smiled faintly when he heard Cheryl shout from behind him while watching Ekin's jaw drop in front of him. I won't let it happen as you planned. Ekin was definitely stronger than him at the moment. Cheryl must have been hoping that he would challenge Ekin to a fight just to be defeated, but there was no way he would choose a method that would make him lose since he was already perfectly aware of their thoughts. Did you just say arm wrestling? Yes, I'm asking you again. You said arm wrestling, not spar, right? Yes, let's set conditions upon victory for each side and have an arm wrestling match without any aura. I'm sorry, but I'm a master, and I use swordsmanship focused on power. I already know that. Physical strength increases drastically upon becoming a master. It's impossible for an expert to win against me even if I don't use aura. Ekin clenched his fist to flex his strength, and thick blood vessels became visible on his hand. Then I guess the Vice Division leader has an advantage. It's not just an advantage, it's obvious that I'll win, then let's do it. Rayon raised his hand, urging him to compete. Seriously? Ekin exclaimed while looking at Rayon's arm, which did look sturdy but couldn't be called thick by any means. You are more likely to win against me in a sword fight than arm wrestling, but I still want to bet on this one. Fine, since you're so eager to lose, there's no reason for me to refuse. He nodded. It looked like his pride was slightly hurt. Tell me your conditions. If I win, the Heavenly Blade shall take care of all the chores that we've been doing until the end of the mission. What if you lose? We will continue all the chores, and we will also carry all the bags that the Heavenly Blade have. The condition upon your defeat is a lot weaker than the other, but whatever. I'm going to win anyway. He easily accepted the conditions, believing that there was no way he would lose. Our Rayon, Vice Squad Leader. Burin and Crane came running at him with shouts of horror. Sir Ekin uses a heavy sword and a powerful sword. He's right. He doesn't lose to anyone when it comes to strength. They whispered at him in both ears and tried to advise him to cancel the match. I'll give you one last chance in consideration for your teammates. You should withdraw now. I'm not interested in withdrawing. Rayon resolutely shook his head, then extended his arm. I heard you were confident in your strength, but I guess I need to teach you how vast the world is. Ekin grabbed his hand with a grin on his face. A tremendous amount of strength could be felt in Rayon's hand as his boulder-like arm muscles buffed up. What's up? Do you regret it now? No, Rayon smiled, his eyes completely unwavering. You are the one who is about to feel regret. His strength was already at master level when he was at Habon Castle. He couldn't even tell how strong he was anymore. Was my strength stat 181? Rayon put strength into his hand with a cold smile. Ekin slowly gathered his strength with a grin on his face. He's so confident. It's gotta be because he's so young. He's just a child at this point. Rayon just waged everything on the outcome of a competition that even a 3-year-old child would say was obvious. Just like Cheryl said, Rayon was conceited. This method is a bit unexpected, but I'll teach him a proper lesson. He hadn't gotten Cheryl's permission yet, but it should be fine. After all, he just needed to break Rayon's spirits. Can I start? Ekin jerked his chin, strengthening his grip. Yes, of course. His grip was strong enough to make decent swordsmen scream, but Rayon's casual expression hadn't changed at all, so he's gotta be somewhat strong. I guess that's why he challenged me in arm wrestling. There were some swordsmen who were unexpectedly strong despite their skinny appearances. Ekin guessed that Rayon was one of them and must have possessed muscles optimized for battle. It's useless, though. Ekin smiled, then gestured at a Heavenly Blade swordsman next to him with his eyes. Are you both ready? The Heavenly Blade swordsman asked while shaking Rayon and Ekin's hands, which were clasped. I am. Yes, let's begin. As soon as it started, Ekin strengthened his arm fully. He was planning to just overwhelm him with power without even trying to push Rayon's arm onto the table. Rumble. The clash of power in their hands was making the boulder supporting their arms tremble violently. What's happening? Although he was using a significant amount of strength, Rayon's expression didn't change in the slightest. His hand was also holding on without getting crushed. This is a bit strange. He was already using over 70 of his full power. A pretty powerful swordsman should have already freaked out and shook off his grip, yet Rayon's face looked so relaxed that he almost looked like he was drinking tea. Vice Division Leader, you're trying right now, aren't you? Rayon lowered his eyebrows slightly, asking him whether or not he was properly trying. A vein popped on Ekin's forehead. I was going to go easy on him. He gave up the thought of going easy on him because he liked his fighting spirit. That arrogance needed to be fixed for sure. Of course not. The real deal is only getting started. Ekin strengthened his entire arm to push Rayon back. Rumble. Even the ground connected to the boulder started to vibrate from the monstrous power. This is going to hurt. He aimed to crush Rayon by exploding all of the strength that his body could muster. However, what's happening? Ekin's lips trembled. Why isn't he being pushed back? Why was he not falling? Rayon's arm didn't get pushed back instead. It remained completely immobile like a 1,000-year-old tree. He looked like a huge wall, no, an endless mountain standing in front of him. Arg. He gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at Rayon. His hair stood on end when he met Rayon's red eyes, which were as calm as a lake in the middle of the night. Although he was using his full power, Rayon's expression didn't change in the slightest. Rayon tilted his head as if he found it strange. Let me ask you again. Are you sure you are trying right now? How did you? Even his voice was calm. It was impossible. There was no way anyone could be so strong. It's my turn now. I'm starting. As soon as he said that, a tremendous amount of power struck him. He felt like a tidal wave that could reach the end of the sky in height had just slapped him. It wasn't just his arm's strength. He unconsciously groaned from the powerful grip that was crushing his fingers. He bit his lips until they bled to strengthen his arm, but willpower wasn't enough to fight back against Rayon's strength. Troll. No, even an ogre is weaker than this. The monstrous strength that even monsters themselves couldn't compare to was making his shoulder fall apart. It was so strong that he almost unconsciously used his aura. No, I'll never do that. Even if he lost, he couldn't win by cheating. He returned his surging aura back to his energy center. Ekin screamed, mustering all his remaining strength. He wanted to win at all costs because of his position as the Heavenly Blade's Vice Division leader and the way he looked down on Rayon before the competition. Boom! The boulder finally collapsed from the tremendous strength between the two. Once the rising dust was cleared away, Ekin's hand could be seen, knocked to the ground. A small groan slipped from Ekin. The extreme pain felt like all his bones had shattered in his hand, but he couldn't even show it outside because of the embarrassment. He raised his head to look at Rayon. He was dusting off his hand without even sweating in the slightest. Monster, that was the only word he could think of. That single word was all that remained in his head. You are weaker than I thought. Rayon licked his lips. Those muscles. He pointed at Ekin's buffed muscles on his right arm. Did you make them to show off? Show off. Did you just call me and my perfectly trained muscles a show-off? Ekin's chin was trembling. Calling people who trained to get stronger show-offs was the worst kind of insult. Left hand. Ekin pulled back his shattered right hand, then extended his left hand. I'm left-handed. We need a rematch with our left hands. Instead of Ekin, who was gritting his teeth while extending his left hand, Rayon looked at Shirl, who was standing behind him. So the Heavenly Blade leader isn't completely expressionless. Shirl's narrow eyes looked almost as round as the full moon. How? She looked like she had lost half of her soul. She apparently didn't even consider the possibility of Ekin's loss. Gasp. Did the Vice Division leader lose just now? And in a competition of strength, what is happening? The Heavenly Blade swordsmen's chins were trembling because of the unimaginable outcome. It felt great to see them shut their mouths since they had been nitpicking them all day long. Whoa, Rayon, Vice Squad Leader, shit, we are free from the chores. On the other hand, the Light Wind swordsmen hugged each other and cheered for the victory that they didn't have much hope for. Let's do it again with the left hand. I'm telling you I'm left-handed. Ekin glared at the rejoicing Light Wind before extending his left hand. It looked like his pride was hurt because his muscles had been insulted. Why would I? Rayon tilted his head with a smile. What? I'm already the winner, so there's no need to continue. That's. Shouldn't you and the other Heavenly Blade members be deciding who will be in charge of the chores? Bags. Ekin pointed at the bags placed next to the tent. Just like you suggested, we will carry your bags if I lose again this time. We don't need that. Dorian. Yes. Rayon snapped his fingers, and Dorian went to the tent while brimming with happiness. He juggled with the swordsman's bags before putting them inside his belly pocket one by one, as if he were performing a show. You saw him. We don't need you to carry our bags, since we have the best quartermaster. Ekin's left arm trembled upon witnessing that scene. However, Rayon pointed at Ekin's sword around his waist. I'll do the rematch if you teach us the heavy sword and powerful sword every evening. Teach. Yes, I don't want a sloppy lesson, so if you promise to properly teach us the true meaning of the heavy sword and powerful sword, then I'll accept a match using our left hands. I'm perfectly fine with that. Ekin looked like he would even risk his life if it meant he could get a rematch. Then you will go back to doing the chores if I win, and you will apologize to the muscles that you insulted. He seriously asked him to apologize to his muscles. The pride of a muscle lover was more impressive than he thought. All right, I accept. Good, let's do it. Ekin rested on his belly and extended his left arm. Are we doing it on the ground? I couldn't properly use my strength just now because the boulder was tilted in my direction. Since my sleeve can't bother me anymore, it's going to be different this time. Left-handed, tilted boulder, and even his fluttering sleeve. He really had a lot of excuses. All right. Rayon smiled lightly and took Ekin's hand. What an idiot. Wrath frowned while looking at Ekin. Do you truly believe a muscled pig like you can defeat the King of Essence's elegant and elastic power? He called Ekin pathetic while tapping on his head. Start the match. Aria. As soon as it started, Ekin exploded all his power in his body to push Rayon back. Apparently, he was really left-handed, since he was a lot stronger than the last time. It's pointless, though. Since Rayon had the system, it didn't matter whether he was using his right or left hand. Both of his hands could use the 181 points of strength, and he could even use his King of Destruction title if he thought about destroying something. No matter how strong Ekin was, he couldn't force his arm down because he was just a human being. Since I'm getting bored, I'll end this quickly. What? Despite the fact that Ekin's left hand was trembling from all the strength he put in, Rayon easily put down his hand. Slam. Although he didn't use any aura to push it down, a large crater was created on the ground. Ekin's left hand was buried in the crater. This is impossible. He was drooling from his mouth. He was apparently too shocked from the consecutive defeats. How could he muster so much power from that thin arm? How could he be so strong when he has nothing but small muscles? Unlike your fashion muscles, my muscles are the concentrated muscles meant for battle. They are also called the CMB. Fashion muscle. My muscles are fashion muscles. Because he already lost 2 times, he couldn't argue against the fashion muscles comment and buried his head in the ground. Did he lose again? That wasn't even close. It was too one-sided. The Heavenly Blade swordsman's eyes turned blank in despair as they sank to the ground. That's crazy. Cheryl had also lost her usual cool expression. Her lips were trembling and her face had turned pale. Well then, let's clean up. Rayon stood up and shook off the dirt on his clothes and hands. Managing the horses, dishwashing, cooking, tent installation, etc. Those are the chores that the Light Wind has been doing that the Heavenly Blade are going to be in charge from now on. and we are going to get a swordsmanship lesson from the Vice Division leader Ekin every evening. Correct. No one responded. Ekin, Shirl, and the Heavenly Blade members Alikethi were just standing there blankly, unable to recover from the shock. We are free from the chores. Woa, we can now take it easy. I'll show them how much I can nitpick. The Light Wind swordsman burst into laughter in anticipation of repaying all the nitpicking they had received. This is why I didn't want to do this from the beginning. Ekin stood up with an extreme frown on his face. He shook his dirty left arm towards Shirl. I told you I was bad at picking on people like a kid. He quickly signaled the dazing Heavenly Blade swordsman with his eyes. That's right. It was so difficult to find fault in them because they were so good at everything. It was hard to nitpick them as ordered. They started sighing, saying that the Light Winds camp preparation was perfect to the point that there was nothing to criticize. Did you just say you nitpicked us as ordered? What do you mean? Martha and Buren tilted their heads. You must have realized it, but our criticisms were unreasonable. We weren't trying to annoy you guys. We were just ordered to do so. We wanted to do it in moderation, but you were too patient. The Heavenly Blade swordsmen awkwardly scratched their heads. No way. Did the Heavenly Blade division leader actually order you to do that? Every Light Wind member's eyes were focused on the Heavenly Blade leader. Ha. Shirl sighed and nodded. She looked rather enervated. Yes, I ordered it. Why, since the Light Wind has been excellent in both missions and sparring, I wanted to take you down a peg or two so that you wouldn't become arrogant. However, it looks like I didn't need to worry about you, considering how you solved this issue. I'm sorry. She closed her eyes and sincerely apologized. We are sorry as well. You did a good job. It was difficult to find fault in you. Yes, we had to act more and more childish because of that. You don't look like newbies at all. I'm sure you will achieve great things. The Heavenly Blade swordsman also bowed an apology and showered them with compliments. I see. I did find it strange. Everything was for our sake. The Light Wind members nodded, tricked by Ekin and the Heavenly Blade's plot. I understand if you did it for our sake. Rayon also smiled while looking at Shirl and the Heavenly Blade. Yes, you are as open-minded as you are strong, as expected of the students of Sir Rimmer. However, when the Heavenly Blade swordsmen were about to brush it off, Rayon raised his hand. Since the deal is a different story, you have to do your work. The reason everyone started to apologize, from Ekin to the Heavenly Blade leader, was obvious. They wanted to get their leadership positions back without having to do all of the chores. Do you take me for an idiot? They must have hoped to share the chores equally by appealing to their hearts, but apologies and the bet were different stories. The chores were still theirs to do. You can see them, right? Rayon pointed at the dishes piled up behind him. You should wash those dishes first and fix the night watch order after that. Ah. Ekin and the Heavenly Blade members turned pale. They didn't expect him to remain so cold-hearted despite their apology. HMPH, what a bunch of idiots. Wrath raised his chin while looking at the Heavenly Blade. Did you really believe this guy would overlook it when he is like a venomous snake? He will bite you and won't release you until the very end. He was right. There was no way Rayon would miss such a hard-earned opportunity to train. Since you promised, you shall do the chores. Shirl let out a small sigh, looking at the Heavenly Blade swordsman. You will be in charge of the chores until the end of the mission. Start with the dish washing for now. Why are you talking as if it's someone else's matter? Rayon tilted his head while looking at Shirl. What? Remember what happened when we started this bet. What did I say? What do you mean? I said, if I win, the Heavenly Blade shall take care of all the chores that we've been doing until the end of the mission. And I meant the Heavenly Blade. Shirl's face turned pale upon hearing that. You didn't say anything when I suggested the bet earlier, so I'm sure you aren't going to deny it now, right? Since you are the Heavenly Blade division leader. That's. Her face turned red from her panic. A grandmaster being unable to manage her expression was a refreshing sight to behold. Wow, that's crazy. Seriously. Did you plan all this from the beginning? Is he really human? The Light Wind and the Heavenly Blade swordsman exclaimed at once at the sight of Rayon dominating the situation. I had just made a vow. I'm never going to offend him ever again. I'd rather die than make him my enemy. You are slow. I already made that vow at Habun Castle. Crane and Dorian shook their heads. Huh, are you even keeping her on a leash? You really are nasty. Even in devildom, there's no one worse than you. Wrath was also shocked at seeing how Shirl ended up. Well now, we don't have much time. Rayon clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. The Heavenly Blade division leader and the members should go wash dishes, and please gather some firewood on the way back. The Vice Division leader needs to teach us the heavy sword now, so let's move quickly. Rayon grinned as he looked at the speechless Heavenly Blade and Light Wind. 6 people added to my list of doormats. Since the Heavenly Blade went to discuss the matter, Rayon was sitting in front of the bonfire along with Light Wind members. Are you sure this is okay? I'm happy about not having to work, but is it really all right to annoy the Heavenly Blade? I am a bit afraid of the consequences. Buren, Dorian, and Crane nervously licked their lips, looking at the Heavenly Blade behind them. Just think about the lessons. Do you prefer getting pushed around like pushovers? Why are you so scared when you are wielding a sword? Run-on looked happy in anticipation for the lesson, and Martha was smiling since she managed to vent her frustration. Don't worry, they aren't the type of people to hold a grudge over something like this. Judging from the Heavenly Blade's actions and speech so far, and their leader's personality, they weren't going to harm them just because of an incident like that. It was okay for them to stay relaxed and enjoy themselves. They wouldn't write. Dorian nodded and took out a snack from his belly pocket. Sigh, I feel like I caught some stomach disease recently. Me too. Burren and Crane frowned, grasping their stomachs. But it does feel nice to not have to do the chores. Night watch is the best part for me. I really hate having to wake up in the middle of sleeping. As for me, I hated washing the dishes the most. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned, the dishwashing was the worst. As Rayan was listening to the light wind's chatter with a smile on his face, footsteps could be heard from behind him. Step. It sounded like someone was coming to teach them, but the small sound couldn't be Ekken's footsteps. Once the footsteps stopped in front of him, he raised his head, and the Heavenly Blade leader was standing there, her purple hair fluttering in the wind. I'll be in charge of the swordsmanship lesson instead of the Vice Division leader Ekken. She was gently looking down on the light wind members with her arms crossed. What? The Heavenly Blade leader is going to teach us. Wow. The light wind members dropped their jaws while looking at the Heavenly Blade leader. It went according to my plan. Rayan chuckled while looking at her. He was hoping that would happen when he made her do the chores and bet the swordsmanship lesson in his wager with Ekken, and it went exactly as he expected. Stop your bullshit. You couldn't have possibly thought this far unless you are a god. Wrath stuttered. He apparently couldn't believe him. It's true. Rayan chuckled, looking at the Heavenly Blade leader, who was slightly blushing. Because I figured even a grandmaster would hate to wash dishes. Do you have a problem with that? The Heavenly Blade leader looked around at Rayan and the light wind members coldly. I don't. Of course I don't. Burren and Martha shouted at the same time. They were both steaming from their noses from excitement at the thought of learning swordsmanship from a grandmaster. Me neither. It was a rare sight that even Run-On clenched her fist while sticking her head out. How about you? Cheryl looked at Rayan, who didn't say anything. I'm also fine with it. Rayan nodded his head with a small smile on his face. Since the Heavenly Blade leader had mastered all sorts of different principles of swordsmanship as a warrior, learning from her was a huge opportunity. Although the bet only involved the heavy sword and powerful sword, I'll also explain other swordsmanships until we reach House Yanan, as a token of apology for misjudging you. Rayan and every member of Light Wind bowed to her. We will start with the heavy sword today. Cheryl immediately started the lesson without any further delay or useless chatter. Heavy sword's basics involve placing your body's weight on your sword and aura. Even the basic moves such as vertical slashes, horizontal slashes, and stabs can become a lot more powerful by including your weight. Mixing in the principles of the powerful sword on top of that will double their power. However, focusing on strength and power means that speed will suffer. That is why you should be careful when you mix the principles of different swordsmanships. She taught them about the basics of the heavy sword and the principles of swordsmanship with a plain voice. Her simple and precise explanation was very easy to understand. What do you think will happen if you keep practicing the heavy sword? Cheryl picked up the small dagger that she had placed on the ground. It will become too heavy for the opponent to face. It will be strong enough to defeat any opponent in a single strike. That only happens when you are fighting against weaker opponents. Let's assume that you practiced a heavy sword, and your opponent uses a quick sword at the same level as you. Cheryl shook her head at Dorian and Crane's answers. How can a slow, heavy sword catch up to a swordsman who moves as fast as the wind? I think it would be difficult. You won't be able to hit your opponent. Your footwork will be slower as well. You have to endure until you can get one powerful strike in. The swordsmen tilted their heads, saying that it would be a disadvantageous fight. That's what normally happens. However, it's a different story once you become strong enough. A heavy swordsman doesn't lose at all to a quick swordsman. The gray energy emerging from Cheryl's body engulfed the dagger's blade. Rumble. The moment the gray aura was imbued in the dagger, a tremendous amount of pressure weighed down on the entire space. Gasp, what's happening? The light wind swordsmen fell to their knees, unable to endure the pressure. Rayan frowned. He felt like two huge pillars were crushing his shoulders. So this is the heavy sword demonstrated by a grandmaster. Although she wasn't using astral energy, the heaviness and space domination were on a different dimension from Garen's sword. It was so heavy that it was difficult to stay up, even with his physical abilities. This is the mid-level heavy sword. It doesn't simply incorporate heaviness on the blade, it can weigh down the space itself. Cheryl slowly raised her dagger and the pressure decreased, which allowed them to raise themselves back up. Then, what do you think you need to do in order to incorporate the blade and the space itself with heaviness? How about filling the blade with aura? No, you should use the aura you spread around you. The light wind swordsmen told their opinions, but Cheryl didn't nod to their answers. the mental image. Rayon's lips parted after he gave it enough thought. You have to create a mental image of incorporating heaviness to your blade. Correct. Cheryl gave him a small nod, then lowered her dagger once again. Wham! The pressure crushing their bodies was at least twice as strong as before. Ka-ack. Crane and Dorian were the first ones to start screaming, and Burin, Martha, and Runnan also fell to the ground while groaning. Rayon was the only one still standing. What I incorporated into my blade earlier was a log, and the one just now was a boulder. Can you tell the difference? They are both goddamn heavy. Martha responded while grinding her teeth. You might get that impression, but didn't you feel that the earlier one weighed down on one part of your body, while this one is pressing on your entire body? Rayon nodded, just as Cheryl said. While the earlier one only pressed down on his shoulders, the current one was crushing his whole body. You don't achieve a heavy sword just by thinking about incorporating heaviness into your blade. You need to be immersed in the form to a point where you can use your sword while sleeping and figure out what you want to achieve with that swordsmanship. Cheryl raised her dagger once again. The more details your mental image has, the stronger the effect will be. If you want to advance further and higher, then you should allocate time each day to practice drawing mental images. Yes, understood. Every member of the Light Wind responded loud and clear since it was a priceless lesson. We will stop here for today. She put down the dagger and returned to her tent. Wow, it's so easy to understand when she beats it into my body. It's pretty difficult, but I think I get what she means. I know, right? A grandmaster's teaching is different after all. The Light Wind swordsmen were all smiling, impressed by Cheryl's lesson. This confirms that mental image is the important part. Rayon's eyes were shining as he looked at the dagger Cheryl left behind. Wrath, Glenn, Rimmer, and Cheryl. Every single powerhouse placed great importance on the mental image. He could guess that the might accumulated with mental image became the decisive factor in battles the stronger they got. The King of Essence already told you that you just need to practice your mental image, and the rest will follow. You are right. The fact that the King of Doormat's wrath kept repeating the same thing made him decide to allocate more time into mental image training in the future. My nose is tickling. Nose, you bastard, you must have been thinking some rude things about the King of Essence. You are just imagining things. Rayon smiled awkwardly. Half of you can remove the tents, and the other half can take care of the cooking. You should decide who does what. As soon as Rayon woke up at daybreak, he woke up the Heavenly Blade and made them work. It wasn't a dream. What a state we are in. It's all because of the Vice Division leader. I couldn't have possibly known that he was such a monster. Ekin and the Heavenly Blade members realized that what happened the day before wasn't a dream and started moving to do their jobs. Cheryl joined the tent removal team. She apparently wasn't confident in cooking. Shouldn't we be helping them as well? Yes, let's. Stop. Rayon stopped the Light Wind members who were about to act up. You are going to train while the Heavenly Blade does the chores. What? Are you telling us to train right now? And right here? Burin's eyes widened. Yes, you should start training since the Heavenly Blade members sacrificed themselves to give us time. You are the weakest ones in this group, after all. I can't argue against that. Crane and Dorian frowned while scratching their necks. Rayon closed his eyes after confirming that the Light Wind members warmed themselves up and started their respective training. Heaviness, he thought about the heavy sword Cheryl had shown him the day before. He wanted to master that sword, the one that was capable of crushing the body and even the soul. I think I'm going to need a different mental image for that. Rayon was walking up the stairs to become stronger, step by step, during the short time where people were preparing food and removing the tents. Ekin exclaimed once he saw the Light Wind's training. Did he seriously order them to train right now? Is he really 17 years old? He thought Rayon would laugh at them or start picking on them, but he ordered the swordsmen to train instead. He was an unexpected guy. Division leader. They are training right now instead of playing around in their free time. It looks like we really did something unnecessary. I know. Cheryl scowled while looking at Rayon's meditation. I really did something pointless. She really liked that Rayon made them train instead of wasting the time they got from the Heavenly Blade doing the chores. But please don't tell me we are really going to continue doing the chores until the end of the mission. I don't think we will. Since they are smart kids, they will stop at some point. Cheryl said, and the Heavenly Blade swordsman, including Ekin, nodded in agreement. It was only natural that, no matter how crazy Rayon was, he would split the work half and half at some point. However, we are going to rest here for today. The Heavenly Blade will scout, cook, and install the tents now. Rayon kept making the Heavenly Blade do all of the chores for 4 days straight, which was 1 day longer than the duration the Heavenly Blade harassed the Light Wind. Please gather lots of firewood as well, since the temperature gets pretty low at daybreak. We also need some clubs to use for our training. He ordered the Heavenly Blade around like servants without any hesitation at all. Please put in a lot of meat today. That's right. Yesterday's food was delicious, but it didn't have enough meat. The amount of meat is the most important part of a stew. The Light Wind members that felt sorry for them in the beginning were now blatantly making various requests. I want it cool, see cool. Ekin bit his lip while looking at Runnon. The girl from House Sullian was really making it difficult for him by asking for a cool meal every single time. You should start training now. Yes, all right. As soon as Rayon gave the order, the Light Wind members spread around to start doing the training they needed. Ekin groaned. Since the Light Wind members were training instead of playing around, he couldn't even criticize them. It was literally a checkmate, with no way to escape. Vice Division Leader. Do we really have to continue this? Give up already. It can't be helped anymore. Ekin shook his head. He looked like he wanted to apologize for causing it all. I'll buy you a big treat once we return. Vice Division Leader, there wasn't enough food for the horses. Go gather some dry grass. Rayon pointed at the horses that were tied to the nearby trees. But there are the grasses we brought. They don't like them because they got stale. But it's difficult to find dry grass right now because it rained yesterday. The grass shouldn't have gotten wet deep inside the forest. The smile he showed before returning was telling him that he should figure it out himself. He's a demon. Ekin clattered his teeth. It was true that they started it first, but he couldn't believe that Rayon was making them work so much in return. D Division Leader. He looked at Cheryl, but she quickly turned her head away, pretending she wasn't listening. We're screwed. Ekin slammed the ground with his hands, which had turned black from starting the fire. We picked on the wrong opponent. Rayon's journey couldn't be any more comfortable until he reached Dembel City, where House Yanan was located. Since it was a warm region, the buildings were located at elevated places in order to avoid the geothermal heat and harmful insects. The division leader should take back the lead from here on out. Rayon stepped back with a faint smile on his face. Does that mean that the condition is now over? Of course not, Cheryl showed her anticipation, but Rayon simply shook his head. Just as promised, you will continue doing the chores until we return to the house after the mission. There was no way he would release the doormats that kept the night watch for them, cooked for them, and even gave them lessons. He was planning to thoroughly use them until the end. Damn it, he's a real demon. I'm never going on a mission with the light wind ever again. Ekin and the Heavenly Blade shook their heads, saying that they never wanted to get involved with Rayon ever again. Cheryl sighed, then headed to the house that House Yanan was located in, which was in the central area of Dembel City. She apparently had been there before, since she quickly managed to find the way. Wow. It's really big. I'm surprised that this is a house of crafters. In fact, they didn't even need to find the way, since House Yanan was occupying enough land to be a quarter of Dembel City. This is pretty much a castle. The walls were as high as castle walls, and it was impossible to see inside, as if the entire house were wrapped in a black cloth. It looked like it was an artifacts effect. What is your identity and business? The guards standing in front of the main entrance grasped their spears while cautiously looking at them. We came from Sieghart. Cheryl stepped forward and showed them the plate with Sieghart's symbol. Sieghart. The guards hurriedly bowed and stepped aside upon confirming the plate, and the gate opened right after. They could apparently tell what was happening from the inside. Scree. The huge iron gate opened up and they could see the interior. The way workshops with different shapes were lined up on both sides was befitting their reputation as a house of artifact artisans. Welcome. A middle-aged man wearing a suit walked up to them through the opened gate and bowed. My name is Aaron, the General Administrator of Yanan. I'm Cheryl from the Heavenly Blade Division. I'm well acquainted with the Heavenly Blade leader's widespread name. I'm honored to meet you. Befitting his title of General Administrator of a prestigious family, he politely greeted them without panicking upon hearing Cheryl's name. He extended his hand to point in front of them. Let's go. Everyone followed Aaron into the 10-story building located at the center of House Yanan. The magical device inside the building allowed them to reach the 10th floor without walking up the stairs. That door, Rayon narrowed his eyes upon seeing the only door on the 10th floor. The door looked like it was made of iron, wood, or paper at the same time. It must be an artifact as well. He could guess that those who were allowed to enter could open the door as if it were a piece of paper, while it would turn to sturdy steel against those who didn't have permission. Please enter. Aaron pointed ahead of him, and the two doors opened up automatically. The delicate light spread out to reveal the interior, giving the impression that the room had just been illuminated. Countless artifacts with unknown functions were lying all around the place, to the point where there was no gap to set foot in, and a middle-aged woman was sitting on the sofa in the middle with her red hair flowing over her left shoulder. Her masculine appearance underlined her cool beauty. Michelle Yanan. That middle-aged woman was the head of House Yanan, and the great artisan, who was regarded as one of the top 3 artifact crafters. Greeting the head of house. Cheryl was the first one to bow. She was showing courtesy to the head of another house. It's been a while, Heavenly Blade Division Leader. Michelle Yanan returned the greeting with a smile. Please come this way. Cheryl skillfully avoided stepping on the artifacts covering the ground, then sat on the sofa on the other side of Michelle. It is simply our duty. Cheryl responded, looking at the tablet Michelle was holding in her hand. Glenn's name was written on the tablet with a red sword symbol. That must have been the debt Glenn was supposed to have left behind. How has Vice Division leader Ekin been doing? Despite his muscles, Ekin casually said that embarrassing line. Hoo, that's not true, and is he? Michelle waved her hand before looking at Rayon. I'm Rayon, the vice leader of the Light Wind Squad. I'm pleased to meet the master of Yan'an. Rayon bowed politely. Ah, you are the one who defeated the seventh apostle. Michelle's eyes widened. The rumor about the seventh apostle's defeat had apparently spread all the way to Yan'an. I was just lucky. You are really handsome. What? Rayon's lips parted in surprise at his appearance being complimented instead of his might. I heard that you were amazingly powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome. You are different from any jewel, she exclaimed while watching Rayon's face from different angles. Her eyes looked like she was admiring a piece of art rather than looking at a person's face. Dear head of house, let's talk about the work since we don't have much time. Ah, I'm sorry, it's an occupational habit. Cheryl reproached, and Michelle apologized while tapping on her cheek. I have a daughter named Insia. Michelle slowly opened her mouth while pushing Glenn's tablet to the center of the table. She has a bright and energetic personality because she was loved by everyone as the youngest daughter, and she was also extremely talented at artifact crafting. She was pretty much my greatest masterpiece, since I even considered passing my position onto her. She honestly revealed the circumstances around her successor, despite facing people from Sieghart, who were outsiders. However, a problem started to occur in her body in the middle of last year. What would that problem be? At first, she said that one of her knuckles hurt, as if a hot needle were pricking it. I thought she must have gotten a splinter in her finger, but that wasn't the case. Since the healer and doctor both said there were no problems, I thought it was just a temporary issue. However, Michelle bit her lip. 1 month later, it was her finger that hurt, and another month later, it was her entire hand. Did it transfer from a knuckle from the entire hand? Yes, and the pain became more and more intense, and she felt like she was being stabbed by a heated blade instead of a needle. Oh no. Since the heavenly blade and the light wind were all aware of how intense that pain was, everyone frowned. You can guess what happened afterward, but it kept getting worse. From the hand to the wrist, forearm, arm, left hand, and right leg. More than half of her body is currently in pain right now. Michelle's face turned black from the terror. Her hand was trembling as if she was telling them that she wanted to suffer instead of her child. Even the famous priests and doctors haven't managed to figure out how to heal her, let alone determine the cause. She's even refusing treatment and just wants to die now because her seizures are happening more and more often, and her pain is getting worse. Rayon swallowed nervously. If she really was feeling a stabbing pain in more than half of her body, then that must be worse than death itself, and it would be difficult to examine her. It was understandable that she would refuse treatment, since the pain would become worse if somebody else touched her during it. But this feels familiar for some reason. A stabbing pain going from needle to blade, and the affected part spreading to the entire body was bothering him. That's why we decided to anchor our hope on the Ragged Saint. However, you couldn't contact him, correct? Michelle nodded, grasping her heart. Naturally, the patients in front of his eyes were the highest priority for the Ragged Saint Frederick. He wouldn't go to House Yan'an to save Michelle's daughter unless all of the patients in his region disappeared. That's why I decided to use this tablet. I want you to bring my daughter to the Ragged Saint to save her. All right, we accept the mission. Cheryl nodded after looking at the tablet that had Glenn's name engraved on it. Shall we leave immediately then? I'm sorry to ask this, but can you leave in a few days? Is there a reason for it? I got the news that the healer Temaz is currently in a village nearby, so I'd like you to leave after he examines her. Temaz. Rayon clenched his fist behind his back. It's been a long time since the last time I heard his dirty name. Temaz was a healer from House Robert, famous throughout the continent for his skill and one of Darius's confidants who were aware of his dark side. I think Insia will most likely refuse treatment from Sir Temaz, but I'm going to force her if I need to. Michelle's face was completely dry. Her complexion didn't look good at all, between the worries for her daughter and anxiety for the treatment. This smells fishy. Robert had always liked using the method of creating a debt or killing the head of a competent house to subjugate them. Moreover, he wouldn't send out Temaz for no reason, since he was an important vassal for him. Excuse me. Rayon raised his hand for the first time. Can I meet your daughter? Do you want to meet Insia? Yes, I think we need to check the current condition and problem in order to make appropriate preparations for when we move out. He's right. I think we need to see her to devise a plan. Cheryl also nodded in agreement. She's really sensitive right now because she's been sick for over a year. Recently, she even refuses to allow anyone to feel her pulse or check her condition. That's okay, we just want to see her, huh? Rayon asked again, and Michelle sighed in resignation and stood up. You might be all right. She said something strange while looking at Rayon's face. Rayon followed Michelle to the deepest room on the 9th floor. They opened the pink door and entered, and they could see a young woman lying on a large bed. Just like Michelle, she was a beautiful woman, but her dry lips and pale skin were evidence of her bad condition. Moreover, her left hand, which was sticking out of the blanket, was swollen and red like heated glass. She's in serious condition. Rayon frowned. If she was in that condition without any external injuries, she must have been going through a pain that no ordinary person would have been able to endure. Cheryl seemed to also have realized that fact since she didn't look so good. There's not enough energy inside her. We need to be careful when we move. We've prepared the carriage. It's excellent at absorbing shock so that she wouldn't be affected during. While they were talking about the carriage, Rayon walked towards Encia. If Darius is behind this, as Rayon gathered his aura slightly in order to examine her. Lio. Encia opened her eyes, letting out a small groan. Her orange eyes looked around at the people inside the room before stopping on Rayon. Encia, don't be surprised, they are. While Michelle was approaching her in surprise, something no one could have imagined came from Encia's lips. He's so freaking handsome. On the central road of Dembel City, leading to House Yanan, a middle-aged man in white clothes that was holding a cane was walking up the road with a young man carrying a sword around his waist. Although they were talking between them, their voices and footsteps couldn't be heard at all. They've finally contacted us. The young man smiled while looking at the long wall of House Yanan. I would have lost my patience and burned all of that trash if they took any longer. Despite his gentle appearance, the old man brushed dust off his hand while saying scary things. You saw how those worms that don't even know their places kept visiting me when they are better off dead. I would have poisoned the well or something if it weren't for his order. The young man was also saying nasty things with his soft mouth. Why not? We can do that after the mission. You know my hobby. Of course I do. It's to plant an even more painful disease in patients that you've personally saved. I'm only continuing this job because of that. The old man smiled while lifting his sleeve. Our job should go well, right? It would become troublesome if they suddenly decided to visit Frederick. That's why we shall feed them. Feed them. The young man tilted his head in confusion. No one has managed to improve Encia Yanan's condition so far, and of course they wouldn't since it's neither a disease nor a curse. Indeed, we are the only ones who know its existence. What do you think will happen if we visit them and relieve her pain when they are about to visit that madman Frederick as a last resort? They will go crazy. They will offer everything they have in order to save her by any means necessary. That's right. They will abandon their plan of visiting Frederick and will offer everything to us. The old man nodded. An evil energy was glowing on top of his slightly raised lips. We just need to take Yanan's money and artifacts while pretending to treat that young woman and plant some moles. It's not that hard, so that's why you said we will feed them. Yes, we will slowly tame them just like feeding a dog. Don't forget about constantly giving them hope. It was such a nasty story, but he said it casually with a gentle smile. We can't let the treatment end. Just 1 year. In a single year, half of Yan'an will have become ours. And getting the rest afterwards will be a piece of cake. On top of mastering medicine and sorcery, you are even excellent at scheming. You have my highest respect, Master. It's going to be your job in the future, so make sure to learn it properly. Yes, by the time they finished their conversation, they had reached the entrance of House Yan'an. The old man erased the energy barrier blocking the sound, then walked up to the guard with a gentle smile on his face. I'm the healer Temaz, who came to examine Lady Encia's condition. Rayan was dumbfounded as he stared at Encia. What's wrong with her? Did she just say I'm handsome out of nowhere? He could confidently say that he was capable of analyzing most people's psyches, but he couldn't read the thoughts of the woman who woke up just then. You are so damn perfect. Encia's lips parted as she stared at Rayan with half-unfocused eyes. What is going on? Rayan is indeed handsome, but... What? Cheryl and the other swordsmen also dropped their jaws at the unexpected situation. I'm sorry. Michelle gasped and lowered her head. It's okay. But can you explain to me a little? Rayan scratched his cheek. He was aware that his appearance wasn't too bad, but he was flustered because it was his first time someone other than Sylvia and Helen had called him handsome while flat out staring at him. Do you know about the eye for beauty? Michelle turned around, leaving Enciajo couldn't take her eyes off of Rayan behind. Eye for beauty. It means discernment in finding beautiful things. Because House Yan'an has been a house of artists and artisans for generations, our members are born with better eye for beauty than other people. She pointed at the jewels decorating different parts of the room. Although the jewels were only refined without any further processing, they were still shining beautifully. That's why all of Encia's artifacts were extremely popular. On the other hand, she sometimes just stares at jewels without sleeping or eating for days, all because her eye for beauty is too potent. Apparently, Michelle wasn't just boasting when she mentioned Encia's amazing abilities earlier, which means right now. She's seeing you as a jewel. Moreover, she thinks that you are a perfect jewel that has already been refined by an artisan. I'm not just thinking it. He is a jewel. and Sia interrupted before Michelle could even finish her sentence. It's crazy, the hair color, the gaze, the sharp nose. How are you so perfect in every way? Rayon's face kept reddening as she spoke. This is difficult. He would have rather fought the seventh apostle again. He felt uncomfortable hearing her complimenting his appearance. A great eye for beauty. Wrath popped out of the bracelet and raised his chin. Give me your body for a moment. What's up with you now? The King of Essence wants to try showing that human my own face. She will definitely faint, unable to face the absolute beauty of it. Then she will follow the King of Essence for the rest of her life. I see. Rayon ignored him since his bragging was bound to be endless. Hey, listen, I'm telling you to listen. Wrath swayed his arms and Rayon forced him away before looking at Insia. You are the best. You are so freaking perfect, Ak. She was staring at Rayon as if she were bewitched by his beauty, but she suddenly screamed and frowned. Who are those people? Insia turned her head, her eyes calming a little. That question should have been the first thing she said, but she was only asking it now. It must have been true that she sometimes stared at Jules all day long. They are the people from Sieghart who came to escort you to Retran. Michelle opened her mouth before Rayon could speak. Sieghart. Insia's blue eyes sparkled as she looked at Rayon and no one else. I know that the treatment makes you suffer, but let's try 2 last times. Mom won't ask you any more after that. Michelle met Insia's eyes with her hands gathered together. Does that mean that he's going to escort me? Insia raised her hand with difficulty and pointed at Rayon. Yes, you will go with him and the other Sieghart swordsmen. Michelle nodded, pointing at the swordsmen behind her. Ah, they are also. Insia's eyes sparkled upon seeing Shirl, Burin, Runan, and Martha. The eye for beauty apparently appreciated people with excellent appearance regardless of gender. However, her eyes fixated on Rayon once again after she examined everyone. What is your name, Sir Swordsman? My name is Rayon Sieghart. Rayon, your name is also awesome. Insia murmured Rayon's name with bewitched eyes. Is Sir Rayon also going to Retran with me? Yes. Mom, I'm going. I'll get treated over there. Unlike what Michelle said before, Insia immediately shouted that she would go without refusing the treatment. Really? Yes, but I need him to come with me. Insia raised her hand with difficulty and pointed at Rayon. I guess this is better than refusing. Rayon sighed slightly. He was embarrassed, but he figured it would be easier to approach her with her liking him so much. It's so sad to be ugly. I know, right? I suddenly want to kill myself. Is the river water warm nowadays? The swordsmen behind them sighed as they smoothed their hands down their faces. I'm sorry I keep staring at you. I'm getting ideas from watching Sir Ray. Insia's red swollen right hand was trembling. Ideas. I couldn't enter the workshop nor work for over a year after I became like this. I gave up on everything and was just waiting for my death, but I got the urge to create a perfect and more beautiful masterpiece from watching Sir Rayon's face. She said she couldn't stay still because she kept getting ideas for what she wanted to make. I see. As expected, she wasn't seeing him as a man. She was appreciating him as a piece of art. Though that made him even more embarrassed. It went easier than I thought. Cheryl laughed bitterly while looking at Rayon and Insia. I agree. I somewhat expected this to happen, but I didn't think she would like him so much. Michelle also smiled gladly, watching Insia regain her hope. Insia, won't you receive just one more treatment before leaving to meet the ragged saint, Sir Temas? Yes, he's also a famous doctor. Since I've already asked him, he shall be here soon, but I want to leave right away. Insia shook her head, just staring at Rayon. Rayon frowned slightly. The timing for Temas' appearance is just too perfect. Since Temas was one of Darius Roberts' confidants, he never moved around without reason. There was definitely another reason behind his appearance. Lady Insia. Rayon approached Insia. Yes, can I try feeling your pulse? Pulse. Of course you can. Insia immediately extended her arm, as if there were no issues with it whatsoever. Do you even know anything about medicine? Cheryl came up to him and narrowed her eyes. A little. From whom? I heard the theory from Sir Frederick when I was small, and I learned later from the squad leader when I was a trainee. Frederick is understandable, but Rimmer. Are you telling me that the slob actually taught you medicine? Yes, it just happened. I guess he really treasures you. Cheryl withdrew with a frown once Rayon said Rimmer taught him. Amazing Rimmer pass. He just said it because he witnessed Rimmer quickly stabilizing injured people's conditions, but it worked. Using the Rimmer pass was always the correct answer. Please excuse me. Sure. Rayon gently held Insia's wrist as she extended her entire arm. Her skin was so hot that it was unbelievable that it belonged to a human being. Although he held her gently, as if he were grabbing a fragile piece of cloth, Insia still groaned, her shoulders trembling. She was apparently feeling extreme pain just from being touched by someone else. Wow. Despite the situation, Insia didn't take her eyes off from Rayon's face, her cheeks turning red. Your face is so crazy. Judging from her admiring tone of voice, she would never turn her head away even if she died. Rayon sliced with the 10,000 flames cultivation's aura as thinly as possible. He flew the aura into Insia's mana circuit while trying to avoid affecting her as much as possible. Although he was controlling the 10,000 flames cultivation as slowly as possible, and Sia still seemed to feel pain since she closed her eyes and bit her lips. I need to finish this as quickly as possible. Rayon frowned, examining Encia's condition. It's serious. Her mana circuit was narrower than a hair, and her energy center seemed to have already melted down. Her condition was the worst, to the point where it was difficult to understand how she had managed to survive. He could understand why she wanted to give up on her life. Narrowed mana circuit and a continuous pain of getting stabbed by a blade, everything similar. After examining Encia's overall body, he focused on her upper body. Her body temperature was even higher, and the mana circuit was so narrow that the passage was almost non-existent. Her trembling intensified. He needed to control his aura more quickly and precisely. He focused as much as possible as he controlled his aura in a way that kept him from touching her mana circuit at all, examining her head. Maybe it's different. Darius Robert researched how to plant sorcery or a bug around a human brain. He thought that would have been what he did again this time, but he couldn't feel anything there. Maybe I was oversensitive, since that cursed project, the Hellworm, was already scrapped. Hellworm was a project to research a worm that could cause lasting pain to a human, but it was scrapped because the worm took away the host's life in an instant instead of giving continuous pain. But just in case, Rayon recovered the 10,000 flames cultivation and inserted Glacier's coldness inside her. The high-purity coldness started to cool down Encia's heated mana circuit. Encia groaned even more loudly. She was also feeling pain from the coldness. Rayon bit his lips as he felt her trembling wrist, then went up to her upper body once again. The moment coldness passed through the neck and was going to the head, an extremely tiny movement was detected from her brain. It's him. Rayon clenched his fist. He could feel a movement inside Encia's head, even smaller than a millet grain. Judging from the intense heat, it must have been the bug that was once named Hellworm. Did the research end up succeeding? As soon as the worm showed itself, the heat spreading throughout her body intensified. That was the reason behind Encia's current condition. Seriously, those crazy bastards. He ground his teeth. Darius and Temaz gave up on being humans, and even planted a worm inside a human brain like madmen. The outrage almost made him lose control of his aura's flow for a moment. Let's see. Eliminating it right away would be the best outcome, when he was calmly trying to enter even deeper. Kaya Encia screamed, unable to endure the pain anymore. The Hellworm stimulated her to give her more extreme pain the moment Rayon's coldness tried to attack it. Where did it go? And at the same time, its presence had disappeared. It looked like it hid away from the coldness, but it was an instinctive movement rather than mechanical. It seemed to have an ego, unlike the rage worm. It's dangerous. Encia's condition was too bad for him to force his way in to find and remove it. She would end up dying from the pain. The saint should be able to improve her condition. Since he could even affect his own body, which had the curse of frost, the medicine and acupuncture of the ragged Saint Frederick should be able to recover Encia's condition. We still need to go, I guess. Rayon nodded, then released Encia's wrist. I'm sorry for making it painful. No, I feel a lot better now. Encia's lips were trembling as she fidgeted. The pain has subsided a lot. Just like she said, the heat from her swollen arm and leg had decreased slightly. Really? Michelle gasped, coming up to her to grab her hand. Yes, I'm better now, Encia. Tears welled up in Michelle's eyes as she admitted that it had been a long time since the last time she held her daughter's hands. It's hiding. Encia's condition must have gotten better because the Hellworm was hiding away from Glacier's coldness. How did you do that? Cheryl came up next to him and asked. There's something spreading the heat around her head. Really? Seriously? Michelle and Encia briskly turned their heads to face him, and the other swordsman's eyes also widened in surprise. Yes, but it's impossible to treat her in her current condition. Why is that? Her body won't endure the treatment because she has been sick for too long. Then, what should we? Michelle came to him with trembling hands. Hope had finally appeared in front of her, and her hands were trying to seize that visible hope by any means necessary. We have to visit the ragged saint at Retran. I can heal her once Sir Frederick improves Lady Encia's condition. Since Rayon managed to figure out the cause, he could definitely treat her once her body's condition was improved. Is that really possible? Yes. Cheryl asked again, and Rayon immediately nodded. I'll go. Encia raised her hand. I want to live now. Michelle bit her lip, looking at Encia and on the verge of tears. All right, then I'll get the carriage. As she was about to order the servant to prepare the carriage. Knock knock, the general administrator, Aaron, entered along with a knocking sound. What's the matter? Sir Temaz, who you've been waiting for, has arrived. Michelle clapped her hands. Sir Rayon, wouldn't Sir Temaz be enough? I heard he doesn't lose to Sir Frederick in medicine. No, we need Sir Frederick to guarantee her treatment. Since Temaz was pretty much the perpetrator behind it, letting him treat Encia was the same as setting a fox loose in a hen house. Much of the house's property would be transferred to Darius as a result. I see. It can't be helped then. We should make him leave. No, Rayon shook his head. Let's see what he does, since I'm curious what kind of judgment he is going to make. It was better to call Temaz in order to double-check the incident and in order to kill him. Are you okay with that? It's fine, but… Rayon raised his finger to cover his mouth. Please keep the fact that I can heal Lady Encia a secret until he gives his diagnosis. Temaz entered Encia's room on the 9th floor, guided by Yanan's general administrator Aaron. There were 12 swordsmen, as well as Michelle and Encia inside. Sieghart, Temaz narrowed his eyes upon noticing the burning sword emblem on the uniforms. They must have been called to bring her to that Frederick bastard. He immediately understood the situation and smiled faintly towards the swordsmen. I'm sorry, but there's nothing for you to do here. Since he would improve Encia's condition, they would end up returning to the barren land in the north without achieving anything. You've arrived. Michelle, who was standing next to Encia's bed, came up to him with a smile. I'm sorry for being late. I was treating some patients. It's no problem. I'm thankful enough that you are here now. Can I see the patient then? Temaz pointed at Encia, pretending that he only thought about the patient with no other intentions behind it. Of course. Encia, are you okay with that? Yes, Encia pretended to consider before nodding. Just what I thought. Temaz licked his lips. Considering the red, swollen skin and the fact that checking her pulse was the extent of the treatment she could get because of the pain, the hell worm must have been doing its job properly. Please excuse me. He grabbed Encia's wrist and examined her for a while. Narrowed mana circuit, body trembling from the pain, broken energy center, and Temaz confirmed the hell worm's presence in her head before nodding. Although it was moving slightly slowly, it did its job properly. You should stay asleep for a bit. He made the hell worm fall asleep before releasing Encia's wrist. How are you now? And my pain has decreased. Encia fiercely nodded while clenching her fist. Really? Yes. Michelle also came up to her in surprise and grabbed her. How did you do that? Heat has gathered in Lady Encia's body. Temaz continued bitterly. It looks like other people haven't managed to find it because it is located in an extremely dangerous place. Where is that? It's in her upper body. It's not good. He frowned and licked his lips. Then how about the treatment? Fortunately, I think I can treat her since it's related to what I'm currently researching. Really? Yes, but since I've never seen these symptoms before, I think I'll need quite a lot of time and money. It's also because the patient is in really bad condition. Temaz narrowed his eyes in the middle of his speech. What's this? Everyone in Yan'an was aware of the fact that Encia was Michelle's most precious daughter. He just said he could heal her treasure, yet her reaction was too calm. This is strange. She should have been saying that she would give him everything, money, people, or artifacts. Anyway, I can definitely heal her, although it's going to take a long time. How long would it take? I can't tell the exact time right now, because it's my first time seeing these symptoms, as I mentioned before. He couldn't tell her the exact time, since he needed to take over the house step by step. Mom, I want to be treated by Sir Rayon instead. Treated. Temaz's eyes widened as she said she would get treated. The swordsman who came from Sieghart also said that he could treat her symptom. Michelle pointed at a handsome blonde man standing behind her. How is that possible? Some people knew about the rage worm, but the only people who could remove the hell worm were himself and a few people from House Robert. It was impossible for a greenhorn like him to treat her. It's nonsense. How could a swordsman treat her when he's not even a healer? Sir Rayon also managed to decrease my pain, just like you did. Encia stared at Rayon with bewitched eyes. Since you said it would take a long time, I'll get treated by Sir Rayon. She decisively raised her hand without even looking at Temaz. Rayon, now that I think about it, he remembered Darius ordering people to investigate Rayon Sieghart before. Since there was no way two people would be using the same name in the same house, he must have been that Rayon. Did you know what those symptoms are? I don't. Then how can you even treat her? But you also said you didn't know about those symptoms. But I. Temaz's lips trembled since he ended up falling into his own trap. Moreover, I'm not trying to treat her on my own. I'm going to bring Lady Encia to Retran and treat her with Sir Frederick. It might be dangerous. She's already in so much pain when she's not moving, so the pain will be unbearable once you start moving. You don't need to worry about that. I realized how to reduce the pain. Rayon responded so calmly that it was almost irritating. But you are a swordsman, not a healer. I'm also a healer. I learned medicine from Sir Frederick when I was small and from my teacher later on. Did you really learn medicine from the saint? Then who is your teacher? Sir Rimmer is my teacher. Sieghart's Sword of Light. Temur frowned. He was aware of the fact that the stupid elf was well versed in sundry techniques, but he didn't know that he had even learned medicine. No matter how excellent they are, I don't think you would have inherited all of their abilities. You will bring disaster if you try to treat a patient with sloppy medicinal skills. Sir Temaz mentioned earlier that the heat was gathered in her upper body, right? I did, and I even perfectly located the heat. What? Head Rayon pointed at his head with a faint smile. Temaz bit his lip, his benevolent smile shattering. Head of house. He realized he wouldn't be able to convince Rayon and called for Michelle. Please trust me. I've dedicated my entire life to medicine. If you move Lady Encia right now, you will get into big trouble before reaching the Ragged Saint. That's. Since it concerns me and it's about my life, I'll be the one to decide. While Michelle bit her lips in consideration, Encia raised her hand. I'm going to follow Sir Rayon. What he furiously shouted after hearing the unexpected answer. He's a swordsman and I'm a healer that has dedicated his entire life to medicine. I'm one of the 10 best doctors on the continent. Why did you choose that swordsman when your life's on the line? The reason is simple. Encia smiled as if there was only one possible answer. Because he is handsome. Why, you're crazy. You might die if he makes a mistake in his treatment or if he does it too late. How can you say such a strange thing? I'm fine with dying if that means I'll be with that face. A bunch of veins appeared on Temma's forehead. You are crazy, you are really crazy. Temma's mouth twisted. How could you say such a thing? Did you go crazy from the pain? He violently shook his head. He apparently couldn't accept the fact that his entire career as a healer had just lost to Rayon's face. Head of house, are you really going to let them do that? It's plain to see that they are going to die. You have to stop them, Temma shouted. His voice showed clear anger rather than worry for the patient. Rayon snickered while looking at Temma's. He got so angry from getting his face compared to mine. Since composure was one of Temma's strong points, he had never seen him get so angry before, not even in his previous life. Getting his face compared to Rayon's must have seriously crushed his pride. This is getting interesting. It was impossible to blow his cover because he had too much reputation behind him, but Rayon figured there was a lot to gain from the situation. Head of house, Temma's called out to Michelle once again to urge her. Michelle bit her lip in consideration. She apparently wasn't sure who to trust between Rayon and Temma's. Unlike your daughter, I'm sure you aren't going to decide just from looking at the face, are you? The head of house was the one who called me here in the first place. The face isn't all I've got. I'm rather confident in my swordsmanship and medicine. Rayon smiled brilliantly at Temma's, who was scowling. I wasn't talking to you. As soon as Rayon mentioned his face, Temma's started glaring even more fiercely. Head of house, I've healed countless people so far, regardless of their country and house. I can proudly announce that I've never lied before concerning the patient and treatment. Woof woof, it was dogshit. He used his noble image and his medicine to kill countless people and turn them into his slaves. He was indeed Darius's confidant, since he was capable of lying without flinching. If your daughter moves right now, there's bound to be a danger on the way. Moreover, Retran is currently at war, and there's no guarantee that the saint will properly treat her even if they manage to arrive there. Temma's appealed with teary eyes, as if he really were worried about Encia. Although I'm still lacking as a healer, I've got way more experience and put in a lot more effort than him. You are definitely going to regret it if you trust him just because he was lucky enough to find the cause. Although he was trying to convince her politely, he was pretty much threatening her by saying that Encia was going to die if she didn't listen to him. Was your name Rayon? Rayon nodded without responding. Another tendon popped on Temma's forehead. You said earlier that the heat source was located around the patient's head, didn't you? Indeed. Why do you think the other healers didn't manage to find it? Because they were less competent than you? No. It's because they were careful in their examination, since a small mistake in her head could cause the death of the patient. Temma's lowered his eyebrows and continued. You were lucky this time, but if you keep searching through the patient's mana circuit with your immature skills, you will end up killing your patient or disabling them. If you want to call yourself a healer, you should stop taking care of your face and learn how dangerous it is to deal with the head. 108. What? There are 108 places that can endanger you if an aura touches them. Rayon nonchalantly spoke with his arms crossed. But how did you? Temma's jaw dropped, unable to believe Rayon knew that. He even knows such a thing. Was he really the saint's student? Wow. The other swordsmen also looked up at Rayon, who managed to unsettle Temma's. It would be strange if I didn't know that. Rayon snickered, enjoying Temma's astonishment. Because you told me about that. What occupation needed as much knowledge of a human body as a doctor? It's that of an assassin. You needed to know better than anyone else which parts you needed to hit to kill or disable your opponent in order to become a fully fledged assassin. And I needed to learn it even more thoroughly because Darius was a perfectionist. Since he often needed to disguise the deaths of his enemies and allies for his plans, he periodically received lessons from Temma's about weaknesses and vital points in the human body. The knowledge he learned from Temma's was extremely helpful this time as well, when he examined Encia's head. Let me add one more thing. Rayon raised his finger to point at his face. I don't really take care of my face. I was just born with this face. Why are you talking back to me like that? Temma's glared fiercely at Rayon. Because that's how you've been talking to me. What? I already gave you enough respect. I've been answering your questions honestly and politely. Rayon smiled coldly and tilted his chin. But you were simply disrespectful towards me even though you didn't even know what position I have in Sieghart, nor what I represent. Do I have any reason to remain polite to someone who has no manners? Arg. Temma's cheeks trembled. His face turned so red that he was now comparable to Ensia's skin. Wow, he even looks handsome when he's making fun of him. Ensia exclaimed while staring at Rayon with her hands gathered. Temaz looked even more angry because of Ensia's interjection. Do you even realize who Sir Temaz is to behave like that? The young man next to Temaz stepped up with a frown. He's a saint that bestowed his benevolence on countless people in the continent without even receiving any rewards. He's on a different level as a doctor, especially compared to you. Are you telling me that manners are unnecessary just because he's on a different level, but his experience? His experience, I see. Rayon smiled coldly. Do you remember who taught me medicine? The Ragged Saint and Sieghart's Sword of Light. I don't think my standing is that different from his, since I was taught from those two. That's. The young man who seemed to be Temaz's disciple fell speechless. You should stay back. Temaz came up with a frown. It was my mistake. I was too flustered and forgot I needed to keep my manners towards you. I apologize. He said it with a voice full of respect as he bowed. In that case, I apologize as well. A smile appeared on Rayon's face while his head was lowered. It hit the mark. Temaz hadn't calmed down. His head only cooled down because he wanted to kill him too much. He was definitely going to come to personally kill him during the mission, or at another time. Head of house, please make your decision. Temaz turned his head towards Michelle. My opinion hasn't changed. It's extremely dangerous to send your daughter to retrans since it's pretty much certain that she is going to die. If you leave her to me, I'll do my best to treat her within a year. He even gave a 1-year time limit, unlike before. I'll also tell this to you for the last time. I can definitely treat her once we meet the saint at Retran. Since the Heavenly Division leader is going to lead the group, no one is going to be able to lay a finger on Lady Ensia, regardless of who they are. Rayon declared that he could definitely treat her without any hesitation in his voice. The Heavenly Blade leader also nodded confidently. Heavenly Blade leader. Temaz's expression distorted in an indescribable manner as he bit his lip. He apparently didn't notice the Heavenly Blade leader before. Michelle sighed deeply between them since she couldn't decide. She was well known for her bold personality, but she was apparently too worried when it came down to her youngest daughter's health. Mom, Ensia raised her hand. My opinion hasn't changed. I want to go with Sir Rayon. Seriously, you. Choosing Sir Temaz wouldn't be a bad idea, but I think Sir Rayon is going to make me recover faster. How do you know that? Because he's handsome. Her argument was his face once again. There's no way someone as handsome as him would lie. Ensia. His face is my medicine and my treatment. I don't feel any pain as long as I'm watching him. Ah, Michelle sighed, frowning while grabbing her temple. After clutching her head for a while, she slowly raised her head. The hesitation had disappeared from her eyes, which used to waver. I'm sorry, Sir Temaz. She bowed at Temaz. It is said that no parent ever persuaded a determined child to do otherwise. I would like to grant her wish. Temaz nodded silently after looking at Michelle, Ensia, Rayon, and Cheryl. I see. The patient and her guardian's decision is the most important. He smiled gently and lowered his raised sleeve. That bastard, Rayon narrowed his eyes. He made up his mind. Judging from his expression and voice, Temaz already decided that he would kill Rayon. It was obvious that he would kill Ensia as well after taking full advantage of her symptoms. I'll pay the treatment fee that I promised. No, I couldn't treat her, and I never planned to take fees to begin with. He shook his hand with a smile. And as for you, please excuse my rudeness. I was just too agitated. It's okay, I understand. He managed to appease his anger and behave so calmly in that situation. He was indeed an extraordinary person. I'll be taking my leave now. I'll be hoping for your complete recovery from afar. Temaz left Ensia's room alongside his disciple, as if he didn't care anymore. General Administrator, please see Sir Temaz off. You understood. The General Administrator, who couldn't keep up with the situation, hurriedly ran after Temaz. I wonder if I made the correct decision. Michelle sighed deeply. I'll make sure you won't regret it. It wasn't just a correct decision, but she had pretty much taken the hand of a savior. If she chose Temaz, the entire house would have been taken over by Robert. The way he guarantees is also super handsome. Ensia's eyes were sparkling as she exclaimed, "Then, when our leave?" As Michelle was about to discuss their departure, Ensia groaned and collapsed on the bed. Ensia. Rayon immediately went to Ensia, inserting Glacier's coldness into her mana circuit. I just need to scare it off. If he attacked the hellworm, it would most likely bring pain to Ensia. He used his coldness to scare it off, instead of moving quickly like before. He slowly followed Ensia's mana circuit upwards while pushing away the heat with Glacier's coldness, and the hellworm's presence disappeared. In turn, the heat spreading throughout Ensia's body subsided. Wow. Ensia's lips parted after she tried clenching her fist. It doesn't even hurt, and I feel even better than before. She smiled while being surprised at the same time as she looked at the relieved swelling in her arm. I should continue like this. He estimated that he just needed to scare the hell worm off to make it hide for Encia to last until they reached Retran. It's a relief. Michelle nodded while grabbing Encia's hand. Then when are you going to leave? Are you going to leave right now? No, I'm planning to leave tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Yes, we have some preparations to make. Is that okay, division leader? Yes. Cheryl nodded, showing her agreement. Then how many people from our side can you bring with you? Since we need to move as quickly as possible, I'm only planning to bring Lady Encia. What? But she can't do anything by herself. Michelle shook her hand, telling him it was impossible. Since we have female swordsmen with us, you don't need to worry. But at least one person. It would be a bother. Rayon stood firm, giving additional instruction to Michelle through an aura message. Head of house, please make every maid leave the room right now, as naturally as possible. Michelle flinched for a moment, but she nodded imperceptibly once she understood his message. Then, we need to quickly prepare. You girls should go check the carriage and prepare the food and necessities for the swordsmen. Yes, understood. The maids inside the room nodded, then left the room. As soon as the door closed, Rayon created an energy barrier to stop the sound from going out. What's the matter? We need to catch the culprit. See, culprit. The energy inside Lady Encia's head isn't a natural symptom or disease, but an artificial phenomenon. which means somebody was targeting Lady Encia. Encia and Michelle's lips started to tremble upon hearing that. Had you ever been injured outside before your fingers started to hurt? And no, I hadn't. I've always just worked in my workshop. Which means someone inside the house did it, Rayon declared with certainty. Are you sure? Cheryl came up to him with a frown. You have to be careful about this kind of matter, I'm sure. I don't know who did this, but this is definitely unnatural. He wouldn't have been so sure if Temma's hadn't come to visit, but he could ascertain it after he saw Temma's reaction. There must have been a House Robert spy among them. There's no way. Everyone I met in the workshop was my trustworthy family. Michelle and Encia shook their heads. It looked like they didn't want to believe it. If you don't want to find the culprit, then I'll withdraw. It's not our mission, nor is it our house's business. However, this is your only chance if you want to find the culprit. Rayon declared it was their last chance, then closed his eyes. He was telling them he didn't mind if they refused. See, can you really find them? Michelle swallowed nervously. Since I've set a trap, they are bound to step on it. A trap. Cheryl also stepped towards him in curiosity. The culprit must have made Lady Encia fall in that state with an objective in mind. There must have been something to gain from her sickness. Although he already knew that it was Robert's plan to take over the house, he unfortunately couldn't tell them about it. Since I showed them I could appease Lady Encia's condition and said that I would leave with her tomorrow, the culprit must be impatient right now. After all, if she gets treated instead of staying sick, whatever plan is will be foiled. Then, before Encia leaves. Indeed, they will try to worsen her condition so that she won't be able to leave. Rayon nodded. Since he said he would leave the next day and wouldn't bring anyone from House Yanan, that night was the only opportunity for them to worsen her condition, which means there's an extremely high possibility that they will visit Lady Encia tonight. So that was why you asked me to make them leave in a natural manner. Michelle's jaw dropped upon realizing the meaning of Rayon's aura message. How long have you been thinking about that? From the beginning. You are crazy. Cheryl narrowed her eyes as she looked into Rayon's eyes. How can someone like him exist? Medicinal knowledge surpassing Temma's, and the ability to predict the existence of a culprit and immediately lay out a trap wasn't something even she was capable of. How the hell did he grow up? Might, planning, knowledge, composure, and even his face. She was speechless to learn that a 17-year-old swordsman could be perfect in every aspect. Did he really think about that from the beginning? Our vice squad leader is so scary. I know, right? The light wind and heavenly blade were also dumbfounded as they looked at Rayon. Then, what shall we do now? We can't just leave Encia like this. Michelle impatiently bit her fingernail. Of course we can't. Rayon nodded. That's why we need something. Something? Yes, I heard that Yanan possesses that artifact. Boom. Explosions occurred one after another around the forest on the outskirts of Dembel City. Damn it. Temma's crushed everything in sight by continuously shooting his aura around him, regardless of the forest being destroyed. The trees and grass didn't simply get destroyed, they turned into black ash and melted down. Rayon Zieghart, the rage from getting thoroughly defeated by Rayon at House Yanan seemed to have exploded, turning his eyes completely red. I'll kill you. I'll melt your face alive. I'll make sure you won't have an easy death. Temaz screamed like a monster, spreading enough aura around him to crush the entire forest. Temma's disciple, Yufin, could only bite his lip in fear while staying far back. I need to stay further away. When Yufin was about to step back, a crow with white eyes surged from his shadow. The crow sat on his shoulder, then opened its sharp beak to spit out a black piece of paper. Yufin's eyes widened after reading the paper's contents. Master, we are in trouble. Yufin ran towards Temaz, who was still destroying the forest, with the paper in his hand. They are going to leave tomorrow, without bringing a single maid or servant. What? Focus returned to Tema's eyes upon hearing that. Why? It's apparently in order to move as fast as possible, since there are female swordsmen among Sieghart people. Those damn bastards keep doing that. Tema's ground his teeth. He only pretended to not care anymore because he had spies in House Yan'an, but it had become more problematic. What should we do? Tell them to increase the Hellworm's activity to 80% tonight. Isn't 80% going to be dangerous? She will feel pain worse than death itself, but she should survive. Since we need to delay their departure, that's the minimum we need. Delay their departure. Yufin tilted his head. He couldn't understand why he would delay them instead of just preventing it. I won't get the opportunity to kill that damn bastard if they can't depart at all. What? But they have the Heavenly Blade leader on their side. I'm going to call the shadows. Even the shadows are unable to stop the Heavenly Blade leader. I'm not planning on killing her. I'm only targeting Rayon Sieghart, no one else. I'm going to use shadows to stop the Heavenly Blade leader and insert the ash poison in him. They will have to leave if he ends up dying. He clenched his fist, determined to kill him. Rayon, I'm going to kill that arrogant bastard. I'm definitely going to melt down all his skin and watch him suffer. You understood. I'll make preparations for that. One more thing. Yufin nodded, and when he was about to write the message to convey it through the crow, Temaz raised his hand. Send an assassin to that madman in Retran. Temaz ground his teeth. We need the power of House Yan'an for our future plan. We can't let Sieghart or the Saint help them. During the dim night where the moon was hiding behind dark clouds, the pink door located at the deepest part of the 9th floor of House Yan'an silently opened, and a black shape entered the room. The black shape seemed familiar with the room as it went to the center, where the bed was located. Insia was sleeping there, drenched in a cold sweat because of the pain. My lady, Although her name was called, Insia only groaned without waking up. Her skin had turned even more red than usual because of the intense heat. Russell, the shape took out a small piece of cloth. It took out the red needle that was wrapped inside and pressed it to the middle of Insia's forehead. However, the needle was unable to penetrate Insia's skin. The tip bent as if it had just stabbed a rock. How is this posse gasp? Just as it was about to remove the needle, Insia opened her eyes. It was you. Instead of blue eyes similar to an ocean, crimson eyes that sparked in a frightening manner and seemed to bring death appeared. Inoka Insia grabbed the black shape by its neck and threw it to the ground before it could speak. Slam! The black shape coughed out blood, and Insia's room trembled. The monstrous strength couldn't possibly come from someone who was bedridden for over a year. My lady, just how? Shut your mouth. While Insia was suppressing the black shape with a cold smile, the door opened up and Cheryl entered alongside the swordsman and turned the light on. It was true. It happened exactly the way Sir Rayon predicted. The swordsmen dropped their jaws upon seeing the young woman in a maid outfit under Insia. That woman is the maid that has been staying right next to Lady Insia all this time. Yes, she's the person who has been assisting her all along. Martha growled and Byrne frowned. Insia was the last person to enter, supported by Michelle. Her lips were trembling as she spotted the maid on the ground. Lauren, was it you? Insia's sky-blue eyes teared up. It looked like rain was going to fall soon. Why did you do this? Why are there two ladies? The maid named Lauren's eyes widened, looking back and forth between the blue-eyed Insia in front of her and the red-eyed Insia who was suppressing her. I'm sorry, but I'm not your lady. The red-eyed Insia tapped on his face. The gray mantle fell from his shoulders and Rayon's face was revealed. Doppelganger's mantle. Lauren swallowed nervously when she saw the mantle on the ground. It looked like she finally realized what was going on. I was pretending a little since I figured you would be here. Rayon grabbed the doppelganger's mantle and snickered. That mantle was a legendary artifact, capable of changing someone's appearance into that of another's. There were multiple drawbacks, but it was certainly effective. Lauren, why did you? Insia and Michelle's eyes were trembling like boats facing a tidal wave. It looked like they didn't want to believe the situation. On the other hand, Rayon calmly looked down on Lauren as if it were a natural course of action. It was obvious. Since the hellworm needed to be directly inserted through the mouth or nose, the spy was bound to be someone close to Insia. He figured it must have been one of Insia's two maids, and House Robert's spy ended up being Lauren, who had been assisting Insia all along. How could you do this to me when we've been together since I was 8? Insia sank to the ground while covering her mouth. 8 years old. House Robert made children start their assassination or spying activities between the age of 6 and 8. Hearing that age made him even more certain, though I'm sure she doesn't even know who she is working for. Dara's spies are sporadically networked, and he doesn't even tell them what their real affiliation is. The spies only obey orders since they are brainwashed to do so. Sir Rayon, was it Lauren's doing? Did Lauren really do that? Insia's lips parted after a long time. The way her dry lips were trembling almost looked pitiful. She's the spy. No, I didn't do anything. Lauren forcibly shook her head. What are you saying after you tried to stab this needle into the middle of my forehead? Rayon showed Lauren the crooked needle on the ground. That's medicine. Lauren screamed, veins showing in her eyes. Medicine, and Sia bit her lips while looking at the needle. It looked like she was pinning her last hope on the words. Do you remember the competent pharmacist who visited us a few months ago? This is a medicine I got from him. It lowers the heat. Then why did you smear that on a needle and try to stab me with it in the middle of the night? I was only following the pharmacist's instructions. He said that an extremely weak stab of this needle smeared with medicine during my lady's sleep would reduce the heat. Lauren continued to lie without even blinking. I injected the medicine from time to time whenever my lady was in too much pain. I only did that for my lady's sake. Sniff. She lowered her teary face. Her acting was good enough to make unrelated people believe her words. Is that so? Sia's eyes were trembling violently. She was shaken by her nonsensical excuses. I guess it can't be helped. That was the scariest part about a long-term spy. They would give some unreasonable excuses, and that was enough to cloud their victim's judgment because of the long time they'd spent together. Moreover, since Sia said she grew up together with her ever since she was 8, she must have wanted to believe her even more. However, while that could work against Sia and Michelle, it didn't work against him since he was a stranger. But if your stab was extremely weak, as you said, then the needle wouldn't have been crooked like this. You were obviously going for a deep stab and failed. Rayon pointed at the tip of the bent needle. Moreover, we will be able to tell if it's really a medicine or a poison once we investigate the smeared medicine. And no, it's a misunderstanding. Lauren was rolling her eyes so quickly in order to find a new excuse, to the point where it was scary. Lauren. Sia forced herself to clench her fist. She was biting her lip in pain. I was really just worried about my lad Ka. Rayon dislocated Lauren's chin in the middle of her speech. Since it looks like you've accepted it to a certain extent, I think I can show you the real proof. Proof: spies hide poison in their mouths since they never know when their identities might be discovered. That's not the case for her. We checked it before Lauren joined us. Michelle shook her head, saying that it couldn't be true. It's because she didn't have the poison back then. What? At first, they do their work properly, as if they were really part of the house. At that point, they don't steal information. They only get their missions as a spy and the poison in their teeth after they gain enough trust from the people inside the house while acting as an ordinary child. Robert's method took advantage of people's affection and psychology. You will know once you see. MHH. Rayon put his hand inside Lauren's mouth and took out a white bead that was hidden in her molar. Despite its color, it was a nasty poison that could melt her intestines and kill her the moment she bit it. Lauren looked up at Rayon with scared eyes. She was apparently surprised by his knowledge that had allowed him to predict her visit and find the poison inside her mouth in an instant. Don't be surprised. Rayon smiled bitterly. I only know all of this because I've experienced it in the past. That poison bead was always stuck between his teeth when he used to live as an assassin. He was only aware of that fact because he used to live like a slave who could be forced to die at any time, just like her. Lauren. Strength left in Sia's arms. Apparently she even lost the strength to be angry at her. Why did you do that? Just why, my lady, please listen, Ka. Lauren tried to give excuses despite having her chin dislocated, but Rayon sent a shock to her heart to make her faint. It was a measure taken in order to take care of the rage worm that might exist in her heart. General Administrator Aaron. Rayon called Aaron, who was frowning from behind them since he was the only person in his right mind. Yes, we should imprison her for now. All right. Aaron hurriedly nodded, then took Lauren outside. Rayon looked at the collapsed Sia. The intense trembling of her eyes was slowly stabilizing. She must have accepted reality. The reason he went through all that work despite the fact that he could have just neutralized and removed the poison from Lauren from the beginning was to make sure Sia and Michelle wouldn't have any regrets. Although she was immensely shocked, she fortunately looked like she had accepted the reality of it all. There's no point in interrogating Lauren. The spies worked as discrete groups, unlike the assassins. Since the spies usually had to go through at least 4 to 5 contacts to reach Darius or Temaz, there was no way she would reveal their names or the treatment method for Sia. We are going to leave in the morning in 2 days instead of tomorrow, so please rest well. Rayon. Cheryl's voice called out to him when he was about to return to his lodgings. He turned around to look, and the heavenly blade and the light wind were staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. What the hell are you? Cheryl walked up to him with a frown. He didn't just create a situation for the spy to act, but also completely understood the spy's identity and psychology. She allowed Rayon's plan because it seemed realistic, but she never thought everything would be solved so easily. What the hell is this guy? Great might. She could understand it as a result of his natural talent and endless efforts. However, the trap in the plan he had devised that day was the sort that came from an extremely experienced person, and she couldn't believe he was just a novice swordsman on his second mission. It was more and more ridiculous, the more she thought about it. I'm also curious about what you have in that small head of yours. Ekin also seemed unable to understand it as he laughed bitterly. I already knew you were smart, but I didn't know you could do this. Rayon, amazing, handsome. Well, he's pretty smart, I guess. Burin gasped, Runan gave a thumbs up, and Martha slowly nodded. I am a bit scared at this point. I know, right? He's almost like a ghost. Dorian and Crane's chins were trembling violently. I was just lucky. Rayon shrugged, facing the swordsman's surprised eyes, because I wasn't certain either. It looked like you were certain, though. Rayon just smiled at Cheryl, who was narrowing her eyes. All right. Rayon nodded in agreement. I don't even know if I'm talking to a 17-year-old or a 71-year-old. Cheryl shook her hand in disgust and returned to Insia's room. However, there was one fact she wasn't aware of. We did gain something from this, and it was a huge gain. Darius Robert was a perfectionist. He must have spent a lot of time and manpower in order to take over House Yanan, yet that plan had been foiled in an instant. He was bound to start rampaging like a madman now, blowing his cover as a gentleman. My only regret is that I can't watch the shape he's going to take. Rayon snickered, thinking about Darius Robert, who should have been in the south. When Cheryl returned to the room, Insia was already fast asleep, and Michelle was holding her hand. I'll guard her from now on, so the head of house should rest as well. Cheryl went next to Insia's bed and looked at Michelle. Michelle caught her breath and bowed. We are simply repaying our debt. Even then, you are being considerate of us in many ways, especially Sir Rayon. As expected of the master of a house, she was aware of the fact that Rayon was being considerate in many ways. Who the hell is he? What do you mean? The way he uses his head, his judgment, and decisiveness. He doesn't look like a young man in any of those aspects. Michelle shook her head while looking at the ground where Rayon had subdued Lauren. Is the destructive king of the north teaching him personally? That's not the case. He does have a teacher, but he mostly grew up on his own. And Cheryl shook her head and looked back at the door. I'm also curious about his true abilities. Just what were the limits of his abilities? Temaz was looking at the sun that was defeating the dim night from the forest. His face was fiercely distorted despite the dazzling sunlight. Why is there no contact? Temaz glared, smacking the big tree next to him. Slom. Along with the sound of an earthquake, the tree fell down in a single hit and turned to ash before disappearing. She should have contacted us a long time ago. Why is she not contacting us? I am not sure. The networking branch is just saying that there was no contact. Yufin lowered his head with trembling shoulders. Are you sure you gave her proper instructions? Yes, she should have gotten them before evening. That means she was found out. Temaz stomped on the ground. The grass around the black energy emerging from the ground was crumbling as if a drought had been going on for a long time. That stupid bitch. How could she be found out when it was just a simple task of stabbing her with a needle? Temaz's eyes were glowing maliciously, his anger returning to him after all his efforts at appeasing it. Then, I'm going to contact him right away. Are you crazy? As Yufin summoned a crow from his shadow, Temaz grabbed his neck. We've been preparing to take over House Yanan for over 15 years now. If he ends up learning about this, we'll both be beheaded. Yufin's teeth chattered as he grabbed his own neck. Even if you want to make a report, you have to do it after getting results. It's not going to end well for us if you do it right now. Temaz calmly took a deep breath to appease his erupting anger, but we can't hide it from him. That's why we need to conclude this matter as soon as possible. Where are the shadows right now? They are already nearby. They should be able to catch up to us, even if we leave tomorrow. Yufin responded quickly and lowered his head. Call everyone around us, including the shadows. We don't need to chase them quickly. It's okay to be slow, so tell them to take every weapon and poison from the branch. All of them. Our opponent is the Heavenly Division leader. We need to use all the poisons and smokescreens in order to have any hope of stopping her for a moment. Temaz ground his teeth, thinking about the Heavenly Division leader he saw that day. It's impossible to kill her. Although she seemed like a feather when she was hiding her presence, she became bigger than a mountain once she showed it on the outside. Her prowess was even better than the rumors. Rayon, just make sure to kill Roan Sieghart. We can recover everything once that happens. Black energy was emerging from Temaz's hand. I'll tear his nice face off while he's alive. Rayon went to the head of house's office the next afternoon. The room was still a mess, but Michelle's expression was bright, unlike the day before. Welcome. Michelle's greeting was a lot more polite than the day before. Are you feeling better now? Rayon asked, bowing in return. She smiled awkwardly, saying that she could accept it now. The general administrator interrogated Lauren all night long, but nothing was gained. He said she didn't seem to know anything. I see. It was as expected. The only thing Lauren knew must have been how to contact the discreet group right above her. In the end, we need to send her to Retran in order to treat her. You are leaving tomorrow, right? Yes. Since we managed to catch the spy, I think it would be better to bring a maid to help Lady Insia. Yes, I'll get one prepared. And Rayon interrupted himself, as if he were worried about something. You can tell me without hesitation. Michelle leaned forward, gesturing to him to tell her anything he had to say. I think this journey to escort Lady Insia isn't going to be an easy one. What do you mean? Considering the way they were openly targeting Lady Insia, there must be something they want from House Yanan. Those bastards were the Roberts. That's what he wanted to say, but he managed to suppress his urge. There's no way they would let this opportunity slip. I'm sure they're going to thoroughly prepare and attack us and Lady Encia. What shall we do then? Since they are most likely going to use a strange power or poison just like they did to Lady Encia, can the head of house help us a little? Of course, she opened her hands, saying that it was only natural for her to help. Our family is famous for artifacts. Tell me anything you want. Great. Rayon smiled faintly and took out a piece of paper from his inner pocket and gave it to her. Evade poison artifact, ventilator, radiating stone, strength enhancement artifact, night vision artifact, agility enhancement, blazing brazier, wind gem. Her voice trembled more and more as she read out aloud the endless list one by one. Are you sure you need all of those? Yes, the evade poison artifact is especially important. Cure poison was capable of healing the poison, but the evade poison could actively negate the poison. That was why the evade poison artifact was far better and more expensive than the cure poison artifact. I can see some unnecessary items on the list. We need all of them in order to return with everyone alive. What nonsense are you spouting? Wrath popped up on the bracelet, then started shouting at his nonsense. That might be the case for the evade poison artifact, but you don't need the strength enhancement or agility enhancement artifact. Those are mine. That's why I'm saying you're scamming her right now. Not at all. Rayon calmly shook his head. Our chance of survival becomes higher if I become stronger to protect everyone. I didn't lie at all. Coup. Wrath glared at Michelle, unable to refute that strange argument, which was unreasonable and reasonable at the same time. Hey woman, you should never give them to him. This bastard is an evil demon, even worse than greed. However, Michelle seemed to have made up her mind already despite Wrath's wish. Everyone's safe return. She murmured what he said about returning with everyone alive, then nodded. Yes, I can trust him. They only managed to find the spy because of Rayon's plan without being affected by their affection for Lauren. She could trust him at that point, regardless of what he said. All right, we will have them prepared by tomorrow. Michelle nodded. Kua, Wrath narrowed his eyes while looking at Michelle. How could you grant all of those wishes? Do you have too much money or something? Why does everyone crave to do everything for him? Coldness was emanating from him in his displeasure. If Encia completely recovers and everyone returns safely just like you said, I'll grant all of your wishes. Michelle spoke, her hands gathered together to show her sincerity. And no, Wrath's eyes widened. He is really going to say all of his wishes. Are you serious? Rayon smiled faintly, pushing away Wrath, who was violently shaking his hand. Yes, I promise on my name. Make sure to remember that. Rayon stood up with a smile on his face. There's no reason for me to refuse if she's willing to give me what I want. He was confident he could extort so much from her that she would feel like the list she saw just then was generous. He could guarantee that Michelle would regret what she just promised. I'm going nuts. Wrath violently shook his head. Why are all the doormats coming to you of their own accord? You must teach the King of Essence how to attract those doormats. I wonder, Rayon snickered while watching Wrath flounder. It's probably because the King of Doormats is right next to me. He was attracting other doormats on top of giving him everything he had. The giving Wrath was the best in the world. Once Rayon returned from visiting Michelle, Run-On was preparing herself to go outside. Where are you going? There was a bead ice cream shop. She murmured that she needed to go there at all costs because there was a new product. Rayon. Wrath slowly climbed up his forearm. How about going there as well? Why should I? Ice cream is delicious. It makes you feel better if you eat it, not for me. Rayon shook his head. It was delicious, but training was better at making him feel good. You crazy training addict, is that all you had to say? Wait, then how about this? What? The King of Essence will help you as long as I don't have to use Wrath. Help, yes, like checking other people's cards in the casino or telling you when other people are approaching. Wrath was desperately rolling his eyes. It looked like he wanted to eat the ice cream at all costs. I can now use him for free. Since they were going to leave the next day, he was planning to go out with Run-On anyway. He could only laugh at getting an additional benefit like that. All right. Rayon nodded, then went to Run-On. Let's go together. Run-On nodded, her lips curving up into a small smile. We came at the wrong time. Indeed. As Rayon clicked his tongue, the main gate of House Yanan opened up and they could see a silver-haired man walking through it. Run-On stepped back with trembling lips as she saw him. I heard you came here, and it was true. The silver-haired man, Syria Sullian, waved his hand while smiling. Run-On, it's been a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. Rayon stepped up in front of Run-On and smiled coldly. Rayon Zeeghart. A small crack appeared in Syria Sullian's refreshing smile. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Syria Sullian. It looks like he's still a psychopath. Just like last time, his eyes weren't moving even though his mouth was smiling. Other people would call it a brilliant smile, but he could only see it as a grotesque face since he was aware of his true nature. The timing isn't good. Indeed, he only managed to notice Syria's approach after the gate opened because he didn't have his aura perception expanded, though it was also because his presence was completely concealed.
Hello.
He could hear Run-On's groan from behind him. She managed to overcome her fear of blood, but it seemed it was still difficult for her to face Syria, who was the source of that trauma. What brings you here? He took a step forward in order to hide Run-On from Syria's gaze. I was passing by Dembel City because of a mission, and I heard Zieghart's swordsman had entered House Yanan. I came here just in case, since they said there was a beautiful silver-haired girl among the swordsmen. Syria smiled, throwing a glance at Run-On over Rayon's shoulder. Just in case. Rayon tilted his chin and snickered. It looks like you were certain she would be here, though. Syria was carrying a bead ice cream box in his left hand. If he really hadn't been sure, he wouldn't have been carrying that. Just like before, you still don't believe what people say. I do believe what people say, but you are a monster, not a person. Since Syria was famous for traveling throughout the continent to accomplish missions and practice his swordsmanship, his visit could truly be a coincidence. However, considering his expression and the atmosphere around him, he could ascertain that he'd been keeping track of Run-On's movements. Run-On, are you not even going to greet me when you are seeing your big brother for the first time in such a long time? Syria raised the ice cream box he was holding. I even brought the bead ice cream you like. Run-On didn't raise her head even after he mentioned the ice cream, and that condition of hers was the better version since she previously couldn't even show her fear in front of him. Are you sick? I need to examine you. Please stop. This is Yanan's domain. As Syria was about to enter, the warriors of House Yanan stopped him. Reveal your identity and the objective of your visit. My name is Syria Sullian. I'm that girl's big brother. Can I enter for a moment? My sister looks like she's not doing too well. Syria pointed at Run-On behind Rayon. Syria Sullian, the azure sword of 12 stars of the continent. The warriors from House Yanan who were guarding the door hurriedly made a path for him upon learning Syria's identity. Since he was a famous person with a kind appearance, they had to let him enter once he mentioned his sister being there. Your big brother's going to check your conditio. Please step back. Rayon extended his right hand to stop Syria's approach. What are you trying right now? Syria lowered his eyebrows while maintaining his smile. The gentle energy emanating from him sharpened like a fierce blade. The energy wave felt like sharp needles were piercing Rayon's skin. Jokes shouldn't be taken too far, Rayon Zieghart. He rolled up the corners of his mouth, then took another step forward. Who do you think you are to stop me? I'm stopping you because Run-On doesn't want it. Run-On didn't say anything, though. I can tell without her saying anything. You must be delusional. I'm Run-On's big brother and you are just a stranger. You have no right to stop me. Syria shook his hand, gesturing to him to step back. An enormous wave of aura emerged from him and started to push him away. What a frightening amount of power. The 12 stars of the continent were the strongest among the young warriors, and he didn't have that title for no reason. The energy wave pressing upon him was on a different level from the 7th apostle and Garen. However, he couldn't afford to withdraw. Right, Rayon overcame Syria's pressure, straightening his back. His tall stature didn't lose to Syria's anymore as he met his eyes. I have more than enough right. What do you mean? I'm Run-On's direct superior, and we are currently on a mission. Even if you are her family, you cannot meet her without my permission. He mentioned his position as the vice squad leader of Light Wind, and Syria stopped smiling. He apparently didn't expect that argument. Since it looks like your business is done now, please leave. Rano shook his hand in the exact same way Syria did. The energy wave emanating from him pushed Syria back in return, fluttering his clothes and hair like crazy. I heard Rayon Zieghart's mouth was more dangerous than his sword, and it was true. Syria twisted his lips to create a smile. You've grown so much in only a few years. I'm almost surprised. His eyes turned black as if they were staring into darkness. The pressure flowing from his elongated pupils was scary enough to make hair stand on end. However, your arrogance has grown just as much. It's become far worse than before. Despite stating that he'd gotten more arrogant, his voice didn't sound angry or irritated. It felt like his dry voice, devoid of all emotion, was crushing his heart. Rayon frowned while looking at the warriors from House Yanan tilting their heads from behind Syria. He's gotten stronger as well. That scary pressure was only targeting him. Befitting his reputation as the Azure Sword, Syria Sullian also became a lot stronger than before. You are right. It can't be helped if you are on a mission, but... Syria pointed at Run-On, who was wearing casual clothes. It doesn't like you are on a mission right now. The fact that she's not wearing a uniform doesn't change the fact that we are on a mission. What mission is it? I have no reason to answer that question. Syria's pressure became bigger and bigger, but Rayon didn't withdraw. He pressed the land with his feet while resonating the Ring of Fire. I really haven't seen Run-On for a long time. I want to check whether my sister is healthy and uninjured, no matter what. I said this already, but you can't. Isn't it strange to stop a big brother who is worried about his little sister to this extent? There must be a problem here. Worried, huh? Rayon smiled coldly. Syria's pupils stretched as he said he wanted to meet his sister. Worry wasn't the emotion inside them, it was desire. Rayon had goosebumps from looking into those greedy eyes that saw her as his possession. Even if you are her superior, I need to confirm her safety as her big brother. Syria gathered his aura. He apparently decided to force his way through because he realized he couldn't win the argument. You are revealing your true nature. Rayon put his hand on Heavenly Drive's hilt. He rotated the ring of fire and controlled the 10,000 flames cultivation so that he could draw his sword at any moment. Rumble. Syria also looked like he had no intention of withdrawing as he raised his chin, touching the grip of the greatsword on his back. The light was gone from his eyes. He was the same emotionless monster that he'd seen before. You can't win in your current state. Wrath popped out from the bracelet and frowned. Give your body to the King of Essence. The pervert who is trying to hurt the King of Essence's maid shall be frozen whole. He was apparently feeling bad about Run-On, who he cherished, since he kept shaking his sleeve to urge him to give him Rayon's body. Silence, I need to focus. Rayon ignored Wrath and caught his breath. I know I'll lose. Syria was already a fully fledged master when he met him last time. Since he must have climbed at least another level during the last few years, it was pretty much impossible for him to win. That's why I'm asking you to withdraw. You sometimes have to fight even if you know you will lose. Since Run-On was behind him, he couldn't step away. He needed to show her that Syria could be overcome since she was still trembling from the trauma. Are you still stopping me? You must have done something to my sister. Syria was still minding other people's gazes in that situation. He really was a crazy bastard. Considering the fact that you are still trying to approach your sister when she doesn't want it, I'm sure you must have done something to her. For example, you might have threatened her with something. Like blood, perhaps, Rayon Sieghart. Rayon attacked back and Syria's face became even colder. He grasped the hilt, nothing but murderous intent in his eyes. Rumble. As Rayon and Syria were about to draw their swords, an even more overwhelming energy wave exploded up from next to them. Stop right there. Cheryl was approaching them with eyes as cold as the northern wind. How dare you show off your strength here? She glared at Rayon and Syria's pathetic behavior with a frown. Heavenly Blade Division Leader. Long time no see. Syria instantly suppressed his energy wave and smiled. I didn't notice because you were too silent. I don't think so. Cheryl snorted at Syria's words. What's the matter? What even happened to start a fight in someone else's house? It's not a big deal. I just wanted to see my sister, but the Light Winds Vice Squad leader was stopping me. I simply declined the request because we are currently on a mission. Rayon explained to Cheryl what happened. I guess both sides make sense, at least. Cheryl looked at Rayon and Syria one after the other before she nodded. She should have sent Syria back in that situation, but she was incapable of reading the atmosphere. If you're both unwilling to withdraw, then you should have a sword duel. She nodded, then raised a finger. Sword duel. Both Rayon and Syria's eyes widened in surprise. Since we are at someone else's house, let's make it a small sword duel that ends in a single strike. Single strike means the winner will be decided in a single strike. Cheryl tapped her scabbard while smiling faintly. If you win, you will get some time to talk with Run-On, and you will withdraw if Rayon wins. How about it? That sounds good. However, since you are on different levels, you are forbidden from using astral energy. I accept. Syria nodded in satisfaction. Heavenly Blade Leader, I do it. As Rayon was about to tell her, he didn't want to make a bet with the frightened Run-On on the line. Cheryl's aura message could be heard. Syria is one of the most talented swordsmen in the entire continent. Even though the match will end in a single strike, it will be extremely helpful for your growth. Show me what you can do with all the lessons I gave you so far, and all the training you did every night. Rayon's lips parted upon hearing that. Did she do all that for me in this situation? When his mouth was opening in surprise, she continued, Don't worry about Run-On. I'll never give her to him, even if you lose. Cheryl's eyes sparkled as she took a glance at her. She wasn't actually unable to read the atmosphere. She just created that situation while having noticed everything. I'll do it. Rayon nodded, then turned to look back at Run-On. Run-On. Run-On raised her head for the first time. Watch what I do. Rayon spoke before stepping forward. What a show-off, shut up. Because he said all that, he couldn't lose anymore. He needed to show Run-On that Syria wasn't an unbreakable wall. A single strike match, how interesting. Syria unsheathed the greatsword from his back with a smile. The energy emanating from the jet-black blade was so powerful that it felt suffocating. Rayon caught his breath and raised Heavenly Drive. Pure energy was storming above the white blade, contrasting with the greatsword's color. Ready? Yes, yes. At Cheryl's signal, Rayon lowered his posture and pulled his sword back. He took the Flame Dragon Arts posture, and a small light sparkled from Syria's eyes. I knew he would know this technique. Considering Syria's personality, he must have investigated Rayon while he was checking on Run-On. It was plain obvious that he would know about the Flame Dragon art he had used to defeat Garen. Sheesh. Syria very slightly turned his ankle and pulled his greatsword a bit more to the side. Quick sword. He must have been planning to deflect the Flame Dragon art before it could gain momentum by adding speed into the greatsword's power. Begin. As soon as Cheryl finished speaking, Syria's greatsword pounced at him. The jet black blade pierced into the space and a tremendous amount of energy exploded. just as I expected. He could ascertain that Syria was trying to interrupt the flame dragon art with power and speed before it could show its true abilities. However, Syria's strike was overflowing with wisdom, despite being a simple slash. It almost looked like it was an extremely polished strike. Taking it on with a sloppy strike would break Heavenly Drive and give him a fatal injury. There's no reason to use a weapon he has already analyzed. Rayon poured all his energy into Heavenly Drive as he thrusted it. A powerful flame was engulfing the blade, but the shape wasn't that of fierce dragon, it was a heavy mountain instead. Heavy sword. It was the heavy sword he got the hint of from Garen, then later understood through Shirl's lessons. Rumble. Heavenly Drive was imbued with the principles that he'd mixed on his own and created a thick line. The glimmering crimson light on the blade turned into a heavy tidal wave and flooded the atmosphere. Whir. Rayon's heavy blade advanced while dominating the sky, clashing against Syria's greatsword. Bomb. With an earth-shattering sound, a tremendous shockwave stormed through the surrounding area. Kring. Syria's greatsword was still emanating a huge amount of power without being pushed back by the shockwave, but its sword resonance sounded like it was screaming once it was blocked by Heavenly Drive, which was advancing while burning up the aura. How is this? Astonishment was reflected in Syria's dim pupils. His reaction revealed that he never thought his sword would be stopped. Rayon narrowed his eyes while maintaining the heaviness in Heavenly Drive's blade. This was the correct answer, using a new heavy sword against Syria, who knew about the Flame Dragon art. Shirl silently groaned while watching the greatsword in Heavenly Drive's competition. A draw. She was planning to make Syria withdraw by mentioning their ages and experience after Rayon showed some skill. She didn't even imagine he would manage to end the match in a draw. Even though Syria didn't use astral energy, he's still one of the 12 stars of the continent. Although he fought with a disadvantage, it was ridiculous that he managed to achieve equality in a single strike match. Shirl couldn't even keep her face straight. Creak. She came back to her senses upon hearing the sword resonance coming from the clash and snapped her fingers. The match is over. She shot her aura to separate them. Since your attack was stopped midway, it's a draw. And no, this is. There is no reason to say no. This match was about a single strike. Since you've been stopped, it is a draw. Syria looked completely irritated for the first time as he bit his lip. No one came out victorious, but it's obvious that Rayon lacks experience and ability. This match is Rayon's victory. Shirl shook her hand while stating the line she had prepared. Syria glared at Rayon fiercely without responding. The emotion in his gaze was crystal clear. Syria, step back. You lost. Heavenly Division Leader. If you have complaints, I'll be your opponent. Shirl crossed her arms and blocked Syria's path. She was small, but the energy wave emanating from her overwhelmed Syria and soared to reach the end of the sky. All right, I have no choice since I cannot currently win against you, Rayon. I lost. Your sword was amazing. Syria really was an outstanding guy. He managed to regain his composure and smiled despite what happened. Run on, I'll return later since it looks like you aren't doing too well today. You should share this with your companions. He smiled gently and extended the hand holding the ice cream box. It could be called amazing that he was still pretending to be a kind older brother. She doesn't need th. I'll tell him. As Rayon was about to refuse, Run-On stepped forward. Run-On watched the entire situation from behind Rayon's back. She wanted to tell Syria to leave herself, but she couldn't move her body because she remembered Syria's voice telling her that he would kill everyone. Even though it was her business, she entrusted everything to Rayon and hoped that Syria would disappear while covering her ears. When all sound became an unrecognizable ringing in her ears, Rayon turned around and opened his mouth. Watch me properly. Although she had covered her ears, she could hear him perfectly. She raised her head for the first time. Rumble. The tremendous energy exploding from Syria's greatsword looked like the sky itself. Run-On screamed upon seeing the strike that could split apart everything in the world. Dodge. However, Rayon didn't withdraw and slowly thrust his sword. The flame on his blade was extended like a wall, encroaching on the space. Clank. Although Syria's greatsword looked like it could even split the ocean apart, it couldn't overcome Heavenly Blade's thin blade and let out a strange groan once it was stopped in the middle. Run-On exclaimed with trembling lips. He blocked it. Syria was a matchless existence in her head, someone that no one was able to stop. Once his sword was stopped by Rayon, the jet-black rain clouds filling her head fell with red rain. He wasn't unstoppable. Syria wasn't invincible. His voice, which used to resound in her head, and his presence that used to cover the entire sky, started to decrease little by little. Shatter. She felt refreshed, as if she had been freed from the shackles binding her hands and feet. Rayon. Released from her shackles, Run-On turned around and smiled faintly while looking at Rayon's eyes, which widened in surprise. If Syria taught her death for the first time, Rayon taught her about unbreakable will for the first time. He taught her that Syria could be overcome. He would be more than a lifelong benefactor. She expressed her gratitude, then took a step towards Syria, looking straight at him. I'm scared. She was still scared. She wanted to avert her eyes. However, she was able to face him because of Rayon's warm energy behind her. I don't have anything to talk about with you, big brother. Run-on raised her head while biting her lip. A small amount of confidence was sprouting in her purple eyes, surrounded by sunlight. Don't come to me until I visit you. Her voice was trembling, but she told Syria what she wanted to say for the first time. Our Run-on. The mask covering Syria's face shattered into pieces for the first time. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Syria. Is that his true face? Apparently, Syria's anger and emotionless facade were also an act, since his face after his mask had shattered was twisted in a grotesque manner. He didn't even look like a human being anymore, resembling a beast straight from the wilderness, and a starving beast on top of that. There was no trace of reason in his glowing purple eyes. There was only ferocity and desire, raging like a fire. He might start attacking us. Rayon fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. He couldn't predict his actions, since it was his first time seeing him in that state. He needed to be prepared, since he could start attacking Run-on or himself. Cheryl came up next to them and narrowed her eyes. She apparently thought the same. Run-on. Syria called Run-on with a much more affectionate voice than usual. What did you say just now? He looked down on Run-on with a strange posture, his waist pulled back and his upper body leaning forward. A gloomy energy was emerging from above his shoulders. I told you to not come. Run-on didn't withdraw, facing Syria's creepy eyes. I'm going to stop you, big brother. I'm not going to stand still and do nothing like before. She finished what she wanted to tell him even though her hands, gathered in front of her chest, were trembling. Ha. White steam came out of Syria's mouth. You will stop me, huh? Run-on's legs faltered in the face of that extremely ominous energy. Good job on saying it. Rayon came up next to Run-on and held her shoulder. He raised Heavenly Drive to mid-height in order to react to any situation. Run-on, Ahu, my little sister. Syria didn't even take a glance at Rayon, opening his mouth widely while staring at Run-on. When did you start making those eyes towards me? Why are you looking at me with those cold eyes? He extended his wide-open hand, laughing in a strange manner. Scram. Rayon fended off Syria's approach with the fangs of insanity. Clong. Syria blocked the blow by holding his greatsword in a reverse grip, but he was pushed back to his original position. Run-on, how could my Run-on look at me like that? Ah. The winner told you to leave. When Syria started running towards them once again, Cheryl made her move. She lightly kicked the ground to advance, extending her right fist. Slam. A gray light sparkled, and Syria bounced away like a rubber ball without even having time to defend himself before he was slammed into the ground. It was difficult to believe that such power came from a simple punch without any preparatory movement. It was fast and powerful. Cheryl's punch was fast, powerful, and precise at the same time. The ability to harmonize all different principles in a punch in such a short time was indeed the skills of a grandmaster. Blood was flowing from Syria's mouth from the damage, and Run-on was watching him with her lips tightly closed. There's no place for the loser here. You shall disappear as you promised. Rayon coldly looked at him and pointed his sword. Run-on, the same blood flows in our veins. Syria stood up while faltering and looked down on Run-on. You can't run away nor escape from this blood. He grinned, drenching his lips with the blood flowing from his mouth. Run-on's eyes were trembling violently. Fear was emerging inside her, just like before she overcame her fear of blood. Aye. She can. Rayon narrowed his eyes, standing next to Run-on. She can run away, escape, and even beat you up. Rayon Sieghart. Syria's gaze was directed at Rayon for the first time. Watch him properly. He's just a human being who can spill blood. You don't need to be afraid. You can defeat him in the future with your own sword. Do you really believe that's possible? I'll make it possible. You. Syria's chin was trembling at hearing the serious resolution in Rayon's voice. Rayon. Run-on clenched her hand, which was no longer trembling, into a fist. She looked at Rayon instead of Syria. Run-on, where are you looking? Look at me. Don't look at him, and look at me instead. I told you to scram. When Syria came running at Run-on in order to return her gaze to him, Rayon ignited the 10,000 flames cultivation. Slam. Heavenly Drive's burning blade fended off Syria's greatsword once again. Ku. Syria groaned after being pushed back, his greatsword slamming into the ground. You are getting in my way until the end. Syria Sullian. As Syria was about to approach with the intention to kill, a tremendous energy wave exploded like an eruption from the right. I'll cut you if you take one more step forward. Cheryl stood in front of Syria, her hand on the sword behind her. Keep your promise. The deadly coldness flowing from her eyes showed that she was serious about what she said. You should disappear since you lost. There's no place for you here. Rayon also glared at Syria, using the 10,000 flames cultivation to the extreme. Fine, fine, Syria grinned while looking at Rayon and Runan. His eyes were also laughing for the first time, but his face looked like a devil's smile instead of a human's. Q-hu-hu-hu. He giggled for a long time with his head lowered before straightening his back. You should. It's true that I have to leave now since I lost. As Rayon was about to force him to leave, Syria raised his head. He managed to replace his thick mask in that short time period and was now making a fake smile. I'll leave as promised. Runan, I wish you good luck in war. We don't need good luck from you. Rayon shook his hand. Ha, Syria snickered, then turned around. He even said goodbye to the warriors of House Yanan and left, as if he had no lingering attachment. Ah. Runan finally sank on her knees and exhaled heavily. Good job on enduring it. Rayon patted Runan's shoulder with a smile. Runan nodded weakly, but her eyes were brighter than ever. Is that the Azure Sword's true nature? Shirl narrowed his eyes, looking at Syria's back. I did think he was hiding a lot behind his back, but he's a lot more serious than I thought. He's pretty much a madman at this point, she exclaimed while helping Runan stand as she caught her breath. I know, right? Shirl smiled while tapping his back to praise him. It was Rayon's first time seeing her smile, but her smile looked kind rather than refreshing. He's not an average madman. Wrath wrinkled his nose. He's a completely perverted whack. If the King of Essence had a body, he would have been frozen already just to get his limbs torn into pieces. He regrettably shook his clenched fist. Even in Devildom, there aren't many demons like him. How could a human be so crazy? Are there more things like that? One of them is even a demon king. Wrath shuddered. It looked like he didn't even want to think about it. Demon king, stop thinking about useless things and look at the ice cream girl. As Rayon was about to ask again, Wrath hung on his shoulder. What? The ice cream girl is suffering right now. You should comfort her already, but she managed to stand up on her own. Shouldn't I be complimenting her instead of comforting her? No, she's currently going through a hard time, so she needs to be comforted by something extremely delicious. Delicious? Go to the Beat ice cream shop right now and buy an ice cream for the girl. That's the best way to comfort her. Wrath violently swayed his arms, urging him to do it. It's not to comfort her, you just want to eat it. Rayon sighed. That's slightly true, but the King of Essence is doing it for her sake. You feel better when you eat sweet stuff, so the depression should disappear. When Rayon thought about it, he remembered Helen mentioning that eating sweet food made you feel better. Let's go. Rayon went to Runan and extended his hand. Where? Runan raised her head, her eyes once more blank. We don't need to cancel our plans just because of him. Come with us, Heavenly Blade Leader. I'll buy. Rayon looked at Shirl after making Runan stand. Me too. Probably because it was a hot region, the Bead ice cream shop in Dembel City was a lot bigger than the one in Kamaloon. Dozens of different bead ice creams were filling the cabinet on the other side of the glass window, and ice cream desserts were also displayed in a line. There's a lot. It's big. Runan's eyes were wide, looking all around and examining the ice cream on the other side of the glass. They all look pretty good. Shirl was also examining the ice cream desserts while sticking right next to the glass window. Considering the fact that she always ate at least a small chocolate after a meal, she must have loved desserts like them. Wrath sniffled while looking at Runan's back. I'm proud of her. I'm so proud of her. What? The ice cream girl broke the shell on her own and came out. I'm so proud of her that I want to pat her shoulder. He nodded with teary blue eyes. The King of Essence wanted to devour that perverted bastard alive, but your choice of letting the bead ice cream girl overcome it by herself was the correct one. I'm so relieved. Wrath was looking at Runan warmly, saying that he was proud of her. Rayon licked his lips. Is he really a demon king? Except for his doormat nature that he showed sometimes, or rather, often felt more like a busybody middle-aged man or woman. When I look at the ice cream girl standing on her 2 feet, I'm satisfied without even eating. Then let's skip your ice cream. Shut up. Wrath flapped his hands, telling him to stop kidding. The King of Essence is hungry. Go right now and order every single ice cream in this shop. I knew you wanted to come here because you were hungry. That's not true, the King of Essence. As Wrath was stubbornly trying to refute his words, the messages appeared. You've achieved equality against an opponent with an overwhelming difference. All stats have increased by 6. Your heavy sword's proficiency has increased significantly. 6 whole points. Considering it gave 6 whole points despite just being facing him on equal footing, Syria must have been really strong. Rayon was still feeling a bit bitter, but reading the message made all his irritation disappear. On the other hand, Wrath, who was excited about eating the ice cream, widened his eyes to a point where they could pop out. This stupid system. Why are you giving him stats when that pervert bastard had a handicap? This is an unreasonable reward. Wrath ground his teeth, arguing that he shouldn't get stats since Syria had a handicap and it was just a draw. It's because I overcame a disadvantageous fight. Rayon snickered. Even though Syria couldn't use the best of his abilities, he was still at a huge disadvantage. Since the victory was achieved through strategy and instantaneous judgment, it wasn't strange to receive so many rewards. HNNG, I lost my appetite. Wrath briskly turned his head to express his displeasure. What are you going to eat, Rayon? Run-On, who was still choosing the ice cream after having already picked 10 of them, turned around and shouted. I'll skip them since you said you don't have an appetite, all right. Huh-hoo. Rayon shook his hand at Wrath and looked at Run-On. Ah, I lost my appetite. Mint chocolate, Wrath screeched, despite having said he lost appetite. Tell her you want mint chocolate, but your appetite mint chocolate. Dembel City. Northern Castle Wall. Sirius Sullian's fervent eyes were shaking as he watched Run-On and Rayon exit the ice cream shop. Sir Syria, a man covering his whole body with a white robe, came up to him and bowed. The others have already arrived in the vicinity. You need to leave now. Do I really need to go? Since there's an item we need to get from him, we need to make sure to finish him off this time. The robed man narrowed his eyes while looking at Run-On and Rayon. Although the white blood religion is going to kill him anyway, I'll devise a plan to dispose of Rayon Sieghart if you tell me to. No, Syria slowly shook his head. Let him be. I saw something great today. What would that be? The robed man raised his head slightly. The madness in Syria's voice was overflowing, and he sounded completely different from usual. Run-On, I didn't expect her to show those eyes. They were beautiful. Chills ran down my spine the moment I saw myself reflected in her transparent purple eyes. Syria grinned, tearing at his left arm to the point that it bled. Those eyes, that face of hers when she looked at me. Ah, it was great. Sir Syria, the robed man swallowed nervously. You know, I thought an apple needed to be grown inside a glass bottle. I believed that it needed to be raised with extreme care so that no pests nor rain could touch it. Syria continued his strange story while licking his lips. But I was wrong. It's brimming with vitality from receiving real sunlight outside of the bottle and fighting pests. My heart is trembling from just looking at it. That's why. He turned around and covered the robed man's mouth. Don't even think about touching those pests. Get it? Yes, yes. The robed man just nodded, unable to think at all. He'd been with Syria for over 10 years now, but it was the first time he was spreading so much madness. The faster Run-On grows, the more beneficial it is for me, because that girl will be mine in the end. Syria smiled like a Cheshire cat while watching the tiny smile on Run-On's face as she ate the ice cream. Once Run-On left his vision, the madness coming from Syria slowly subsided. He caught his breath and slowly turned around. The monstrous man from before, who couldn't hide his excitement, was now gone, and he had returned to being the Azure Sword Syria Sullian, praised by the world. Let's go. Syria shook the dust off his clothes with a refreshing smile. I should block his path at least, in order to ingratiate myself with those seniors. The next day, Rayon looked up to the 4-horse carriage parked at the main entrance of House Yanan. It's amazing. The harmony between straight and curved lines created a beautiful outside appearance. A shock-absorbing device was installed inside to reduce the shaking, and its durability was even better than steel. He heard it was personally made by the head of house, Michelle Yanan, and judging from its outer appearance and the interior, it seemed to be the only carriage in the world made for Insia. It looked even more beautiful because he could feel her love towards her daughter. Wow, the carriage is awesome, as expected of House Yanan. Dorian fidgeted with his fingers while looking at the carriage. It looked like he would put it in his belly pocket if no one was watching. Rayon, is it really okay for us to accept this? Buran pointed at the round necklace hanging under his neck. An evade poison artifact of this degree is a priceless item. I agree it's a bit too expensive. Martha and Crane also narrowed their eyes while looking at their evade poison artifacts. We just need to return them after using them. Don't worry about it. Rayon shook his hand with a smile. Those items needed to be returned anyway. The real rewards were the ones they were going to obtain once the mission was over. Prepare to depart. Cheryl and Michelle were coming down from the building inside the house while supporting Insia. Insia's expression was slightly brighter than before from completely accepting the reality of the situation. Yes, understood. Light Wind and Heavenly Blade answered loud and clear before examining the carriage and mounting their horses. Are you okay? Rayon went to Insia and examined her condition. Yes, I'm okay now. She responded ambiguously while smiling faintly. If you ever have a problem, please tell us immediately. Insia started staring at Rayon's face even though she was about to enter the carriage. Stop it already, you silly girl. Ah, Mom, let me look at Sir Rayon's face a little bit longer. Do it later, Michelle frowned, personally pushing Insia in the carriage. Rayon smiled faintly while watching the quarrel between mother and daughter. It was a relief that they looked like they managed to overcome the betrayal of someone who was pretty much their family. We are finally getting started. Rayon grasped the necklace Michelle gave him while looking at the blue sky that seemed to be a good omen for their safe return. I'm fully prepared. Come at me, Robert Dogs. We will stay here for tonight. Cheryl dismounted from her horse and pointed at the open area located on the forest's outskirts. It wasn't a wide area, but it was a decent place to spend a night. Prepare to camp. Yes, following her order, the Heavenly Blade swordsman casually scattered away. And Sia left the carriage, narrowing her eyes. It's because she saw the busy Heavenly Blade and the Light Wind slowly preparing for their training. What a curious sight. I thought the Heavenly Blade people were the seniors. They are indeed seniors. They are far more experienced than us. Dorian smiled while walking up to Insia. What? But why are the Heavenly Blade people the only ones to work? Ah, there's a really interesting story behind this. Actually, our vice squad leader. He told her about the arm wrestling incident that happened before. Wow, he's handsome and smart and strong as well. Insia's eyes looked completely impressed as she stared at Rayon with her hands gathered together. You are complimenting me too much. It's not too much. You are so damn handsome. It was mysterious that she only used slang whenever she called him handsome. She was a mysterious person in many ways. Is your body all right? Yes, I'm feeling a lot better than when I was at home. Insia smiled, showing her forearm where the heat had decreased. That's a relief. I'm going to quickly check the surroundings before I come back. Rayon turned around and called the Light Wind. Don't play around, do your guard duty properly. Don't worry about it. Don't you trust me? Affirmative. Hearing the responses that were so full of personality, Rayon went to the deeper part of the forest. He looked around for about 30 minutes to see if there was anything dangerous, but he couldn't find any bandits nor monsters since it was an area close to Dembel City. I should swing my sword a little before returning. Since Cheryl and Ekin were at camp, he figured it was okay to warm himself up before returning. Do you never get tired of it? Wrath frowned, unable to understand him. Tired of it, but it's fun for me. Since he could never experience the feeling of getting better and progressing in his previous life, there was no way it wouldn't be fun. Rayon pushed away Wrath, who kept complaining, and drew Heavenly Drive. Let's start with the heavy sword. The feeling of the heavy sword that pushed Syria back was still vivid in his head. He raised his sword in order to feel that sensation once again. Heavy, it needs to be heavier than anything. He swung his sword, incorporating the 10,000 flames, cultivations, energy into Heavenly Drive's blade. Rumble, the powerful pressure spreading from the thin blade collapsed the land that he didn't even touch. It's still not enough. Probably because he became more proficient in the heavy sword, or because he wasn't in an actual battle, he felt like something was amiss. However, he couldn't tell what he was missing. Step. As he raised his sword again to strike, small footsteps could be heard. Since they were familiar steps, he calmly turned his head around. Are you training? Cheryl was approaching him with indifferent eyes. Yes. Rayon nodded, then lowered Heavenly Drive. I'd like to find the feeling I had during the fight against Syria. That wasn't too bad. Cheryl nonchalantly nodded, but it couldn't exactly be called mid-level. I know, however. Are you not sure what exactly you are lacking? Indeed. Then I'll teach you what you are lacking. The light of aura was reflected in Cheryl's calm eyes. Raise your sword. North Grave Mountain. Midpoint. Rimmer was licking his lips while leaning his back against a long boulder that looked like a leaf laid on the ground horizontally. My lord. He raised his head to look at the top of the boulder. Why did you entrust Rayon to that inflexible woman? Glenn didn't respond. Instead, he just stared at the annex building, where faint light was emerging from the darkness. What are you going to do if Rayon learns to be as strict as Cheryl? Rimmer's hand was trembling, terrified by that possibility. He's already meticulous as he is right now, and if he takes after Cheryl on top of that I don't even want to think about it. He shook his head, telling him that shouldn't be allowed to happen. That boy was trying to create his own swordsmanship. Glenn opened his mouth, slowly looking up. Yes, he's currently researching the heavy sword. Rimmer nodded, thinking about the way Rayon was practicing the heavy sword. The Heavenly Blade leader has trained all different swords' properties to the extreme. She's the most helpful person for him right now. Glenn nonchalantly explained the reason he entrusted Rayon to Cheryl. So you were taking care of Rayon once again. You are really a grandson's grandfather, since you even moved the Heavenly Blade in order to teach him. Silence. If you like Rayon so much and want to take care of him, you should just say it. Or you should at least personally take care of him. It feels so frustrating to watch. Rimmer slammed his chest. Head of house, you might end up dying without even telling him your feelings a single time. You know, people at our age can die at any time. I guess you get sores in your mouth if you don't get beaten at least once a month. Huff. Crimson sparks appeared in Glenn's hand, and Rimmer shut his mouth tightly. However, it looked like he couldn't bear the silence since he opened his mouth again in less than 10 seconds. It's okay that you did it for Rayon's sake, but you made a mistake this time. Mistake? There's no way that inflexible woman would teach him swordsmanship. Rimmer frowned intensely. She will teach him properly once she starts, but I don't think that's going to happen. Cheryl was the strictest person in Sieghart. There was no way she would easily decide to teach Rayon. Rayon is amazing in many ways, but he's going to need at least 10 missions with her in order to open her mind. Rimmer swayed his arms in circles. It's better to open the library and show him various books on swordsmanship than to wait for that to happen. Although he acknowledged Rayon's abilities, he couldn't imagine Rayon overcoming Cheryl's strictness. What do you think will happen if Cheryl teaches swordsmanship to Rayon? It will be extremely helpful for him if she does teach him. Rimmer continued while scratching his chin. She does teach properly since she is such a strict person. I'm sure that will allow him to grow a lot. If Cheryl decided to teach him, she would keep teaching him until he realized the true meaning. In that case, his proficiency was bound to reach a different level by the time he returned. Then there's nothing to worry about. Glenn took out an opened letter from his inner pocket, because the Heavenly Blade leader is currently teaching not only Rayon but also the other children. What? Rimmer's jaw dropped. In no way, how did that even happen? She was tricked by Rayon. Tricked, that Cheryl was, yes. Rimmer's lips were trembling. He never imagined that Cheryl could be tricked by Rayon's plans, despite her meticulous personality. He really was an amazing guy. She said she would properly teach Rayon the heavy sword. Ooh. He's going to grow up a lot by the time he returns. Glenn smiled faintly, enjoying Rimmer's surprised reaction. I'm looking forward to it a little. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Cheryl, who stopped in front of him. Did you run away again because you didn't want to cook? What are you saying right now? Cheryl was quickly blinking her eyes in panic. You also ran away when we were coming to House Yanan because you messed up the cooking multiple times. It was mysterious that cooking was the one thing Cheryl was bad at, even though she was good at everything else. It was truly a mystery that her food tasted like mud, when mud wasn't even one of the ingredients. That was terrible. Wrath sighed. Even the demon king of veracity surrendered to Cheryl's food, labeling it not made for humans. That did happen back then, but that's not the case this time. She violently shook her head, telling him that he was mistaken. Then why did you suddenly decide to come here? I told you I would teach you the heavy sword. Cheryl's voice was weak, probably because she realized the situation was already unfolding differently from what she wanted. I properly see it through once I start something. I didn't finish my lesson about the heavy sword. She narrowed her eyes while pointing at Heavenly Drive. There's a huge weakness in your heavy sword right now. I came here to teach you about that, not because of the food. It's true. Okay. Rayon awkwardly nodded. Judging from the way she emphasized it, the cooking must have been part of the reason. I have a question before I teach you the heavy sword. Please go ahead. Why are you trying to create a new swordsmanship instead of learning an existing one? Cheryl was apparently aware that he was trying to create a new swordsmanship through the principles of the heavy sword. Can you answer? I can, since it's not a big deal. Rayon nodded nonchalantly. I kept training. Star connecting sword, even after I learned advanced swordsmanship. I was just trying to warm up and remind myself of the basics, but the swordsmanship started to transform to match my tendencies at some point. Transform. The Star connecting sword is originally more focused on defense than offense, but the one I've been using is more focused on offense. The swordsmanship has evolved to match my personality and aura. He was enlightened after he reached the highest level of expert and created Frost Pond. He was capable of changing a swordsmanship's flow itself once he learned it to the extreme. However, it was still lacking compared to the swordsmanship I had created myself, despite all the changes. Just as custom clothes feel more comfortable than ready-made clothes, the swordsmanship I created myself was more powerful and reactive, with more possibilities for progress. I see. It should suit you better than any other swordsmanship, since you can use it the way you want to. However, it's an extremely difficult path. Cheryl nonchalantly looked at Heavenly Drive. Creating a new swordsmanship is a matter of enlightenment. The door might not open, even if you learn countless swordsmanship styles and increase their proficiencies. I don't mind it. What? Even if I don't manage to create a new swordsmanship, I'm already enjoying training and getting stronger. Rayon smiled. He wasn't lying. Just like he told Wrath, the joy of progressing and getting better was bringing him more happiness than any other emotion. I see, so that was why. Cheryl nodded with a faint smile on her face. He really isn't an ordinary guy. His response was brimming with wisdom. She was wondering how he got the temperament of a young founder, and it was because his willpower and his soul level were completely different from ordinary people. That's pretty good. His confident and lenient answer was pretty good, but the fact that he practiced the basic swordsmanship. Star connecting sword to the extreme was even better. Did that answer your question? Rayon slightly lowered his chin while looking at Cheryl as she indulged in her thoughts. Yes, it did. Although he didn't say anything special, Cheryl seemed satisfied since a graceful smile had appeared around her mouth. Since I heard your answer, it should be my turn now. Cheryl took her sword from behind her back along with its scabbard. We will do it the same way as your match against Syria. You shall strike me with the best heavy sword you can currently use. I'll match my heavy sword to your strength and proficiency in response. All right. She was planning to teach him by clashing against him, and Rayon preferred that method compared to theory lessons since it felt easier for him. Come at me. Cheryl turned her palm face up, bending 4 fingers towards herself in a come-at-me gesture. Rumble. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive to head's level, gathering 10,000 flames cultivation to the extreme. He exploded the energy of the raging fire dashing through his mana circuit at Cheryl. Slam. He swung Heavenly Drive down in one fell swoop, incorporating heaviness. His image was a mountain. The blade was engulfed by the weight of the North Grave Mountain, which surrounded the entirety of Zeekhart. Is that all? Cheryl swung her scabbard upward with cold light reflected in her eyes. Rumble. The huge power exploding out of it looked like a sudden tidal wave emerging from a peaceful ocean, and that power clashed against Heavenly Drive. Bomb! The terrifying shockwave emerging from the clash between Heavenly Drive and Cheryl's scabbard created fissures on the land in the shape of a spiderweb. Rayon grit his teeth while looking at Cheryl's scabbard, which was emanating a fearsome amount of power. I'm getting pushed back. Although he was definitely using a similar amount of aura and heaviness as her, he was being pushed back one-sidedly, as if he were trying to block steel with a tree branch. TSSH. Unable to overcome the tremendous weight in Cheryl's scabbard, he had to take 5 whole steps back. How? He couldn't understand. Just like she promised, Cheryl was only using the same amount of aura and heavy sword principles as him, but he got pushed back way too easily, as if he were a kid competing against an adult. Moreover, I had the upper hand. In a clash between a downward swing and an upward swing of a heavy sword, the downward swing obviously had the advantage. He couldn't understand how he was still pushed back despite that fact. Can I try it again? Of course. Cheryl nodded, lowering her scabbard. She was telling him to swing down once again. Rayon resonated the ring of fire and swirled the 10,000 flames cultivation. He maximized his focus as if he were in a fight of life and death, then kicked the ground. The crimson flame created on Heavenly Drive's blade harmonized with the heaviness to generate a tremendous amount of pressure. The heaviness that used to stay on the blade now engulfed the space as it rushed towards Cheryl. I need to properly watch it. While attacking with everything he had, Rayon focused entirely on Cheryl's sword. Kring. The gray aura spreading like heat haze on the scabbard dominated the space a lot faster than him and sword. The sword wasn't the only one. The heaviness of her strike didn't simply come from the blade. Even the strands of aura spreading on the scabbard incorporated the principles of heavy sword. Slam. Heavenly Drive and the scabbard clashed once again, and Rayon was bounced back like a rubber ball. He knelt on the ground. I finally understood. Rayon raised himself while exhaling roughly. How to incorporate heaviness? I've only been incorporating heaviness in the blade. I dominated the space with the heaviness on the blade, just like a fish following the flow of water. However, the Heavenly Blade leader's strike was different. He pointed at her scabbard, then continued. The heaviness wasn't only on the blade, but also in the strands of aura spreading around the blade. That's why it could dominate the space faster and wider, resulting in my loss. That was the reason he was pushed back despite using the same aura and principles of the heavy sword. She had incorporated heaviness into the aura spreading from the blade on top of the blade itself. Correct. Cheryl nodded with a smile. You are right. However, if you incorporate aura on the spreading aura on top of the blade, the power, speed, and range will be doubled. And she raised her scabbard for the first time. The gray energy gathered and merged on top of the scabbard, forming perfectly materialized astral energy. Wham! Although she was just standing still, an outrageous amount of pressure spread out from her. Rayon felt like his entire body was being crushed despite using the 10,000 flames cultivation, as if the heavy sword she'd shown during her previous lesson was mere child's play. Rumble. It wasn't just him. The entire open space was getting crushed. The whole space was pretty much in the palm of her hand. Using astral energy and the true heavy sword creates this result. The only people who can fight in this domain are warriors who have reached the same level as me. Don't be too focused on the blade. Practice incorporating the sword's properties in your aura and the space. Just like I mentioned before, the mental image is the hint. Cheryl removed the astral energy, then put her scabbard behind her back. Your swordsmanship should be able to advance to the next dimension once you achieve that, and that's. She stopped speaking for a moment, then looked up to the sky. One of the ways to achieve. Sword field creation. Sword field creation. He unconsciously swallowed at the mention of sword field creation. I thought it would take a long time, but it finished so quickly. It's not fun to teach you. Cheryl chuckled, then turned around. She went towards camp as if she had nothing left to do with him. Rayon bowed at Cheryl's back as she left. She's different from what I thought. When he saw Cheryl for the first time, he thought she was just a strict swordswoman like the rumors said, but he could see different sides of her from traveling with her. She was a much more warm-hearted and considerate person than he'd thought. Since I've learned it, I need some practice now. You should be able to do some sloppy technique like that without even practicing. Let's go eat instead. I need to practice because I'm not a demon king. What are you talking about? Your mindset is already that of a fully fledged demon king. Even the king of essence needs to take after you in some respects. Wrath's eyes turned round. It looked like he was serious about that. Is that a compliment or an insult? Rayon sighed, then incorporated Heavenly Drive's blade with the principles of heaviness. Not only the blade, but also the aura. He incorporated the heavy sword's principles in the flames spreading from the blade like a heat haze. However, the flames scattered into the air before they could contain the weight, making it difficult to properly strengthen them. This is not easy. There was a reason Shiro called it a true heavy sword. It was extremely difficult to incorporate the heavy sword's principles in the scattering aura. This is going to be interesting. He unconsciously smiled. It was certainly going to be difficult, but he could only smile in anticipation for how his heavy sword would become once he managed to achieve that. And sword field creation. I might be able to achieve that. He swung his sword, filling the silver-white blade with the principles of the heavy sword. Slam. Unlike before, the ore on the right side contained heaviness, bursting the ground on the right side and charring it in black. I'll reach it. Rayon smiled, then raised heavenly drive above his head once again, wherever it is. Once Rayon returned from his training, the tents were already completed and the meal was ready, the entire camp filled with a mouth-watering fragrance. That's a nice fragrance. Duck seems to be today's meat. Roasted duck with butter is bound to be delicious. Listening to Wrath's mumbling as he guessed the food from nothing but the scent, he went to Insia's carriage. A small bonfire was ignited in front of the carriage, and Insia, Run-On, Dorian, and Crane were sitting around it in a circle. Lady Insia. Dorian threw firewood into the bonfire, then waved his hand at Insia. I heard you had an excellent eye for beauty. Is that true? It's not that great. I'm just slightly better than others in that aspect. Insia smiled lightly, telling him it wasn't a big deal. Then can you check me as well? How is my face? Dorian raised his finger and pointed at his face. Insia narrowed his eyes and examined Dorian's face from different angles before nodding. You look cute. Or rather than cute, how about being handsome? You look kind, she comforted Dorian by describing him with words that were used when she couldn't find anything to compliment. No, instead of kind, there's that other word. The thing you tell the Vice Squad leader all the time. Those clothes look good on you. She smiled, never calling him handsome. She was apparently the type of person who couldn't lie. Can you check me as well? Crane swept up his bangs, which were covering his left eye, to the side and stood in front of Insia. Judging from the way he lowered his voice, he apparently wanted to be called handsome at all costs. I don't really lose in terms of appearance. You look cool. No, but I'm asking whether I'm handsome or not. You look nice. Once again, Insia just smiled without telling Crane what he wanted. Then how about Sir Rayon's face? That goes without saying. He's so damn handsome. Insia raised her voice while looking at Rayon, who was spectating from behind, as if she'd been waiting for that opportunity. His hair, skin, nose, everything's crazy. No, but lots of people told me I'm handsome. He's matchless. She got angry at him instead, as if she were scolding him about asking that useless question. Dorian. Yeah, Crane called out to Dorian, and Dorian slowly nodded as he stood up. Let's die. Yeah, they nodded, groaning in sadness with their eyes closed. Why would you do that when appearance isn't even that important? Rayon clicked his tongue while looking at them. That's going too far. Dorian and Crane ran into the forest while wiping around their eyes with their sleeves. You should really be a demon king instead. The journey was smooth. The road was well paved. There were no monsters nor bandits, and since Insia was holding out pretty well, it looked like they would be able to arrive at Retran faster than they'd estimated. We will be at Retran once we cross this forest. Brace yourselves, since we are going to move without resting. Cheryl pointed at Krun Forest, which was filled with broad-leaved trees and grasses as dense as an animal's fur. Since going around would take them an extra 3 days, crossing the forest was the fastest route to Retran. Enter. Once she confirmed everyone was ready, she took the lead and entered Krun Forest. Enter. Rayon and the swordsman repeated after her and followed her. Rayon advanced through the forest road while focusing on his aura perception, but he couldn't feel anything yet. Are they still not coming? He was looking forward to the Robert bastards, since Krun Forest was the best place for them to attack, yet he could only sense animals and monsters. I'm sure they won't miss this opportunity, though, considering their personalities. Vice Squad leader. While he was trying to predict Tema's thoughts, Dorian came up next to him. I heard the war in Retran has been going on for multiple months. What are they even fighting for? He asked while scratching his cheek. It looked like he finally got curious about it. The other swordsmen also seemed interested, since they secretly looked at them. What are you even expecting? Wars don't break out because of important reasons. What else? The reason is usually trivial, and the same goes for Retran. Rayon continued while looking at the swordsmen, including Dorian. The houses currently fighting in Retran are Basin and Tryon, and the reason why they are fighting. What is the reason? It's because of one child. Child, he was sure, since he heard it from Judil and confirmed it in Dembel City. There was only one reason for Retran's war, and it was because the two sides wanted to take a young boy with genius talents. How is that even possible? How can a war even break out just because of one single boy? The boy was the trigger, but you know how the two houses are sharing Retran between them. He triggered a battle of pride, which aggravated into a war. Then what happened to that boy? I don't think they are even interested in him anymore. They are just fighting for their pride, a conflict like that was extremely common in the continent. It was the same in his previous life, where people often fought because of a small portion of land or some item that wasn't even amazing. The saint must be going through lots of trouble. Indeed. Rayon started nodding, then narrowed his eyes in the middle. Whoosh. Once they entered an area where the leaves from the wide-leaved trees became a bit darker, the atmosphere became cooler, and he could feel extremely small presences. They are here after all. He was worried they might have given up because they didn't show any signs of movement, but that wasn't the case. Temaz didn't betray his expectations, went there before them to install formations and have assassins waiting for them. Shirl and Ekin's eyes were serious. Apparently, they were already aware of their presences, but were planning to use the situation to teach the light wind. Rumble. The moment Encia's carriage passed next to an oak tree with a huge hole, the presences covering the entire forest moved at once. Enemies are here. Prepare for battle. As soon as Shirl and Ekin gave the order, the heavenly blade spread out in 4 directions and created a defensive formation. Light wind, create the small sword formation and stay behind the carriage. Understood. Burin understood the situation, taking the swordsman behind the carriage to create a sword formation. No one's going to die if you move according to orders. Rayon encouraged the nervous light wind members, then turned his head, TCHNG, looking at the twisted forest as if it had been engulfed by a storm, which was the result of the formation. Rayon calmly smiled. Did you wait for a long time? Just like you've been waiting for me, I've also been waiting for you. Hill above Krun Forest's entrance. They are finally here. Temaz narrowed his eyes, looking at the carriage and Zeeghart swordsman entering the forest. His gaze wasn't focused on the Heavenly Blade Division leader or Vice Division leader, but the blonde swordsman who was moving right next to the carriage instead, Rayon Zeeghart. Temaz was blurting out Rayon's name, as if he wanted to chew him up alive. Since it was his first time being so humiliated by a kid even younger than his son's generation, he was still boiling with anger. I'll kill you no matter what, even if it's just you. If only he could kill Rayon, he didn't even care what happened to the others. You were so good at running your mouth. Let me see what you're going to say when you die. He couldn't even sleep because he kept remembering how he toyed with him with words. He was looking forward to finally having a sound sleep by using his scream as his lullaby. Encia Yanan. Temaz ground his teeth, looking at Encia opening the carriage's window and looking around the forest. She said it was his face. It was so humiliating that he lost because of his face, rather than his ability or fame as a doctor. His hands started to tremble in anger at the memory of that scene. I won't kill you right here, but you won't live for a long time either. He decided to let her barely survive and make her feel a hellish pain when he devoured House Yanan before eventually killing her. Yufin. Yes, Temaz bobbed his hand, and his disciple Yufin came to him and knelt. How are the preparations? Formation, silencing bombs, poisons, and poisonous insects. Everything has been confirmed 3 times over. The assassins are also waiting in their respective positions. Yufin continued with a cold smile. That insect bastard who humiliated Master is going to be erased from the world without even leaving a bone behind. Good job. However, I'm worried about one thing. Yufin's eyes were trembling slightly in anxiety. Worried. I thought the Heavenly Blade Division leader might discover our location. Even a Grandmaster isn't a god. Since we are using 2 formations to conceal our presence on top of watching them from afar, she wouldn't be able to find us unless she was Glenn Zeeghart himself. Temaz snorted and shook his head. That's a relief. Yufin breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. Stop worrying about unnecessary things and get ready to send the signal. Temaz turned his gaze towards Encia's carriage once again. The carriage was entering the area where the forest was getting gradually darker. It's over once they get trapped inside the formation. The formation installed in that place was the Bloody Mountain Formation, capable of disturbing the senses and crushing the body with intense pressure. Since experts were more sensitive to the change in their senses, it should have also worked against the Heavenly Blade and their division leader. After that, I'll block their vision and spread poison. The silencing bombs and poisons would be spread right after the formation's activation in order to block their vision and disturb their aura flow before the assassins charged at them. However, that's not the real danger. Temaz looked at the ground, which was covered with gray soil. Dozens of poisonous insects that were more than capable of killing a master were buried under that place. The plan was to use the poisonous insects to assassinate Rayon, while the Heavenly Blade leader was busy protecting the carriage from the poison powders and assassins. They are almost there. Get them ready. Temaz gestured with his hand, looking at the carriage entering the inner part of the forest. Yes, Yufin brought the silver flute to his mouth while staying right next to Temaz. The moment the carriage entered the center of the formation, he blew the flute vigorously. TCHNG. As soon as the tiny sound similar to a grass bugger sounded from the flute, the silver energy narrowed down like a trap to lock up the carriage and the swordsman. It's activated. Temaz rolled the corners of his mouth up into a vicious smile. I'll kill you without even leaving bones behind. Thud. The resounding noise was like the sky was collapsing. The forest rotated in a spiral to create a scene that they'd never viewed before. They were at the top of a mountain, so high that they couldn't even see the land below because of the fog, without many places to set foot on. What is this place? Why are we suddenly on a mountain? Woog, be careful, you are going to fall. The light wind swordsmen were surprised by the sudden change of terrain and started screaming. It's a formation. Don't move from your position. Stay on high alert. The heavenly blade swordsmen were also surprised, but they immediately changed their stance to prepare for the assault. This is nostalgic. Rayon smiled while looking at the ground without the slightest panic. Bloody Mountain Formation. That strange phenomenon wasn't teleportation magic, but a formation intended to kill people used by Robert's shadows, the Bloody Mountain Formation. The Bloody Mountain Formation had the ability to dull people's senses, create heavy pressure to limit movement and breathing, and even gave the impression that they were transported to another location. That was how the cold wind was currently storming at them, as if they were at the peak of a mountain. The biggest advantage of Bloody Mountain Formation is its durability. A fair amount of power wasn't enough to break through the Bloody Mountain Formation. Cheryl could probably do it if she went all out, but it was impossible for Ekin or himself to pierce through it. That was how high its durability was. Boom! As soon as the formation was completed, black smoke appeared from all directions to cover his vision. It was the silencing bomb, a special smokescreen capable of disturbing an aura's flow. It's exactly the same as before. Their method of attacking after causing failure to the five senses and aura by combining the Bloody Mountain Formation and silencing bomb hadn't changed at all. It was about time the assassins started attacking. You don't need to be scared, as it's not a real mountain. Stay in formation. I'll smack your head if you move, so shut up and draw your swords. Burin, Runnon, and Martha enhanced their guards without panicking, despite the situation. Yep, you understood. Dorian and Crane also fixed their stance, encouraged by their spirit. Their reaction made Rayon proud for having constantly trained them. However, Rayon looked in front of the carriage. The Heavenly Blade, including Cheryl and Ekin, were strangely silent. Are you not moving? As Rayon was about to talk to her, an aura message could be heard. Since they are attacking us as you said, I guess you are also prepared. Of course, I'll protect the carriage no matter what. You can play to your heart's content. As soon as she finished saying that, the silencing bomb smoke was easily pierced through, and Cheryl's unwavering eyes could be seen. Her expression was telling him to show her what he had prepared. In that case, I shouldn't disappoint her. However, it wasn't time for him to move yet. He needed to wait a little bit longer in order to push the one who had caused that situation into despair. Along with the tiny sound of sand flying in the wind, something started spreading in the black smoke. Poison in three kinds. 3 kinds of poisons with different particles were spreading between the silencing bombs. It's really him. He could ascertain it now. Judging from the poison's types, the one behind the assassins must have been Temaz. As expected, he was too proud to put up with the humiliation and followed them all the way to try assassinating them. It was a given that he must have been watching them from afar. Welcome. Rayon smiled coldly. He must have thought that they were in a tight box, but instead it was Temaz who was inside the box. Swoosh. As the poison spread around, he could hear the sound of a raging wind. However, it wasn't real wind. It was a phenomenon caused by the Bloody Mountain Formation, covering the assassin's sound of movement. Whoosh. The assassins were currently dashing towards them like crazy with antidotes in their mouths. Rayon checked from which direction the fastest and largest number of assassins were coming from, then turned around. Burin, Martha, run on towards the north and west. All right, bring it on. Burin, Martha, and Run-On tightened the green bracelets in their arms and slashed. Swah! The blue light bursting from the bracelets seeped into their swords, creating a huge storm. The wind soared like a waterspout to spread out in an instant, dispersing all of the vision, blocking smoke from the silencing bombs to the poison powders away. Once the fake darkness dissipated, the green world returned. The vision, control, poison, and surprise attack that single strike had managed to foil 3 of the enemy's plans, as expected of the ventilator. That bracelet was an artifact called the ventilator, which was capable of creating a huge swirl of wind. With the combination of 3 people's aura, the effect was strong enough to send away all the silencing bombs and poison powders with a single move, and the evade poison artifact is more than enough to defend against the remaining poison. Since most of the poison was gone, the evade poison could easily block the remaining poison. The approaching assassins stopped in their tracks, surprised by the poison and the smoke's sudden disappearance. They apparently didn't expect their plan to be foiled so easily, since their astonishment could be felt straight through their masks. Move. They've already inhaled the silencing bomb, and we still have the Bloody Mountain Formation. The one that looked like their leader ordered them to move, and the assassins resumed their movements. I'm sorry, but nothing's going to work. Rayon tapped his necklace and smiled. Since the silencing bomb's ability to limit aura usage was also using poison, it was completely blocked by the evade poison artifact. No one in that place had any problem using their aura. The Bloody Mountain formation is also no problem. Rayon took a round bead from his inner pocket and threw it on the ground. Ting! Blue light spread out from the bead and completely covered the Bloody Mountain formation. What? My body became lighter. Is this also an artifact? The light wind swordsman's eyes became round open upon feeling the reduction of the formation's effect. It's the radiating stone. Despite its simple name, it was an artifact of the highest grade that had the ability to hinder formation's effects by using the light coming from the stone. Did you even prepare something like this? You are crazy. The light wind dropped their jaws, looking at the way Rayon shattered the enemy's plans one by one. Woa, and despite the situation, Dorian sent him a round of applause to compliment his supplying ability. You are really well prepared. Cheryl chuckled, swinging her sword at the group of dozens of assassins charging at her. The harmony between powerful sword and heavy sword distorted the space in front of her like a heat haze in the summer. Slam. The single strike was enough to make dozens of assassins collapse, blood flying. Her gaze turned towards him. She gestured at him with her chin to try the same thing. She really likes teaching. Rayon smiled faintly, then drew Heavenly Drive. Using the principles of the heavy sword he'd been accumulating, he unleashed the strike towards the dashing assassins. The principle of heavy sword was incorporated on the aura streams spreading out from the blade to pressure the space itself. Swah. The assassins that were running towards them like rays of light were wiped out like sand particles, without even properly thrusting the swords in their hands. Did you learn that again in that short time period? Cheryl furrowed her brows upon seeing that scene. You really aren't fun. She sighed faintly, then turned her head. Rayon could only see her from behind, but it looked like her corners of lips were slightly raised. Open formation, open formation. The light wind was also slashing the assassins that were charging at the carriage from behind. Unable to pierce through the light wind, who were tightly weaved together, they ended up dying. However, they kept ignoring their deaths like fireflies to thrust their sword and spread their poison. It almost looked like they were waiting for something. I knew there was more to it. Considering Temma's personality, there was no way that was all he had prepared. He must have planned something in order to make sure to kill him. It should be underground. Temma's main weapons were poison, medicine, and bugs. Since spreading poison from afar had a high chance of failure, it was obvious that he must have buried the poisonous insects underground. He even cut off the assassins that managed to approach during the downtime, and the assassins started to step back as if they were terrified. What an obvious performance. Rayon chased the assassins and parted from the carriage, pretending he didn't notice anything, and he could feel a tiny flow from the ground. It was small enough that he wouldn't have noticed if he weren't ready because he was inside the formation, or if the radiating stone weren't there. He slashed the assassin in front of him, and when he took another step forward, the energy under him exploded in an instant. Dozens of poisonous insects were charging at him with their fangs inside the cloud of dust. I knew it. Rayon smiled coldly and gathered the 10,000 flames cultivation to the extreme. The energy of raging fire spread out to his mana circuits in an instant, and the flower petals of fire blooming from the sword's extremity were released to the wind. The pieces of flame spirit spread out like the vestige of sunlight to melt down all the poisonous insects coming out of the ground. Rumble. The poisonous insects that had been waiting for the opportunity for a long time underground turned into ash and disappeared, without even using their sharp poison fangs. How could this be? Just how? The assassins that weren't even screaming upon their deaths widened their eyes upon seeing Rayon melting down all the poisonous insects. Surprise didn't seem to be enough to describe their astonishment at all their plans being shattered. However, it was too early to be surprised. Rayon sliced the assassins that stopped moving in one fell swoop, then opened the ocean of perception from Ring of Fire and Glacier at the same time. I found it. He looked for the formation cores to maintain the Bloody Mountain formation and destroyed them one by one. Thud, along with a huge noise similar to when the formation was first activated, the mountain returned to the original forest. Once the formation disappeared, the radiating stone also exhausted its power and lost its light. You really managed everything on your own. Cheryl laughed bitterly after cutting down the last assassin. She also seemed surprised at the way he managed to destroy everything, including the smoke, poisonous insects, and the formation. It's not over yet. We need to catch the perpetrators behind this. He didn't make all the preparations in order to defeat small fries like them. It was necessary to kill Temmas to inflict a huge damage to Darius, and I also have my personal grudges. Temmas was the one who performed a living experiment on the assassins. He had also tortured Rayon by tearing off his flesh under the pretext of education. He had been forcing himself to not think about it because the murderous intent would have slipped out of him if he did during his encounter in House Yanan. Unfortunately, even I am unable to find their location. Cheryl calmly shook her head. I still want to try finding them. You must have obtained a hint of some sort. She shook her hand, gesturing to him to do whatever he wanted. Rayon smiled faintly and bowed. Wrath. He tapped on the ice flower bracelet and called for Wrath. What's up? Is it already time for food? Wrath stretched himself while yawning. Apparently, he didn't even care when Rayon was fighting. You remember the man who called himself a doctor when we met in Sia for the first time, don't you? Of course, I do. He was fun to look at when he was looked down on because of his ugly face. Wrath giggled, remembering that funny moment. That doctor should be around here right now. Find him for me. Wrath's perception was on a different level, although he usually didn't say anything about it. Rayon could guess that he should have been able to locate Temaz, who even Cheryl wasn't capable of finding. Why should the King of Essence do that? It's a mere human's business. You promised when I bought you an ice cream recently, didn't you? You said you would grant me one request. Ooh. His mouth widened, finally remembering that. Do your job, Wrath. Rayon smiled, then placed Heavenly Drive on his shoulder. What? Temaz clattered his teeth while looking below them. What's going on? He slammed the ground while screaming. I didn't expect this situation either. Yufin swallowed nervously while sitting on his knees. He looked completely terrified. How could this happen? Temaz bit his lips so hard they could bleed. How could he even stop all of my plans? The silencing bomb and 3 types of poison were sent away through the wind coming from the sword, and the formation's effect was minimized by the radiating stone. Because of that, the assassin's attack wasn't a surprise attack on the panicking enemies anymore, and they were simply massacred like a bunch of flies by the perfectly prepared swordsman. And he even reacted to the poisonous insects in that situation. He maintained his focus until the end to control the poisonous insects, but Rayon reacted in that instant and burned all the poisonous insects. He couldn't close his mouth because of how unbelievable it was that not a single plan actually worked out. Thud, he looked below them once again, hearing the huge sound of something splitting the ground. It was the sound of bloody mountain formation, shattering and returning the land to how it used to be. Judging from the situation, that bastard Rayon must have shattered the formation as well. He was completely speechless. He couldn't understand what the hell was wrong with that guy. God damn it. God freaking damn it. Temaz's clenched fist was trembling violently. He was so angry that he felt like his head was going to burst, but he couldn't do anything. It would have been suicide to personally attack when the Heavenly Blade Division leader was over there. This is going to be a huge problem when I return. Since he failed after planning everything without notifying Darius, a simple scolding wasn't all he was going to get. Master. Yufin swallowed nervously and pointed below them. I can't see that monster bastard. What? That Rayon guy has disappeared. His shoulders were trembling in panic. Isn't he coming here if he comes? Yufin's eyes were trembling, afraid of Rayon, who easily shattered all their plans. Stop speaking nonsense. Yuha, Temaz frowned, slapping Yufin's cheek. Not only are we far enough away, but this formation is also installed with a double layer. Do you really believe someone like him can find us when even the Heavenly Blade leader is unable to feel our presence? But he managed to shatter everything we've prepared. He's even more ominous than the Heavenly Blade leader. Yufin violently shook his head, despite what Temaz said. Stop spouting dogshit and prepare to leave. Already, we don't need to stay here since we've already failed. All right, Yufin's face brightened when he said they were leaving. He looked like he wanted to run away from the impossible situation as fast as possible. Let's go. Temaz glared at Insia's carriage for a last time before turning around. Yes, Yufin nodded, leaving the formation first. Master. The remaining shadows shall be used as bait. Just as he was about to turn around once again, a crimson light sparked, and Yufin's head fell to the ground. Why Yufin? When Temaz screamed, the double-layer formation shattered like a thin glass window, and the appearance of a swordsman wearing a uniform soaked in blood was revealed. Rayon Zeekhart. You've been hiding here like rats all along. Crimson tidal waves emerged from Rayon's eyes. I wanted to see you for a very long time. Rayon smiled coldly, his eyes on Temaz's astonished face. I can hear the rolling sound of his eyes from all the way from here. Temaz was racking his brain the fastest he had ever had in his entire life in order to find a way to escape the situation. Rayon was filled with anticipation for what kind of excuses he was about to give. Why, you crazy bastard? Temaz pointed his finger at him while biting his lip. He'd apparently finished thinking. What are you doing right now? Why did you even kill my disciple? He shouted, pretending he was completely unrelated to the incident, and he was just attacked by him instead. Is that how you want to play? Rayon chuckled while twirling Heavenly Drive, which had blood flowing down the blade. Your excuse is too one-dimensional. If that's all you can give me after I gave you enough time to rack your brain, I'm rather disappointed. What are you talking about? I'm asking you why you are spouting dogshit after you attacked us. Why would I even attack you? We were just waiting here in case patience appeared. Are you still giving me that lame excuse when this flute is right here? Rayon picked up the silver flute that Tema's disciple had dropped. What about it? It just makes a sound that is similar to a grass whistle. You are underestimating me too much. Rayon chuckled, pointing at the strange pattern engraved inside the flute. This is a flute of inscription. Ah. The highest grade artifact that can activate a formation. The flute of inscription was a special flute, capable of activating a pre-installed formation from afar. Since the pattern inside the flute of inscription needed to be modified according to the formation, he couldn't make any excuses. That was a really lame excuse to give after locking us up in that formation. I guess you didn't expect to be discovered. What the hell are you? Tema's chin was trembling violently. He looked like half his soul had left his body. What the hell are you? How are you shattering all my plans instead of dying? How did you even find out I was here? I have a friend with good perception. Rayon shrugged, enjoying Tema's astonishment. Of course. The King of Essence's perception is on a different level from a mere human's. What are you saying right now? Why would the King of Essence be your friend? It's just a figure of speech. He pushed Wrath, who kept telling him he couldn't be a human's friend, away, and took another step towards Tema's. I wonder what's going to happen if people learn that Sir Tema's, famous for his benevolence, was the perpetrator behind the assassins and the poison. Moreover, he did that to a patient he was trying to treat but was denied. Tema's was extremely sensitive to his reputation and rumors. A cold sweat started flowing down his face at the threat that his fame would plummet through the ground and below. Even if you died here, you would be remembered as the worst healer in the continent. Don't you agree? Tema's clattered his teeth while stepping backward. It's all over. I'm ruined. As long as Rayon had the flute, as long as he had the proof that he was controlling the formation, there was no escape for him. Even if he managed to survive, Darius Robert was going to pretend he didn't know him. Who the hell is this guy? How can he possibly be 17 years old? He not only shattered all of his plans, but he even discovered his location and the proof of Tema's actions. His head felt so dizzy that he could faint from the ridiculousness of the situation. Since many people are waiting for us, let's finish this quickly. Rayon brandished his sword and approached him. Wait, listen to me. I'm him. In the middle of shaking his hand to stop his approach, Tema's narrowed his eyes. Although the concealing formation was broken a long time ago, he couldn't feel any other presence than Rayon's. No way did you come here on your own. What do you expect? We don't need two people to catch you. Rayon nodded, telling him it was obvious. Heir. Tema's exhaled a deep breath while grasping his chest. The heavens haven't abandoned me yet. That young bastard still believed that he was a normal doctor. He could escape before the Heavenly Blade leader arrived if he just melted him down in an instant with poison arts. He slowly gathered the poison with his left hand, which was hidden behind his back. He needed to melt Rayon's heart or throat while he was still careless. This place is going to be your grave, not mine. He hid his intentions, waiting for Rayon's approach while pretending to be terrified. HMPH. Rayon snorted while looking at Tema's, who was biting his lip harshly. You're making it all too clear that you are plotting something. Although his expression looked like he was in despair or afraid, Rayon could see his killing intent deep inside his eyes. It was so obvious that his hidden left hand held poison. Let's end this. Rayon approached Tema's with his sword lowered, pretending he didn't notice anything. Once the distance between them became no more than 5 steps, Tema's eyes sparkled viciously. Tema's suddenly thrust his left hand like lightning. The purple energy in his hand extended like a spear towards Rayon's heart. Of course you'd do that. Rayon immediately stomped the ground, incorporating the principles of the quick sword into heavenly drive. Splat. 10,000 flames cultivation. Flames sparked like lightning to sever Tema's poisonous left arm entirely. As Tema's stepped back while screaming, Rayon caught up to him and stabbed heavenly drive into his right shoulder, slamming him into the ground. Both of Tema's arms became unusable in an instant, and his whole body trembled as he coughed up blood. Rayon immediately put his hand in Tema's mouth to take out the poison pill hidden in his molar. Your underlings didn't even scream once, yet you are making such a fuss. How did you even know about the poison pill? Who the hell are you? Tema's chin was trembling, his face pale. Rayon Zeekhart, I'm not talking about that name. I'm asking what your true identity is. How can you do this when you haven't even reached adulthood, no matter how I look at you? There's no reason for me to satisfy your curiosity. Rayon placed his right hand on Tema's stomach and created an impact. The powerful impact on his heart made his neck bend backward. He wasn't trying to kill him, since it was a temporary treatment to stop the rage worm that might have existed in his heart. Wake up. Rayon immediately slapped Tema's cheeks to wake him up. Tema's looked up to Rayon while swallowing nervously. What did you do just now? It was just in case your master engraved a worm in your heart. Gasp. Tema's eyes were trembling violently. It looked like his entire body was locked in terror. No way do you even know about the shadows. I know more than that. I also know that your master is the ruler of the South. Tema's jaw dropped to the point that his lips were about to tear. He seemed even more shocked than when he lost his arms. Since the rage worm should be unconscious by now, you should just answer my questions. Why, you idiot? There's no rage worm inside me. That's a relief since I can now easily interrogate you. Rayon smiled coldly and took Tema's by his collar to pressure his body. Kuhahaha. Even though he used to be scared stiff, he suddenly burst into laughter after taking a look at Rayon's hand. Why are you laughing? Because you are the one who's going to die here, not me. What? My blood is a nasty poison. Even you will end up dead. Tema's pointed at the red blood on Rayon's hand with his eyes. It was scattered there when he severed Tema's arm a moment ago. Rayon snickered while looking at the blood. Did you really believe I wouldn't know about this? Tema's blood contained a powerful poison called blood poison. However, with the evade poison artifact and the ring of fire protecting his organs and mana circuit, and the 10,000 flames cultivation, burning all of the poison that managed to work its way inside of him, the poison couldn't damage him in the slightest outside of a slight feeling of nausea. It's impossible for someone like you to endure my poison. So when am I going to die? I got this blood on me a long time ago. Rayon calmly smiled at him, and Tema's eyes widened to a point that they looked like they would pop out. Even the poison is not working. If you are done, it's my turn to ask questions. Rayon slightly lowered his chin while pressing upon Tema's. I don't know what you take me for, but I'll never open my mouth. Kill me. Ah, so your mouth is heavy, huh? Yes, you can't make me speak with mere torture. That's okay, I've learned what to do in a situation like this. Rayon raised his chin and smiled coldly. From you. The previous factories are still operating the same way as before, and we've also created an additional factory to raise shadows in a village near Balkar. The children can be easily supplied there, because there are lots of cities and villages nearby. Tema's eyes were crushed by pain and fear, twisted like scrap metal. He was disclosing all of the Robert's secrets, unable to endure the torture method that he had once taught Rayon. The old factories still remain, and 4 more have been added in the meantime. The factories were the places they raised the shadows and spies. Robert's sins had become even worse in the past 20 years. What is your master's objective? I don't know either. He only said that he had something to do. Tema's said, his pale lips trembling. I guess he's still blabbering about the future while hiding in the house's underground. How are you even related to him? I wonder. Rayon smiled. He wanted to tell him about his story of reincarnation, but he couldn't tell him because Wrath was enjoying the spectacle too much. What a nice torture method. The King of Essence wants to learn it as well. I knew you were closer to a demon than a human. Rayon ignored his rambling and looked at Tema's again. What is your master's current level in terms of might? I don't know that either. I'm sure he's reached the absolute, but I don't know any more than that. Since he was still not answering despite the situation he was in, it meant that he really didn't know. I guess there's no way he would reveal information about himself. Darius Robert was an extremely cold-hearted man. Even though Tema's was his confidant, he wouldn't have told him how strong he was nor what martial arts he had learned. Did you come here on your master's order? And no, it was my own decision. Because of the humiliation you received over your face. As expected, the reason Tema's had attacked him wasn't because of Darius's orders, but because he was so angry that his medicine and fame had lost to his face. Since I've pretty much heard all the information I needed, Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive from Tema's shoulder. Kua, you are a captive now, once we return to Zeeghart. As he was trying to grab Tema's, he suddenly had a seizure while coughing out blood. Veins appeared on his entire face and he started screaming in pain, even worse than when he was getting tortured. The veins popped at the same time and he stopped breathing. But of course, Rayon frowned while looking at dead Tema's. Despite what he said, there was a rage worm in his heart. There was no way he wouldn't have had it. Darius didn't trust anyone other than himself. Even though Tema's was his confidant, it was only natural that he had a rage worm. Darius must have sensed his emotional state and killed him before he could reveal information. He's cutting him off. Tema's actually belonged to Robert's faction, but he officially had no affiliation. The reason Darius had been using him without having him join the house must have been in preparation for a situation like the current one. What a nasty guy. Rayon turned his head, shaking the blood from Heavenly Drive. But he must be angry, incredibly angry. Although Darius killed Tema's himself, he shouldn't know anything about why his life was endangered and how that situation even happened, so he must have been really frustrated. It's too early to be surprised. Rayon was only getting started. It was the first step towards his revenge against Darius Robert, the devil. Let's head bomb. Just as he was about to return while carrying Tema's corpse on his shoulder, a message appeared in front of his eyes. You've overcome the blood poison by yourself. All stats have increased by 1. The trait poison resistance has been created. The message was telling him that he had gotten an extra stat and poison resistance from resisting the poison in Tema's blood. Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at the message. What kind of nonsense is this? How can you give him stats for resisting a weak poison like that? He slammed the ground with his hands, saying that it was bullshit. Such a weak poison can be found everywhere in Devildom, even in the grass and water. We are currently in the human realm. Og, Rayon clenched his fist while listening to Wrath's desperate scream. Since he got the latest information about Darius, managed to foil their plan, and even got a poison resistance trait that could prove to be their weakness, he'd killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Who are you trying to thank? You should thank me instead. When did Temaz start planning that attack? Darius Robert was looking at his butler with a faint smile on his face. It was difficult to believe that the expression and atmosphere came from someone who had just killed one of his precious confidants. That's. It's okay, tell me. I think he did that after he failed to become Insia Yanan's personal doctor at House Yanan. It looks like he stopped the network and gathered the shadows at the northern part of the continent to attack Insia Yanan, who was going to visit Frederick. The butler quickly told him everything he had investigated, which means that he was defeated when he was trying to make up for his failure. Why yes, well fine. I'm fine with everything, but why am I getting that information so late? Darius was still smiling, but the atmosphere was becoming heavier and heavier. Network branches, factories. I believe all of those places should be sending me their information before anyone else. Temaz lied and said that it was the master's order to prevent information from leaking. The butler continued, looking at the floor because he was unable to look Darius straight in the eyes. Moreover, it took some time for the information to reach us, because the branches and factories near that location were the only ones involved. This is why I shouldn't give them important titles. Darius snickered, caressing his hardwood desk. Look at the way he believed he wasn't an insect anymore just because he received a name. He should have done it properly at least, but he dared attack a carriage escorted by the Heavenly Blade leader. He should have known his place. The emotion transferred through Temaz's rage worm were fear, shock, pain, and resignation. Since those emotions signified that there was no way for him to survive, he stimulated the rage worm to kill him before the information could leak. What an idiot. It was so obvious even though he hadn't seen the scene. Temaz must have attacked them because he couldn't put up with his pride getting hurt, just to have the Heavenly Blade leader grab him by his collar. Cut off all connections between Temaz and us. Temaz was officially unaffiliated. His identity wouldn't be revealed as long as the connections were properly cut off. We are doing it right now. The butler immediately nodded. Since he knew Darius' personality, he'd started doing that as soon as he obtained that information. A tool should live as a tool. It shouldn't try to think by itself. Ah, yes. And a tool shouldn't act without its master's orders. Change all of the leaders of the branches, factories, and network. Does that involve the places unrelated to this incident? Yes. If we try changing everyone, it would be more than 100 people. The butler swallowed nervously, as Darius's order didn't mean to re-elect a new order, but to kill all of those people. Is there a problem? Darius' eyes were calm despite having given the order to kill his subordinates, who were mostly innocent. That was the scariest part about him. And no, change the system so that all information comes to me first, no matter how small it is. Understood. One more thing. Darius raised his finger. Investigate everyone involved in this incident, including those who were alongside the Heavenly Blade division leader and who found out our spy. Everything. Shouldn't the Heavenly Blade leader be the one who did all that? That might be the case, but it might not. It could be Ekken's doing or the Light Wind younglings who are supposed to be with her. It looked like he was planning to prepare for the future by perfectly investigating the incident with his fastidious personality. You may leave now. Yes, I'll take care of it quickly and give you my report. The terrified butler immediately bowed, then left Darius's office. The atmosphere in the office changed the moment the butler disappeared. An unbearable coldness covered the entire space, as if one of the northern ocean's tidal waves were pouring into the room. Hoo-hoo. Darius's mouth rolled up into a smile. So the plan I've been preparing for 20 years has been foiled. The plan to take over House Yanan had started 20 whole years ago. He was boiling in anger because his entire plan was destroyed by Sieghart and an insect bastard. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much time and money he needed to recover from it. Snap. Probably because he hadn't gotten that angry in a long time, red blood poured from the scar on the back of his hand and seeped into the desk. I'll kill them. Darius licked the scar on the back of his hand with a brilliant smile that looked almost terrifying. I'll rip the heads off everyone who was involved in this incident. Heavenly Blade leader, Burin came up to Shirl with his eyebrows slightly lowered. Rayon is very late in returning. Shouldn't we look for him? He's quite late indeed. Martha also nodded, taking her back off the tree. Are you worried about him? Shirl looked back at Burin and Martha with peaceful eyes. I am not worried. I'm definitely not worried about him. Martha quickly shook her head, saying that it was nonsense. She's right. It's just because our departure is being delayed. Burin lowered his eyes and scratched his head. I see. Shirl smiled slightly while watching them violently shake their hands. Ranan was blankly looking up to the sky, following Rayon's order to stay near the carriage. Are you not worried, Lady Run-On? And Sia poked her head out of the carriage's window and called out to Run-On. Worried, because Sir Rayon went away on his own and hasn't returned yet. Since she was also aware of the situation, her hand was trembling in worry. You don't need to worry about him. Run-On calmly shook her head. Rayon won't lose. Her peaceful expression and short answer revealed how much she trusted Rayon. I heard that the light wind wasn't created that long ago. It's marvelous how much they trust each other. And Sia smiled while looking at the light wind members. That's only natural, since we've been together for almost 6 years now, including our trainee period. Ah, so were you together as trainees and joined the same squad altogether? Indeed. But he's slightly late. Toda vice squad leader. As Dorian was looking around, Rayon was coming out from the forest road on the right side. He was carrying someone on his shoulder that Dorian didn't recognize. Rayon, why are you so late? I was worried for nothing. Run-On came running at him. Martha frowned and Burin smiled faintly. He was a bit far away. Rayon smiled in the face of the 3 different reactions, then went to Cheryl. Have you finished? Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking at Temma's corpse. Yes, but there might be a little problem. Rayon put down Temma's corpse. A problem. Cheryl remained calm despite noticing that the corpse was Temma's. She must have realized he was the perpetrator the moment the formation concealing his presence was shattered. Wait, that's the doctor from before. Sir Temma's, who? That doctor attacked us. But why? That's crazy. Everyone from the Heavenly Blade to the Light Wind were shocked to see Temma's corpse and their jaws dropped. And Sia's lips were trembling as she grasped her own wrist, the one that Temma's had held to feel her pulse. Do you have any proof that he was the one who ordered the attack? I have this flute of inscription for now. What happened over there? Rayon explained the flute of inscription to her, then told her about Temma's using the poison art, and that his heart had suddenly stopped as he was interrogating him. It's a rage worm. Cheryl frowned while looking at Temma's corpse, noting the way the veins had popped. It looks like someone is behind Temma's actions. She immediately recognized the rage worm and even realized that someone was behind his actions. Her knowledge was really surprising. Did he not tell you who it was? No, he didn't. Rayon shook his head. Now isn't the time. As long as he didn't have definite proof that Darius Robert was involved, it wasn't a good idea to mention his name. After all, there wasn't enough pretext, which meant many innocent people could end up dying if a war broke out between House Sieghart and House Robert. And he's mine. He didn't want Darius to have an easy death. He was planning to show him despair by destroying his precious forces one by one, before cutting his head off at the very last moment. I see. Cheryl nodded, as if she had expected that answer. Rayon, yes, I'll disclose it as if I was the one who resolved this incident. She created scars on Temma's body with her sword before he could stop her. D-Division leader, why would you do that? People's eyes widened as she declared she would take all of the fame from solving the case. No way are you trying to take all the fame, Hup. Rayon covered Crane's mouth as he started saying stupid things, then looked at Cheryl. Can you explain the reason? Temma's is a doctor, renowned throughout the continent for his good deeds. Even though we have the blood poison, the hole in his teeth, and the flute of inscription as proof, some people still won't believe it and will even try to attack you. Cheryl continued as nonchalantly as usual, which means the fame you get from killing him isn't the good sort. Moreover, the ringleader behind Temma's is most likely going to take revenge against you and the Light Wind. It's better to disclose this matter as my own doing. I knew she was trying to protect us. Cheryl said that she would take the achievement for the matter in order to protect Rayon and the Light Wind from the ringleader behind Temma's. She's a nice person. Despite her cold-hearted and strict appearance, she had a warm heart that could make many considerations for others. Rayon slowly shook his head. I don't want other people to be harmed because of me. If that was how the information spread, Darius might start targeting the Heavenly Blade leader. He couldn't accept his revenge causing problems for others. Why? Since we don't know who is behind Temma's, I can't shift the matter's responsibility to the Heavenly Blade leader. I'm the one who humiliated Temma's and brought Lady and Sia with us, so I'll. In the middle of his speech, Cheryl's right hand approached him. With her thumb holding her middle finger back, she flicked his forehead. Rayon unconsciously groaned from the sudden pain. Arrogant kid, who are you worrying about when you aren't even wet behind your ears? Cheryl furrowed her brows. I'm the person responsible for this mission. I'm the one who decides on the results and the process. I'm sure I ordered you to do as you wish, and you followed my order. Since I'm the one who created this result, I'm going to take responsibility for it. Heavenly Blade leader. And who do you think I am? A fearsome amount of energy was emanating from her entire body, making him shudder. I'm the first sword protecting the head of house. As long as it's not him, it doesn't matter who my opponent is, even if it is the head of one of the 6 kings or 5 demons. Cheryl mentioned the head of one of the 6 kings or the 5 demons as if she knew something about the ringleader before turning around. She went around to spread her aura throughout the entire forest, just like she did to Temma's. Coup. As expected of our division leader, of course our division leader wouldn't care about fame like that. I fell in love again with your confident demeanor. The Heavenly Blade swordsman smiled since they knew she'd say that. Wow, that is how you take responsibility. She's different. She's completely different. If it was him, he would have shifted the responsibility to Rayon by all means. The light wind swordsmen licked their lips while thinking about the red-haired elf, who was on the opposite side of the spectrum from Shirl. Rayon exhaled faintly while looking at Shirl's back. It looks like I need to create an opportunity. He felt the necessity to create an opportunity to disclose to Shirl the fact that Darius was the perpetrator behind it, though he figured she still wouldn't change her mind. Anyway, I managed to buy some time. Rayon bowed at Shirl, who was creating traces of battle in different parts of the forest. Vice Squad Leader. When he raised his head, Dorian was running at him with his face turned red. I've witnessed the god of supplies today. Please teach me the way you completely prevented the situation by utilizing artifacts according to the situation was extremely impressive. I'll serve you as my master. He went flat on his belly. His eyes were almost shining, impressed by the way he'd perfectly stopped the enemy attack by using appropriate tools. That was just a coincidence. Vice Squad Leader is pretty much the god of supplies. You must have been testing me so far. Please teach me. Dorian violently shook his head in denial and shouted to ask for lessons. Sir Rayon, Encia came down from the carriage and came up to him with her eyes in a daze. You are handsome but also strong, and you are handsome but also perfectly prepared, and you are handsome but also smart, and you are so damn handsome. Her eyes were sparkling like jewels. Rayon handsome, well prepared and rich. Runan raised her fist while sticking next to Dorian. It felt less embarrassing than others because her eyes were blank, unlike the others. Rayon frowned, stepping back from the three people's gazes. My followers are increasing. Rayon recorded the assassins in the forest with an artifact that could save a scene as an image before heading to Retran. Since there could be another attack, they kept moving without rest and managed to reach the end of Krun Forest the next evening. We've finally arrived. We can finally rest. Dorian smiled while looking at the round forest road which led outside. Crane also nodded as he saw the exit where the bright light was coming from. Our mission isn't over until we treat Lady Encia in return. Stay alert. Burin narrowed his eyes as he looked back at those two. Did you not hear that they are at war here? You will lose your head if you don't pay attention. Martha also frowned while tapping Dorian and Crane's shoulders. I'm sorry. You don't need to worry so much. Ekin, who was at the Lade, looked back with a smile. The longer a war lasts, the less serious it becomes. They are just facing each other to keep their pride, so we should be able to treat her without trouble. Although he was maintaining his smile, he stiffened like a marionette that lost its string the moment he left the forest. What is? Rayon also followed Ekin out and stopped. Although it was evening, the area was so bright, it was as if the sun had risen once again. It wasn't because of the moonlight. The effect was caused by the fire engulfing Retran. We have a problem. Shirl frowned while looking at Retran engulfed in flames. The light wind will come with me, and the heavenly blade will bring the carriage. Yes, she ran out before even hearing Ekin's answer. Let's go. Yes. Rayon also chased after Shirl after gesturing at the light wind to follow them with his hand. What is happening here? Unless the two houses sharing Retran went crazy, there was no way they would fight at that scale. There must have been another incident besides the war. Tap. Rayon followed Shirl and jumped over Retran's castle gate to stand on the castle walls. The flames were on the outskirts, and the city was filled with corpses and blood. Clang. He looked to the left, where the clashing sound of swords was coming from. Mysterious men wearing green and red hoods were swinging their swords and axes at the combatants and civilians alike. Eden. Green demon and red demon. Burin and Martha's surprised voices could be heard from behind them. Since they had already fought them before in Cebu village, everyone in Light Wind recognized Eden's demons in an instant, and there were more than red and green demons. Their officers, wearing monster armor, could also be found in various locations. Since we don't have any time to waste, I'll give you my order immediately. Slay every single red and green demon in the city. We don't even need to interrogate anyone, save as many people as possible. Right after giving them the order, Shirl ran through the central avenue. She was apparently targeting Eden's officers, who were slaughtering the warriors from the center of the city. Kill the red and green demons in accordance with the Heavenly Blade leader's order before gathering at the center of the city. Understood. Rayon gave them an additional order before jumping down from the castle wall. He ran towards the left, where he could feel the largest amount of red and green demons' energies. Terrible bastards. The blood flowing down from the hill wasn't even dry yet, and the corpses that still retained their body heat were lying around with their eyes wide open. The red and green demons kept swinging their swords and axes against the civilians while screaming like monsters, not realizing that Rayon was there. Slam. Rayon stomped the ground hard enough for the land to explode, stopping everyone. The green and red demons turned around, holding their blood-covered weapons. Sieghart, why is Sieghart here? Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps without responding. He advanced over the folding ground, swinging Heavenly Drive. The silver blade brushed past the green and red demons without any hesitation at all. Before they could react, Rayon turned to the right, unleashing the second strike. The flame filling the blade split apart into a spiral and slashed all of the remaining green and red demons. Thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the 10 heads of the red and green demons were rolling on the ground. Gasped the people who were saved from almost dying to the green demons sank to the ground while exhaling violently. Who are you? I'm from Sieghart. Go to the center of the city. That's how you can live. He didn't have time to explain. He needed to slay the slaughtering Eden's demons as fast as possible. He opened. Glacier's perception. He moved following the murderous intent, slaying all of the demons that were slaughtering people. Those crazy bastards, although he had only recently arrived in the city, he already had slain over 30 green and red demons. The Eden bastards were apparently trying to erase the entire city. Is that the last one? Rayon ran to the building with a smoothly curved appearance. Kaya. It was a temple worshipping the goddess of fertility, but the entrance was already destroyed, and an urgent scream could be heard from inside. Slam. Once he entered, an Eden demon wearing orc fighter armor was swinging his deadly blade towards swordsmen wearing brown uniforms. Corpses were piled up to the sides, and people who seemed to be civilians were trembling with their eyes closed behind the swordsmen. Green War Demon. No, that's different. He was stronger than the one he killed in Cebu village and was different in nature. It looked like both the magic stone and the person inside were different. Who are you? The Green War Demon interrupted his swing and turned around. I don't like getting my meal interrupted. Rayon didn't give him the chance to speak. He used the Supreme Harmony's second step to leap inside in an instant. Slash. The blue blade was reflecting the moonlight, spreading between the bars of the broken window as it slashed diagonally. KRRR. The Green War Demon crumbled to the ground while grasping his neck, where blood was gushing out. Even a snail can advance. Wrath narrowed his eyes while looking at the Green War Demon's corpse. That strange armor isn't that energy the same as the one you fought 4 years ago. You barely managed to win back then, but you can now slay him in a single strike. That's because a long time has passed since then. Since a lot of time had passed, and he made much effort and use out of the doormat, that difference was a natural result. He's slain the Green War Demon in a single strike. Who are you? The swordsmen in brown uniform widened their eyes, more surprised by the fact that the Green War Demon had perished in a single strike than their survival. Are you okay? Rayon lowered his sword and went towards the survivors. They finally came to their senses, bowing at him while crying. What even happened here? Rayon went to the swordsman who was in a position to protect everyone. Since he'd managed to take care of most of Eden's demons outside, it was time to listen to their story. That's. Now that I think about it, where did the saint go? The situation wouldn't have gotten so bad if he were around. The ragged Saint Frederick was also a warrior at master level. His might was significantly outshone by his medicine, but his prowess definitely couldn't be called weak. I'll explain it. A priestess who seemed to be in her early 20s raised her hand. You are. I'm the priestess Rosie, who assisted the saint during his stay. Rosie sighed and stood in front of Rayon. Her legs were still trembling in fear. The assassins suddenly appeared when we were treating the patients from both houses around noon, along with the saint. Assassins. Rayon narrowed his eyes. Temaz apparently also targeted Frederick on top of himself. Since the houses Basin and Tryon had received a lot of help from the saint, they paused the war for the time being and worked together to fend off the assassins. The atmosphere between them didn't look too bad, as they were wielding their swords against a common enemy. That was to be expected, since the houses Basin and Tryon must have been willing to finish the dragging war. That's why they decided to prolong the temporary armistice and promised to have a meal together, but the city's outskirts were suddenly set ablaze. Rayon frowned when she mentioned the fire. He could guess the overall situation. The warriors from the two houses scattered around to extinguish the fire, and Eden's demons used that opportunity to attack. Many demons from Eden have been killed, but the damage was even worse for the house's swordsmen, who were scattered around. Rosie couldn't stop herself from biting her lips. Did the saint not do anything? Naturally, he moved in order to save people. However, he shouldn't have done that. What do you mean? He couldn't understand what she was telling him, because the saint was Eden's target. What? As soon as the saint made his move, Eden deployed 4 demons at master level, as if they'd been waiting for him. 2 of them slaughtered people from the center of the city to attract attention, and 2 others attacked the saint. The situation made it obvious that the saint was their objective. Rosie sighed deeply. Realizing that he was Eden's objective, he left Retran with Julius. That's why we've managed to survive so far. Julius, he's the reason the war broke out between the 2 houses in the city. Rayon understood who that was. He must have been the boy with genius talents that was the cause of the war. No way is Eden. Yes, they were targeting both the saint and the boy. Why are they targeting the saint? Rayon narrowed his eyes. Since Eden always looked for people to wear their armor, it was understandable that they would target the boy, but he couldn't think of any reason they would go so far for Frederick. It's because of the flower that the saint possesses. What flower can that be? Raisin. Ah. It's a treasure that is supposed to be capable of saving 10,000 people if you make a medicine out of it, and capable of killing 100,000 people if you make a poison out of it. Rosie's trembling hand was grasping her chest. Eden is targeting the boy and the saint's lives, and also the raisin. Rayon sent Rosie and others to a safe place before heading to the center, where Cheryl was headed. The Eden officers that used to be there had all lost their heads, and the light wind and the carriage were also there. I'll explain it in simple terms. Eden is currently targeting the saint's life and the boy. The saint left the city with the boy in order to avoid its destruction, and they must be still chasing after him. She apparently also heard their story, since she already knew that the saint brought Julius with him. However, she didn't know about the raisin yet. There's one more reason. Rayon raised his hand. Eden is targeting the raisin that the saint possesses. Raisin. The swordsmen's faces became even more distorted as they recognized the name. Are they even targeting raisin on top of the boy and the saint? That's too much greed for demons. Cheryl laughed coldly and clenched her fist. Ekin, Rayon, you shall protect Lady Encia and retrans civilians alongside the swordsmen. Understood. Ekin immediately responded, but Rayon silently walked up to Cheryl. Please bring me with you. This is not a game. Cheryl shook her head while frowning her face. From what I heard here, there are at least 4 demons at master level, and there should be even more actually chasing after the saint. It's not something you can handle. He saved my life. Rayon took another step forward. If I don't repay that favor, I'd be no different from a beast. You. Please give me a chance. Cheryl's eyes wavered slightly in the face of Rayon's polite attitude. Cheryl chewed her lips slightly and shook her head. You still can't. Why not? Rayon frowned. He thought she would accept since her eyes wavered, but she apparently changed her mind at the last second because it's dangerous. Cheryl shook her head, telling him that it was obvious. Like I said before, I'm the person responsible for this mission. I can't lead you to your death just as you are about to spread your wings. Her resolute voice told him that she had already made up her mind. I have something I need to do. I'm not going to die before then. Do you think others dig their own graves before dying? Death does not discriminate. You can never tell when it will come for you. Cheryl's words weren't those of simple refusal. They also included various meanings from her experience. I still can't back down here, because he came to visit him every year to help him until he turned 5 years old. Moreover, he didn't come unprepared. He learned a new way to treat him each time in order to increase his body's vitality, and he even gave him a high-grade elixir. Since it was his first time receiving so much consideration and care from someone outside of his family, he decided to repay that favor no matter what. And now is the time. Rayon clenched his fist. He didn't want to ignore his benefactor and become a beast, just because he needed to take his revenge. Even if he couldn't help him that much, even if buying a tiny amount of time was all he was capable of, he still wanted to help him no matter what. Cheryl fell speechless upon reading the determination in Rayon's eyes. Protecting this place is also an important task. That's true, but we have Sir Ekin and the other swordsmen here. Eden's demons might start swarming. Eden's targets are the boy named Julius and the raisin. Since we have neither of those here, it's very unlikely for them to send powerful demons to this location. I'm sure Sir Ekin and the swordsmen are more than enough to defend this place. Ha. Cheryl sighed deeply while furrowing her brows. Look at this place. She pointed at Retran, where more than half of the city had turned into ashes. Eden swings their swords regardless of the situation once they receive an order. They don't even care whether they are against the civilians or little children. They are even more nasty and straightforward than the white blood religion in a sense. I know. Although the white blood religion has more combatants, Eden is stronger when it comes to the powerhouses. There should be more than 4 masters chasing after the saint. I know that as well, but you still want to come? Yes. Rayon nodded without the slightest hesitation. I've already broken the prejudice that an expert couldn't win against a master. That's... Cheryl couldn't refute, since even she was speechless about that. If you judge that I'm not helpful at all or am incapable of following you, you can just leave me midway. Are you sure? Yes, if you tell me so from the bottom of your heart, I'll return. That was as much as he could insist. If she really told him he wasn't helpful at all, then it was better to withdraw rather than bothering her. However, his intuition was telling him that following her was the correct decision. It was an opportunity to repay his gratitude to the man who saved his life, and to fight to death against powerful enemies. Rayon met Cheryl's eyes as she stared at him while grasping Heavenly Drive's hilt tightly. What a shame. If he had been a master, she would have brought him with her without hesitation. The fact that he needed to wait for her decision because he couldn't take that one step forward made him feel bitter. Tusk, fine. I'll give you 5 minutes. Prepare yourself. Cheryl reluctantly clicked her tongue. Division leader, please bring us as well. Impossible. She firmly shook her head while looking at Burin and Martha. You can't even buy time at your current level. Cheryl's voice was so firm that she almost sounded cold-hearted. Unlike Rayon's case, she was cutting them off like a blade. Ah. Unable to refute that fact, Burin and Martha bit their lips. They were aware that they didn't have enough ability to insist like Rayon did. If you're frustrated, then get stronger. You will be fighting against the 5 demons for the rest of your lives. She turned around after saying that. She's really not a cold person. After watching Cheryl's back for a moment, Rayon went to Dorian. Are you really okay with that? Wouldn't it be better to leave the matter to the division leader? It's okay, so give me things like hemostatics, medicines, and bandages. Since anything could happen, he needed to prepare medicine first. This is an expensive one, so you have to return no matter what. Dorian gave him the medicines with trembling hands. Rayon, let's go to the ice cream shop again once you come back. Run-On, who'd been silent, came up to him and blinked her eyes. It was her way of telling him goodbye while wishing for his safe return. All right. Rayon smiled faintly at Dorian, Run-On, and also Burin and Martha, who were looking at him. Sir Swordsman. As he finished his preparations and was about to go to Cheryl, Rosie came running at him from the temple. I'm listening. Lots of warriors went outside in order to help the saint, if you ever happen to meet them. Her voice was trembling from embarrassment at making a request in such a situation, as well as with anticipation and hope for their survival. I'll save them if they are still alive. Rayon nodded since he felt the same as her. Let's leave if you are ready. Cheryl kicked the ground without even looking back. She jumped over the buildings in an instant and reached the castle wall. Rayon slowly caught his breath and gathered the 10,000 flames cultivation. He followed Cheryl while using the Supreme Harmony steps, gritting his teeth. I'll never fall behind. An old man wearing ragged clothes was running through a dense forest while carrying an approximately 10-year-old body on his back. Blood was dripping from between his old clothes, showing that he was injured. Although the old man was moving even faster than a decent horse, he kept anxiously looking behind him. Saint, the boy raised his head, a serious voice that didn't suit his age flowing out from him. I heard I was their target. You should just leave me behind and save yourself at least. Nonsense, the ragged Saint, Frederick yelled at the boy. Julius, what are you even talking about right now, Saint? Reason why they are targeting you is in order to make you wear monster armor. Do you really want to abandon your humanity and become a devil? Frederick shook his head, telling him to never say such a thing ever again, but they will eventually catch up to us if you continue carrying me on your back. Julius lowered his eyebrows, worried about Frederick. Don't worry. Even though I'm old, I'm still a fast runner. We are going to reach my friend's region soon enough, and they won't be able to follow us anymore. Frederick smiled gently at the boy so that he wouldn't be scared anymore. Moreover, they will keep following me even if I leave you behind. Are they trying to make you wear the armor as well? No, it's because of the flower I have. Flower. Julius tilted his head to show his confusion. It can save lots of people if it's used in a good way, and it can hurt even more people if it's used in a bad way. Then I guess they're trying to use it in a bad way. Ha, you already realized it. Frederick nodded, exhaling heavily. They aren't only targeting you, they are also targeting me. You should sleep a little instead of worrying about it, since it's time for you to sleep. It would be impolite for me to sleep when the saint is suffering right now. A mature answer came from Julius's lips. What are you going to say this time? There were some uncles following us. I'm worried for their safety. Since we are the only targets, they should be safe. Frederick caressed Julius's hair before jumping over a rocky hill in one fell swoop. I need to save this boy at least. It was okay for him to die because he was already old, but he couldn't allow Eden to turn such a kind-hearted boy into a demon. You remind me of someone. Do I remind you of someone? Yes. He was a peculiar boy who didn't even cry nor smile when he was still an unweaned baby. I cry and smile, though. Is that so? Frederick smiled faintly and looked up to the sky. That boy was suffering from the worst constitution in the world from the moment of his birth. Intense pain was a given, and he couldn't even move his body properly. I believed that he couldn't become a warrior, however. Frederick smiled while looking into Julius's red eyes. He shattered my diagnosis and became an extremely splendid warrior, making a name for himself in the world. He won the victory over himself. Really? Yes, isn't he amazing? It sounds really cool that he overcame his own condition. Julius nodded, his expression brighter than before. Then let's go meet him together. I'm sure he will be a good stimulation. Can you bring me there as well? As Frederick was smiling, a cold voice could be heard from in front of him. The moonlight was reflected on the voice's owner between the twisted bushes. It was a man clad in red armor in the shape of a lion's mane, with a wolf helmet on his head where the sharp teeth were glowing. Red Wolf Demon. Frederick swallowed nervously. The monstrous man in front of him was Eden's officer, who inherited the lycanthrope chief's power and a fighter at master level. Rumble. The problem was the fact that he wasn't alone. I knew you would come this way. The man clad in black armor with wings attached to the back smoothly dropped down. Fearsome blue eyes were sparkling from his demonic, two-horned helmet. black-winged demon. The owner of the winged armor was another officer of Eden, one who inherited the power of the Gargoyle Lord. He was also a powerhouse at master level, and he was even more difficult to deal with than the Red Wolf demon because of his flying ability. Ah, I'm also here. Even the evil goat demon is here. He looked to the right upon hearing a cheerful voice that didn't match the situation. The man cheerfully waving his hand was wearing armor that looked like a goat on the bottom half and a knight on the upper half, with a goat's helmet. The horns on the helmet were pointing downwards. Damn it. Frederick bit his lip. He was already injured from facing the Red Wolf demon and the Black-Winged demon. Since the evil goat demon was the strongest of the three, he would have no other choice than death if he joined the fight. Ah, don't worry about me. I have no intention of attacking you as long as you don't come my way, since my mission today is to block the path. It was unsure whether he could be trusted or not, but he leaned his back towards a tree with his arms crossed. I'm tired of chasing after him now. Old Man Meat is too tough, but I suppose Saint Meat would be different. The crimson wave of astral energy burst from the Red Wolf demon's claws and the Black-Winged demon's dagger. Julius, stay behind me, as Saint. You don't need to worry, I'll keep my promise. Frederick opened his hands while catching his breath. After adding astral energy into his hands, he stomped the ground. I won't give anything to people like you. Rayon frowned while looking at Cheryl, who was running ahead of him. Is she trying to make me fall behind? Cheryl was apparently trying to lose him with her footwork since she kept moving faster and faster. Although the distance between them was only 10 meters at first, it was now closer to 20 meters. Thud, Rayon stomped the ground with the supreme harmony steps. He managed to close the distance for a moment, but he couldn't catch up to her in the end, and the distance started growing once again. I can't keep using the Supreme Harmony Steps. Supreme Harmony Steps had a high aura consumption. He couldn't keep using that just to exhaust himself before fighting, since he was about to encounter master-level enemies. Then what should I do? Rayon raised his head to look at Cheryl. Instead of her stepping on the ground, it looked like the ground was coming to her to be stepped on as she quickly advanced. She's a bit different from the squad leader. Rimmer's footwork felt like he was flying while being carried by the wind, but Cheryl looked more like she was using the explosive power of her lower body to shoot herself forward like an arrow. Rayon resonated the ring of fire to examine her lower body in detail. The principles of the quicksword that she had explained to him before was incorporated into her legs as she kicked the ground. I finally understand. He understood why there was so much difference between them, even though Cheryl was only using basic footwork. She had changed the principles of martial arts in her footwork into the quicksword's principles to increase her speed. I'm not capable of doing that right now. I can't reduce the wind resistance like the squad leader did either, however. Rayon figured he could use a mixture of the two. Creak. He kicked the ground by utilizing the principles Cheryl taught him and the principles behind Frost Pond, all while using the 10,000 Flames cultivation's energy like Rimmer's wind to sever the atmosphere. Thud. Although he used less strength than before to kick the ground, he managed to advance faster and farther. Cheryl's back, which kept getting further away, was getting closer to him instead. Cheryl looked back for the first time. She frowned, her eyes widening almost twice the usual size. I did it. He couldn't exactly use that in a battle because it was still sloppy, but he didn't lose to Cheryl in terms of speed at least. I caught up to you. Rayon smiled while running next to Cheryl. I was planning to just lose you like that. Cheryl licked her lips in regret. However, her eyes were still filled with surprise. I told you that I won't be a bother. Did you mix my movement and Rimmer's movement half and half? Exactly. Seriously, you are not fun to teach. She shook her head as if she were already tired of it. But don't be overconfident since you are only getting started. I'm going to leave you behind immediately if you don't meet my expectations. I know, Rayon nodded. Just like she said, the real fight hadn't even started yet. Kring. As he advanced alongside Cheryl, he could hear the clashing sound of metal. It was a blunt sound, signifying a one-sided battle. This way, yes. Cheryl had already changed her direction and was moving towards the location of the sound. Rayon used the new movement technique to follow her. Clong. At the end of a scorched black field, a demon of Eden was standing there wearing a hyena-shaped helmet. His long axe and armor were covered in blood, showing that he had already slaughtered many people. Brutal yellow demon. The monster with the hyena's head and human body was a Knoll warrior, and he was Eden's demon with the Knoll warrior's power, the brutal yellow demon. Kihihihi. The brutal yellow demon wasn't even slightly injured, but the surviving warriors were covered with injuries and blood. He was apparently toying with them without killing them. That bastard. Cheryl stopped, pointing at the brutal yellow demon without helping them. He is at the highest level of expert, just like you. Kill him within 10 strikes. 10 strikes. You will turn back if you can't. You won't be able to fight if you can't even do that. She wasn't even blinking, showing that she had no intention of compromising. It seemed to be her final test for him. I'll finish him off in 5 strikes instead of 10. In return, please don't tell me to go back ever again. Rayon walked towards the brutal yellow demon without waiting for Cheryl's response. 10 strikes, 5 strikes, the brutal yellow demon turned around. He apparently heard their conversation as he looked at Rayon savagely. Cheryl must have expected that to happen as well. You must be looking down on me just because I stayed here. The brutal yellow demon's teeth could be seen as he smiled while twirling his axe. Fine, I'll cut your head off in 10 strikes. He lowered himself like a beast and kicked the ground. It was a strange posture, but his speed was abnormally fast. He dashed at him from the left in an instant and swung down his axe. Combative energy with the intention to crush his bones and flesh together was raging like a fire. Rayon watched him until the axe reached his collarbone while using the ring of fire. It includes heaviness. The aura incorporated into the brutal yellow demon's axe was heaviness. However, it was only focused on the edge of the axe's blade instead of the entire blade. Then, I only need to twist it. 10,000 flames cultivations fire on heavenly drive cut through the heaviness of the axe. Rayon slashed the second strike into the thin opening that was created from it. Clong, last start, first attack. Even though heavenly drive was the last one to start moving, brutal yellow demon's axe was bounced back instead. Befitting his level as a highest grade expert, the brutal yellow demon quickly recovered his axe and unleashed his second strike. Multiple auras were added to the powerful energy wave charging straight at Rayon, increasing its power and speed. Let's try using that. Rayon was thinking about the brutal yellow demon's strike from before. He created an image of focusing the heaviness at one part of the blade to concentrate his aura at the extremity of heavenly drive. Bomb. He amplified the strength by stomping the ground, thrusting heavenly drive with a new aura. Heavenly Drive's blade was surrounded by a thick, concentrated aura thread as it clashed head-on against the brutal yellow demon's axe. Creak. Despite the difference in weight between their weapons, brutal yellow demon's axe was the one that got pushed back or rather shattered. The axe's blade, which used to emanate a fearsome murderous intent, shattered like glass and was reflected brutal yellow demon's astonished eyes. It's not over yet. As an expert who went through countless fierce battles, the brutal yellow demon thrusted his left hand towards Rayon's heart despite his panic. An energy as powerful as his axe could be felt from his hand, sharpened like a blade. You are too inexperienced. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's third step. He deflected the brutal yellow demon's hand like a cloud floating in the sky before unleashing the principles of quick sword in heavenly drive, starting from his shoulder. Slosh. The silver blade fell down like lightning, and the brutal yellow demon's movement stopped like a marionette that lost its string. The brutal yellow demon tried to flounder his hands but couldn't grab his head, which was falling to the ground. Thud. Leaving behind the brutal yellow demon's headless corpse, Rayon walked up to Cheryl. 4 strikes. He shook the blood from heavenly drive, then stood in front of her. Now you are forbidden from telling me to return. Cheryl let out a short groan. Her eyes were filled with regret. Apparently she thought she could leave him behind for sure from that. That was your one-sided offer. You should have refused before if you wanted to. I'm sure you've already experienced it before. Rayon simply shrugged his shoulders. Cheryl frowned. She must have remembered how she ended up being in charge of dishwashing because she didn't stop Ekin from arm wrestling with Rayon. You have to surpass expectations in moderation to be somewhat understandable. You are way too unconventional. She sighed, shaking her head. But a promise is still a promise. I won't tell you to go back. Instead, you should obey my orders no matter what. I'm not negotiating on this one. Of course. Rayon smiled in contrast to the frowning Cheryl. But where did you learn the concentration of heavy sword? Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking at the extremity of heavenly drive's blade. Concentration of heavy sword. I'm talking about the strike that shattered the brutal yellow demon's axe just now. She pointed at the completely shattered blade of the brutal yellow demon's axe. You concentrated the heavy sword's power in one area instead of on the entire blade. I was just copying him. Rayon casually pointed his finger at the collapsed brutal yellow demon. He was gathering the energy of a heavy sword in one spot in his axe, so I tried doing the same since I figured I could. So you tried it and it worked. Yes, what a mind-blowing talent. Cheryl's voice was trembling slightly. Her expression was telling him that she'd witnessed something impossible. That's not a big deal. The King of Essence is even capable of showing a far more advanced version of a technique he's only seen once, let alone copying it. Wrath frowned in displeasure. Is that so? Rayon smiled gladly, since the mere fact that he was saying that proved that he did something amazing, though it's not actually my own talent. Ring of Fire. Don't tell anyone that you learned a technique that way. I only told you because you are the Heavenly Blade leader. HMPH, you are just trying to flatter me. Cheryl snorted, then turned around. Despite what she said, her mouth seemed to be curved into a small smile. As he was preparing to leave again, the warriors who managed to survive the brutal yellow demon's axe came to them and bowed. Considering their white and brown uniforms, they seemed to be the warriors from House Basin and House Tryon in Retran. The priestess Rosie was worried about you. You should return to Retran, IIC, The warrior in white uniforms nodded, but the ones in brown uniforms took another step towards him while biting his lips. Our head of house went after the saint, but he hasn't returned yet, if you can find him. Oh, our head of house also went with him. They were talking about different heads of houses. Are you telling me that the heads of both House Basin and House Tryon came out? Yes, they came to help the saint while entrusting the city to the vice heads of houses, but we got separated midway. The warriors were telling him that both heads acted in order to save Frederick, but they couldn't find them anymore after they were separated. That's why I couldn't find the heads of houses there. He thought they'd perished while protecting the city since he couldn't find them, but they were apparently chasing after the saint. How admirable. The heads of houses must have decided on that dangerous venture of chasing Eden because they were aware of the fact that Eden obtaining the raisin after killing the saint would be detrimental to the entire continent. Since it wasn't easy to make such a decision, Rayon unconsciously admired it. Since we're also chasing the saint, we will tell them to return if we meet them. Rayon nodded at them. We lost a lot of time. Let's move on. Shirl dashed like an arrow bouncing off a bowstring without waiting for his response. I hope everything ends well. Voicing his small wish, Rayon used footwork to follow her. As they were traversing the field, collapsed corpses could be seen from different places. They were wearing the same uniform as the warriors they had just encountered, which meant they were from the houses Basin and Tryon. They are the real warriors. Shirl, who was running ahead of him, closed her eyes towards the corpses. They advanced in order to help the saint, despite knowing that they were going to die. Some people might call them stupid, but I'd like to show my respect to their conviction. Same goes for me. Rayon nodded, because I'm the same as them. When he used to be an assassin, he would have just snorted if he heard that someone risked their lives for another person's sake. He would have laughed at them, calling them stupid. However, a huge amount of people had helped them in his life as Rayon Sieghart. Since he was now aware how precious the emotions and relationships were, he wanted to applaud their courage. Rayon closed his eyes for a moment to pay respect to the fallen warriors before opening them again. Rayon and Shirl followed the corpses and the traces of battle to chase after Frederick. The surviving demons of Eden tried to block their path, but they mowed them instantly and continued their advance. A battle between masters took place here. They didn't go too far. Shirl narrowed her eyes while looking at the ground, which was cracked in the shape of a spiderweb. Judging from the traces, he must be inside that forest. She pointed at a forest far to the north. Even moonlight could hardly penetrate the dense trees and grass within the forest. Let's speed up a little. Yes. He moved while fully focusing on his footwork then. He heard a breathing sound from the direction of a boulder. It was such a weak breath coming from someone close to death. Rayon changed directions and ran towards the boulder. A middle-aged man had collapsed behind the boulder with his white uniform covered in blood, and his right arm and left leg were torn off as if they were eaten by a beast. Can't save him. Judging from the splendid white uniform and high-quality sword, he looked like the head of House Basin mentioned by the people he'd saved earlier. However, there was no way to save him because he was bleeding too much. Are you the head of House Basin, Demp Basin? I am. He barely managed to nod. It's impossible. We can't save him even if we spend more time here. Shirl turned her head away, saying that it couldn't be helped. Just as she said, Demp couldn't live for long. Demp desperately looked at them with a trembling chin. I am not asking you to save me. Please listen to me. As Rayon was about to move on while biting his lips, he raised his remaining arm with difficulty. There was a spy in Retran. Spy? Who was it? Shirl walked up to Demp, her eyebrows lowered. The head of House Tryon, Stain Tryon. He was Eden's spy. Demp spat out Stain Tryon's name as if he wanted to kill him. Rayon could feel his anger from his voice despite his weakened state. Are you telling me the head of House Tryon is Eden's spy? Since when? I don't know either. I chased after Eden with him until we arrived here, but he suddenly wore an ogre's helmet and did this to me. Rayon could guess the rest of the story from his state. He must have enhanced his abilities with the ogre's helmet to put Demp in that condition. Ogre. Rayon grit his teeth. The Eden bastards had apparently managed to find the blood-raving demon's successor, on top of the green war demon that he'd encountered before. I suggested sending the vice heads of houses to chase after him and manage the city first, but Stain insisted that we definitely needed to chase them for the sake of the great cause, since the continent would be endangered if we didn't save the saint. I was impressed, believing that I witnessed how much he cared for the world for the first time, but how could this happen? Demp's clenched fist powerlessly fell to the ground. Stain didn't only lie to me, but also to his own house and the entire city. I am sure he was the one who opened Retran's gate to let Eden inside. Now that I think about it, it's impossible that the entire city was set on fire at the same time as Eden's appearance. Dempt continued, while forcing his lips to part. He must be planning to take over Retran after killing me. That should never be allowed to happen. He breathed his last breath. He couldn't even close his bloodshot eyes from the frustration and chagrin. Let's go. Cheryl coldly looked at the forest. Although her voice was the same as always, her pressure was filled with explosive anger. Yes, Rayon closed Demp Basin's eyes and stood up. Thud, without any signal, they kicked the ground at the same time. I'll enter the forest and bring the saint out. You shall guard the entrance so that the Eden bastards won't be able to enter. Understood. Rayon nodded. He wanted to go inside with her to fight, but he was aware that he was only going to be a hindrance to her. Blocking the path from outside was the best thing he could do. As they approached the forest Frederick had entered, he could detect more presences of people and monsters. It looked like the Eden bastards were surrounding the entire forest. This many of them, Rayon frowned. Eden apparently wanted to obtain the boy, Julius, and the racin no matter what. The boy is important too, but I can never let them have the racin. Racin was capable of killing 100,000 people if it was used as a poison. Even if it was exaggerated, it should be able to cause a slaughter on a scale of tens of thousands at least, which needed to be prevented at all costs. Blocking the path, Rayon tightly grasped Heavenly Drive's hilt. They were many in number, but he couldn't feel any masters among them. He should have been more than capable of holding them back until Cheryl returned from Frederick's rescue. While he was running towards the forest while reading the movements of low-ranking officers, the red demons and the green demons, Wrath licked his lips. It looks like you made a mistake. What? Wrath didn't respond, simply murmuring that it was getting interesting. There seems to be something else. There was no way the Demon King, who loved to show off his knowledge, said that for no reason. There must have been something else in there. It doesn't matter what they have. I just need to do my job. Cheryl would definitely bring Frederick back. He only needed to become a wall to stop anyone from entering. Rayon steeled himself once again and kicked the ground. With the forest entering his vision, he could reach the entrance by using footwork a few more times. Stop. As he was about to speed up, Cheryl stopped running and grabbed his shoulder. What? Are you not going in? Rayon pointed at the forest. A fierce battle was happening inside, and the saint needed to be rescued before he died. We are changing the plan. What are you talking about? Cheryl turned around while gritting her teeth. She exhaled roughly while looking back at the path they came from. Rumble, I can handle this much on my own. As Rayon was watching, the swarming demons of Eden black foam emerged, and the air twisted like grapevines. Once the foam gathered into a round shape, they turned into a human's face. With a wide-brimmed hat on top, the nose as long as a carrot and forehead full of wrinkles formed the appearance of an old woman's mask. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the mask. Merlin, she was the witch of betrayal Merlin, who he'd seen at Habon Castle when he killed the doppelganger. However, unlike the last time, where only her head had appeared, her robe-covered body also appeared. Merlin. Cheryl furrowed her brows upon recognizing Merlin. Wow, it's Cheryl. Merlin clapped her hands while laughing in excitement. Why are you here? Cheryl stood in front of Rayon to prevent Merlin from seeing him. Because I'm the one who devised this plan. Merlin said without hesitation. I needed to create a clear-cut result because I made a mistake last time. I worked hard on this one. The mistake she mentioned must have been about her failure to take Yua at Habon Castle. Is that why you targeted the boy and the saint at the same time? Cheryl's lips twisted as she realized that. I don't care whether the saint dies or not. I just need to get the item he has. What are you planning to do with the racin? It's obvious. Did you believe I'd use it as a medicine? Merlin giggled. As expected, she must have been planning to use it as a poison, but I'm not planning to start a genocide with it. I'm just going to compress it over and over again to create a poison that can even kill a grandmaster in an instant. She raised her long finger and drew a circle. You are crazy. By the way, Cheryl, the boy behind you is Rayon, isn't he? Merlin's voice filled with passion. It's been a while, Rayon. Were we close enough to greet each other? Rayon glared at Merlin with cold eyes. Your eyes became even better. I've been collecting all of your stories. Did you make up your mind to come with me now? I'd rather die than go with you. I like that composure of yours. Merlin's old woman mask twisted into a grotesque smile. The fact that we met each other again here must mean that we are connected by fate. That's not what fate means. What a nice answer, and what a nice gaze. Her manner of speech was similar to Insia, but Merlin's words felt so unpleasant that a chill ran down his spine. I can even bring you with me now. What a relief. Merlin's eyes sparkled white behind the mask. Your helmet is already ready. It's made for you and no one else in the world. Her voice was as kind as an older sister talking to her younger brother. Rayon started to feel nauseous, probably because she was using some sorcery with it. Come with me. I'll make you surpass Master and even reach Grandmaster. Crazy bitch. Cheryl took one step forward. Her powerful pressure was ignited to distort Merlin's flow of mana. Rayon, we're changing the plan. She continued without looking back at him. I'll block the path here. You enter the forest. Check the saint and the boy's conditions. If he is fighting against 3 or more masters, you should just take the boy and escape. Heavenly Blade Leader, do you know what the worst-case scenario in a rescue operation is? Cheryl placed her hand on the sword on her back and turned her head. It's when the people who came for the rescue end up dying. They were thoroughly prepared this time, and we are normally supposed to withdraw right away. Exactly. You are very experienced indeed. Merlin nodded while smiling. Rayon couldn't understand how she could express her emotions so well despite wearing a mask. However, I have no intention of letting anyone escape. And even if some people end up escaping, I'm going to take you with me, Rayon, no matter what. She snapped her finger, and heavy footsteps could be heard from the dark forest. Thud, the forest's grassy entrance opened up like a curtain, and a giant made his appearance, clad in red armor and wearing an ogre's helmet with a single horn. Blood-raving demon, capture that boy alive. Can I just kill him instead? He was different from the blood-raving demon he'd seen before. His low voice was filled with the desire to kill. He must have been Stain Tryon, the head of House Tryon. Shall I tear you apart along with your armor? Merlin's eyes twisted fiercely. The atmosphere started to tremble from her serious anger. HMPH. The blood-raving demon approached with a cold smile. The intense pressure coming from his tall stature and his enormous combative energy was crushing Rayon's body. It must be nice to be loved by her. I don't need something like that. How can you refuse when she's offering you a chance to get stronger? Do you trust your talent? His eyes were glowing with crimson madness. I guess you would, since you have the talent to reach the highest level of expert at your age and even defeat the 7th apostle. Your words are overflowing with inferiority. Was that inferiority what drove you to betray your house and the people who trusted you just to kiss Eden's ass? Stain Tryon, you. Stain Tryon, who was wearing the blood-raving demon's skin, stopped moving upon hearing Rayon's cold voice. I purposefully granted him a slow death, but he must have run his mouth. Realizing that Demp Basin was the source of information, the blood-raving demon blatantly sneered. Yes, I did it. I didn't only take Eden's side, but also opened the castle gate to allow Eden's demons to enter and help them prepare to set fire. Just why? It's exactly what you said. Inferiority. I couldn't bear my inferiority complex and yielded to Eden's temptation. However, I regret it now. Regret? Rayon narrowed his eyes. That word didn't match the situation at all. Yes, I regret not having yielded earlier. I should have taken their side way before. The blood-raving demon slowly lowered his head. He started laughing like a madman, looking at him with a gaze terrifying enough to give him goosebumps. This strength, this power, I'm satisfied with everything. I can even create as much astral energy as I want, which used to be impossible. Crimson combative energy was raging like a fire on top of the blood-raving demon's fist. You shouldn't be able to understand me since you reached the highest level of expert at your young age. How painful it was to be unable to surpass my limits even though I've been training for my entire life. How desperate it was to have younger ones surpass me. He raved in grief. You can never understand me since you are brimming with talent. I understand. Rayon walked up to the blood-raving demon with extremely cold eyes, to the point where he looked heartless. I understand it too well. During his life as an assassin, he'd never trained on his own accord. Everything was for the sake of killing people, and his life was nothing but a component for Darius's plan. The despair he felt for his entire life was on a different dimension from Stain, who was at least allowed to train in order to become stronger. Bullshit. There's no way. Are you enjoying how much stronger you got? Are you happy that you can finally use astral energy? Of course. That Demp bastard, who has been my rival for my entire life, couldn't even take a single strike from me. I've obtained power that won't lose to anyone. Crimson combative energy was overflowing from the blood-raving demon's shoulders. Power. He was certainly powerful. The energy wave coming from him didn't lose to the blood-raving demon from Cebu village at all. However, he didn't feel any of the despair he felt that time. A power without effort and enlightenment wasn't scary at all. Do you realize how many times people asked me to save you? They were so worried about you that they asked me to at least bring news on you. So what? The blood-raving demon rolled his eyes, filled with murderous intent. He had apparently already abandoned human emotions. I like it. What? I won't feel any regret from killing you, you arrogant bastard. Come at me? Rayon drew heavenly drive. The flame bursting from his upright pressure seemed capable of even incinerating the moonlight. I'll show you how insignificant power that you've obtained through evil sorcery is. Rayon gathered 10,000 flames cultivation while pointing his sword at the blood-raving demon. I need to finish this fight while avoiding as many injuries as possible. According to Rosie, there were 4 masters total. Since the blood-raving demon was right in front of him, there must have been 3 masters in the forest. It was necessary to save as much power as possible in order to rescue the saint from them. Do you really believe that's possible? Wrath snorted, telling him it was pointless. Give your body to the King of Essence. The King of Essence will freeze the woman who desires his body and the insects rampaging in that forest for you. He extended his round hand. That's the only way to save your benefactor. Didn't you mention before that you'd fall into a frenzy upon entering my body? That's true, but the King of Essence can return quickly. I just need to retain my sanity. Stop saying stupid things. Just stay away. During the encounter with Sloth, Wrath mentioned that he would enter a frenzy upon entering his body because his soul had been away from his body for too long. Giving his body to Wrath would definitely kill Frederick and the boy inside the forest, though Cheryl might be okay. Ha. White steam came from the blood-raving demon's mouth, as if he were smoking. You are way too overconfident. It must be because you are brimming with talent after being born to a prestigious house. His eyes were glowing red with jealousy and murderous intent. Are you still holding on to that inferiority complex despite having reached master level? How pitiful. Rayon raised his chin and laughed at him. Shut up. The blood-raving demon thrust his fist while screaming like a monster. The raging astral energy made of combative energy blasted the air in its path. Rayon watched the blood-raving demon's fist covering his entire vision before pulling his left foot back at the last moment. Although the fist didn't even touch him, the wind coming from it was powerful enough to tear his skin. The power itself doesn't lose to the blood-raving demon from before, and the trajectory is also similar. His punch wasn't really different from the previous blood-raving demon, who he'd fought in Cebu village. How about the next one? Rayon lightly stepped back while lowering Heavenly Drive, and the blood-raving demon caught up to him like a leech and swung his entire arm at him. There was very little room to dodge because his entire arm was burning with combative energy. I knew it. The second attack also used the same method as the previous blood-raving demon. Rayon leaned his body backward to dodge the straightforward attack perfectly. Clong. Rayon straightened his back and incorporated Heavenly Drive with the principles of the quick sword. The blade turned red from the heat, then became a ray of light to brush past the blood-raving demon's forearm. Crack. Blood was dripping from the crack in his armor. The blood-raving demon lowered his head and spaced out while looking at his own blood. Ha. Rayon caught his breath and turned his wrist. Eden isn't even aware of the fact that I fought the blood-raving demon before. He figured he could use that lack of information to turn the fight in his favor. Ha, you actually dodged that and counterattacked. Merlin seriously admired him. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Rayon, you have to come with me. Even though her voice was polite, it was overflowing with uncontrollable desire. It must be nice to be blessed with talent. The blood-raving demon slowly raised his head. His red eyes were distorted with madness and anger. His pressure intensified. The combative energy burning from fists spread to his entire body. Your sword is unable to reach me now. The blood-raving demon charged at him while roaring like an ogre. He didn't feel human anymore at that point. It felt like a mountain was charging at him. This is also the same. Since he had broken his left arm completely when trying to block that charge before, there was no way he could forget about it. Thud. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's third step. His footsteps of softness dodged the blood-raving demon's charge like raindrops seeping into a boulder. You bastard. The blood-raving demon instantly changed directions to catch up to him. He extended both his arms, trying to grab him and smash him. Kring. Rayon used river footwork consecutively to escape from the blood-raving demon's grasp, igniting 10,000 flames cultivation at full power. 10,000 flames cultivation. 10 flames. Flame Spirit, the flower petals of flame created from the Silver Land, engulfed the blood-raving demon, but they dissipated like a fog, unable to penetrate through his combative energy. I already told you. The blood-raving demon charged at him again, laughing like a madman. Your sword doesn't work against me. He kept thrusting his boulder like fists one after another. The enormous energy wave kept blasting the air and the land. Huff. Rayon kept stepping back while barely deflecting or blocking the blood-raving demon's punches. He looked like he was in a desperate crisis, but his eyes weren't wavering in the slightest. It's going as planned. He was pretending to barely manage to dodge the punches, even though he was capable of perfectly dodging them. After all, he had already analyzed all the trajectories of the previous blood-raving demon's punches. The reason he was doing that was simple. It was in order to kill the blood-raving demon in a single strike. He's still inexperienced. Judging from Demp's testimony, Stain must have gained the blood-raving demon's power recently. The astral fist made from the combative energy was even more powerful than the seventh apostle, but he was clearly not completed yet. That weakness could definitely be used. Rayon used 10,000 flames cultivation, techniques one after the other to make the blood-raving demon believe that his attacks didn't work against him. I'm different from the seventh apostle you fought against. Your flame doesn't work against me. He was saying the exact same thing as the previous blood-raving demon, and it confirmed once again they weren't aware of the fact that Rayon had fought against the previous blood-raving demon. This is the end. The blood-raving demon pulled back his right fist and thrust it. The combative energy from his fist surged like a tornado to create a huge wave. Finally, Rayon smiled while looking at the spreading combative energy, powerful enough to stop his eyes from opening. It's here. The wave of combative energy created by the blood-raving demon was the punch that Rimmer had severed with his blade of wind. Since he'd witnessed the way to shatter that move right personally, he could pinpoint its weakness right away. Kring, he thrust Heavenly Drive at the small weakness. The blue light on Heavenly Drive's blade dashed through the air like a line traced by a brush containing blue paint. Splash! The blood-raving demon's armor was torn apart, and blood gushed from his chest. You bastard! The blood-raving demon's eyes almost popped out. In his agitated state, he was still raising his right arm. He seemed to have instinctively sensed Frostpawn's second strike, and I expected that too. Rayon stomped the ground with full strength. He changed Heavenly Drive's grip to reverse once it reached his opponent's right side, slashing to the left. Swah! Frostpawn's icy stream and the silver blade surging from the other side crossed each other. Creak! The two strikes, unleashed at the same time, pierced through the blood-raving demon's combative energy and severed his heart. Ku-yu-yu. The blood-raving demon grasped his chest, where blood was gushing out like a fountain, and knelt. Ha, I told you. Rayon looked down at the blood-raving demon while catching his breath roughly. Power obtained by evil sorcery is pointless. I wanted the talent. The blood-raving demon extended his arm until the very end, but it fell to the ground, unable to reach Rayon. Thud! It was a strange turn of fate that the man who betrayed his family, companions, and even his lifelong rival in order to become a master was defeated by a swordsman who hadn't yet become a master. Blood-raving demon. It looked like even Merlin hadn't predicted that outcome, since the strange expression on her mask stiffened for the first time. Rayon. You seriously did it. Cheryl's eyes also widened in surprise, to the point that her narrow eyes looked round. Heavenly Blade Leader, shall I move according to the mission you gave me earlier? Rayon looked at Cheryl's back while grasping Heavenly Drive. Yes, go, she nodded, telling him to go immediately. Go, where would you go? You aren't allowed. Merlin returned to her senses and gathered her hands. A huge magic array that looked like a sun and a moon appeared behind her, and countless magics burst from that magic array. Catch him, stop him from entering the forest at all costs. And there was more. The green and red demons and monsters who'd been watching from afar started swarming at him like a tidal wave. Rayon, why are you still there when I told you to go? Cheryl turned her head around. But do you still not realize who I am? She smiled faintly, drawing the sword on her back. I'm his first sword and the last shield. Two swords surged from one scabardone black and the other white. Swords of entirely opposite colors were twisting the darkness. The black and white twin swords, why do you have those? Merlin screamed. Nothing shall pass through me. The white sword pointed to the ground while the black sword pointed to the sky. Wham. The gray glow on the two swords spread out to the sky and land, and Merlin's magic instantly turned into dust, while the demons charging at Rayon were wiped out like sand carried away by a wave. I order you again. Cheryl pointed behind her after deleting all the magic and monsters that used to fill their vision. Rayon Sieghart, save the saint. Wham! The entire forest convulsed from the huge shockwave. The ragged Saint Frederick faltered like a drunkard as he was pushed back. The rags he always wore had crumbled like dry leaves into an unrecognizable shape. Damn it, Frederick looked at his shivering hand. The pain in his arms told him they were both broken and strength was leaving his legs. He felt like he could sink to the ground at any moment. You are so damn tenacious, despite being old. Eden's demon that inherited the Gargoyle Lord's power, Black-Winged Demon, grinned while floating in the air. Don't let your guard down. The saint is always recovering his body. The Red Wolf Demon's cold voice could be heard. Clad in the lycanthrope's armor, the black claws he had raised were overflowing with combative energy. Hop! Frederick forced aura into his wavering hands to use a palm technique, a yellow astral palm incorporating the rotation of. Coiling power gushed towards the two demons' openings. Wham! The combative energy in the Red Wolf Demon's claws created a powerful wind pressure, bursting the astral palm. The straightforward combative energy was used at the perfect time. He must have properly learned martial arts, rather than gaining it through some dirty means. Is that all? The black-winged demon brushed the atmosphere with the winds on his armor and evaded the astral palm. His movement showed the prowess of the Gargoyle Lord that dominated the sky. Ha! Frederick frowned and caught his breath. He was recovering his internal and external injuries through Silsha's energy, but the speed was slow because a clash between astral energies had created those wounds. It was rapidly getting more disadvantageous for him as he fought. GRR, the Red Wolf Demon pounced at him while leaning forward like a wolf. His fearsome speed gave the impression that he had burst from the ground as he spread his combative energy. Ehehe. Contrary to the Red Wolf Demon, the Black-Winged Demon flew around him towards his back. Wham! Frederick opened both of his hands and created the heaven-shattering final palm. The collision between the concentrated energy in his hand and the combative energy created a terrifying explosion. Frederick withdrew while protecting Julius from the explosion. He was more than capable of defeating them in a one-on-one situation, but taking on both of them at once was too difficult for him. The black winged demon was especially annoying because he kept targeting his weakness from mid-air while the red wolf demon attacked him from the front. Moreover, there was one more enemy for him, the evil goat demon, who was just leaning his back against a tree. He was just spectating as if it wasn't his business, but he was going to act as soon as the two others were defeated or were in danger. Frederick needed to remember that he was fighting a 3-on-1 battle. Where are you looking? The black-winged demon was falling straight at him while thrusting his dagger. With his wrist turning like rubber, he was targeting the saint's neck in a strange trajectory. Grrr, the red wolf demon wasn't staying still either. The combative energy coming from his claw as he thrust it, all while dashing at him from the left, was so powerful that it was difficult to block it. Frederick gathered Silsh's energy and put his hands together as if he were praying. The aura wave, starting from his hands, spread out in all directions to push back the black-winged demon and the red wolf demon's combative energies. It was the Great Cloud Palm's special technique, Palm Barrier. The black-winged demon and the red wolf demon were bounced back like rubber balls, unable to overcome the sudden repulsion. Frederick's old eyes sparkled for an instant. Without missing the black-winged demon's opening, he kicked the ground and thrust his palm. Wham! With the astral palm brushing past his waist, the black-winged demon was slammed into the ground before he could spread his wings. I need to finish him off. He finally got an opportunity. It was necessary to push ahead to reduce their numbers, even if that meant he needed to overexert himself. Just as he was about to strike with his palm filled with astral energy, a fearsome amount of combative energy could be felt. It was coming from the red wolf demon who'd already caught up to him. Damn it, he would have been able to kill the black-winged demon if he kept advancing, but he would end up dying or severely wounded at the very least. He hesitated for a moment between withdrawing and advancing, and that was his worst mistake, because that short moment felt like an eternity to experts. The red wolf demon noticed Frederick's slow reaction and pounced on that weakness. Slash. Before Frederick could turn back to harden his defense, the red wolf demon's claw slashed past the right side of his chest. Frederick didn't even have time to feel the pain, since the black-winged demon was flying at him while fiercely spreading his combative energy. Thud, he managed to avoid losing his head by suddenly using a palm technique, but his body was already in serious condition. The combative energies were attacking him one after another, not giving him time to stop the bleeding. Slam, slam. Each time he clashed against the combative energy, he experienced the pain of his chest melting down. His internal injury was severe. Frederick swallowed the blood that was rising up his throat. Although he shouldn't have been impatient, he couldn't remain calm because of the situation. He regretted it, but he'd already crossed a point of no return. Still, he couldn't give up. He had to protect Julius, who was covering his mouth behind him without even screaming. Slam, slam. However, the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon kept forcing clashes to make his injuries worse, tightening their grips around his throat. They knew perfectly well how to pressure a cornered rat. I really am going to die at this rate. His internal and external injuries became so bad that he couldn't recover any further during combat. He needed to finish the fight before he collapsed. Frederick used his footwork to avoid clashes as much as possible, but the red wolf demon and the black wolf demon were tenaciously targeting his wounds. Yes, come at me. That was exactly what he wanted, since he was laying a trap to defeat them at once by using the ultimate technique of Great Cloud Palm once they carelessly approached him. Slash. The black-winged demon charged at him while hiding behind the red wolf demon to tear at his side. Frederick groaned, stopping his faltering feet. The red wolf demon kicked the ground to thrust his combative energy, and the black-winged demon was charging at him with his crimson-burning dagger, laughing through his teeth. Now is the time. He opened his energy center to explode all the energy he had concentrated in his mana circuits. It was the Great Cloud Palm's ultimate technique, Fist of Extinguishment, which was capable of wiping out everything in the surrounding area. Bomb, the entire forest trembled from the tremendous explosion. Rumble, everything he could see was completely destroyed, but Frederick didn't rejoice. He gritted his teeth and looked up into the air. The black-winged demon was smiling in a grotesque manner while carrying the red wolf demon. Their conditions were too good, disregarding the few scars they had. Old man, you are too obvious. I guess even the saint is helpless in this situation. The black-winged demon laughed at him, and the red wolf demon was coldly looking at his regrettable performance. Damn it. Frederick bit his lips so hard they could bleed. There was no way experts like them wouldn't recognize his impatience. His trap had caught him instead of the demons. I'm completely empty. There was nothing left in his energy center and mana circuit. He could only laugh, utterly discouraged by the death shadow that was already right under his nose. Is it over? He could feel Julius's gaze from behind him. He must be still holding back his tears while biting his lip. He was so proud of him for holding back from crying and screaming until the end in order to avoid disturbing his battle. I'm sorry. He couldn't keep his promise to see Rayon with him, nor the promise of escaping together. He wanted to fight until the end, but he had nothing left. He just felt so sorry for Julius. Let's end this. You fought better than I expected. I'll grant you a painless death, befitting your title of saint. I don't want that. I'm going to devour him alive. Did your brain also turn into a beast just because you were wearing a monster's skin? The black-winged demon and the red wolf demon were slowly approaching him. They were also tired from using a lot of power, but they couldn't be compared to Frederick, who had completely exhausted his strength. Even in that situation, they didn't lower their guards and were spreading as much combative energy as they could. Frederick's entire vision was filled with astral energy. Oh God, I don't mind dying myself. He bit his tongue, screaming on the inside instead of praying. But please save the boy behind me. He is too pure to go with those evil demons. I don't care what you do with this old body of mine. Please save the boy. He'd been called the saint, but he didn't believe in God. He only considered it a healing tool, but he was actually praying for the first time. However, nothing had changed. It was apparently too late. Wham! Looking at the combative energy filling his vision, Frederick turned around. Julius, I won't be able to keep the promise. As saint. Stay strong and live. He smiled gently at Julius, whose chin was trembling. He turned around and waited for his death. However, even though God had abandoned them, the thread of fate was still connected. Along with a thunderous sound destroying the earth, a refreshing wind blew towards them. Red and blue lights crossed each other diagonally, shredding the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon's combative energies into pieces. One man was standing in the glimmering light of fire. His tall stature and blonde hair fluttered in the air, reminding Frederick of his dear friend. Why you are. He looked around. His upright red eyes that seemed familiar for some reason seemed extremely glad to see him. It's been a while. His heart throbbed intensely from hearing that man's low voice. I came to pay my debt. Huh. Rayon sighed while looking at the scattering remnants of combative energy. I barely managed to block it. He managed to sever the wall of astral energy by using 10,000 flames, cultivation with heavenly drive, and glacier with the blade of requiem. He had to dual-wield which he wanted to use as a surprise attack from the beginning and ended up with an internal injury that was making him nauseous, but he didn't regret it, because they are alive. Since Frederick and the boy were alive, giving up on the surprise attack while gaining an internal injury was worth it. Who are you? Frederick's voice was the same as before. A small smile appeared on Rayon's face as he remembered the times when he patted his back to pour energy into him. Please step back for now. I'll tell you later. Rayon pointed behind him and looked ahead. Unfortunately, Frederick had no energy left. Rayon was alone for the next fight. Can I do it? It seemed difficult. The original plan was to fight alongside Frederick against the three masters. Honestly, it was the worst situation he could have been in. Once the exploding dust calmed, he could see the two demons clad in armor. The red wolf demon and the black-winged demon. A warrior wearing red armor and a wolf head helmet, and a man clad in black armor with a pair of wings on his back were looking at him fiercely. He could feel their powerful pressures despite the fact that they were only probing him. They were both monsters at master level, and Rayon swallowed nervously and looked behind them. A man was leaning his back against a tree while wearing armor made of a goat as his lower body and a knight as his upper body with a goat helmet on his head. Evil goat demon. Of course it had to be Baphomet. Lycanthrope and Gargoyle Lords were both powerful boss-rank monsters, but Baphomet was on a different level. Baphomet was a highest-rank monster capable of using great techniques at Sword Master level and 7th Circle magic at the same time, all while also being intelligent enough to bamboozle humans. Since the evil goat demon inherited the Baphomet's power, he couldn't be considered an average master. Honestly, he felt more danger from the evil goat demon than the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon combined. The fortunate part is the fact that he's alone. Baphomets usually moved in small groups and did whatever they wanted. Judging from the fact that he was alone, he must not have been complete yet, an expert capable of slashing through astral energy. Are you Rayon Sieghart? The red wolf demon examined Rayon from top to bottom and nodded. Rayon, are you Rayon? Frederick, who was taking care of the boy behind him, widened his eyes. It's been a long time. Rayon smiled faintly at Frederick and nodded. I was wondering how you could defeat the 7th apostle, and it was because you could use both fire and water attributes. The red wolf demon narrowed his eyes while looking at the blade of Requiem and Heavenly Drive. He apparently knew about him already. Can I kill that bastard? Right, I don't like his face. Crimson combative energy burst from the black-winged demon's dagger. He looked like he would attack him at any moment. I have no chance of victory if all three of them attack altogether. Rayon checked the evil goat demon. He apparently didn't have any intention of fighting since he wasn't taking his back off the tree. My job is to block this path. I have no intention to join as long as you don't come this way. The evil goat demon smiled at Rayon as he noticed his gaze. It almost felt strange how carefree his voice was, as if a little kid were the one speaking behind the mask. Are you really doing that? The red wolf demon narrowed his eyes while looking at the evil goat demon. You heard it too, didn't you? They asked me to block the path. We are just doing our respective jobs. The evil goat demon shrugged as if he were asking them, so what? Although they were both affiliated with Eden, they didn't seem to agree with each other. He's telling the truth. He didn't act even when his allies were in danger. Frederick nodded, telling him that the evil goat demon didn't make his move during his fight either. I should still be careful about him. Baphomet was a self-centered monster. He couldn't be careless against him since he could change his mind at any time. I can't stand him. I don't care whether he is a Sieghart or whatever. He's so arrogant when he's just an expert. The black-winged demon spread his wings. He smoothly floated into the air like a balloon and fell down like lightning. His dagger, filled with combative energy, was rushing towards Rayon's neck. The moment the red dagger was about to sever his neck, Rayon twisted his shoulder. Since his eyes were used to the current of combative energy from the fight against the blood-raving demon earlier, his reaction time was fast. Rayon thrust Heavenly Drive in return, aiming at the black-winged demon's neck, the moment the silver blade imbued with the quickness of Frostpond was about to sever the black armor, his wings bent at a different angle. Swah! Alongside a violent wind, he soared into the sky. Whoosh! A red line was filling the spot the black-winged demon left. The red wolf demon had come running to slash at him with his claws. Fast, he seemed better than the flying black-winged demon in terms of pure speed. He was already right under Rayon's nose before he realized it. The astral energy of combative energy engulfed his entire body. As an expert of the claw technique, his advanced martial art was already blocking all of the directions Rayon could potentially dodge to. However, Rayon's footwork was even better than that. The first step of Supreme Harmony steps allowed him to deflect the red wolf demon's claws. Rayon stomped the ground using the Flame Wheel of 10,000 Flames cultivation. The cogwheel of crimson flame made the atmosphere tremble. HMPH. Upon feeling the aura wave, the red wolf demon bounced back before dashing at him again. Bomb, the clash between Flame Wheel and Astral Energy created a powerful explosion. Rayon bit his lip. Even though he'd managed to react quickly, he still received a powerful impact inside his body. The red wolf demon's astral energy was apparently capable of penetrating through aura. However, he didn't have time to think about that, since the black-winged demon who had been looking for an opportunity from the sky was charging towards him and aiming for his heart with his dagger, which was burning with combative energy. Rayon used Supreme Harmony's second step to shake off the red dust, then unleashed the quick sword, a blue blade incorporating the Supreme Harmony step's mysterious power parried the dagger that was glowing with combative energy. Clong! The impact felt like a lump of steel was smacking against his body. The black-winged demon's aura was as solid as an agglomeration of ground steel. It didn't look like it would be easy to pierce through. GRR. The red wolf demon was slamming into him with his body this time. Rayon didn't even have time to catch his breath and stepped back by using Supreme Harmony's third step, incorporating Heavenly Drive with the principles of softness at the same time. Clang! With a huge sound like splitting boulders, livid blood spread on his wrist. His vein had popped from the power of his charge. Damn it. Rayon exhaled roughly, and they aren't even supposed to be in their best condition. The red wolf demon and the black-winged demon must have spent their power during their fight against Frederick, yet he was barely able to defend himself. He could feel nausea similar to motion sickness. That meant that his internal injury was getting gradually worse. I'm still going to endure. Rayon brandished his two swords, counting on the Ring of Fire's abilities to analyze and recover. Just like the fight against the blood-raving demon, he needed to end the fight in an instant, and it was necessary to analyze their martial arts beforehand for that purpose. You arrogant bastard. The black-winged demon got extremely angry and spread his wings wide to dive towards him. He maintained his speed, shooting astral energy like an arrow from his dagger. Rayon gritted his teeth and raised the blade of Requiem. He deflected the dagger with a strike, incorporating the softness of Supreme Harmony's third step before using the Fangs of Insanity with Heavenly Drive. Clang! Heavenly Drive's blade slashed the black-winged demon's opening, but the sword was unable to cut through the armor and bounced back instead. What durability! Although it wasn't clad in combative energy, the armor was more durable than the blood-raving demon's, which was wrapped with combative energy. The sturdiness of his armor and weapon were almost abnormal, befitting his characteristics as a gargoyle lord. Swoosh! As Rayon was pushed back, the red wolf demon didn't miss the opportunity and dashed at him. The fearsome combative energy in his claws were targeting Rayon's heart. I need to deflect it. It wasn't a good idea to clash head-on against the red wolf demon's combative energy. Clang! Rayon twisted his ankle to incorporate coiling power into the blade of Requiem. The spiral rotation in his blade parried the claw, which was exploding with murderous intent. Ka. Rayon frowned. Although he managed to deflect most of the power, the damage he received made him feel like a blade was stabbing his organs. It's far from being over yet. The two demons seemed to have no intention of letting him rest, as they kept storming at him with a tremendous amount of combative energy while dominating the sky and land. Since Rayon needed to defend against astral energy, his aura was quickly exhausted even though not much time had passed, and an intense pain coming from his stomach felt like a furnace was burning him from the inside. Do you finally regret it? You can't even retreat anymore. This place is going to be your grave. The red wolf demon smiled coldly, and the black-winged demon smiled a toothy smile. They apparently believed the fight was over, since they had relaxed themselves and were walking towards him. Regret, Rayon smiled, swallowing the blood that was rising from his throat. I threw that away a long time ago. There was no regret even if he died right there. The life-saving favor would be repaid with life. He was determined to save Frederick no matter what. Wrath, you've finally decided. Let the King of Essence descend upon this land to eradicate them. Let's make a trade. What? Wrath stopped in the middle of popping out of the bracelet. I'll take your wrath, so heal my internal injuries and aura in return. It's pointless. It's impossible for you to win against those two even if you recover. I'll give my body to you right away if I feel like I'm going to die. Why you are crazy? If you're scared, forget it. Fine, bring it on. Pure energy flew towards him from the ice flower bracelet. The stabbing pain of a heated all in his abdomen subsided, and his empty energy center was refilled like spring water. 20 points of wrath have been created according to the contract with Wrath. Bet against has been created. Rayon nodded without even reading the messages. I can win. Ever since he cut through the blood-raving demon's astral energy, multiple lines that he was unable to understand had been appearing in his head. Whenever he closed his eyes tightly and opened them again, the sparkling lines in front of his eyes became clearer the fiercer the battle was. He was certain that connecting the countless lines into one would allow him to advance to a new height. I have to advance right now. It was a deadly trial, and an opportunity to advance one step further at the same time. Kring, Rayon raised heavenly drive and fangs of insanity to point towards the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon. Come at me. Bomb, the clashes between dozens of strikes and magic scattered magnificent rings of light into the dim sky of the night. Get out of my way, Merlin frowned, drawing a magic array even bigger than the moon. I told you, no one shall pass. Cheryl smiled coldly while pointing her white sword at Merlin. You idiot, there are 3 masters in there. Even Rayon isn't capable of winning against them. Merlin looked seriously worried about Rayon, intense passion in her eyes. I need to stop them before they kill him. Step aside already, and you will try to take Rayon to Eden. Cheryl snickered, telling her she already guessed her intentions. It's better than dying. He won't die. Rayon has never betrayed his own words before. Moreover, she continued while smiling, he creates miracles. Rather than dying, I'm sure he will return even stronger. You must be crazy. Merlin opened her hand while biting her lip. The bracelet around her wrist started shining in black to increase the magic array's size and power. I'm going to kill you and go greet Rayon. Try it if you can. Cheryl smiled coldly and raised the white sword. The gray energy surged from the white sword to reach the end of the sky. Swaa. The black tidal wave gushing out from the magic array clashed against the single line emerging from the white sword. Unlike the grandiose clash between Cheryl and Merlin, the battle between Rayon, the red wolf demon, and the black-winged demon was critical and offered no breathing room. Rayon kicked the ground while wiping the blood flowing from his mouth with his sleeve. Creak. He thrust heavenly drive towards the red wolf demon, who dashed at him while showing his fangs and attacking with astral claws, and used the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip to push back the black-winged demon's attack that was targeting his neck from behind. Rumble. The explosion created from both sides turned the land upside down, and the intense trembling of the forest felt like it could collapse at any moment. The moment Rayon escaped the impact by using the Supreme Harmony steps, the black-winged demon's wings caught up to him. He was flying towards him with the intention of cutting him with his wings. Huff. Rayon exhaled roughly and parried with the fangs of insanity. Clang. He was proficient enough to even surround his wings with astral energy. The impact passed through his bone and muscle to reach his organs. The internal injury he managed to heal by taking wrath from Wrath had already returned to him. However, he didn't have time to feel pain. The red wolf who would pounce whenever he saw an opportunity was already right under his nose. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony second step to use the Flame Dragon art. Although its power had decreased, it was as fast as a ray of light. Slom, despite the decreased power, the Flame Dragon art was still powerful. It didn't lose, despite facing Red Wolf Demon's astral energy. However, Rayon's insides were turning upside down. He swallowed the blood rising in his throat and used the spear flash of the Fangs of insanity. Clang. He managed to twist the black dagger targeting his neck. The black-winged demon clicked his tongue, floating into the air once again. His internal injury was spreading like a forest fire. The intense heat filling him felt like his entire abdomen was burning, but his mind only became clearer. Wham! The red wolf demon and the black-winged demon charged at him at the same time. The way the combative energies in their claws and dagger were vibrating the atmosphere and shattering the land told him that they were using their respective special techniques. Rayon pulled back Heavenly Drive to his left shoulder and the blade of Requiem to the right side of his waist before thrusting them at the same time, the harmony between. Revolving sky and Frost Pond created an explosion of red and blue sparks. Bomb! Rayon was pushed 5 steps back, coughing out the blood he'd been holding back. His abdomen felt like it was burning, telling him his internal injury had been aggravated. It's okay. Rayon caught his breath while chewing on his lip. It was because while they didn't manage to pierce through his strike, he was starting to see their martial arts. He could see the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon inside the subsiding sandy dust. What the hell? How is this even possible? They were biting their lips as if they'd witnessed something unbelievable. A thin line of blood was flowing down from their mouths. That bastard, he thrust his sword at. Bone-shattering claws opening. Me too, he pierced through the punishing flying sword's weakness. The red wolf demon's eyes sparkled heartlessly, while the black-winged demon's eyes inside the helmet were glowing with murderous intent. Wham! The two monsters realized they needed to finish the fight as soon as possible and used their footwork to the best of their abilities. Right side. The red wolf demon was storming from the blind spot on the right side. Rayon used the star-connecting sword to deflect the end of the sharp astral energy rising towards him, then slashed with Heavenly Drive into the flame spirit. Swa! The firestorm bursting from the sword pushed the red wolf demon back, and the coldness from the blade of Requiem in his reverse grip emerged like an icicle to parry the black-winged demon's wings. The combative energies of the two demons turned into violent waves to storm at him, but Rayon's blades became a high embankment to block all of the combative energies. Blood was coming from his mouth, but he could only smile. That was because the weakness found through the ring of fire was definitely working. Clang, clong, Heavenly Drive perfectly parried the red wolf demon's twisted astral energy, and the blade of Requiem pushed back the black-winged demon's wing in an instant. Just a little bit more, like a blacksmith hammering a blade to sharpen it. His mind was getting more and more focused. He could perfectly feel ring of fire spinning around his heart. That shitty bastard. Kill him as fast as possible. The black-winged demon and the red wolf demon were targeting his upper body and lower body, respectively. The raging astral energy in their hand and blade were the same as before. Rayon polished his focus even more. Probably because of their impatience, the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon's martial arts were getting more twisted as they dashed towards him. They are also getting tired. The two demons had spent a lot of their energy attacking Retran and fighting against Frederick. It was possible for Rayon to win if he held out until the end. I'm confident in my endurance. After all, he'd endured a lot while living as an assassin, so he was confident he could endure better than anyone. He gathered the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier to the maximum. Enduring the pain of his mana circuits falling apart, he thrust the fangs of insanity. Clong! The red and blue strikes stormed through the space to sever the opening in the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon's combative energies. Keep chasing, GRR. He gained distance from them by using supreme harmony steps, but they chased after him like a leech to unleash astral energy. Huff! Rayon fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem, targeting the weaknesses of the two demons' martial arts. Bam! Bomb! The huge shockwaves spread out consecutively, and the forest that used to be dense was turning into a barren field. I need to focus even more. Since his internal injury had been aggravated so much, the only way to hold out even longer was by targeting their weaknesses. He raised his focus one more time upon reaching his limit. I need to erase everything that's unnecessary. The sky and land were erased from his vision. The forest disappeared, and even the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon scattered away. The only things left were two lines. They were the flows of combative energy coming from the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon. He pushed back and parried the two demons' combative energy, which were still extremely powerful. Probably because he was only watching the flow, it became a lot easier to block the attacks and see the current. He even started feeling like time had stopped, and the lines of astral energy slowly extended towards him. They are different somehow. Those lines were similar to the lines drawn in his head, and different at the same time. The emotion he felt was desire, or maybe obsession, as he just kept watching those lines until they reached right in front of his eyes. Thin lines spread around like fire to fill his vision. He finally understood. The red lines that were drawn in his head and appeared in front of his eyes weren't coming from someone else. It was his life and his sword. In that instant, he remembered the millions of swings he'd practiced before, and a lightning bolt starting from his brain pierced through his mind and body. Spark. The crimson lightning hit something sturdy stuck around his solar plexus, shattering it into small pieces. Rumble. 10,000 flames cultivation's energy from his mana circuit brushed past that space to emanate an even stronger and sturdier energy. Kring. The 10,000 flames cultivation's energy blooming on heavenly drive twisted and combined into a clear source of light. Whap, a perfectly materialized flame. The astral energy of raging flame seemed capable of burning anything in the world as it spread its brilliance. Is this astral energy? It felt completely different from the aura blade and aura thread. The crimson flame was incorporating an extreme sharpness, capable of severing anything. Astral energy. Kill him right now. The red wolf demon and the black winged demon mustered as much combative energy as they could. Their impatience made them use all of the power they'd been saving up to create an astral energy even more violent than in the beginning. Rayon was contemplating himself instead of the two demons who were running towards him. There's more than this. I can take another step forward. While others crossed the wall, I destroyed it. Rayon took another step forward, using the martial arts he'd been accumulating so far as fuel. Lightning struck inside his head for a second time. He had the feeling that his soul had reached the next dimension for a moment. The principles he couldn't understand before mixed into one to create a new trajectory for his sword. Rayon thrust heavenly drive towards the single line in front of his eyes. The blackish-red astral energy merged at the end of his white blade. The lightning spreading from the condensed energy distorted the space. What a sloppy strike. It's slow. The red wolf demon and the black winged demon tried to dodge while laughing at it, but it didn't matter. They wouldn't be able to escape the area. The gravity coming from the sphere formed at the extremity of the blade prevented the two demons' attempts to move away and pulled them towards the center. No way is this the heavy swords. I am being pulled. The two demons' chins were trembling as they failed to escape the gravity created from the crimson astral energy. Block. Maximize the astral barrier. It's pointless. As Rayon stomped the ground, the land trembled and the concentrated energy exploded at the same time. Rayon's Zieghart-style technique. Second form, heavenly heavy cannon. The mighty heat extending from heavenly drive pierced through the crimson combative energy. Rayon didn't relax his concentration despite seeing the collapsing wall of combative energy. Damn it. Rayon could see the red wolf demon and the black winged demon struggle to run away with trembling lips between the shattered pieces of that red wall. He used the force of attraction emerging from the blade's extremity to pull them in, and added more power to his hand holding the heavenly drive. Wham. The crimson glow that managed to destroy the astral energy ended up crushing the red wolf demon's right shoulder and the black winged demon's left arm. Slam. The two demons couldn't overcome the heaviness in the heavenly heavy cannon, slamming into the ground while coughing up blood. The red wolf demon and the black winged demon screamed while grasping their arm and shoulder. I need to finish them off right now. Rayon kicked the ground. He dashed towards the collapsed red wolf demon and unleashed the fangs of insanity. You bastard. The red wolf demon raised himself up using only his legs and thrust his left hand. His claws, which resembled a rake, were covered with combative energy. I don't need to deflect it anymore. Rayon bit his lip and swung down with fangs of insanity. The burning fang of a savage beast incinerated the astral energy that was composed of combative energy. How is that possible? The red wolf demon's eyes, which had been calm, started to waver like a tidal wave. There's still a lot more. Rayon stomped the ground and unleashed the spear flash of the fangs of insanity. A sharp light made of fire pierced through the red wolf demon's hand like a general's spear thrust in a battlefield. Kua. The red wolf demon screamed for a second time as he was about to lose his left hand on top of his right. Just as Rayon was about to behead him, a fierce combative energy stormed at him from behind. Black-winged demon. It was obvious who it was without even looking at him. He must have decided to fly towards his opening. You won't get me anymore. He'd been running because he'd lacked strength, but he didn't need to do that anymore. Kring. Rayon turned around and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation's technique. Burning astral energy burst out like a spike to clash against the black-winged demon's dagger. Clong. Powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. He would have been pushed back by that in the past, but he had changed. The astral energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation was advancing with him by burning the combative energy. Who are you? How can you be so powerful right after your awakening? The black-winged demon's lips were trembling. His eyes were submerged in astonishment at the unbelievable sight, because it's not an awakening. Rayon smiled coldly, pushing heavenly drive with both hands. I just walked through my path. He didn't surpass the wall like other people. He simply walked over the wall he'd destroyed before. There was no reason for him to become weaker. Arg, the black-winged demon's feet were embedding into the ground more and more, unable to deal with the huge amount of power coming from Heavenly Drive. The black-winged demon screamed to explode all of his remaining energy, but he was unable to change the situation. How? His chin trembled in horror as he realized that he couldn't push Heavenly Drive back, despite using his full power. Black-winged demon, hang on. Realizing it was the last chance he had, the Red Wolf Demon incorporated his completely lacerated hand with an enormous amount of astral energy as he charged at Rayon. Smack! Rayon kicked the black-winged demon away and turned around. Swah! He thrust Flame Dragon art towards the combative energy, assaulting him like a giant's hand. The astral energy covering the entire blade formed the shape of a dragon to breathe out a massive flame. The Flame Dragon art's roar, made from astral energy instead of aura thread, slashed through the last of the Red Wolf Demon's combative energy and created a jet black hole in his chest. The Red Wolf Demon stared at the hole in his chest, where even blood had been evaporated by the flame, before collapsing onto his back. The black-winged demon, who'd been looking for an opportunity, freaked out and stepped backward. He ran towards the tree where the evil goat demon was leaning, flapping his only wing. Please save. You won't go anywhere, Rayon used thus. Supreme Harmony steps. The black-winged demon was capable of flying, but he was slower than the Red Wolf Demon on the ground. He caught up to him in an instant, stabbing Heavenly Drive into his heart. Why, you monstrous bastard. The black-winged demon turned around upon feeling his murderous intent. He raised his dagger diagonally, holding it in a reverse grip. Deflection. He must have been trying to deflect the blow, because he'd realized he couldn't win in terms of strength. It was a good idea since his dagger was an excellent blade that even astral energy couldn't easily destroy. However, it won't work against me. Since he learned how to deflect while fighting against opponents more powerful than him, he obviously knew how to counter his opponents when they were deflecting. He incorporated the softness of flowing water into Heavenly Drive. He took advantage of the black-winged demon's deflection to stab Heavenly Drive into him. Crack. Heavenly Drive's blade pierced through the black armor, slamming into the black-winged demon's shoulder. He glared at him with cold eyes and raised his chin. Deflecting is my specialty. Wait, listen to him. You made the wrong move. Rayon simply slashed with Heavenly Drive, which was stabbing the black-winged demon's shoulder. The extremely sturdy armor was severed like tofu, and the blade even managed to cut through his heart. He breathed his last, unable to finish his final sentence. Rayon exhaled heavily while looking at the Red Wolf Demon and the black-winged demon's corpses. He could feel the pain in his chest once the tension decreased. He was apparently just forgetting about the pain from the excitement, a little longer. He gritted his teeth and straightened his back. The pain became even worse, but he raised Heavenly Drive to point at the evil goat demon, not showing his pain. As Sir Saint, Julius violently shook Federic's hand as if he were trying to pull it off. He won right. Did he really win? The boy was hopping in excitement, his face turned completely red. Who is that man? How can he defeat those monsters when he's so young? Julius's eyes were sparkling in admiration even though he'd been remaining calm despite his age. Do you remember what I told you earlier? What did you tell me? I told you I wanted to introduce someone to you. The one who couldn't become a warrior because he had a bad constitution. The boy in that story is him. Frederick swallowed nervously and pointed at Rayon's back. He's exactly the same. His blonde hair and red eyes that were so similar to Glenn, and his gaze that remained calm in any situation were the exact same as before. He could understand why he felt familiar ever since their first encounter. Seriously, I don't know why he's here, but he completely shattered my expectations. He laughed bitterly while looking at Rayon's back. Is Rayon 17 years old now? No, he must be 18 years old now since another year has passed. Even so, he still broke the youngest record by 5 years. Upon witnessing the boy he'd believed wouldn't even manage to become an average warrior, actually reach master level at the youngest age in the continent, Frederick felt like he was losing his mind from the absurdity of the situation. I thought someone would come to help him, but he finished them off on his own. He thought Sieghart's squad leader or division leader would come with him, but Rayon simply slayed the Red Wolf Demon and the Black Winged Demon by surpassing the wall through enlightenment. Frederick honestly still felt like he was dreaming. However, it's still not over. He bit his lip while looking at the evil goat demon, who Rayon was pointing his sword at, because the real fight starts now. The evil goat demon was clearly stronger than the Red Wolf Demon and the Black Winged Demon. Even Frederick himself was incapable of estimating how much power he was hiding. Moreover, he hasn't used any aura nor stamina. Unlike the Red Wolf Demon, the Black Winged Demon, and the Blood-Raving Demon, he hadn't even spent the slightest bit of power yet. Back in the village, he was just playing around while setting places on fire, and he didn't interfere at all in the fight inside the forest. He was at full power. Even though Rayon seemed to have advanced another step after his awakening, it doesn't return the aura he'd consumed, nor remove the injuries he'd received. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible for Rayon to defeat the evil goat demon. However, Rayon wasn't wavering in the slightest. Even though he was aware how powerful the evil goat demon was and how bad his body's condition was, he was still raising his sword even more confidently than in the beginning. I see that power wasn't coming from his might, but from the level of his human soul. Rayon's soul had reached an unimaginably high level. Sir Saint, he looked down at hearing Julius's excited voice. Does that mean we can finally return? His eyes were filled with hope as he stared at Rayon. Yes, we shall be able to. Frederick grabbed Julius's shoulder with a gentle smile, hiding his thoughts. We shall, he nodded, without realizing that he was unconsciously strengthening his grip. Rayon chewed his lips while looking at the evil goat demon. I think this guy is even stronger than I thought. He could see his might because he'd reached master level. He seemed even stronger than the red wolf demon and the black winged demon combined. Did you only realize that now? Wrath giggled, soaring on the bracelet. His smile deepened as he examined the evil goat demon's entire body. It's impossible for you to defeat him, even if you got your stamina and aura back. Is that why you accepted the bet? Asking me to make all three of them disappear. Of course, you shouldn't believe that the King of Essence would lose over and over. The King of Essence wins this time. Wrath confidently harumphed, touching his non-existent nose. Just give up and give me your body now. There's no hope for yo. I won't know until I try. Rayon didn't lower his sword, resonating the ring of fire and circulating the 10,000 flames cultivation. It's true that I'm in bad shape. However, I've also gained a lot. The sensation of a cold rope tightly squeezing him had disappeared, and his middle energy center around his solar plexus had opened. His aura was quickly recovering, and his internal injury was also slowly healing. It was possible he would get an opportunity to win as long as he lasted and analyzed, just like he did against the red wolf demon and the black winged demon. The evil goat demon nodded slightly, unfolding his arms. Is he making his move? As Rayon tightened his grip of heavenly drive from the nervousness, a clapping sound could be heard. Clap, 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 clap. It was the evil goat demon. He was causing the dull clapping sound while still leaning his back against the tree. That was amazing. It was a really interesting sight. The evil goat demon smiled while looking at the red wolf demon and the black winged demon's corpses as if he were completely unrelated to them. What the hell is wrong with you? Rayon frowned. What are you trying to achieve? I told you before. The evil goat demon leisurely shrugged his shoulders. My mission is to block this path. I'm just doing my job. He still wasn't taking his back off the tree, as if he still wasn't planning on moving. His carefree attitude made Rayon feel like he was talking to a kid. That means are you not going to act as long as I don't go in that direction? Well, indeed. The evil goat demon nodded while scratching his chin. What the hell? Rayon narrowed his eyes. He'd managed to understand most people's psychology from his 2 lives, but he couldn't understand him at all. He couldn't read anything about him, as if a thick fog were blocking him. However, it was a bit curious that his temperament didn't feel completely unfamiliar. He was trying to figure out where he had seen someone like him before, but he couldn't remember. There's nothing too strange about this. The evil goat demon raised one of his fingers. You guys in Sieghart aren't completely united either. What? Not everyone in Sieghart agrees with each other. Some people want to make the house grow even further, some want to maintain the current state, and some might even want to ruin the house. Are you talking about the factions? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the evil goat demon, who was slowly raising his fingers. According to what he said, Eden must have had different factions. Correct, I knew you were smart. The evil goat demon gave him a big nod. His goat horns were swaying as if they were alive. My opinion differs from those two and the mad woman out there. He pointed at the dead red wolf demon, black winged demon, and Merlin outside the forest, one after the other. Which means, can we really return now? Of course. It's not fun fighting someone who is already exhausted, after all is what I would like to say, but... The evil goat demon separated from the tree for the first time. He raised his chin and slowly walked towards Rayon. I might get criticized a lot if I don't do anything in this situation, so... He raised his hand in the air and a jet black greatsword emerged from the distorted space. Creak, the evil goat demon smiled cheerfully while grasping the hilt. Let's have a single strike match. Single strike. Yes, the winner will be decided after a single strike. I'll let you go if you manage to survive, along with the 2 others behind you. He pointed at Frederick and the boy behind Rayon. Be ready. The moment the evil goat demon raised his sword to point it at Rayon, the evil energy soared while engulfing the land to reach the end of the sky. Rumble. Rayon unconsciously swallowed nervously from the tremendous amount of energy that even surpassed his perception's range. Ag. Wrath popped up from the bracelet and ground his teeth. What is that idiot saying right now? Use that sword right now to attack him. He was freaking out and trembling his entire body from witnessing a situation that was different from his expectations. Calm down a bit, the bet isn't over yet. He pushed away Wrath, who was floundering his arms like a kid throwing a tantrum, and slowly inhaled. A single strike. Rayon closed his eyes. He thought about his body's condition and his remaining aura. If it was a single strike, if it was just a single strike, he felt like he could survive that tremendous amount of power. Rayon, Frederick's voice could be heard from behind him. Although his voice was the same as before, a different emotion could be heard in it. Don't worry, I have a plan. Rayon smiled faintly at Frederick and the boy. He waved at them to reassure them before standing in front of the evil goat demon. This is insane. Rayon could completely feel his might once he stood in front of him. He felt like the vicious pressure that matched too well with his atrocious greatsword was stabbing through his skin. Even though he wasn't even clad in armor, like the blood-raving demon, he was clearly at a higher stage of master than Rayon. Since he was even capable of using advanced magic on top of that, he was literally a monster. Be ready. The evil goat demon raised his greatsword over his head. He must not have been lying about going all out in a single strike, since an unimaginable amount of power could be felt from his greatsword. Rayon caught his breath, then gathered the 10,000 flames cultivation. The energy hardened after passing through the lower and middle part of his body, clustering together to create the astral energy of a raging flame on his blade. I need to incorporate the enlightenment I had just now. The 10,000 flames cultivation was a martial art that became stronger with its user. That was the enlightenment he needed to incorporate into his blade. We will start once this falls to the ground. All right. Rayon nodded, and the evil goat demon threw the leaf he was holding in his left hand into the air. As the leaf that was floating on the night wind slowly fell down, a crimson light was reflected in Rayon's eyes. He incorporated the enlightenment of the 10,000 flames cultivation that he got as he reached master into heavenly drive. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames. The 10 flames flourishing on the silver trajectory spread around like shadows to blossom into 100 flowers. The dazzling crimson light distorting the blade was discharged towards the black greatsword, crumbling the sky. Clong. Rayon grit his teeth so hard they felt like they'd break. So much power. The evil goat demon's strike was so powerful that it felt like the sky itself was collapsing on him, even though he was using the 100 flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation at full power and had mustered as much physical strength as he could. His feet were getting rammed into the ground. He felt like his skin was getting torn apart and his bones were shattering from the black greatsword's pressure. The heat from his abdomen's internal injury had also gotten more intense. He couldn't even tell where exactly it hurt anymore, not with how intense the pain was. Rumble, the evil goat demon's strike was getting more and more powerful. Both his wrists and shoulders were trembling as if they were about to be shattered into pieces. Damn it, if only he were in his normal condition without any injuries, or if he could perfectly use the 100 flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation, he wouldn't have been pushed back so much. That thought made him boil with anger. No, I shouldn't think like that. Rayon shook his head. I should just stay in the house forever if I always expect to fight in my best condition. He couldn't possibly be in normal condition every single time. He needed to be glad that he'd managed to survive after defeating the two masters, and muster as much power as he could in the given situation. You are doing great. Crush him now. Destroy him. Wrath popped out from his wrist, starting to shake his hand violently to cheer him up. Because that will make this bastard give his body to the King of Essence. I'll let you live, Goathead, if you do that. Rayon ignored the demon king of gluttony that was standing on the wrong side, instead focusing his mind again. Creak, even his shin was getting rammed in the ground from the intense pressure. At the rate things were going, he would be crushed to death just as Wrath said. Focus, I need to focus. The only way to survive was to analyze his opponent's sword. He started resonating. Ring of Fire once again something he had stopped doing because of the pain in his heart. He forced his eyes open to examine the energy and properties incorporated in the black sword. Heavy sword and powerful sword. The principles dwelling in the evil goat demon's greatsword were heaviness and power. It was an oppressive strike using nothing but sheer strength. That's why it's even more difficult. If it were variety, illusion, or softness, he could have shattered it by using other principles. However, it was difficult to escape when sheer power was pressing upon him. His lower and middle energy centers were hurting as if they were about to break. The intense pain could also be felt in his mana circuits, which felt like they were about to explode. I can't die like this. He still had many things to do. He couldn't be defeated, needed to at least settle the messes that he'd created. I need to focus even more. He rotated the ring of fire around his heart to the extreme. Probably because he'd become a master, he felt like the entire world had stopped. He glared at the black greatsword in that advanced world. How can I push back the heavy sword? It was impossible to achieve it with power. He was lacking in both the quality and quantity of his aura. He needed to find another method. His head was working harder than ever. He recalled every single sword from the techniques he'd learned in the past, up to Heavenly Heavy Cannon to look for a way to survive. Wait, Heavenly Heavy Cannon. Rayon swallowed nervously and looked at the shaking Heavenly Drive. If I can use the Heavenly Heavy Cannon's gravity the other way around. The Heavenly Heavy Cannon had a slow activation to compensate for its enormous power. The gravity was there to make up for that drawback, and he figured he might be able to escape from that powerful strike if he could reverse that ability to push it back instead. It's not impossible, though it would hurt so much. Since he needed to change the normal flow of his mana circuit, it was going to be extremely difficult, and he would feel a deadly pain, but he was certain it was possible. I need to complete it in one fell swoop. A poor activation would destroy his body, and he wouldn't be able to maintain his current balance. He needed to activate it in one go the moment the evil goat demon released his power. He mustered his aura, which was scraping at the bottom, as he looked into the evil goat demon's eyes. A strange passion was glowing in his eyes, which were burning red. You are weaker than I thought. Rayon forcibly opened his mouth and smiled. I thought you would be able to slay me in a single strike because I'm so exhausted. What a sloppy provocation. The evil goat demon snickered while raising his chin. He knew it was sloppy, but he was running out of time. He was going to exhaust all of his strength at the rate he was going, just from holding out against him. However, I'll play along with your provocation, since I'm curious about what you've been preparing. A powerful light glimmered from Baphomet's eyes under his helmet, and the energy covering the greatsword exploded outward. He looks confident that he can kill anything in his path. However, this one's going to be different. Because he was going to push it back instead of blocking. Red lightning brushed past Rayon's red eyes. The moment the evil goat demon's strike reached its peak performance, Rayon controlled his concentrated aura in an opposite way than he did with the Heavenly Heavy Cannon. Crack. His mana circuit expanded to a point where it could burst, resulting in intense pain. Rayon endured the pain that was incomparable to the internal injury or a bone fracture, activating all of his remaining energy. Rayon Sieghart-style technique. Second form, reversed Heavenly Heavy Cannon. The sphere of astral energy gathered at Heavenly Drive's extremity spread out in all directions instead of condensing to create a huge impact. Bomb. With the thunderous sound of an explosion as if the entire world were collapsing, the auras pushed each other, and the evil goat demon took 2 steps backward with his black greatsword. Bam! The extreme power coming from his feet made the ground tremble so hard that it felt like it was about to split apart. Rumble. Rayon bounced back like a ball and rolled on the ground. He was unable to do anything and was pushed back dozens of meters by the stupidly fierce clash of power before getting slammed into a large tree. Rayon coughed out blood while grasping his chest. Because of the severity of his internal injury, even his blood was black. As he was about to lose his balance and collapse on the ground, he drove his sword into the ground to keep standing. Rayon. He extended his trembling hand towards Frederick and the boy, who were about to run towards him. Don't come. He shook his head, forcefully parting his dry lips. The fight was not over yet, and he needed to stand on his own. Huff. His head felt dizzy from the pain even though breathing was all he'd done. He would have already fallen and howled from the anguish if he hadn't experienced the tortures of his previous life. He's still fine. The evil goat demon was perfectly fine, without the slightest injury. However, his purple eyes were expressing his astonishment, since he probably didn't expect Rayon to use such a method to escape. Crack. He grit his molars so hard that they felt like they'd break, then pulled Heavenly Drive from the ground. He forced his wavering legs to stand and slowly raised Heavenly Drive. Single strike match. I'm still standing. Rayon spat the blood filling his mouth, pointing the silver blade still shining towards the evil goat demon. Do you accept it? The evil goat demon didn't respond. He looked even more surprised since he just kept staring at him with his mouth wide open. The emotions reflected in his eyes were inner conflict, contemplation, and something similar to a desire. After a long time had passed that almost felt boring, the evil goat demon grasped Baphomet's helmet with a trembling chin. He started laughing so hard that even the trees trembled. Did you push it back because you wouldn't be able to win in raw power? That was smart. I can understand how you are still standing there. The evil goat demon threw the greatsword in his hand into the air, and the greatsword looked like it melted down as it disappeared into darkness. I accept it. He nodded, crossing his arms just like in the beginning. Today's match is a draw. Rayon exhaled heavily. Although he was trying to catch his breath, he was still running out of breath. He forcibly stopped his body from relaxing. I think I made the right choice in letting you live. What hoo-hoo? The evil goat demon closed his eyes without answering. Let's settle today's draw the next time we meet. He waved his hand and slowly walked away, following the path he had been blocking. Hey, goat head, where are you going right now? Wrath swung his fist filled with coldness. Where are you going instead of finishing him off? You damned idiot. Lifting your finger is enough to kill him. Why are you calling this a draw? He screeched, unable to understand the situation. Why does this shit keep happening to the King of Essence? Huff, Rayon sank to the ground while listening to Wrath's scream of despair. He really didn't have any strength left anymore. I really might die at this rate. He could feel an unbearable pain throughout his body. He couldn't even breathe properly, probably because his lungs were crushed. He endured the pain and rotated the ring of fire in order to survive. Rayon, Frederick almost fell as he hurriedly ran towards Rayon and knelt in front of him. Are you okay? How about you, Sir Saint? Frederick's hands were trembling as Rayon worried about him instead. You seriously? Frederick tightly bit his lip. He felt like he would start shedding tears if he didn't do that, even though it wasn't the time for that. You haven't changed at all since the last time I saw you. Stop talking and lie down. He grabbed Rayon's wrist and inserted his energy, which he had barely managed to recover. Gasp. Frederick covered his mouth to stop himself from screaming. Did he really fight until the end in this condition? Rayon could die at any moment in his current condition. Multiple bones were fractured, his muscles and mana circuits were ruptured, and barely any organs were maintaining their condition. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his entire body was destroyed. How could he? If he were in Rayon's stead, he would have fallen already and started screaming without being able to lift a single finger. Since he was nonchalantly enduring the pain, the tears he'd been holding back started to unconsciously flow down. I'll get you treated right away. I'm sorry I couldn't help you before. I'm really. It's okay, and now isn't the time for treatment. Rayon smiled helplessly and shook his head. He wiped the blood from around his mouth while looking out of the forest. It's not over yet. Tusk Cheryl snorted, severing the ice and fire pillars raining at her from both sides. Swaa. After that, she used the white sword to sever the light brown wave pouring from the sky. Rip, Merlin's completely irritated face could be seen through the fissured mana wave. You damn bitch, why are you getting in my way every single time? You are the one getting in my way of my mission. You don't know what's happening in there either. Step aside. I'm the type of person who keeps her promise. Cheryl laughed coldly and swung the white sword. She was pointing the black sword in her left hand towards the monsters, prepared to act at any moment. Although she was maintaining a calm and challenging appearance, her stomach was turning upside down. Rayon, are you still alive? Because of the barrier around the forest and Merlin's mana that kept flowing and exploding, she couldn't find out what was happening inside the forest. Even though she could tell that there were countless intense clashes, she couldn't determine who the victor and loser was at all. Damn it. She did send Rayon there because she acknowledged his abilities, but she kept regretting her decision over and over again after that. She kept wondering if that was the correct choice and if there was anything else she could have done. However, no matter how hard she racked her brain, trusting Rayon was the only method. There's nothing I can do about it anymore. Only thing she could do was to pray and wait for Rayon to come out of the forest while stopping Merlin and the monsters. Step aside, you damned bitch. Yes, that's how you should act. After all, you are the witch of betrayal, Merlin. Cheryl stopped Merlin and Eden's attacks on her own, as if she were a divine general of heaven. Not a single insect was able to pass by her. Arg, I'm going to crush you. Merlin gathered her hands as if she were praying, then she started to chant for the first time. Whir. Nature's mana condensed in an instant, causing blue and red spheres to rain down from the sky and land. The tremendous energy made her feel like she had lost all sensation for a moment. Hop. Cheryl gathered her aura and lowered the white sword while raising the black sword. As she was about to cut through the mana, the forest's entrance started to shake. Merlin, who was about to attack with her magic, and Cheryl, who was about to slash, both looked at the forest's entrance at once. Rustle. Along with the rustling sound of dried-up leaves, Rayon walked out. Even though he looked exhausted, his eyes were extremely clear. The ragged Saint Frederick and the boy were behind him as well. Rayon, Cheryl was almost screaming as she called Rayon's name. He's not just alive, but he also managed to save both of them. Just managing to survive or saving the boy would have been nothing short of a miracle, yet Rayon had returned with both of them, with all four limbs still attached to his body. Her heart started pounding with her turbulent emotion. Even though she'd spent dozens of years on battlefields, it was her first time being overwhelmed by emotions to such an extent. He even managed to reach master level, and he's at the novice level already. Seriously, this guy. She was curious how he'd managed to survive in the forest, and it was because Rayon had managed to overcome the master wall that he'd destroyed before and walked even further. Just like Glenn had said, the stagnant period upon reaching master didn't exist for Rayon. Merlin's eyes lost focus. You were alive, you came out alive. Her eyes were even more passionate as she looked at Rayon. She apparently didn't even care about her shattered plan anymore. I knew you had to come with me. You should stay right next to me instead of with Sieghart. Merlin's smile deepened to the point where her true expression could show through her mask. What can you do for me if I go there? Do you really have a helmet for me? Rayon looked up to Merlin as if he were interested in her offer. What did you just say? You apparently really get stronger upon wearing a helmet. Can I wear one as well? Of course you can, Merlin hurriedly nodded. If you wear the helmet I've prepared for you, you should be able to reach Grandmaster's level in a few years. Even that bitch won't be able to face you. She smiled a toothy smile while pointing at Cheryl. A few years. Rayon, why would you? Cheryl's eyes widened as she looked at Rayon. I couldn't defeat one of them. He was really extremely powerful. I'll do anything if I can defeat him. Rayon flicked the hand holding the hilt as if he were contemplating it. The pinky finger on his right hand was pointing upward. That's. Cheryl narrowed his eyes. Is that a sign? Rayon must have been trying to give her an opening to take care of Merlin. Then let's go right now since I'm about to faint from exhaustion. All right, sure. Merlin extended her left hand with a grotesque smile on her face. A blue magic array was created on the ground, and her mana spheres wavered at the same time. Now is the time. Cheryl stomped on the ground. She slashed at Merlin's opening by using her aura, which had gathered to the extreme. The gray halo dappling around the two blades of different colors severed the sky and the land. Wham! The tremendous power in the gray trajectory cut through her magic, trying to slash Merlin as well. Rayon. Although a fatal amount of blood was gushing from Merlin, she maintained the magic array on the ground. It was a display of her crazy obsession as she tried to take Rayon with her at all costs. Rayon walked up to that magic array and raised his foot. Rayon. When Cheryl's lips parted in panic, Rayon stomped the ground in front of the magic array instead of setting foot inside. Slam! The ground exploded, shattering the magic array that Merlin was barely able to maintain. I'd rather die than wear a helmet like that. Rayon. With the last of her magic crushed, Merlin melted down into a gray light while leaving a frightening scream behind. Huff. Rayon sank to the ground right afterwards, coughing up blood. Rayon. Cheryl and Frederick ran up to him in a fright, aiming to catch him. Seriously, you have no sense. You should have finished her off faster. Rayon shook his head while leering at Cheryl. No, Cheryl's eyes rounded. No one would have expected him to create an opening for Merlin in that situation. I need to rest now. I'm really going to die at this rate. Rayon smiled faintly and tilted his head back. Let alone standing, he didn't even have energy to stay conscious. Master level. Curse of Frost unprecedented in the continent. 10,000 flames, cultivation. The messages about the achievements he'd gotten so far appeared at once. Why are there so many of them? Rayon closed his eyes as Wrath popped up. He had a feeling he would get a nice and comfortable sleep, all while using Wrath's angry voice as his lullaby. Frederick grabbed Rayon's wrist. His eyes were closed. His wound became even worse. His condition had worsened because he strained himself when he should have been focusing on his recovery. At that rate, he really could end up dying after fainting. He controlled Silsh's energy that he'd barely managed to gather. He used the flow of the high-purity mana to melt down the remnants of the combative energy that was killing Rayon's body. Rayon. Cheryl bit her lips after examining Rayon's condition. His bones, muscles, and mana circuits couldn't find anything in his body that was uninjured. Such injury, although she'd experienced countless battlefields, it was her first time seeing such a broken state on a human body. Most people would end up dying before reaching that state. Damn it. She was relieved that Rayon had managed to reach master level and save the saint and the boy, but it was a huge mistake. I was wrong to believe that everyone had returned safely. He must have sacrificed himself. She was certain that Rayon had sacrificed himself in order to save the two. That was the only way to explain his body's condition. What even happened? Frederick exhaled heavily while inserting Silsh's energy in Rayon's body. When I was prepared to die, Rayon appeared. Even though he was still an expert, he didn't lose against the Red Wolf Demon and the Black Winged Demon. Red Wolf Demon and Black Winged Demon. They were both at master level. Moreover, the Black Winged Demon had a sturdy body with a flying ability, making it impossible for anyone less than master to face him. Rayon endured over and over, looking for an opportunity. Frederick told her everything about the way Rayon became a master to kill the two demons, and even ended up in a draw in a single-strike match against the evil goat demon. Oh no. Cheryl bit her lip so hard that she could bleed while looking at Rayon. It was a mistake, and an extremely huge mistake. The tips of her fingers were trembling. She'd ended up making that decision to make her life easier after getting caught up in the atmosphere, trusting the boy's potential. Smack! Cheryl smacked her own face and knelt. Sir Saint, please return him to his original condition by all means. I'll do anything. She stared at Frederick without even wiping the blood flowing from her mouth. Frederick nodded respectfully, then closed his eyes. He endured the pain from his internal injury in order to continue using Silsh's energy. I need time. He couldn't use his usual energy because he was also severely injured, and the medicine he usually brought with him had been left behind in the city. It was a bad situation in many ways. I can't use raisin either. Although raisin was certainly an extremely effective medicine, it needed to be refined before being used because its healing and poisonous properties were too strong. The only thing he could do was to stop Rayon's condition from worsening. Ah, about that, we have the stuff he brought. Cheryl took out the hemostatic and the internal injury medicine Rayon had got from Dorian. They are pretty high-quality medicines. They will be helpful. Frederick's eyes widened. What is going on? Although Rayon was about to die, his body condition slowly started to recover. It wasn't the effect of Silsh's energy, since his recovery wasn't limited to the mana circuit and energy center, but even his bones and flesh were repairing at an extremely slow pace. Breathing. Is it because of his breathing? It looked like nature's mana was healing his body each time he slowly inhaled and exhaled in his sleep. This is amazing. Frederick's jaw dropped. Surprise wasn't enough to describe his astonishment as he witnessed such a broken body recovering just from sleeping. Is there a problem? No way. Cheryl moved right next to Frederick with trembling eyes. No, it's a good thing. Frederick shook his head and pointed at Rayon. Carry him, since we need to return to Retran to immediately. But if we move him. I don't know why, but Rayon's body is currently regenerating itself. He should survive without any problem until we return. All right, Cheryl nodded and gently carried Rayon in her arms. Although he was a lot taller than her, she didn't mind the appearance and focused on figuring out how to carry him while minimizing her shaking. I'll return you to your original state no matter what, at all costs. She closed her eyes, resolving herself like a knight pledging to his king. Julius stared at Rayon, who was being carried on the Heavenly Blade Division leader's back. When that young swordsman named Rayon made his first appearance, he looked like a hero of the old stories. He believed that the hero would defeat the evil monsters of Eden and save himself and the saint, just like in the novels and myths. In fact, he did manage to endure the fearsome attacks of the two demons on his own and managed to defeat both of them. That remarkable performance was exactly what he would have imagined from a hero. He believed that he would also defeat the goat head monster and casually allow them to return home. However, that wasn't the case. He was completely exhausted from fighting the two monsters, and his body was injured all over. Although he wasn't in a condition to keep fighting, he still challenged the goat head monster, clashing against him in a single strike. Rayon's face didn't look like a hero when he clashed against the goat head monster. He wasn't slaying his enemy in a single strike like a hero from a story or novel, endured and held out while contorting his face from the deadly pain. He wasn't the hero that he'd imagined. He was just a human being, filled with determination to endure and save them, no matter what. That was why he touched his heart. Julius was completely speechless because he could perfectly feel Rayon's emotions. No, he couldn't even open his mouth. When he witnessed Rayon pointing his sword against the evil goat demon once again after the match, while standing on his faltering legs, Julius could feel his heart pounding more violently than ever in his life. Because he understood why he was doing that, his emotions went out of control. The goat-headed monster acknowledged the draw and left, and Rayon's breath sounded like he was dying as he sank to the ground. His breath was so weak that even his grandfather's dying breath wasn't as weak as Rayon's. However, he still didn't faint despite that condition. He left the forest and helped to defeat the magician, the one who was the perpetrator behind the incident. The fact that he held his sword and expressed his intention to fight in that condition was a shock, and Julius was filled with admiration. Rayon Sieghart. Julius clenched his fist tightly while murmuring Rayon's name to himself. That was the moment a boy, who was suffering through hardships, decided his own path from meeting a human who wasn't a hero who stood up with his own determination. Rayon groaned and opened his eyes. He could see an unfamiliar ceiling, the color of the ocean. Arg, it hurt so damn much. He could feel the pain as soon as he regained consciousness. He hurt everywhere from head to toe. Am I still not completely recovered despite Sloth's effect and the Saint's treatment? Considering the fact that so much pain still remained despite Frederick's treatment and Sloth's sleeping effect, he seriously must have been on the verge of death. Ha-hum. When he sighed and was about to get up, he saw Runon's head on the bed. It looked like she fell asleep while nursing him since she was purring with her eyes slightly wet. The ice cream girl isn't the only one. Everyone visited you and literally started rampaging around in order to save you. It was so damn noisy. Rath's cold voice could be heard as he came up on the bracelet. Is that so? Rayon silently stared at the sleeping Runon. It wasn't a bad feeling to have someone worrying about him. Honestly, it was a heartwarming feeling. You idiot. You strained yourself way too much. You really were on the verge of death. Rath continued, looking at him sharply in displeasure. Your idiocy is unmatched even in devildom. I see. Rayon chuckled while looking at the quivering Rath. He did all that because he was certain he could reach master level, but he was too foolish, just like Rath said. However, his choice wouldn't have changed even if he'd returned to the past. A life had to be repaid with life. He would have chosen to save Frederick, even if that cost him his life. Moreover, is fainting a habit of yours now? What? The King of Essence is suffering because of your weak constitution that makes you faint whenever something happens. No, but you didn't really do anything. You keep causing problems even though you're just a weakling. Know your place. Wrath clicked his tongue at his hopelessness. Rayon licked his lips. He isn't exactly wrong. Rayon admitted that he did cause many problems, despite not having achieved anything yet. He didn't originally have that kind of personality, but he figured he must have changed during his current life, even though he couldn't tell whether that was for the better or worse. Because of you, the King of Essence was unable. As Wrath was about to grumble about his gluttony once again, messages appeared in front of his eyes. You have reached master level. Your soul level has increased greatly. All stats have increased by 10. Your middle energy center has been opened. Your aura's condensation will be a lot harder and denser with a decreased aura consumption. You've achieved the title Youngest Master, unprecedented in the continent. All stats have increased by 10. The messages he saw before closing his eyes had come back in more detail. Arg, Wrath bit his lip upon seeing the messages. He was apparently getting another flash of anger, despite having seen those messages before. Master. Rayon clenched his powerless fist. His heart was racing as he realized that he'd achieved the level that he had never been able to reach in his previous life. I've finally achieved it. He couldn't afford to think about it during the fight, as the situation was far too urgent. He was fully focused on finishing the fight as quickly as possible. Reading the message about becoming a master after his safety was secured filled him with uncontrollable emotions. So, this was the middle energy center. The middle energy center that was supposed to open upon becoming a master was located near the solar plexus. The feeling he had when something similar to a boulder blocking the middle energy center was unclogged, allowing him to create astral energy, was extremely thrilling. Its effect is so overpowered. That was why an expert couldn't win against a master. Creating astral energy wasn't the middle energy center's only function. It also reduced aura consumption and condensed aura more strongly to help one last longer in battles. The difference in one's middle energy center was the reason no expert had defeated a master before him, and the stats are bonuses, and that's not all. Rayon smiled, looking lower. 10,000 Flames Cultivation has reached 5 stars. Fire Resistance has reached 5 stars. Glacier has reached 5 stars. Water Resistance has reached 6 stars. The messages informed him that 10,000 Flames Cultivation and Glacier had both reached 5 stars. He didn't need the message to tell him about them, since he'd already checked his aura and his energy center right after waking up. Even though he wasn't completely full yet, he already had more aura than before becoming a master. He guessed he would be able to defeat the Red Wolf Demon and the Black Winged Demon even more easily in his current state. The resistances have increased as well. He could fight an average fire magician or water magician while tanking their damage with his resistances. However, there were even more messages. 2 strands of Curse of Frost have melted down. The Curse of Frost has disappeared from your status. Title, The One Who Overcame the Frozen Fate, has been added. Soul level has increased. The next message was about the Curse of Frost that had been stuck with him like a leech since he was born. I wasn't mistaken. He had the feeling that a string binding his wrists and ankles was broken upon becoming a master, and he was right. It was the effect of his body returning to normal from the disappearance of Curse of Frost. The repressing feeling has completely disappeared. He used to feel uncomfortable upon moving or using aura, but that had completely disappeared as well. He figured he would be able to feel the difference even more clearly once his body recovered. The One Who Overcame the Frozen Fate. This title is given to someone who overcame an ordeal given to them by heaven. Effect: all stats increased by 15, cold resistance greatly increased. In addition to 15 points in all stats, it also increased his cold resistance greatly. On top of that, having the 6-star water resistance and cold resistance together should allow him to be completely unscathed from up to 6th circle cold magic. I hit the jackpot. Rayon smiled after reading all the messages. Every single one was a jackpot, as if they were telling him that it was worth the wait. He wanted to test how much stronger he'd become right away. I need to recover quickly, it's crazy. You and the system are both crazy. Wrath was glaring at the message as if he wanted to kill it while grinding his teeth. How could it give you so many rewards for becoming a mere master? Ridiculous, because I'm not a mere master. I became a master at 18 years of age. That's why it's a mere master. The King of Essence would have become a master at 10 years old. I met you when I was 12 years old. 10 is simply impossible. Silence. Wrath barked and gathered the energy of wrath. I don't like those stupid rewards, but I hate it even more because all I could eat during the week you've been unconscious was watery porridge. I almost died from boredom. He was apparently angrier about being unable to eat proper meals than the rewards were. An enormous amount of energy emerged from Wrath. Even though Rayon had become a master, his stomach hurt from the sheer amount of emotion and cold. Rayon frowned, grasping his chest. I did receive Wrath from him, I see. He had received 20 points of Wrath from Wrath in order to survive in the forest. The pressure felt as powerful as when he first met Wrath, probably because of the significant increase in Wrath. You've made a mistake. You shouldn't have taken in the King of Essence's wrath so easily. Just as he said, his wrath was on another level as it seeped into his entire body and crushed his soul. It's still okay. Rayon shook his head. Stats weren't the only things he had obtained. His soul level and resistances had increased, while the coldness of the frost had completely disappeared. 20 points of wrath was definitely a huge disadvantage, but his growth was even greater than that. He was fully capable of enduring it. Most of all, his mana circuit was as clean as a newborn baby's because of the disappearance of the coldness of the frost. Kring. Glacier moved in an instant to block Wrath's coldness, and the Ring of Fire rotated more violently than ever to increase his soul level. Rumble. His entire body trembled from the explosive clash of power inside his body. His injuries worsened to make it extremely painful for him, but he gritted his teeth and endured in order to leave no hope for Wrath. Stop enduring it and give your body to the King of Essence. The King of Essence is going to eat with his own mouth from now on. As expected, the reason he was angry was because of the food. That's not enough. Rayon smiled coldly and continuously controlled the Ring of Fire and Glacier. I won't lose in a fight of tactics and endurance. It was pretty much chess, since he needed to defend where his opponent was aiming in order to show his strength. Rayon blocked all of Wrath's attacks while maintaining a peaceful expression. I won't lose this time. Wrath kept flooding him with wrath and coldness without giving up. He seemed to be counting on the increase in the emotion of wrath. This is a necessary stimulation. Rayon chewed the inside of his cheek and endured the pain that felt like his soul itself was turning upside down. It was a good amount of exercise after staying bedridden for an entire week. He smiled, enduring the extreme pain. Are you smiling? Are you seriously smiling? Wrath's pressure became even more powerful, angered by his smiling face. He poured all of his gathered energy at once into Rayon's body. Come at me as much as you want. It happened when Rayon was continuously circulating the coldness at the same time as catching his breath. Your sleep's extreme quality and duration has enhanced Sloth's effect. All stats have increased by 1. Arg. The moment Wrath lost his focus from the surprise, another message appeared. You overcame. Wrath's interruption. Stamina has increased by 1. The message was declaring his victory against Wrath. Damn it, why the hell? Wrath started to scream while grasping his head. I gave him 20 whole points of wrath, so why am I still unable to win, you nasty bastard? Does the sensation of pain even exist for you? It did hurt. Rayon shook his head. However, I'm used to pain like this. Ever since his previous life, he'd constantly been feeling physical and mental pain. Even though it was painful, it was nothing he couldn't endure. How dreadful. You really are dreadful. Wrath's chin was trembling in disgust. Meeting you was the worst mistake in the King of Essence's life. The King of Essence shouldn't have associated with you. Don't hate me so much. How can I not hate you? I'll buy you the specialty food in this region. Wrath closed his mouth tightly upon hearing the words specialty food from him. His lips slowly parted after a moment. Really? Yes, well in that case. Wrath tried to see if Rayon was angry before nodding. The King of Essence saw that this city is famous for its seasonings. There must be dishes utilizing those, so look out for them. All right, recover quickly. You need to recover quickly so that you can go out to eat. Wrath was now worrying about his body as if he'd never tried to kill him. He really was a simple and easy demon king. Then as Rayon was about to raise himself up, a new message appeared. What else this time? Was there something else? Rayon tilted his head and checked the message. You've won the bet against Wrath. The message was about the bet he'd made upon receiving wrath from Wrath. This is so wrong. Wrath quickly shook his head. You didn't manage to win against those 3. Victory belongs to the King of Essence. You should be taking in more wrath instead. That's not the case. Rayon managed to grasp the situation and smiled subtly. What you said back then was, word for word, all 3 of them have to disappear. Since all 3 of them disappeared from the forest, I'm the winner of this bet. That obviously means to kill those 3. You should have said that from the beginning. Rayon simply shrugged it off. Let's see what rewards I got from this bet. Damn it, how nice. Wrath's scream was a good lullaby, but it wasn't too bad as an alarm either. A random trait of wrath is being generated. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the message. It was a trait. He didn't realize since he'd accepted the bet without even checking the rewards, but Wrath had apparently wagered a trait as reward. The title, Monarch of Devildom, suits him at a time like this. As a demon king, Wrath never lied or scammed during bets. He was similar to Glenn in that aspect, since he gave away what he needed to, no matter how much he disliked Rayon. A trait is pretty good. Wrath's trait. Perception of the snow flower had allowed him to avert crises and gain opportunities countless times in the past. Rayon gulped nervously, hoping for a good trait to appear once again. The Evil Eye of Wrath has been chosen. The Evil Eye of Wrath 1 star has been added to traits. Rayon had never heard of the Evil Eye that was created. He couldn't even begin to guess what kind of trait it was from the name. Huff. Wrath briefly gasped upon reading the message. It must be a good trait. considering the fact that he was reacting even more violently than when he obtained the perception of the snow flower. It must have been a pretty good trait. Let's see. He pressed the message to check the trait's abilities. Evil Eye of Wrath 1 star. You can see even more. Rayon frowned upon reading the message. I knew it. The explanation was so simple that he had no idea what kind of ability it was. He remembered asking Wrath about the perception of the snow flower because there was no explanation about it at all. What kind of trait is this? HMPH. Why would the King of Essence explain it to you? Wrath snorted, having no intention of helping him. The King of Essence has nothing to teach to the scammer who keeps stealing away the King of Essence's power and abilities, one after the other. Why am I a scammer? You used an urgent situation to scam. I did suggest a trade, but who do you think suggested a bet? The King of Essence did, and who set the conditions for the bet? The King of Essence did that, as well. Then why am I the scammer here? I only accepted the conditions of a bet that you created. Go. Rayon cheerfully smiled at him, and Wrath fell speechless, his shoulders trembling. Moreover, I'm not even stealing from you. The stats are just flowing into me while I'm not doing anything. Shall I throw them away? Would you throw them away if you were in my place? Damn it, this demon's life is doomed. Wrath scowled and quickly looked away. So what kind of ability is this? He wasn't even responding because of his grudge. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but I guess it's worth trying. Rayon slowly opened his mouth while looking at Wrath's smooth head. I'll add one more specialty dish. Wrath's round tail started wagging very slightly. I'll add 2 specialty dishes. His head looked like it would turn around with one more push, and I'll order 2 more desserts that you want. Wrath turned around with his eyes wide. Really? The irritation filling his blue eyes had completely disappeared. His desire for food was the only thing that remained. He really is too easy. Was he really a demon king? In short, this ability allows you to see what you couldn't see before. Wrath narrowed his eyes slightly while pointing at the Evil Eye of Wrath. See what I couldn't see before. 1 star should only slightly increase your eyesight or allow you to see through things. The effect should gradually increase each time it levels up and will allow you to see more. It allows me to see through things and grants enhanced vision. Rayon licked his lips. Although the aura perception had been mostly replacing his 5 senses recently, having better vision or being capable of seeing through things wasn't exactly bad. How one used the ability was more important than the ability itself anyway. It's not bad. Rayon liked the part where he could see more once it leveled up more than the see-through and vision enhancement that were immediately available. However, you shouldn't be able to use it. Why? Look at the name of the trait. It's the Evil Eye of Wrath. Since you aren't a demon, you shouldn't be able to use it. That's not true. Rayon stared at the Evil Eye of Wrath before shaking his head. What is not true? I'm not related to the Evil Eye part, but I'm related to the Wrath part. What are you talking about? Why are you related to Wrath? You gave me Wrath. Even though he wasn't a demon, he still had a whole 45 points of Wrath that he'd received from Wrath. That can't be. Wrath realized his mistake and his jaw dropped. How do I use this? Can he use it the same way Wrath controlled his Wrath? Rayon closed his eyes. He should be a good enough target. Rayon thought about Darius Robert and copied the Wrath was rampaging earlier to pull up his emotions of Wrath, the ones that were seething at the deepest parts of his soul. His Wrath slowly came out to spread into his entire body. I can't move it properly, unlike the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, or Glacier's energy. Wrath just moved around on its own uncontrollably. Even though it resided in his soul, the fact that it originally belonged to Wrath was probably the reason why. Why, you idiot. Did you honestly believe you could control the King of Essence's energy so easily? Wrath shook his head, telling him he stood no chance. I know a method that works in a situation like this. Rayon rotated the Ring of Fire. The rings resonated violently with each other to increase the level of his soul, where the Wrath was residing. Rumble. With the soul level soaring to the next dimension, the Wrath that was romping like an untamed animal gradually started to come under his control. Rayon endured the pressure created by Wrath, filling his two with its energy. Once the energy of Wrath dwelled in his eyes, he could see a luxurious corridor painted in red through the thick door. A black-haired woman was walking towards his room from the end of the corridor, carrying a basin and a towel. Martha. The black-haired woman was Martha. He wasn't feeling her presence through his perception, but he could see her directly through the door. Is this how I use it? It was a strange sensation, as if he were using a strange sword with blades on its hilt that could even harm its owner. This is so tiring. Probably because he wasn't suited to using it, just like Wrath had said, his entire body was filled with extreme exhaustion. He figured it would be difficult to use it in an actual battle if straining his eyes was enough to exhaust him to that extent. He immediately released it because of his body's condition. How did you Wrath was unable to finish his sentence in disbelief. A huge amount of blue coldness left him through his dropped jaw. How could this happen? How are you using Wrath? There's a saying that even a dog can use an aura blade if it lives in Zeeghart for 3 years. It would be strange if I couldn't do this much, since I've been watching you using Wrath for 6 whole years. Rayon shrugged, saying that it wasn't a big deal. What the hell are you? You must have been targeting me from the beginning. Who sent you as a spy? Wrath even forgot to speak like a king, instead starting to yell like a kid. Who the hell are you? Rayon was even using the wrath he had planted inside him to take over his body one day. Wrath couldn't even understand how someone could be so crazy. He felt like fear or giving up didn't exist in Rayon's head. There's no such monster, even in devildom. Utilizing a demon king's energy on top of overcoming it was completely unimaginable. Wrath had never seen a freak like him in his long life. Are you sure you are human? Maybe you are half dragon, or... I'm not really sure. I don't even know who my father. The door opened and Martha entered the room before Rayon could finish his response. We are switching. You should return, gasp. Martha dropped the basin she brought on the ground upon realizing that Rayon was out of his bed. Hey, why are you out of your bed? I'm out of my bed because I woke up. You were unconscious for a whole week. You idiot. 1 week. That was a pretty long sleep. Rayon smiled faintly, then tried clenching his fist before opening it. You are insane. You were seriously almost dead back then. Lie back down already. Martha ran up to him and grabbed his shoulders to return him to the bed. Upon hearing Martha's loud voice, Run-On raised her head and blinked her eyes. Rayon, her voice was at least 2 pitches higher than usual as she called out to him. Are you okay now? I'm all right. Rayon nodded while looking at the frowning Martha and wide-eyed Run-On. You aren't all right at all. Martha threw the towel she brought at him before turning around. I'll bring the saint, so stay right here without moving a single finger. She ran outside after saying that. We are currently at Retran, right? Yes, we've finished cleaning up. Apparently, Rayon's awakening was enough to make Run-On happy since her expression had become brighter. However, her eyes were even more blank than usual, probably because she just woke up. Eden's demons came back afterward, but we defeated all of them. As expected, there were apparently more demons from Eden. They must have been trying to make the blood-raving demon into a hero. Eden must have been planning to have Stain try and return to the city to defeat the red and green demons, all to make him a hero and bring the city under their control. Leaving the swordsmen in the city was the correct decision. Did anyone get injured? No one except Rayon. That's a relief. Then how about Lady Encia? When he was trying to ask about Encia, Martha and Frederick entered the room along with hasty footsteps. Rayon, Frederick even used footwork to reach Rayon. How did you wake up? His jaw dropped. He apparently didn't expect him to wake up in a single week. My eyes just opened. See, can you give me your hand for a moment? All right. Rayon nodded, letting Frederick hold his wrist. A warm and pure energy entered his body from Frederick before spreading throughout his body. A moment later, Frederick took his hand off with an expression of disbelief. Even though Cheryl fed you Dawn's Glow, how could you wake up so early? Dawn's Glow. Dawn's Glow was a medicinal herb with an unsurpassed invigorating effect for the human body, even though it didn't have any enhancement effect for aura or body. Cheryl apparently acquired the herb and fed it to him while he was asleep. Did you find some dragon heart to eat while sleeping or something? How did you recover so quickly? Frederick's eyes were trembling in disbelief. Rayon shook his head with serious eyes. It must be the result of a combination between Sloth Ring of Fire and the Dawn's Glow, Sloth's sleeping effect, and Ring of Fire maximizing Dawn's Glow's healing abilities. It wasn't strange that even Saint Frederick was surprised by that. I've tended to countless patients in my life, but it's my first time seeing someone like you. Frederick shook his head, sounding like wrath. What happened to Lady Encia? About that. Frederick interrupted himself and looked at Martha and Run-On. Let's go. We have something to do. I don't though, you do. While Run-On was standing there blankly, Martha grabbed her wrist and dragged her out the room. She's more sensible than I thought, she is. Rayon nodded and turned around. Rayon, why did you lie about being my disciple to push Temaz away? Frederick narrowed his eyes. When I first heard about that, I was so surprised that I couldn't even think anymore. I'm sorry. Rayon lowered his head. Even though it was an emergency, taking advantage of his name was clearly his fault. That is indeed problematic. You always blame shitty ears, though. Rayon didn't respond, pretending he didn't hear him. You don't need to apologize. Since you saved my life, I wouldn't mind it even if you said you were my teacher. Frederick shook his hand, saying that he didn't mind it. What I'm curious about is what aspect of Temaz made you doubt him. When I visited Cameloon's underground auction house, I happened to hear that the houses treated by Temaz gradually changed over time. Of course, that never happened. He was just making up a believable story, since there were all kinds of rumors in Cameloon's underground auction house. I saw his eyes at House Yanan, and I noticed a very small amount of obscurity in his eyes despite the rumors of him being the next saint. That was true. A small amount of obscurity flew out from his eyes when he was diagnosing Encia. I tested him, just in case, and I ascertained that he wasn't the rumored saint by judging the way he changed his words each time. Rayon told him about how he confronted Temaz at House Yanan. Good job. Unexpectedly, Frederick patted his shoulder. Temaz has been getting close to the rich and powerful houses while pretending it was a coincidence. Just as you said, the houses that he'd visited have all changed in a bad way, little by little. I was planning to find him soon, but you did a good job. He had apparently already guessed Temaz's identity to a certain extent. You don't need to worry about having killed him either. I personally confirmed the proof of Temaz's assault on your group, so no one is going to harm you. Apparently, Frederick had already solved the issue Cheryl was worried about. Rayon nodded. Since Frederick's achievements were incomparable to Temaz's, hardly anyone would doubt his words. Is Lady Encia all right? I've improved her body's condition since that was the reason you came looking for me. However, there's a problem. A problem. Once her condition improved, the heat in her head also became stronger. It's as strong as a mythical creature, and I have no idea how to approach her treatment. He regrettably shook his head. I think that heat is alive. It might be a bug or a plant. Rayon gasped. Frederick had almost figured out that there was a hell worm inside Encia's head in a single week. He wasn't called saint for no reason. I'm sorry. You came to me because you believed in me, but I think it's going to take more time. I need to research and investigate it. You said you've improved her condition, right? Yes, though the pain got even worse for the patient. You don't need to worry in that case. Rayon smiled faintly and stood up. I can take care of the rest. Frederick tried to dissuade Rayon by telling him he should rest one more day, but Rayon refused it and went to the room Encia was lying down in. She was groaning as if she were going to die, her eyes closed. Why are you here? Cheryl was by Encia's side but started walking to him with an angry glare on her face. Why is a patient walking around? I figured I'd rest after finishing my job. Rayon smiled while looking into Cheryl's worry-filled eyes. Your job? I have to settle the reason why we came all the way here. Rayon pointed at Encia, whose flesh had become completely swollen from the heat. The treatment isn't over yet. That's true, but you should worry about yourself for now. I got a lot better. He clenched his fist, then opened it, before shaking his hand at her. I can treat her without straining myself, but I've been bedridden for only a few days, but it was painful enough. Since Lady Encia has been enduring that pain for several years, I'd like to treat her as quickly as possible. Cheryl exclaimed. She was making a dumbfounded expression that Rayon had never seen before. What he had just said apparently surprised her a lot once again. Sir Saint, let's watch him for now. Ha, seriously, you are. Since even Frederick gave his approval, Cheryl had no choice but to withdraw while frowning. Rayon bowed at Cheryl before going to Encia. Wow. Encia barely managed to open her eyes, smiling weakly. Why, you are still so damn handsome, even though you just woke up after a week. She smiled like always, despite the heat making her semi-conscious. She was a strong person. You will be okay now. Rayon smiled at Encia in return, then knelt in front of the bed. Please excuse me. He grabbed Encia's red and swollen wrist, then injected Glacier's coldness into her mana circuit. TSSH. The entire mana circuit was filled with heat, as if lava were flowing inside. Even though the circuit itself had become broader, it was completely filled with an intense heat. It's just like the saint's description. The medicine and treatment he gave Encia in order to improve her condition had also strengthened the hell worm inside her head. It must have been painful to endure. Contrary to her improved condition, the pain must have increased exponentially. It was surprising that she managed to endure so far without fainting. He cooled down the heat in her mana circuit with Glacier's frost, reducing the strain on her body. Encia's eyelids were shivering as she exhaled heavily from the subsiding heat. She normally would have called him handsome once again, but considering she didn't do that, she must have been going through a lot of pain. I need to remove it quickly. Once the coldness in her wrist flowed past her lower body to reach her shoulder, the hell worm hiding in her head started to move. Rayon was moving the coldness in all of her mana circuits around her head in order to threaten it like before, but the hell worm started to emanate even more heat instead of running away or hiding. It felt like a threat, telling him that it would attack Encia if he approached even further. This bastard, he should have removed it immediately once Encia's condition was better. Taking his time while scaring it away must have been a bad move. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. What shall I do with that heat? If only I could reduce the heat while he was blocking the passage with Glacier's coldness, the 10,000 Flames cultivation's energy emerged on its own from his energy center. Rayon licked his lips while feeling the 10,000 Flames cultivation's energy, which had become even stronger upon getting to 5 stars. Wait, it might be possible to take the hell worm's energy for himself. Can you really do it? Frederick came up to him with his eyebrows lowered in worry. It's a bit different from my expectations, but I think I can. Rayon nodded, then took his hand off Encia's wrist. Once Glacier's coldness left her, she started to groan once again. Heavenly Blade Division Leader. I'm sorry, but can you find me a transparent glass bottle with a lid?" "Okay." Cheryl left the room without questioning the request. Rayon must have gained quite a bit of trust through the last incident. "Sir Saint, please watch Lady Insia's condition. I'm going to need to gather some aura." "Sure, I can do that much." Seeing that Frederick had grabbed Insia's wrist, Rayon sat on the ground and closed his eyes. "I need to use both. 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier." He knighted all three. Ring of Fire, 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier in order to absorb the hellworm's energy and remove it alive. Even though the evil Eye of Wrath was difficult to use, it would allow him to precisely locate where the hellworm was hiding. Rayon circulated the 10,000 flames circulation while drawing the image of removing the hellworm in his mind with his eyes closed. All three energies were important, but the 5-star 10,000 flames cultivation was the protagonist of the day. He activated the formerly stiff 10,000 flames cultivation and opened his eyes. Cheryl had already returned and a glass bottle was placed on the table. "Are you starting it now?" "Yes, everything will be done once you wake up from a short sleep." Rayon smiled, pressing down slightly on a specific place on the back of Insia's neck. She briefly groaned before closing her eyes, her head hanging down. "I'm going to begin. Sir Saint should improve Lady Insia's vitality. I don't even remember the last time I assisted in a treatment." Frederick put his hand on Insia's shoulder while standing on the other side of Rayon. He had apparently decided to trust him until the end since it had already started. Rayon gently controlled Glacier's coldness as if he were dealing with a baby and inserted it inside Insia's mana circuit. Even though it looked like he was cooling down Insia's body and starting from the bottom, he didn't completely fill her mana circuit with coldness, left the bottom part empty. That space was going to be the passage to enable him to absorb the hellworm's energy. TSSH. Glacier's pure coldness cooled down her mana circuits one after the other. The moment it was headed to Insia's neck, the hellworm came out of hiding to spread heat. Although Insia was put to sleep, her body was shivering. Rayon could feel the hellworm's heat even though her wrist was the only contact he had. "It's only getting started." Rayon resonated with the Ring of Fire to increase his focus to control the 10,000 flames cultivation. The 5-star 10,000 flames cultivation smoothly seeped into the empty space of Insia's mana circuit, the area that had been filled with glacier. Rayon sent the 10,000 flames cultivation to the mana circuit in Insia's head, pretending it was the hellworm's heat. The hellworm was only paying attention to the coldness, while believing that the pure heat from the 10,000 flames cultivation belonged to it. "I knew it. It was going according to plan." He needed to progress to the second stage. Rayon used absorption, which became available once 10,000 flames cultivation reached 5 stars. "I can devour its heat by using this technique." The 10,000 flames cultivation. Absorption was a special technique capable of absorbing heat. Even though it wasn't capable of taking a lot of energy at once, it was a perfect ability against opponents like hellworms, which slowly spread heat around. He controlled absorption at an extremely slow pace to take in the hellworm's heat. The heat neatly piled up in his lower energy center, which had enough room to spare after he became a master, resulting in a faster recovery speed for his body. The hellworm kept emanating heat without even realizing it was getting taken away. It's pretty much a frog in boiling water. The frog would jump out right away if it were placed inside boiling water, but it wouldn't realize the danger if the water's temperature gradually increased until it was boiled to death. The hellworm was no different from that frog. Forcing it to continuously emit heat would leave it empty once it exhausted its power, and I just need to absorb all of it. All the wasted energy from the hellworm became Rayon's aura and stamina, without any exceptions, while even increasing his proficiency in 10,000 flames cultivation. It was pretty much an elixir getting automatically absorbed, while feeling the exhilaration of his injuries getting healed and 10,000 flames cultivation's aura being accumulated. Rayon easily took in the hellworm's heat. Once 3 hours had passed, the hellworm's heat had become significantly weaker, and Rayon's energy center was completely full of 10,000 flames cultivation's energy. It's even more than before. He could only laugh. He was still injured, yet he already had much more aura than before he fought against the masters. He's going to be pretty angry once he finds out. The hellworm developed by Darius Robert through dozens of years of research became an extremely delicious elixir for Rayon. A smile appeared on Rayon's face from the joy of having completely shattered his plan. How is this even happening? Wrath popped out from the bracelet and ground his teeth. Are you even obtaining power from a worm now? Why does the entire world crave giving you all of the power? He pounded his chest while blaming the unfair world. Take care of the King of Essence now. I'll take care of you later, so calm down for now. Rayon stopped the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Absorption while leaving. Glacier on one side only. I need to finish it now. Ha. He secretly caught his breath and pulled out his wrath to focus on his eyes. Creak. Once he thought he wanted to see the hellworm inside Encia's head, his vision became capable of seeing inside of her head. A very small red worm was extending its body on top of an unidentifiable membrane located inside her skull. It became even more grotesque than before. The hellworm had a repulsive appearance, with 4 teeth protruding from its mouth and 10 legs as sharp as thorns attached to its body. It was trembling significantly, like a man panting from exhaustion. It must be hungry since it lost a lot of energy. The hellworm had used up most of its heat. Since the despondency should have been unbearable, it was bound to be attracted to the heat. Rayon brought 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat, which had achieved an even higher purity, around Encia's head. He controlled the aura's movement while examining the hellworm's state through the evil eye of wrath. It's moving. The hellworm carefully moved its legs upon feeling the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat. It moved towards 10,000 Flames cultivation's location while paying attention to Glacier, which was located in the mana circuit on the other side. I'm glad I took it out in advance. The hellworm moved away from where it had been staying for several years, following 10,000 Flames cultivation's aura to the lower part. Rayon controlled the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Evil Eye of Wrath. It wasn't difficult to lead the hellworm to the exit. His head was hurting, probably because his body wasn't suited to use the Evil Eye of Wrath, but he endured the pain to maintain his focus in order to lead the hellworm towards Encia's nasal cavity. It's almost there. Rayon opened his eyes and looked at Encia's nose. The moment the tip of her nose trembled slightly, he put his finger inside to grab the hellworm. Heavenly Blade Leader, I got it. Cheryl immediately realized what he wanted, throwing the glass bottle in her hands at him. Rayon caught it right away, putting the hellworm inside before closing the lid. Tap, tap, tap. The hellworm finally realized it had been tricked. It started to scratch the hell out of the bottle. The way the 10 legs wriggled at the same time was extremely creepy. I'm glad she's sleeping now. Rayon sighed while looking at Encia. No matter how cool her personality was, she was bound to be shocked if she saw the worm coming out of her nose. Making her fall asleep before starting the treatment was the correct decision. Was this inside Encia's body? Frederick came next to him with his eyes wide and examined the hellworm. Yes, this worm is the one that has been emanating heat from Lady Encia's head. Rayon nodded and showed the worm to Frederick and Cheryl. Unlike Frederick, who was speechless, Cheryl freaked out and took a step back. Can you bring this worm with you and research it, Sir Saint? Research. Considering the fact that Temas was targeting Lady Encia, there should be more worms like this. Since it might have been used on other people as well, we need a systematic method to remove it. That was the reason he removed the hellworm. I'm sorry, but I can't guarantee success. I've never seen this before. That's all right. Can you also look into how to deal with rage worms? Rage worm that also must be because of Temas. Since Frederick had heard the entire story, he was aware that the rage worm was the cause of Temas' death. I'll do my best. He gave a big nod despite the difficulty of the issue. And one more thing. Again, is there one more? Cold sweat appeared on Frederick's forehead. He really started feeling uncomfortable about it. The maid who injected that worm into Lady Encia must have been brainwashed. Brainwash? I'd like to find a way to undo that brainwashing. A crimson flame was ignited in Rayon's eyes. It's the foremost priority in order to shatter Darius' plans. Dealing with the people manipulated by him was necessary in order to destroy Darius Robert. Destroying the Hellworm, Rage Worm, and brainwashing should remove 1/3 of his power. And the best expert suitable for the job was the ragged Saint Frederick standing in front of him. You must be worried about the ringleader behind this incident. Indeed. All right, I'll do my best to investigate them. Frederick nodded with serious eyes. About brainwashing, I know an expert in that area. Talking with him should do the job. He apparently already had a plan, as his eyes sparkled while looking at the hellworm inside the bottle. He looked rather interested in it himself. As the last one, Rayon grabbed Encia's wrist once again. He absorbed all of the remaining hellworm's heat inside her before cleansing her mana circuit with Glacier. Frederick treated her after that, and her skin, which used to be swollen and returned to the original color. Lady Encia. Rayon called out Encia's name while standing next to her. Encia slowly opened her eyes before slowly raising herself. Wow, Sir Rayon is so damn handsome, even though I was looking at you sideways while lying down. How is that even possible? She exclaimed while staring at Rayon's face. It's literally a piece of art, huh? She raised her hand to express her feelings, then suddenly stopped. What? Encia turned her head once she noticed that her arm and hand had become thin and white. What is happening? Her lips were trembling as she looked around at Rayon, Frederick, and Cheryl, one after the other. It doesn't hurt either. It's not painful at all, and my body feels cool. Tears started to drip from her big eyes. Am I cured now? Am I not going to suffer anymore? Her lips were shivering. I can work again, right? Can I chase my dream once again? You are fine now. Rayon nodded at her while looking at the wave pouring from Encia's eyes. Encia covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Her cries were storming with all kinds of emotions, the ones that she had been suppressing so far. Rayon, Frederick, and Cheryl smiled faintly as they silently watched Encia's lamenting wail. My lord, Rimmer shouted while kicking the audience chamber's door open to enter, just like when he usually entered the training ground. That news is apparently true. What? Glenn briskly stood up from the throne. It was an extremely rare reaction coming from him, but neither Rimmer nor Roan paid any attention to that. It's true that Rayon became a master and saved the saint by slaying the blood-raving demon, red wolf demon, and black-winged demon. The shadow agents have confirmed it. Rimmer violently shook the letter in his hand. He was so surprised when he first heard the news that he figured it must have been a lie or an exaggeration at least. However, that wasn't the case. Rayon really became a master to slay 3 masters from Eden and managed to save the saint. Because of that outrageous feat, his name was spreading throughout the continent, let alone inside Zeeghart. HMPH. Glenn narrowed his eyes, and the letter in Rimmer's hand floated by itself to fly towards the throne. He opened the letter to read the contents. Just like Rimmer had said, it was about Rayon's actions, and the seal of the Shadow Agent's leader was stamped on it. I knew he would become a master sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon, and I never imagined he would slay 3 masters right after becoming one. Rimmer fell onto his back while speaking about how ridiculous that was. Honestly, I can only describe it as crazy. Roan was also standing there dumbfounded, his jaw dropped, despite the way he usually maintained his smile. 18 years old, our Rayon is the youngest master in the continent's history. Rimmer started dancing, rejoicing Rayon's feat as if it were his own business. Calm down a little. Glenn narrowed his eyes and shook his hand, but he couldn't hide the fact that the corners of his lips were about to reach the ceiling. You should say that again after hiding your smile. Rimmer giggled, pointing at Glenn's mouth. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and forced himself to grimace, but a faint smile reappeared on his face before he knew it. Was he injured? I read about that as well. It said he was severely injured, but there won't be any lasting effects. I guess that's obvious since the saint is right next to him. Rimmer immediately responded since he'd already checked that part as well. Honestly, we all knew that Rayon would become a master. Indeed, Roan nodded. However, I'm sure no one would have even imagined that he could slay the blood-raving demon before becoming a master, and slay both Red Wolf Demon and Black-Winged Demon together right after becoming one. He doesn't just surpass common sense, but even imagination. Rimmer jumped around in excitement, just like when he won a large amount of money from gambling. My lord, you should give him a grand welcome once he returns. He's the youngest master and has slain 3 masters of Eden, and even managed to save your dear friend the saint, after all. Of course, I'm planning to reward him accordingly. I'm not talking about that, not as the head of house. Rimmer pounded his chest in irritation. I'm saying that you should praise your grandson and tell him that he did a good job as a grandfather. How long are you planning to sit back and watch? You love him so much, yet why do you never tell him about it? Glenn was unable to respond, simply closing his eyes. Once he managed to sort out his thoughts, he shook his head. It's true that he's my grandson and has achieved a great feat. I'm going to give him enough rewards for his achievement. However, I'm only doing that as the head of house. I've never given any special treatment to my sons or daughters. Arg, seriously. Rimmer violently shook his head. I don't even know anymore. I'm so annoyed that I need to gamble today. He swirled his hand before leaving through the door of the Lord's manor. I agree with Sir Rimmer this time. I think it would be better to at least express some of your feelings. Roan politely bowed before leaving the Lord's manor, just like Rimmer. Glenn stared at the door for a moment before leaning back on his throne. He frowned while looking at his right hand, where a long scar still remained. Of course, I know that. However, when Sylvia had a hard time in the house, with no one to help her, and when she gave up everything and left the house, he'd never done anything for her. He completely forgot about his youngest daughter's existence and focused on getting stronger and shedding his enemy's blood. He looked for Sylvia when he finally realized his mistake, but it was too late. His granddaughter and son-in-law were already dead before he could even see their faces. It was impossible for him to show affection to Rayon and Sylvia after everything he'd done. Glenn closed his eyes. His face wasn't an emotionless god of war anymore, but a human being in distress. Every member of Light Wind, including Run-On, were gathered inside Rayon's room. It was an unusual sight since they were calmly staring at Rayon's mouth. First of all, the middle energy center opens once you become a master. You get a shattering feeling of a small wall inside your body, and your aura becomes a lot sturdier. Rayon pointed at his middle energy center at his solar plexus. How did it feel when your middle energy center opened? Did it feel refreshing? Dorian asked, his eyes wide. Rather than refreshing, it's thrilling. It felt like lightning passed through me from head to toe. Then do you become capable of using astral energy as soon as that middle energy center opens? Do you automatically get knowledge about astral energy? Buran shoved his head forward with nervous gazes. You don't get the knowledge, but you instinctively realize how to use the middle energy center. Doesn't it become slower to circulate your aura if it goes past the middle energy center? That makes sense, but the mana circuit becomes more activated once the middle energy center opens, making the circulation even faster overall. How much faster does it get? Martha, who was pretending she wasn't interested, also stepped up to him and asked. It becomes at least twice as fast, and the aura's quantity and qualities also increase. It almost felt like I became a completely different person, even though it was a single wall's difference. Since Rayon also used to be curious about master level when he was an expert, he answered every single one of their questions. Which ice cream do you prefer? Run-On asked a strange question. She apparently thought that was enough questions about master level. Mint chocolate. Rayon ignored wrath and looked at Run-On, and her face was serious. It was apparently a serious question. I prefer cookies and cream. When he was about to answer, a knocking sound could be heard at the door, and Frederick entered after opening the door. Sir Saint, I heard you are leaving in 2 days. Frederick smiled faintly while walking inside. Yes, we shall return to Yan'an since we've finished Lady Encia's treatment. Since the war has ended here, I'll go with you. I need to observe Encia's condition for a bit longer, and I also need to see the maid over there. Rayon nodded. And I need to talk to you about something. Frederick cleared his throat and averted his eyes. Let's go, since there's nothing more for us to hear. Martha was once again the first one to realize his intentions and stood up. I didn't get his answer, though, about the ice cream. You can do that later. She took the slow Run-On out of the room, and Buran, Dorian, and Crane followed them. Tap. After confirming that the door was completely closed, Frederick straightened his back and walked up to Rayon. I realized that I hadn't properly said this to you yet. What? He politely bowed, despite his position and rank. Please don't do this. Rayon briskly stood up in surprise. He never thought the saint would do that to him. I was only returning the favor for your actions during my childhood. I actually didn't even manage to return it completely, since there's a lot more left to be repaid. He wasn't being humble. He only managed to become a master at a young age because of Frederick visiting him every year to activate his body and give him an elixir. What he did was only a portion of what needed to be repaid. Yes, I need to talk about that as well. Frederick sighed deeply and sat on the ground. I have something to tell you about your childhood. My childhood, Rayon frowned, meeting Frederick's awkward gaze. He couldn't even begin to guess what he was about to tell him. What do you mean? Let me explain. I was wondering how long I needed to hide this, but this is a good occasion. Frederick gestured for him to sit down. Rayon sat down opposite him. You must remember me visiting you when you were 4 or 5 years old, but I actually visited you 6 times in total. Rayon briefly licked his lips. I remember all of them. Since he was capable of thinking from the moment he was born, he remembered every single instance of Frederick's visits. He'd seen him for the first time when he was 100 days old, and Frederick visited every year after that until he was 5 years old to treat him and give him an elixir. I went to Zeeghart on my own accord to check on your condition when you were between the ages of 1 and 5, but the first instance wasn't of my own volition, and it wasn't a coincidence either. What? The first time was shortly after he'd received his name from Glenn. I told Sylvia that I dropped by because I heard the news that she had a baby, but... Frederick let out a small sigh and lowered his head. It looked like he was still hesitating as he kept sighing. Sir Saint, all right, I need to put an end to this since I've already started. I actually went to the annex building at someone's request. They asked me to come to Zeeghart immediately to check on your condition and to find an appropriate treatment. It was almost an order at that point. He chuckled, saying that it was the first time someone had made such an unreasonable request. Who was it? I wouldn't have said someone if I was going to disclose their identity. Frederick smiled faintly. His smile felt like he was telling him he should know who it was. I told them that you had the curse of frost, which had no proper cure. Once I mentioned it was necessary to warm your body up with an elixir, that person took out a fire attribute elixir and asked me to hand it over to Sylvia. Rayon's lips parted, the elixir from back then. He swallowed nervously as he learned that the elixir Sylvia warmed up in a bowl for him wasn't from the saint, but from that person. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you before. I had no choice since they asked me to keep it a secret no matter what. You don't need to feel sorry. He just felt thankful that he was telling him the story that should have been kept a secret. That's why I'm apologizing to you. You risked your life to save me, but I'm not actually the person who helped you back then. Please don't say that. Rayon shook his head firmly. I'm thankful to you. The saint was an extraordinary person that many people wanted to serve but were unable to. Even though his first visit was due to a request, it was extremely unlikely that anyone would visit Sieghart 5 more times after that to treat him and give him the elixirs. Even though Frederick told him the truth, Rayon still didn't have any regrets for saving him. Frederick laughed softly while stroking his beard. I'll do my best and research what you've requested in order to repay that debt. You shouldn't consider it a debt. Please don't feel obligated. That makes me feel even more obligated, boy. Rayon and Frederick looked at each other warmly and laughed. So did you figure out who called me back then? Yes. Rayon closed his eyes. There's no way I wouldn't realize. The person called for the ragged Saint Frederick immediately gave him 3 high-grade elixirs and discovered his negative symptoms. If he was still unable to figure out who it was, he would have been better off biting his tongue to kill himself. Who is that? Who the hell wasted those elixirs on you? Wrath tilted his head, unable to figure out who it was. Glenn Sieghart. That's the head of house called for the saint. It was unimaginable, but there was no mistake. The head of house, Glenn Sieghart, called for the saint back then, so he knew about my condition all along. Glenn must have realized when he named Rayon that he was suffering from the coldness of the frost. Then why? Rayon couldn't understand why he feigned ignorance, as if he weren't interested in him. I thought he disliked me. The fact that he let the direct lines and even the collaterals humiliate him and his request to the saint were contradictory. Frederick's mouth twitched as he watched Rayon contemplating that knowledge with lowered eyebrows. He must have realized it was Glenn's doing. Frederick thought Rayon must have figured out it was Glenn before he got all the hints since he was a smart boy. I'm sorry, Iron Mask. Frederick secretly apologized to Glenn, who shouldn't have been aware of the situation at all. However, I still kept it a secret that you visited Rayon every day to pour aura into him, and even used the tablet. Glenn cherished Rayon more than anyone else. He had visited him every day to push out the coldness, and had used the godly tablet in order to call Frederick, which could only be used once in a lifetime. Stop being stupid now, get along in the future. A small smile appeared on Frederick's face as he wished for the awkward grandfather and grandson to become more intimate, since their relationship looked as apathetic as the one between a cow and a chicken on the outside. Sir Saint. Rayon looked like he had many questions to ask. Other than the first time, did you visit me without him making a request? Correct. He didn't say anything to me. In that case, can I ask you a question? Frederick gave a big nod, telling him to ask whatever he wanted. The first time was because of a request, but why did you visit me every year for the next 5 years? It must have been difficult for you to come to Sieghart, since you travel throughout the continent to treat people. Frederick always traveled throughout the continent in order to treat people, rather than staying in one place. It was really exceptional that he visited him every year to treat him despite that. It was because of your eyes. What? How shall I say it? He scratched his head as he chose his words. You weren't crying or laughing even though you were just a newborn baby. Your eyes were as calm and composed as an adult's. I might sound crazy, but your eyes felt like you were determined to stand alone, as if you'd gone through long years of difficulties. Ah. Rayon averted his eyes and chewed his lip. That's exactly it. Because he was betrayed in his previous life, he was planning to grow up without accepting anyone's help in Sieghart before leaving. However, he changed his mind after he associated with many people, starting with Sylvia and Helen. I wanted to change those eyes. I wanted to teach you that there are people in this world who help and love others without anything in return, and to see your smile. Though you wouldn't have been able to understand that at your age, not back then, Frederick awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Rayon clenched his fist. Frederick's sincere feelings tugged at his heartstrings. Since you asked me a question, let me make a request. Please do. Are you going to grant it? Yes. Since Frederick had just displayed his sincerity, there was no way he could refuse. Then try smiling for once. What? Because it was a completely unexpected request, his eyes rounded like the moon. I told you I wanted to see your smile. Since I've never saw you smiling in your childhood, you should try smiling now. Didn't you say just now that you'd grant any of my requests? Rayon covered his cheeks with his hands and frowned. I didn't ask you to frown. I asked you to smile. Isn't there anything else I can do for you? It would have been better if he was asked to fight Eden one more time. Suddenly being asked to smile made his cheeks feel hot in embarrassment. Frederick loudly cleared his throat, urging him to do it. Rayon sighed deeply. When he thought about it, he had never smiled before while Frederick was treating him. Please wait a moment. Rayon pinched his cheeks to stretch them before turning his head around. He smiled as naturally as possible in order to meet Frederick's expectations. It was extremely embarrassing, but he maintained the smile until the end in order to return his feelings. Hoo-hoo. Frederick nodded and smiled softly. Just like Encia said, you look so damn handsome. Rayon sighed, left alone in the room. I don't understand him. He could understand why Glenn called for Frederick. Since his grandson was sick, calling an excellent healer to check his condition was a natural course of action. but why did he hide it? He couldn't understand why he hid everything after calling for the saint, the best healer ever, and gave away 3 whole elixirs. Was he trying to avoid the attention of direct lines and collaterals? That was also unlikely. Glenn held absolute power in Sieghart. Since his influence covered the entirety of Sieghart, a single word would have been enough to stop the palace masters from messing around with the annex building. It's difficult to say that he cherishes me. Glenn never gave him anything for no reason. The judgment ceremony was the only time he'd met Glenn until he was 12 years old, and he'd never received any gifts from him. Since he'd always rewarded him according to his achievements, he'd never had the thought that Glenn might cherish him. No, he was a bit different when he taught me the Supreme Harmony Steps. Instead of telling him the Supreme Harmony Steps principles or giving him a book, he personally demonstrated it for him. Now that he thought about it, Glenn looked different back then. I don't get it. Rayon pulled on his hair. It felt more mysterious the more he thought about it. Tusk, it's obvious. Wrath came up on the bracelet and clicked his tongue. Obvious? Yes, he's trying to use you, that's. Since you are the king of essences, Vessel, you must have been extraordinary from birth. That old man must have realized your talent, and he must be trying to bring fame to the house by using you. He murmured that the human realm was the exact same as devildom. Shut up. Rayon frowned. Naturally, he'd considered that possibility, but Wrath telling him about it irritated him. I need to check the head of house's reaction once we return. He figured he needed to check that in order to find out his intention. Since he was thoroughly used in his previous life, he was certain he would be able to recognize if Glenn was really trying to use him. Knock, knock. Once Rayon finished sorting through his thoughts, a small knocking sound could be heard from the door. It was a familiar sound since he'd heard it multiple times in the city. You can enter. The door opened as soon as he answered. A boy with composed eyes, despite his slightly arrogant appearance, entered. He was Julius, the one who had escaped alongside the saint. Hello. Julius bowed politely. Hello, you aren't hurt, are you? Rayon smiled gently and nodded. Ever since he woke up, Julius had been visiting him almost every day to greet him politely. His actions were completely different from his appearance. You don't need to keep visiting me. You shouldn't feel obligated just because I saved you. Just like Federic's act of kindness when he was a baby, he didn't want anything from Julius in return either. He just wished for him to grow up well without being traumatized by the incident. Julius hesitantly bit his lips. He looked different from his usual smart appearance. You can tell me anything you want. It's okay. Would you mind me going with you? What? I'd like to go with you, Sir Swordsman. Julius made the request with a straight gaze. His determination could be felt from his unwavering eyes. Why would you do that all of a sudden? It's not sudden. I've been thinking about it ever since you saved me and the saint. I heard you were leaving in 2 days, and I thought now would be the only time to ask you. Rayon already had the feeling that his speech was well balanced, despite his young age. He must have been properly educated in courtesy. What about your family? I don't have any. I've been alone ever since my grandfather perished. His nonchalant voice surprised Rayon. I see. Judging from the situation, the war over Julius must have happened after his grandfather's death. Rayon controlled his aura perception while looking into Julius's firm and composed eyes. His body is sturdy and flexible. His mana circuit is He thought Julius was in a pretty good physical condition as he examined inside him before his jaw dropped. How is a kid's mana circuit? His mana circuit was even thicker and wider than a decent swordsman at a sword user's level. The interior was clean, and the energy center was also bigger and sturdier than others. He should have been able to gather aura faster than anyone else if he learned how to cultivate it. This is why everyone was crazy over him. His physical condition was pretty good, but his insides were the real deal. Julius had an amazing talent to reach higher. However, what Rayon liked the most wasn't those conditions. He liked the calm and mature mentality he had, which were rare for children of his age. It's not difficult to take you with us, but this is your hometown. Are you really fine leaving it? It's not like I can never return here, and I think it's fine to keep my hometown in mind. Julius' eyes sparkled, once more sounding older than his young years. All right, I'll tell the Heavenly Blade leader about it, since it's not a difficult request. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. But why did you come to me? It would have been easier if you went to the Heavenly Blade leader in the first place, because you are the one who made me want to go to Sieghart, Sir Swordsman. Rayon could guess what the kid was thinking. He must have been mistaking him for a hero that came to save him. Then you should change your mind. It's not a good idea to come to Sieghart just because of me. No, Julius quickly shook his head. It wasn't a simple decision at all. I felt a human's fragrance from Sir Swordsman rather than a hero. A human's fragrance. I want to become a swordsman that can carry through my goal, with a strong resolution even if I'm not strong enough. I really thought deeply about it, so please accept me. The words human's fragrance and one who can carry through his goal left a strong impression on Rayon. Is that how he saw me? He wasn't sure what part of Rayon made Julius describe him as such, but it wasn't a bad feeling. All right, we will be leaving in 2 days, so don't be late. Julius bowed deeply before leaving the room. Wrath licked his lips while staring at Julius back. Why does this guy get all those? Rayon looked down at Wrath. Is there something special about that kid? No idea. Wrath returned to the bracelet, showing that he had no intention of telling him. I need to check. 2 days later. Rayon left the mansion he was staying in, ready to leave Retran. Everyone had already finished their preparations and were waiting in front of Encia's carriage. You are too late just because you are the protagonist. Cheryl frowned, leaning her back against the carriage. It's not the appointed time for departure yet, though. You have to win all arguments, don't you? Rayon pointed at the sky and Cheryl chuckled before going to the front of the carriage. Sir Rayon, the carriage's window opened and Encia came out. With her swelling having died out, her refreshing appearance was shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Sir Rayon, it wasn't just her face, her entire upper body came out of the window as she waved her hand. Woa, you are so freaking handsome today as well. It's the best so far. You look even more handsome now that I can open my eyes wide. My lady, please stop, she's even more excited. Rayon scratched his chin. Encia was rampaging even more now, shouting about his handsomeness because her pain had disappeared. Do you feel any discomfort? My back used to hurt a bit, but it doesn't anymore. Sir Rayon's face is my medicine, and his face is my food. Dealing with her felt uncomfortable, but he at least felt relieved from how much brighter she got compared to when she used to suffer so much from the pain. I thought my impression would change when the pain faded away, but not at all. He's just so handsome. He's a good person even though he's handsome. He's smart even though he's handsome, and he's even a master on top of being handsome. Encia was almost praising his handsomeness even after she got dragged back into the carriage by her maids. She got even worse. The ugly ones are just so sad. I want to die. You can't do that yet. The river is cold. I'm ugly, stupid, and still an expert. The Heavenly Blade members and the Light Wind members standing around the carriage started screaming while grasping their heads. Hoo-hoo, wow. Frederick giggled as he watched them, and Julius just stared blankly at them. Damn handsome, freaking handsome, a master on top of being handsome. Run-On nodded, repeating Encia's words several times. She was apparently trying to remember them. Get ready if you're done playing around. Yes, Rayon followed Cheryl's order and mounted his horse. The other swordsmen also got into positions in front of the horses in the carriage, waiting for the order to leave. Our destination is House Yanan. The mission isn't over. Never let your guard down. Yes, depart. Just like last time, Cheryl rode her horse in the front row, and everyone else followed. As they slowly followed the main street on their horses, people swarmed around them from both sides. Woa, I'm definitely going to repay the favor of saving my life. Please call me anytime you need me. I'll go anywhere to help. The surviving swordsmen from Houses Basin and Tryon were saluting with their swords, holding their swords down vertically. It was an expression of their resolution to repay the great debt they'd received. That's enough. You should return and start training. Cheryl shook her hand at the swordsman with a faint smile on her face. Woa, Sir Rayon, the Frostfire Sword of Valor. We will be looking forward to hearing from you. Frostfire Sword of Valor. When Rayon passed by them, they cheered louder than all the other times combined. Everyone's eyes widened at the ear-splitting sound. Frostfire Sword of Valor. Rayon tilted his head since it was his first time hearing about it. They are talking about you. Burin came up next to him and pointed at him with his chin. Me. It's a new nickname for Rayon Sieghart, an honorable swordsman who ran into Eden's trap without hesitation in order to repay his gratitude from his childhood, only to slay the blood-raving demon, the red wolf demon, and the black-winged demon. He smiled happily as if it were his own matter. And the best part is the single-strike match against the evil goat demon. The entire continent was deeply impressed by the fact that you didn't lower your sword until the very end in order to protect the saint and the boy. Dorian frowned, saying that it was a shame he didn't witness that scene directly. But why the Frostfire Sword of Valor? It must mean that you are a valiant swordsman who can use ice and fire at the same time, while also meaning flower at the same time. Anyway, it's a really nice title. I also want a nickname like that. Crane came up next to him and nodded, saying that he was jealous. Rayon waved his hand at the people who were smiling brightly while calling his name and nickname. Their cheers became even louder, to the point where his hearing grew muffled and his heart started pounding. After what happened at Habon Castle, he realized once again that he felt a strange excitement from people cheering for his name and creating a nickname for him. Rosie and the other priests came to them from the castle gate and bowed. Once they raised their hands towards the sky, a white light surged to surround everyone in the party. May the blessings be with the heroes. Rosie and the priests raised their heads and smiled gently. May the blessings be with you. Rayon bowed to the priests after Cheryl's greeting before leaving Retran. Even though they were outside the city, they could still hear the people's cheers. I thought I was going to die from my heart pounding so hard. I know, right? My heart is still pounding. Dorian and Crane were blushing with awkward smiles on their faces. Tusk, that wasn't even a big deal. Get a grip. Despite what they said, Martha and Burin's faces also looked excited. Run-On was the most composed among them, eyes as blank as the horses. Rayon smiled faintly at them before looking at the sky. Since their job was over, there was just one thing left to do. Rewards after completing the mission. It was already decided. Mere artifacts weren't what he wanted from House Yanan. TN, fire and flower use the same characters. It's also why the 10,000 Flames cultivation has flower petals made of fire. Rayon grasped the hilt of his sword after looking around Krun Forest. All of the corpses have disappeared. All of the corpses of the assassins that had attacked the carriage before they'd arrived in Retran were nowhere to be seen. Judging from the countless non-human footprints around, monsters or animals must have carried them away, or it might have been Darius Roberts' doing. That crazy bastard was fully capable of discarding the assassins' corpses just in case. Anyway, it feels great since it must have been a heavy blow to him. He had to be unbearably angry. Darius was an extreme perfectionist. He always planned ahead and only made his move when he was absolutely certain of his success. Since his plan to control House Yanan was completely shattered, despite more than 10 years of preparation, he must have been going out of his mind. He also must have heard the rumors. Sieghart, on the other hand, gained the youngest master in the continent through the incident, even becoming closer to House Yanan. Darius must have been clenching his teeth from the irritation he felt over the matter. I'd like to see that face. Rayon grinned while imagining the distorted face of Darius Robert. Wow, he's so handsome even though he's just smiling to himself. The sun is useless at this point. Encia was staring blankly at Rayon with her arms placed across the window. The maids were trying to stop her, but it was pointless. Dorian, you shouldn't go that way. There's a devil over there who will destroy your self-esteem. Crane tried to stop Dorian from sticking next to Rayon. I know, but I was curious about why he was smiling to himself. Dorian tilted his head while looking at Rayon's face from the side. Just think about it. He became a sword master at 18 years of age, obtained the nickname Frostfire Sword of Valor from saving the saint, and he is even handsome on top of all. There's no way he wouldn't be smiling. Crane frowned. If I were him, I would have been grinning like an idiot the entire day. Dorian frowned and averted his gaze. There was a kid on his right who was staring at Rayon as much as Encia did. I think his name was Julius. He'd never talked to him before, but he knew that he was extremely talented in martial arts and was following Rayon to join Sieghart. Isn't the forest dark? Dorian went next to Julius with the intention of chatting with him a little. I know, this place can be scary for kids. Crane lowered his pitch as if he were trying to scare him. Actually, there's a rumor that ghosts appear. Excuse me, Julius politely bowed to Dorian and Crane. Can you move away? I can't see Sir Rayon anymore. He furrowed his brows, asking them to quickly get out of his sight. Ha-hoo. Julius' completely unexpected reaction made Dorian and Crane drop their jaws. What did you say just now? I'm planning my future while watching Sir Rayon. I'm sorry, but please get away. Even though his intonation was extremely polite, he was basically telling them to get away because I don't want to see people like you. What kind of future are you planning while looking at the vice squad leader? Dorian barely managed to control his facial expression as he looked at Julius. Grandfather told me there are many things to learn from a powerful warrior, even if they aren't doing anything. I was thinking about what I can learn from him from the way he examines the world and rides his horse. Julius responded politely, but his eyes were telling him to get away already. In that case you can just look at me. Crane pointed at himself with his thumb and grinned. I'm also pretty good with a sword and am really great at horse riding. Honestly, I'm even better than the vice squad leader at riding a horse. I'll give you special permission to observe me. He murmured that he'd been riding a horse ever since he was 5 to brag. However, Julius' expression froze up instead. I'm sorry, but I'm only planning to learn from someone I've acknowledged. The kid shook his hand, gesturing to him to get away already since he wasn't interested in him. How about me then? Dorian made the grave mistake of asking that question, despite knowing the answer. Julius just sighed without even responding. Dorian and Crane's eyes lost focus from the new shock. I was already ugly, and now I'm even getting looked down on by a kid. I want to die. As soon as the river becomes warmer, I'm going to. They laid flat on their horses as if they'd lost consciousness. Burin chuckled and went to Julius. You made the right decision. There's not much to learn from those guys. He tapped his scabbard and nodded at Julius. I like your noble etiquette. You are very well educated. Grandfather told me that a human being without courtesy is pretty much an animal. He must have been a nice grandfather. All right, I'll check your talent once we arrive at Sieghart. Burin smiled gently with his sharp eyes and patted Julius' shoulder. What is your name, Sir Swordsman? Burin, my name is Burin Sieghart. Your demeanor is also excellent, Sir Burin. I can tell just from looking at your riding posture that you are a noble man. Burin's nose reached 1 inch higher from Julius' compliment. However, I said this before, but I'd only like to learn from the people I've acknowledged. Please excuse me. Burin's jaw dropped to the ground. I have also failed. Who the hell did you even acknowledge? Sir Rayon, Lady Shirl, Sir Saint, and Sir Ekin. Julius listed the 4 people's names as if it were obvious. All of them were already at master level. Do I need to be a master to earn his recognition? Kids nowadays, they are scary. Sniff, appearance there, and ability here. Is there anywhere in the world average people like us can even live? Buran, Crane, and Dorian looked at Julius' gaze with trembling chins, since his arrogance was reaching the stratosphere despite his polite intonation. HMPH, what a bunch of idiots. Martha snorted, laughing at their idiocy. Of course, she didn't go to Julius herself. Please get away, everyone. I need to watch Sir Rayon right now. Julius squeezed in between them to examine Rayon, telling them to get away already. Rayon chuckled as he heard their conversation. The trip isn't going to be boring. It would be better if my mouth weren't bored either. Try eating beef jerky. We finally arrived. Dorian rubbed his belly pocket while looking up at House Yanan's main gate. It was a bit boring because nothing happened. Crane licked his lips in regret. Who would be crazy enough to attack a party with 1 grandmaster and 3 masters? Buran clicked his tongue and went towards the gate. That's true. Rayon nodded while looking at the carriage that was stopped in front of the gate. Just like Buran said, no one had attacked them on their way back to House Yanan, and even animals and monsters had been completely avoiding them. He had more difficulties dealing with people who recognized him and came to greet him, telling him that they were deeply impressed by what he'd done. She's back. Our lady is back. Gasp. The gatekeepers, who were guarding House Yanan's main gate, violently hit the yellow bell upon noticing the carriage. The gatekeeper on the right started to open the gate even before the bell started to resound. Wow, and Sia jumped out through the carriage's window before running towards the gatekeepers. Shihen Kappan, I'm back. She hugged the 2 gatekeepers while calling their names. My lady, you really got better. House Yanan's gatekeepers smiled brightly as they saw that Insia had completely recovered. Gasp, my lady, Lady Insia. House Yanan's artisans and servants came out after hearing the bell, swarming towards Insia. Kichaitin, Isterin, Yadella, Piscal, Tere, Doyen. Insia smiled like the sun while calling every single name of the people who came to her. The tears flowing from her eyes were as bright as her smile. Yuwa, you are finally back. My lady, it's a relief. Seriously. Congratulations. The people from House Yanan surrounded Insia, shedding tears full of affection and smiles. Rayon tilted his head while watching Insia and the people from House Yanan. How curious. It was curious that Insia knew every single name of those people, and the way they were all congratulating her from the bottom of their hearts. Are there no factions here at all? Large houses usually had factions. For example, if Buran managed to cure his incurable disease, not everyone in Sieghart would have been happy about it. However, the people in that house were all screaming in joy, from the gatekeepers to the general administrator. Since it felt similar to the annex building, where Sylvia and Helen were waiting for him, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Insia turned around and pointed at the swordsman after enjoying the reunion with the house's people. Welcome to House Yanan, benefactors. People from House Yanan bowed deeply until their heads reached the ground. Don't mention it. When Rayon and the swordsman were about to shake their hands to stop them, Insia continued, and he is the most amazing star on the continent, Sir Rayon himself. His face shines like the sun. She suddenly pointed at Rayon and shouted that he was amazing. Ooh, he's the one. I saw him before, but he's really amazing when I see him close up like this. His facial features have golden proportions. I want to use him as a model for my work. How could a living human have such a face? The artisans from House Yanan ran up to Rayon with a fervent glow in their eyes. Rayon stepped back and looked around, but he couldn't find anyone that could help him. Everyone had already moved far back. I thought there was only one Insia. All of the artisans' eyes were glittering. They were apparently holding back before because of Insia's sickness. Tusk, it's a shame that they can't see the King of Essence's absolute beauty. They would have become the King of Essence's slaves if they did. Clap, as Rayon ignored wrath and backed away from them, and a loud clapping sound could be heard. Calm down, everyone. They are our guests. Oh, I am sorry. It's an occupational disease. Michelle Yanan, the head of House Yanan and Insia's mother, smiled gently from behind them. The artisans backed off at once, even though they were swarming him like zombies craving flesh. Mom, Insia. Insia looked like she was flying into the sky as she ran into Michelle's embrace, and Michelle accepted her weight before patting her back. You've done a great job. The mother and daughter held each other's hands tightly and didn't separate for a long time. Even though Rayon couldn't see their faces, he could imagine what kind of expression they were making. Watching them made my exhaustion disappear. Dorian wiped away tears while watching Insia and Michelle. That's not a big deal. Wrath averted his eyes and sniffled. Rayon simply nodded without arguing with them. Just as they said, just watching them was enough to warm his heart. Indeed. After the touching reunion, Rayon was guided to Michelle's office along with Cheryl and Frederick. Although the room was still in a mess, it was cleaner than the last time. She must have cleaned it up to welcome guests. Michelle stood up from the sofa and bowed politely. I'll never forget about it for the rest of my life. Her slightly shivering voice revealed that her words were coming from the bottom of her heart. We only did our job. Cheryl also seemed to be in a better mood than usual as she smiled deeply. And he took care of pretty much everything on this mission. You should thank him instead. Same goes for me. I don't deserve so much gratitude. Frederick and Cheryl pointed at Rayon at the same time. Despite her status as head of house, Michelle bowed deeply at Rayon, who was far younger than herself. I've only done my best for the mission. You sound really trustworthy. She nodded with a refreshing smile on her face. As the head of House Yanan, I declare that the mission we requested from Sieghart is now officially over. Michelle took out the tablet with Glenn's name engraved on it and placed it on the table. The red sword emblem embedded at the center was sparkling. As an agent sent by Glenn Sieghart, I confirm the end of the mission. Cheryl bowed, taking the tablet and putting it in her inner pocket. It signaled the removal of the debt Glenn had towards House Yanan. I'm going to return what I've borrowed then. After they finished their conversation, Rayon placed the black bag on the table that he had put underneath it before. It contained the artifacts he'd borrowed, except for the consumable ones that had disappeared after being used. Ah. Michelle bit her lip as she examined the artifacts that looked brand new because they were neatly maintained. Astonishment could be seen in her gaze even with her lowered head. Is he really returning all of them? In order to save Encia, Rayon had argued against Temaz, had defeated countless assassins, and had risked his life to rescue the saint from Eden. She was extremely thankful to him, since he'd saved her daughter's life, which was even more important than her own life. She wouldn't have complained even if he took all those items and asked for legendary artifacts on top of them. And yet he was returning them all. It was simply unbelievable. He really is extraordinary. Michelle raised her head to look at Rayon. She could feel how trustworthy he was from his unwavering eyes. She could understand why the word valor was included in his nickname. Facing his courageous red eyes, she had to thank him even though he was only returning her items. Sir Rayon, you can keep them all. It's way better that way than us keeping them in storage. Encia suddenly interfered, despite having been silently staring at Rayon's face. Be quiet, you little rascal. Michelle smacked Encia's back. She looked worried for a second when Encia screamed, but she sighed once she realized Encia had recovered. I told you before you left. Michelle scattered the artifacts around the floor. She was almost demonstrating why the room was so dirty at that point. I said that I would grant any wish you have once Encia was healed and returned safely. Do you remember? Of course I do. Cheryl nodded. Please tell me your wish. I'll try my best to grant any wishes you have. She brought up the subject, showing that she was serious about it. Rayon, yes, since you handled this mission, you should tell her. Cheryl gave away the amazing opportunity to Rayon without hesitating in the slightest. Rayon bowed at Cheryl, then closed his eyes. That should be the best. In order to achieve his objective, he needed to benefit the house rather than himself. He needed something better than just an effective artifact. He slowly opened his eyes, his lips parting as he looked straight at Michelle. Want the pre-exclusive rights of House Yanan's artifacts. Pre-exclusive rights, yes. I'd like House Yanan to prioritize Sieghart in the future whenever you produce unique or higher-grade artifacts for sale. We will pay handsomely for them. That's... Michelle and Cheryl's eyes widened, as they didn't expect him to suggest a trade between houses instead of asking for some great artifact. Additionally, I'd like you to prioritize the Light Wind Squad for the sale if the artifact can be used for training. Rayon added one more request, because the growth of the Light Wind Squad was his first priority. Rayon, that's not something we can decide on the spot. Cheryl sighed and shook her head. Even a head of house can't easily decide on that matter. You should stop making such a difficult demand. I agree. There are countless people who want to buy House Yanan's artifacts. Even though it's just a pre-exclusive right, it's too important to be decided right now. Cheryl and Frederick shook their heads, telling him that it couldn't be decided so easily. Mom, what are you even thinking about? You obviously have to accept it. On the other hand, Encia frowned while massaging Michelle's shoulder and told her she shouldn't be contemplating over such an obvious decision. Sir Rayon is always right since he is handsome. He is smart on top of being handsome. He is strong on top of being handsome, and he is kind on top of being handsome. Moreover, I can meet Sir Rayon whenever you show him the artifacts. Her real intentions came out at the end. Geez, Michelle pushed Encia aside and sighed. I know you need some time to think over it. I'll give you enough time to decide. Rayon calmly looked at Michelle. Just as the other people mentioned, it wasn't an easy decision to make, and he expected her to take a pretty long time. No. Michelle shook her head after a short contemplation. Rayon frowned because her response was too fast, an immediate refusal. As he was about to ask her to reconsider because her decision was too quick, Michelle continued, We really will pay a reasonable price. I accept what, unexpectedly, she accepted his suggestion right away. It was so fast that Rayon was surprised, despite being the one who made that suggestion. Cheryl and Frederick's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? We need to decide on the details, but I accept the pre-exclusive rights. Her serious gaze as she nodded told him that she wasn't joking. Why? Cheryl came up to her and asked. Her eyes were disclosing her confusion. I'm basically an artisan, but I'm also a merchant responsible for an entire house. Even though I don't have a knack for business, I'm aware that an investment has to be properly made when it comes down to it. With her fingers locked together in front of her, Michelle looked around Cheryl, Frederick, and Rayon one after the other. I believe now is the right moment to invest in House Ziegharter, rather Rayon Zieghardt. Are you investing in me? Rayon swallowed nervously. He didn't expect her to say that she would invest in him rather than Zieghardt. I see. Cheryl and Frederick remained composed. They were apparently expecting that answer from her. I've seen countless people as the head of House Yanan, but I've never seen anyone who had such trustworthy eyes. I chose Sir Rayon instead of Tema's because of those red eyes that even a ruby wouldn't compare to. I'm going to trust those eyes one more time. Michelle winked with a cool smile. I've never seen anyone as handsome as Sir Rayon either. Yes, indeed. Michelle caressed Encia's head, then reached out her right hand on the table. I accept your suggestion about pre-exclusive rights. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the hand in front of him. Even though that was what he wanted, he felt a heavy responsibility because his name was at stake. Rayon. He turned his head around at hearing Cheryl's voice. It's faster than I thought, but this will allow you to advance to the whole continent. Congratulations. If he managed to reach this position at 18 years of age, he shall become even bigger than him. The two people were looking at him with faint smiles on their faces, urging him to grab her hand. The worldly matters don't go as planned. Rayon let out a small sigh before grabbing Michelle's hand. The trade has been established. Michelle smiled brightly. I'm jealous. Encia licked her lips while staring at Michelle, who was holding Rayon's hand. In that case, you should become the head of house in my stead. Yes, I will. I'll definitely become the head of house. She clenched her fist, resolving herself to become the head. Michelle watched her cheerful daughter's resolution with a smile before extending her hand towards the ground. She took a box with a crossed emblem of red and blue dragons, placing it on the table. Please accept this as a gift to celebrate the pre-exclusive contract between Yanan and Zieghardt. She pushed the box towards him with a smile. It's a legendary artifact. I hope it will be useful to you, Sir Rayon. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the box with red and blue dragons embedded on it. Is this really a legendary artifact? Michelle had taken the box from among lumps of junk instead of a separate location. The way she gave it to him looked like she picked up a pebble on the ground, yet she was sure pricing him it was a legendary artifact. I guess that's how she stores all of her artifacts. The high-grade artifacts he'd returned earlier were also scattered around on the ground. It just seemed to be her personality that meant she never organized anything. Try opening it. All right. Rayon opened the box after facing Michelle's anticipatory gaze. A ring. There was a ring inside the box, and it had a peculiar shape. It was a strange figure, resembling red and blue dragons biting each other's tails. What amazing craftsmanship. The two dragons forming the rings were so nicely made that everything from their facial features to every single scale looked alive. Only famous artisans should have been able to engrave so many details into such a small ring. This artifact is called the blue and red ring. That ring should be helpful for Sir Rayon, since you can use both fire and water attributes. Fire and water attributes. Yes, it has the ability to amplify the power of fire and water attribute mana and absorb the impact inside your body. Rayon's lips parted as he looked at the blue and red ring. If it was truly capable of enhancing the two attributes' aura and reducing internal injury, it was a perfect artifact for him. Did she prepare this in advance for me? Michelle must have picked the artifact he needed the most after hearing the story of his battle. I was planning to keep it to commemorate the moment instead of selling it, but it found the right owner in the end. Michelle's eyes seemed sentimental as she looked at the blue and red ring. There must have been a story behind it. Is it really okay for me to accept this? Rayon licked his lips while caressing the box that contained the blue and red ring. Since the pre-exclusive rights were already a huge reward for him, he felt uncomfortable about receiving such a ring in addition. Moreover, he felt especially reluctant because the mission was about saving someone's life. Of course, this artifact's creator is also going to be glad if Sir Rayon accepts it. Creator, hoo-hoo. Michelle looked aside while laughing lightly. Sir Rayon is so damn handsome, whether you are under the natural light or indoor lighting. Encia was grinning there like a fool while staring at Rayon, who was holding the blue and red ring. By any chance, that's right. The blue and red ring is the first legendary artifact crafted by Encia, though we couldn't even advertise it because her illness appeared right after she made it. Rayon gasped at Encia. How is this possible? Encia looked in her early to mid-20s at most. Since she had collapsed 2 years ago, that meant that she managed to create a legendary artifact at around 20 years of age. Rayon couldn't close his mouth at how ridiculous it was. She is another genius who will cause an uproar throughout the continent. I've never heard of anyone crafting a legendary artifact in their 20s. Cheryl and Frederick's eyes widened, also surprised by the fact that Encia had made the blue and red ring. Yoo-hoo-hoo. The genius herself was just smiling like a fool while watching Rayon, not even realizing that she was being complimented. Encia, he's so freaking handsome. Encia, I'll never get bored of watching Ak. Focus finally returned to Encia's eyes after Michelle smacked her back. Encia, is it okay if we give the blue and red ring to Sir Rayon? Of course. A piece of work is only completed upon meeting a good master, after all. Encia's ocean blue eyes glowed with wisdom. It seemed to be the true appearance of the artisan who created a legendary artifact in her 20s. Actually, that ring has one more effect. Is there another effect on top of mana enhancement and internal injury reduction? Yes, Encia nodded while radiating confidence with her entire body. She really is extraordinary. There was no way the successor candidate of House Yan'an, who created a legendary artifact in her 20s, would be an idiot who only cared about appearance. Then what's the last ability? Rayon was filled with anticipation as he opened his mouth, just like when he met Encia the first time. I didn't expect it to have that ability either, but it makes your skin smoother and brighter. What? Rayon tilted his chin as he heard a completely unexpected ability. In short, it's a cosmetic ability. I'm looking forward to how much more handsome you are going to become once you wear it, Sir Rayon. Encia stuck out her face while rubbing her hands. It looked like she was going to drool from her open mouth like that. Try wearing it already. She broadly swayed her hand, urging him to wear the blue and red ring. Rayon swallowed nervously. It was my mistake. The way she only cared about appearance was her true form, and the mysterious atmosphere she had earlier must have been fake. Hurry up, all right. He let out a small sigh and put on the blue and red ring. He expected it to be rough, but his finger fit into the ring smoothly instead. The moment he completely equipped the blue and red ring, blue and red lights radiated from the two dragons' eyes, and energy pierced into his mana circuit like a thread to harmonize with it. 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier in his energy center were the energies of the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier, which activated by themselves, had a completely different sturdiness and size than before. The mana enhancement effect of the blue and red ring was bigger and faster than he'd thought. I can also understand how it protects my insides. Countless mana particles, which were soft and small at the same time, were spread out inside his body. They seemed to be the ones reducing the impact on his system. Amazing, Rayon's eyes sparkled as he looked at the blue and red ring. It was a legendary artifact for a good reason, since he could immediately feel the aura enhancement and the internal injury reduction effects. What the hell? Wrath came up on the bracelet, his nose wrinkled. Why are there so many pushovers in the world? Why does everyone crave giving you all the good stuff? He screamed, saying that he couldn't possibly get so many rewards from a single mission. He must have been irritated because Rayon got all those rewards after getting so many stats from him. Stupid pushovers, Rayon snickered while watching Wrath breath out cold steam over his head. And you are the biggest one of them all. Since he shouldn't cut the giving tree, he didn't tell Wrath that he was also one of those pushovers. This is amazing. Rayon smiled in excitement while lifting the blue and red ring. However, the other people weren't looking at the blue and red ring, but at Rayon's face instead, their eyes wide. Gasp. His face is really shining. He became twice as handsome. His face is literally filled with handsomeness. Michelle and Frederick gasped, and Encia's eyes became so big that they could pop out. That ring is pretty effective. I can feel your spirit from your face. Even Cheryl stuttered, even though she didn't normally care about appearances. Rayon took off the blue and red ring from his finger, sighing briefly. I think I should only wear this ring during fights. Daybreak, 3 days later. Rayon and the Sieghart swordsmen relieved their fatigue and finished their preparations to return. The swordsmen were wearing new accessories on their wrists and fingers, which were all gifts from Encia. Prepare to leave. Double check that you haven't left anything behind. Like always, Cheryl came out before anyone else to check on the condition of the swordsmen. Yes. Rayon and the swordsman nodded, checking their equipment and bags once again. I'm really sad that I can't see Sir Rayon anymore for a while. Encia covered her mouth and frowned, bags under her eyes. She looked like she couldn't sleep at all the night before. I almost want to fall sick once again. I'm not even joking. Her completely unwavering eyes were telling him she was serious. Rayon started to feel a bit afraid of her. Damn, and freaking handsome over and over again. I'm so tired of it. But today is the last time we have to see that self-esteem thief. Be patient. Dorian and Crane shook their heads while staying away from Encia. Encia looked around at them and smiled brightly. That self-esteem demon is coming. She's following us to Sieghart. Yes, Dorian, yes, let's die. Yes, Crane and Dorian's faces twisted as they sank to the ground. Lady Encia. Burin went to Encia while touching the turquoise necklace around his neck. Is it really okay for me to have something like this? I agree. We barely did anything compared to Rayon. Martha also frowned while looking at the brown bracelet around her wrist. She must have also felt uncomfortable about it. Of course it is. You've defended me against the assassin's attack and also saved Retran. Please feel free to keep them. And Sia nodded with a refreshing smile on her face. Moreover, Yanan and Sieghart are going to advance together in the future. You can consider it a gift and a bribe to remember that contract, she joked while shaking her hand in order to relieve their pressure. I'll gladly accept it in that case. Even her personality is nice. Rayan smiled faintly while watching Sia greet the swordsman. She had many considerations on top of her excellent abilities. He could understand why everyone in House Yanan cherished her so much. Sir Rayan, can't you just stay and live here? I'm almost addicted to your face. It's a drug. It would have been great if she didn't have that aspect to her. Rayan sighed and turned around. Sir Rayan. Michelle walked up to him with a small smile. I'd like to have a word with you. Is that okay? Of course. Rayan nodded and followed Michelle. I should have said this before, but I only managed to bring this up now. She stopped at the garden entrance where two trees entwined with each other. Do you have a marriage partner by any chance? What? Rayan's eyes widened. He thought she would talk about business, but Michelle was talking about marriage, which was completely unexpected for him. Judging from your expression, you must not have one. That's true. Then what do you think about my daughter as your spouse? Michelle looked at Sia, who was holding Runon's hands to teach her strange words. I'm not saying this because she's my daughter. I think she objectively has a pretty good personality, appearance, and ability. Not to mention, our house is remarkable enough as well. She continued while smiling faintly. Since she loves Sir Rayan a lot, can you give it a thought? Michelle's tone was completely calm. That meant that she was serious, with no jokes involved. Rayan briefly exhaled. I haven't really thought about that. The first objective for his new life was revenge, and the second objective was Sylvia and the annex building occupants' happiness. After that, he started many troubles, and the number of enemies increased even further. It was impossible to shove Darius into the gutter without risking his life. Since he could die at any moment, he never thought about his own future. He'd been only focusing on getting stronger. I'm sorry, but I never thought about that. I don't have any room for that either. Rayan lowered his head and expressed his refusal in a roundabout way. I see. Michelle nodded as if she expected that answer. Do you remember when I mentioned your eyes made me trust you, Sir Rayan? Yes, it's true that I saw sincerity in your serious eyes, but I couldn't see any rest nor anticipation in them either. I'd like you to take care of yourself a bit more. She smiled softly while meeting his eyes. Rayan swallowed nervously. Just like all the streams that met with each other to become one in the ocean, the masters, regardless of their craft, seemed to have an extraordinary perception. Future. He thought it might not be a bad idea to think about his future a little, since he might still be alive after he finished everything, even though the chances were extremely small. Rayan bowed politely. But it doesn't mean that I wasn't serious about my suggestion earlier. What? Please consider taking Sia as your partner in that future. I'm still a collateral now. You should choose her partner from the direct line. Considering you said still, you must be confident that it will change in the future. I'll be waiting. Michelle waved her hand in a circle before going to Cheryl. Haha. Rayan turned his head towards the hearty laughter. Frederick was smiling there while coming out of the mansion. You must feel defeated. Indeed. Rayan scratched his red cheek. None of the people who'd reached the position of the head of house were easy to deal with. Were you checking on that maid? Considering the amount of fatigue covering Frederick's face, he must have examined the maid's condition all night long. She was the maid who had injected the hell worm into Sia. The brainwashing was stronger than I thought. I guess it's only natural since she's been constantly brainwashed over a long period of time. He was exactly right. Just like his previous life, that maid's head must have been engraved with fear and brainwashing since her childhood. But don't worry about it. I called someone who is extremely knowledgeable in this field, so we should be able to find a way to treat her, even though it might take some time. I believe in you. Rayan nodded. Since Frederick was the most trustworthy person for that matter, trusting and waiting was the best thing he could do. Are you really not coming with us? It's okay to delay the brainwashing treatment. Brainwashing is one thing, but I also have the homework you gave me and the patients that Temas was treating before. I'm going to be too busy for that. He shrugged, telling him that he had too much work to do. It can't be helped. Rayan straightened up and bowed. Frederick chuckled, tapping Rayan's shoulder. I'll be speechless if you thank me after saving my life. Are you trying to boast? There's no way I would do that. Rayan shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Seriously, please stay healthy. Wait. As Rayan was about to return after bowing to him, Frederick grabbed his shoulder. If you ever want to learn about his true feelings, do that thing you did before. He told him a method to find out Glenn's true feelings before returning to the mansion. I don't think that's going to work at all. I agree. Rayan furrowed his brows as he watched Frederick return to the mansion. The long mission finally ended. They went to Retran City from House Yanan, only to return afterward. The swordsmen, including Rayan, finally arrived at Sieghart's main gate. The extremely tall silver gate and the perpetual snow around it always ignited a swordsman's ambition whenever they saw them. The Heavenly Blade Division and Light Wind Squad have returned after completing a mission from the head of house. Cheryl walked up to the gate and announced their return, greeting the Heavenly Blade Division leader. Great job on your mission. The swordsman guarding the door called for the door to open. They weren't looking at Cheryl, but Rayon, who was standing behind her. Did the rumor already spread all the way here? Rayon licked his lips as he felt the gatekeepers and the swordsmen on top of the castle walls looking at him. Considering the way everyone kept staring at him, the rumor about him becoming a master must have reached Sieghart already. All the attention you are going to get is going to give you a hard time. Ekin came up next to him and chuckled. You should be more careful with your behavior from now on. More people in the upper echelon are going to try finding fault in you. Since they got close to each other during the mission, his advice was filled with warmth. I'll remember it. Rayon nodded while looking at the opening gate. A high position came with responsibility and attention. He was ready to take on everything, whether it was attention, jealousy, or a challenge. Rumble, the huge gate opened wide. As Rayon was wondering what Glenn would tell him while watching that majestic sight, a red-haired man came out. Rayon, boys and girls, welcome back, it was Rimmer. He ran towards them with widespread arms to welcome them. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the approaching Rimmer. How did he become penniless again? Rayon frowned as he looked at Rimmer. What could have even happened? Rimmer was wearing a completely worn-out uniform and cracked leather boots, with disheveled hair that looked like the stem of seaweed. I'm sure he was the definition of a nouveau rich before we left. He'd earned a tremendous amount of money by betting on the Light Wind winning every single match against the Golden Crest, since he was the only one who had bet on that one. He even used to wear rings on his fingers and toes in order to show off his money, so Rayon couldn't understand how he became so poor while they were gone. That should have been too much money to waste on gambling. There was an upper limit to the amount of money wagered on bets. He couldn't believe that he would have wasted all of that money gambling. However, that was the only explanation, considering the fact that he couldn't even keep his clothes. Rayon, you really became a master. A natural smile appeared on Rimmer's face as he felt that Rayon's pressure had become even more natural, like flowing water. I believed in you. I knew you would make it. Rayon bowed at Rimmer. Even though he looked like a beggar, Rayon was thankful that Rimmer was so happy about it. One of my students became the youngest master in the continent, and at 18 years old at that. I'm so overjoyed right now. Rimmer smiled in satisfaction and turned around. You guys also did great. I heard you saved many lives, and I was so proud of you even though I was far away. He examined the conditions of everyone in Light Wind before sticking next to Rayon once again, grabbing his shoulder. The fact that you defeated 3 demons of Eden was pretty much the only thing I heard. Let's have a drink together, so you can explain to me in more detail. Fuck off, Cheryl kicked Rimmer's waist as he was about to take Rayon away with him. Rimmer's chin was trembling as he grasped his waist. Why would you be drinking when we haven't even reported the mission yet? Stop bothering us when you've been doing nothing but gambling here. Cheryl shook her hand, shooing him away. She was also certain that Rimmer had lost all his money from gambling. Squad leader, did you really gamble again? You are seriously pathetic. Buran sighed while looking down on Rimmer, and Martha narrowed her eyes coldly. Run-On was just staring blankly at Rimmer, either because she didn't realize the difference or simply didn't care. And no, I swear I was almost there this time. I was so close to completing the promise of 3, but I ended up losing everything with a tiny difference. If you give me one more chance, I promise of 3. Rayon tilted his head. He had heard about it before, but he couldn't remember exactly what it was. Snap out of it already, you idiot. Cheryl kicked Rimmer one more time before bobbing her hand in front of her. She was gesturing for them to stop minding the idiot and to follow her. Let's go. Yes, once Rayon followed Cheryl, the Heavenly Blade members obviously followed her, and even the Light Wind swordsman ignored Rimmer and entered through the main gate. Gee guys, no one turned to look at Rimmer even though he desperately reached out his hand. Hey, you bastards. How could you do this after everything I've done for you? I didn't even ask to lend me money yet. Everyone shook their heads because he was babbling and saying what they were expecting him to say. That's how a gambling addict ends up. Dorian was looking at Julius to teach him that he should never become like him. He's really strong, but I don't want to acknowledge him for some reason. Julius reluctantly shook his head. He's always so pathetic. He's actually amazing in a way. Wrath also clicked his tongue, calling him pathetic. I know, right? Rayon nodded, following Cheryl through the main avenue. Every swordsman around them stopped in their tracks to watch them, as if they were the heroes returning from a victorious battle. He's a master. It wasn't nonsense. His pressure is on a different level from before. He really became a master at 18 years of age. Did God bless him or something? He was cursed by God, not blessed. He's standing there right now because he overcame that. That's true. Even the saint was unable to treat his condition. The swordsmen whispered to each other, not even hiding the surprise in their eyes as they watched Rayon. I heard he slew the blood-raving demon before becoming a master and killed the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon after becoming one. From what I heard, they were all exhausted after fighting against the saint. That's what I heard too. They couldn't even use astral energy from exhaustion. So do you guys have the courage to enter a forest full of masters without hesitation as an expert? Saying that when he returned safely after killing 3 masters only shows how disgusting you are. They said the red wolf demon and the black winged demon attacked him together. If they cooperated with each other, exhaustion meant nothing. Since he even achieved a draw against the evil goat demon at the end, he's pretty much proved his skills. Rayon narrowed his eyes. Unlike the other times, he could hear people defending him against those who were trying to discredit him in jealousy. Some of the swordsmen were even arguing against each other. It looks like things have changed a little. In the past, no one tried correcting people who were trying to deride his achievements, or even those who resented or insulted him. People in the house were apparently seeing him in a slightly different light now that he had become a master and made a great achievement. Vice Squad Leader Rayon, congratulations on becoming a master. I heard you held out to the last in an extremely fierce battle. I was deeply impressed. I'm Jekyll from the Blue Battle Squad. Would you mind if I requested a duel later? On top of those watching from afar, some people even came to speak with him. Their excited eyes revealed the favorable impression they had for Rayon. Rayon awkwardly nodded. Since he felt a bit awkward, he went right next to Cheryl, who no one dared approach. You must be embarrassed over the fact that they are approaching you so casually. It's not like that. It's because you've gained power. Cheryl tapped her scabbard and smiled cheerfully. Power turns disinterest into interest and turns interest into favor. And she snickered while looking at the swordsman looking at him with cold eyes. Power also turns jealousy and envy into malice. It will be a lot more annoying in the future. I'm ready to face them. Rayon nodded. He was honestly more used to the dirty side of human beings than people being kind to him. That much malice was completely fine with him. One more thing. Cheryl turned around, examining the people who sneered at him with cold eyes. Kua, gasped he. They freaked out and fell on their backs from just meeting her eyes. If you have absolute power, you can even crush other people's malice. You should strive to advance further and higher, rather than being satisfied with your current position. She tapped his shoulder and smiled kindly at him. Clumsy Hands is right. Clumsy Hands, she's so freaking bad at cooking. Wrath frowned heavily. Ah, you are right about that. Anyway, just like Clumsy Hands said, no one is going to defy you as long as you are powerful enough. Back in Devildom, countless demons combined their forces to attack the King of Essence, but he simply froze them all with a single wave of coldness, and no one has dared to attack him since. Ah, the wave of coldness is one of the King of Essence's skills, which Wrath started bragging about Devildom, which he hadn't done for a while. While Rayon was half-heartedly listening to him, he briskly turned his head. That's why you should give your body to the King of Essence. I'll turn you into the supreme being that no one would be able to defy. So that's the conclusion, like always. Rayon snickered and easily pushed Wrath away as he tried to jump at him. While he was listening to his long chatter, they had already arrived in front of the main building. Rayon calmly exhaled while looking at the Lord's Manor at the center of the main building. Everywhere is a war. He needed to get the rewards he deserved, but he also needed to use that opportunity to determine Glenn's true intentions. Rayon looked around to the sides while kneeling at the center of the audience chamber. Every single squad leader and division leader in the house were gathered in the room. Glenn must have summoned them. That's crazy. It was true, an 18-year-old master. I thought it was obviously bullshit. The division leaders' eyes were trembling violently, like reeds under the wind, as they noticed Rayon's prowess. Karun and Balder bit their lips in order to pretend composure, but they couldn't hide their trembling lips. However, one person was different from the rest. Glenn was sitting on the golden throne on the platform with a void and cold-hearted expression on his face like he was bored. Rayon frowned while looking up to meet Glenn's gaze. Did he really give me the elixirs? He started doubting what Frederick had told him because of how emotionless Glenn's eyes were. Rayon Sieghart. Yes. Glenn called his name and Rayon lowered his head while sitting on his knees. I heard you were the center of this mission this time. Tell me what happened with your own mouth. Understood. Rayon closed his eyes before opening them again as he stood up. Once we arrived at House Yan'an and finished the preparations to move to Retran, Temaz came to visit. Since many people were listening to his story, adding exaggeration could come back to bite at him. He told him exactly what happened during the mission without including anything extra. That's how we finished treating Lady Encia and returned to the house. Everything he said is true. Cheryl nodded in agreement, and the division leaders and the squad leaders had their eyes even wider than their mouths. 3 masters from Eden. I'm honestly not confident I could have defeated them myself. I'm astonished that he managed to win against the black-winged demon and the red wolf demon when they were cooperating with each other. A real monster has been born from our house. I can feel that he's already past the beginner's level. He's pretty much already at the novice level. How did he erase the stagnation period? His spirit is astonishing, and his aura blade is powerful enough to make shivers run down the spine. It won't take long until his name echoed throughout the continent. Challenging and admiring gazes were directed at him from the division leaders, who were surprised by his prowess. He managed to discover Temma's weakness and prepared for the surprise attack. His mind is also extraordinary. He's different from the muscleheads who only follow their instincts. He has the composure to perfectly grasp a situation before making his move. Not just prowess, but his mind is also surprising for an 18-year-old. I should have brought him to my side. While some swordsmen were admiring his ability to discern, plan, and prepare. Damn it, why is there someone like him now? Shit, the collaterals are going to rampage around in happiness now. Others were silently swearing, glaring fiercely at him. Good job, everyone. Glenn examined all the swordsmen who'd returned from the mission one after the other before nodding. Although he said, good job, his expression was still extremely cold. Except for the fact that the corners of his mouth were unnoticeably twitching, he almost looked like he was at a funeral. I acknowledge your accomplishment of completing the mission despite multiple unexpected disturbances during the mission, and I shall reward you accordingly. The direct lines glared fiercely at him as Glenn declared he would reward him while somewhat complimenting him. However, no one tried to confront him. Those gazes can be called cute. Rayon easily took on their gazes and smiled. Such gazes had no effect on him anymore. In that case, Cheryl glanced back and stepped aside. Heavenly Blade Division Leader, this mission has been my job all along. I can't accept a reward for having done my job. She pointed ahead while murmuring, it's your turn. Me either. Ekin followed Cheryl to the left. Rayon Sieghart, come up. Yes. Rayon followed Glenn's dignified voice and went onto the platform. Glenn looked bigger each time he went up a stair. He used to be as big as a boulder, but he eventually looked like a great mountain at the end of the sky. I still can't see it. Even though he'd become a master, he was still incapable of even estimating Glenn's prowess. His power must have been literally beyond the sky. Your judgment allowed you to predict the enemy's movement before making your move, and your courage allowed you to confront a powerful opponent without running away. The mixture of those two aspects resulted in this overwhelming accomplishment, and you even brought fame to the house by becoming a master at 18 years of age. Everything was excellent. Once Glenn voiced the word excellent to compliment him, the gazes coming from the direct lines became as fierce as ferocious beasts in front of an enemy. I'll reward the Light Winds Vice Squad leader, Rayon Sieghart, with a golden tablet and the right to enter the treasure repository. Treasure repository. The treasure repository was the head of House's treasure warehouse, where Sieghart's riches were saved. The library Glenn opened for him sometimes was also from the treasure repository. Rayon unconsciously clenched his fist, realizing that he would be able to enter that place. My lord, Baldur Sieghart raised his hand, standing right under the platform. I agree that the Light Winds Vice Squad leader brought excellent results, but I believe the treasure repository is too much of a reward. Since no one has been rewarded with a golden tablet in the past 10 years, the tablet alone should be enough. I also think that the access to the treasure depository is an excessive reward compared to his accomplishment. I think you should pick one of those two. The direct line and collateral division leaders agreed with Baldur, trying to form a public opinion. His accomplishment completely deserves the access to the treasure depository in addition to the tablet. I know, right? He has slain 3 demons of Eden. He even made Sieghart's name echo throughout the continent by becoming the continent's youngest master. Some division and squad leaders tried to defend him, but their voices weren't loud enough because they were fewer in number. Hoo-hoo. Considering the fact that Karun's mouth was curving into a smile, the direct line must have been trying to create a messy situation where different opinions collided. Glenn wasn't moving, resting his chin on his hands. Rayon couldn't tell whether he was thinking or simply didn't care about the situation, but he felt like Glenn's eyes were telling him to convince them on his own. I knew it. He briefly clicked his tongue. He obviously knew that the direct lines would react in such a way, since stopping him from getting the rewards was worth risking Glenn's punishment for them. That was why he didn't mention one of his biggest accomplishments on purpose. There's one thing I forgot to mention. Rayon turned around and raised a finger. What would have you gotten from House Yan'an? An artifact. One artifact wouldn't be a big deal. Pre-exclusive contract. Once the division leaders heard the words, pre-exclusive contract, their eyes started wavering like a sailboat in a storming ocean. I've acquired the pre-exclusive rights to buy the unique rank artifacts produced in House Yan'an before anyone else. Gasp, that's crazy, a pre-exclusive right? Seriously. The leaders who were defending him and even the direct lines who were against him turned pale with shock. Yes. The envoy from House Yan'an will soon arrive for trade. You should be able to confirm when that happens. Rayon raised his chin and looked down on the direct lines. His clear red eyes were crushing their jealous gazes. Does anyone still believe that those rewards are excessive? Oh, damn it. Naturally, no one raised their hand or stepped up. Puhahaha, serves you right. Rimmer's laughter pierced through the heavy atmosphere from the end of the line and reached the ceiling. I see. Rayon turned around and examined Glenn. His expression remained the same, probably because he already knew about the contract. The increased amount of twitching around his mouth was the only change that existed. It's a bit irritating. Rayon wanted to destroy that iron mask he was wearing at all costs. I have no choice. It was a bit embarrassing, but he decided to use the secret weapon Frederick had taught him. Rayon Sieghart stepped forward. Yes, he nodded, then went in front of the throne. Since you've brilliantly accomplished the mission, I'll reward you with the golden tablet and one-time access to the treasure repository. The moment Glenn stepped up in order to give him the golden tablet, Rayon smiled brightly, just like he did when Frederick asked him to show him his smile. It happened at House Yanan before Rayon returned to Sieghart. Are you telling me to smile? Rayon scowled while looking at Frederick and listening to his silly snickering. His advice was strange, since he'd told Rayon to smile brightly in front of Glenn if he wanted to see his true face. Yes, show him a bright smile, just like showed me 2 days ago. What difference does smiling make? Rayon tilted his head. I don't think it's going to change anything. Glenn was simply going to reward him with an expressionless face once again. Rayon thought that he would never be able to take off his iron mask. Just try it. I guarantee that something's going to change. Frederick nodded confidently, then added that Rayon should smile from the bottom of his heart. But the head of house isn't like Lady Encia. He had somewhat realized how special his appearance was, but he couldn't imagine that it would work against Glenn. What are you talking about? It'll be even more effective on that iron mask than Encia. What? Because you are his grandson and he is your grandfather. Frederick was now blatantly telling him it was Glenn. Let alone grandchildren. The head of house doesn't show any emotion to his children. Glenn didn't really seem interested in Sylvia, nor his other sons. He couldn't understand why he would react to his smile. Grandfathers usually love whatever their grandchildren do, but you are an excellent grandson who became a master at 18 years of age and became famous throughout the continent as an honorable man. Since he must be extremely happy about your actions, I'm sure he won't be able to suppress his smile if you surprise him with yours. Moreover, you and Sylvia never mind. Frederick interrupted himself, licking his lips. Anyway, you should just try it. You won't regret it. He left after strongly advising him to try smiling at Glenn. Rayon examined Glenn's face while maintaining his smile. What is this expression? Glenn's expression was as wrinkled as an old tree bark and as crumpled as a paper under stress. In short, he looked extremely awkward. He's not smiling at all, though. However, it couldn't be described as a smile at all, despite what Frederick had guaranteed. But there was a change, at least. That's true. Rayon narrowed his eyes. The corners of Glenn's mouth were twitching even harder than his wrinkles, and his deep and serious eyes were wavering like a rock had just fallen into. Rimmer's laughter from below shattered the strange atmosphere. Rayon furtively looked behind him. Since Glenn and Roan were the only people who saw his smile, the other division leaders were confused and didn't know what was going on. Rayon Sieghart. After Glenn's throat fluctuated noticeably, his expression returned to his usual cold expression, or rather, even worse than that. Don't try anything strange. His voice was cold enough to send a chill down Rayon's spine before he signaled to Roan with his hand. Yes. Roan woke up from his bewilderment and brought a red board with the golden tablet placed on top. The Light Wind's vice squad leader will be bestowed with the golden tablet and one-time access to the treasure repository for having splendidly completed the mission. Unlike before, Glenn was calling him by his position as he gave him the golden tablet. Rayon accepted the golden tablet with 2 hands and bowed. He didn't smile, but his expression did change. Even though he couldn't see Glenn's smile, his smile did seem to have an effect on him. I'm not sure what it means. Since both his previous and current lives were far from being normal, he couldn't exactly tell what Glenn's reaction meant. He at least felt like Glenn didn't exactly hate him, just like Frederick said. Whoa, good job, Rayon, as expected of our vice squad leader. The Light Wind and the Heavenly Blade burst into cheers, and Rimmer violently shook his hand. Cheryl was also sending him a round of applause with a smile on her face. Rayon turned around and smiled faintly. I'm more used to those. Unlike Glenn's emotion, which left him completely in the dark, he could immediately tell what emotions in the countless gazes directed at him were. Admiration, praise, challenge, jealousy, and even malice. Rayon came down from the platform while accepting the gazes that held various emotions. Buren Sieghart stepped forward. Buren stood up and climbed the stairs upon hearing Glenn's rather silent call. Even though the squad leader and the vice squad leader were absent, you managed to protect the people and contributed to the mission's completion by properly distributing people and making decisions. You will be rewarded with a bronze tablet for that accomplishment. Buren shouted loudly and bowed. Woa, congratulations. The Light Wind and the Heavenly Blade cheered once again. However, Karun was just clapping his hands like other people instead of ignoring him or getting irritated, which were the reactions that Rayon had expected. Is he plotting something? Rayon lowered his brows while examining Karun Sieghart. There was no way a heartless guy like him, someone who'd already abandoned his son, would simply applaud him. He must have been plotting something. Burin's eyes were also wide open in surprise as he came down the stairs. Next up is Martha Sieghart. After Burin, Glenn awarded a bronze tablet to everyone who accompanied him on the mission, which were Martha, Runnon, Dorian, and even Crane. Rayon congratulated everyone as they were awarded and examined the golden tablet in the meantime. He clenched his fist while looking at the burning sword emblem engraved at the center of the tablet. I wonder how many of these I will need to restore my mother's position to the direct line. Since so many people were already against his access to the treasure repository, it was bound to be difficult. However, it was totally possible if he could bring a few more results that were surprising enough to shut everyone's mouth, just like he had earlier. Rayon grinned, facing the direct line's bloody gazes. Just you wait. I'll be in the same position as Yauno. I'll look down on you from a higher position. Robert's domain. An old pub. Even though the sun was still shining brilliantly, the pub was completely full of people, and the powerful melody of violin was resounding from the stage at the center of the pub. The man dressed like an adventurer was telling someone's heroic tales alongside the clear sound of violin. He was looking for an opportunity while dodging the blood-raving demon's huge fist. The moment the blood-raving demon went for a big move, he thrust his sword with lightning speed to pierce his heart. He'd slain a master as an expert, which had never happened before on the continent. However, his bravery didn't end there. The man continued the tension as he extended his long hand towards the other side of the pub. He entered the pitch-dark forest without any hesitation to sever the red wolf demon and the black-winged demon's astral energy, and managed to save the saint and the boy, who were prepared to die. The intense battle continued after that. He raised his voice to match the intensifying sound of violin, and even stamped his feet to vividly describe the battle between Rayon and the two demons. And what happened in the end was the best part of this battle. The evil goat demon and Rayon Sieghart decided to battle it out with a single strike match and clashed against each other all out. Obviously, Rayon was pushed back because he'd already exhausted his strength and was already injured from the previous battle, but he kept enduring it until the end without collapsing. Why? Because he had people he needed to protect behind him. Even though he was slammed into a tree from the evil goat demon's power, he stood back up to raise his sword. Even the evil goat demon was impressed by his spirit and called it a draw before leaving. The man's clapping sound resounded throughout the pub. His tale almost feels like a myth. The people who heard this story gave the nickname Frostfire Sword of Valor to Rayon Sieghart, who risked his life to repay the favor he received in his childhood. The Frostfire Sword of Valor's heroic tale is currently spreading throughout the continent. He shouted to announce that the news about the genius swordsman who became a master at 18 years of age that was currently resounding throughout the continent. Whoa, such a brave person also existed in the north, Sieghart. The dominator of the north is still alive. It's a shame that a swordsman with such an unshakable conviction that knows to repay a favor hasn't been born in House Robert. It would have been even better if he was from here. An 18-year-old master. I wonder how many years he has shortened the age for the youngest master. What a hero. I'm sure he will get along with our head of house, Darius. Everyone in the pub cheered and shouted Rayon's name. Some of them were calling it a lie or an exaggerated rumor, but most people didn't pay attention to them because they were too immersed in the man's performance. Hey, tell us more about him. What happened after that? Did he really become a master at 18 years of age? That's much faster than our young master, who became one of the 12 stars of the continent. People shouted at the man and the violin player to urge them to continue the story, all while throwing money at them and ordering food and drink for them. Of course, I have more stories about him. This is about the healing abilities of the swordsman Rayon. As the minstrel was about to start another story, a young man wearing shabby clothes stood up from the corner of the pub. He placed a gold coin on his table with a trembling hand before leaving the pub. He soon started jogging towards the great mansion of House Robert. Even though he was wearing worse clothes than a traveler, no one dared stop him. Instead, everyone politely bowed and greeted him. While accepting people's greetings, he entered the Lord's manor located at the center of House Robert. Father, he ran inside the Lord's manor, knocking on Robert's office door, which was located at the deepest part. You may enter. Upon hearing the gentle voice coming from inside, the young man nodded and opened the door. Lefun, what could have happened to make you so impatient? Darius Robert smiled gently while sweeping the silver hair flowing on his shoulders back. Did you hear the rumors about Rayon Sieghart by any chance? The youngest son of Darius, Lefun clenched his fist with a trembling chin. Rayon Sieghart, Darius repeated the name with composed eyes. Yes, the undefeated swordsman who has slain 3 demons of Eden and became a master at 18 years of age. The Frostfire Sword of Valor, Rayon Sieghart. The rumor has already spread out throughout the domain. Lefun's eyes were sparkling as he steamed from his nose in excitement. He's only 3 years older than me, yet he became a master after overcoming such a desperate battle. He's worthy of admiration. Ah, I heard about him as well. He's an amazing boy. No, I should call him a swordsman instead. Most of all, I'm so excited about the single strike match he had against the evil goat demon. His unyielding fighting spirit. It's my dream to become a hero like him. Yes, that was your dream. Darius nodded while smiling faintly. However, you shouldn't be wasting time like this if you are to become such a hero, don't you think? Going to the pub while skipping training shouldn't happen either. I am going to train right now. Lefun briefly shuddered and stepped back. Before leaving the room, he furtively looked back. Can I become like Sir Rayon if I keep training hard? It might take some time, but I'm sure you will be able to. Darius smiled gently and nodded. All right. Lefun clenched his fist and left the room. Once Darius was alone in his office, he was smiling the same as when Lefun was there, but the atmosphere inside the room became extremely cold. It was cold enough to even freeze the sunlight entering through the window. Mardio, a black shadow fell from the ceiling to heed his call. The shadow splashed like a puddle under the wind, then transformed into a man wearing black outerwear for night actions, his face hidden by a mask. Report. They said Shirl is the one who shattered Temma's traps and slew him. Traces of Shirl's energy could be found in the corpses as well. Rayon Sieghart was also in action, but they said he was only assisting her and didn't do anything special. The masked man called Mardio continued with the exact same intonation, as if he were a machine. The rumors mentioned that the one who made House Yanan refuse Temma's treatment and revealed the maid's identity was also Shirl, but some earlier rumors said that Rayon was the one who did it. How about the information about Rayon Sieghart becoming a master? It's true. The black market confirmed that Rayon Sieghart is currently at master level, an 18-year-old master. Darius smiled. He lightly tapped the desk as he smiled that cold smile. Rumble. The office's atmosphere changed one more time. Neither the desk nor the bookshelves were trembling in the slightest, but the mana covering the entire space became so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Mardio groaned, unable to endure that pressure. Isn't it interesting? Darius's smile deepened as he tilted his chin. That an 18-year-old master has been born from Sieghart because of that idiot Temmas. If only Temmas properly took care of the matter, Rayon would have never become a master, nor would they have failed their plan to dominate House Yanan. It was amazing how a single insect managed to mess things up so badly. Moreover, the title of youngest master used to belong to Robert before Rayon became a master. He barely managed to suppress the boiling urge to destroy everything in sight after all of his plans were shattered. You said Shirl was the one who did all that, right? Why, yes. Mardio answered with black blood flowing down from his mouth. I don't think so. Sorry. It's different from what she usually does. I'm certain that Rayon Sieghart interfered at some point. Darius reduced his pressure, which seemed capable of crushing the whole world. Huff. Mardio's body faltered as if he would collapse at any moment. Investigate Rayon. About his mother and father, people close to him, his objective, and even the martial arts he has learned. His weakness as well. We are already doing our best to investigate them. Best? I don't need your best. What I want are the results. You can leave everything else. Just focus on gathering information about him. Although Darius's voice wasn't loud, Mardio's eyes were trembling as if he'd heard a monster's roar. Becoming a master at 18 years old means that he has the ability to change the continent's spectrum in the future. That means that Sieghart might prevail once again, just like before Glenn stopped himself. An intense murderous intent flew out from Darius's icy cold eyes. He needs to die before that happens, no matter what. After Glenn finished awarding the Heavenly Blade Division swordsmen, he looked at Julius at the very back. Come forward. Yes. Julius slowly took a deep breath and politely walked up to the platform. What's your name? Glenn looked down at Julius with a gaze that wasn't as cold as before. My name is Julius Porzan. There was a good reason behind his recommendation. Do your best in order to not waste your talent. The saint must have informed him already. Rayon gave a small nod while looking at Julius. Judging from what Glenn said, the saint must have sent the information about Julius already. Julius knelt and bowed at him. He looked perfectly used to noble etiquette. Is he talented enough for him to say that? What did he bring this time? The division leaders finally noticed Julius and controlled their aura perception in order to examine the talent that Glenn had acknowledged. How can mana circuits be so broad? His energy center is also twice as big as an average child of his age. He is a bit small, but his insides have even more potential than a member of the direct line. The division leaders' gazes were filled with greed upon confirming Julius's talent. They looked like they would forcefully bring him with them once they got out. Rayon Sieghart, you shall take responsibility for the boy since you are the one who brought him here. Glenn decided on his affiliation as if he already knew what they were thinking. At your command, Rayon bowed. Since he was already planning to bring him to the annex building, he obviously accepted his order. It's over for today. You may leave. Glenn shook his hand as if he were telling them to get away already because they were annoying. The division and squad leaders silently bowed and left the audience chamber. It looked like they were used to his behavior. However, the direct lines in their follower collaterals kept glaring at Rayon until the end, not even hiding their malice. Rayon snorted and brought Julius to the audience chamber's door. He looked back at Glenn before leaving, and his expression was as void and bored as in the beginning. Rayon bowed at him, then left before closing the door. Go faster. I miss the annex building's food so much. Wrath was dancing with his shoulders on the bracelet, saying that he was looking forward to Yua's cooking. Rayon chuckled. As he was about to leave the Lord's manor, Rimmer and Sheryl's voices could be heard at the same time. Congratulations. Rimmer gave him a thumbs up and grinned. I expected him to give you a golden tablet, but I didn't think he would even grant you access to the treasure repository. That idiot's right. Getting access to the treasure repository is a special occasion. It will be a great opportunity for you. Sheryl pushed Rimmer away and nodded. When shall I use it? Not now. That's the least I can tell you. She's right. You should wait. Rimmer came up right next to Sheryl and shook his hand. There are various items inside the repository, including weapons, artifacts, skill books, and elixirs. Since even the head of house doesn't rashly use those treasures, you should enter when you feel like you need something. How come a gambling addict is actually giving proper advice? However, in my experience, money is the best. There's a jewel in there called a span-long sun, and you can sell it to make enough money for the rest of your lika. Sheryl kicked Rimmer in his ribs and frowned. Don't listen to him. Lots of things in the world are more valuable than money. You should use it as an opportunity to fill what you are lacking. She smiled faintly while advising him to leave it for later. Rayon smiled and bowed to the two people who gave him serious advice in their own way. I'll get going. He was about to leave, but he suddenly remembered something and went to Rimmer, who was trying to stand up while grasping his side. The 3 promises you mentioned earlier, you meant the 3 promises from the gambling monster, right? How do you know that? Rimmer's eyes widened in surprise. I knew it. If the gambling monster was involved, it was understandable that Rimmer lost all of his money. Which means you really lost everything. Well. Rimmer averted his eyes, unable to respond. Idiot. Sheryl clicked her tongue at his pathetic demeanor. Rayon frowned after examining Rimmer's miserable appearance. He acknowledged the gambling monster's gambling skills, but he couldn't overlook him for having continuously taken away his money. I need to take back the money the gambling monster took. What about your money, though? Once the audience chamber became completely empty, Roan came up on the platform and smiled faintly. It was a dangerous moment. Indeed. Glenn covered his eyes with his hand and sighed. I couldn't keep my composure because of his sudden actions. The way everyone shut their mouths from hearing Rayon's great deeds was already satisfying enough, and the way he suddenly smiled so brightly made his head go blank for an instant. What a destructive power. Because his grandson didn't usually show his emotions, his smile looked as brilliant as 100 radiating stones that had all turned on at the same time, and his head went completely blank. The shock was powerful enough to make his heart skip a beat, which hadn't happened in decades, but he managed to maintain his expression by controlling aura in that instant. If he was just a little late at doing that, he would have shown his happy expression to everyone. But I don't understand why he suddenly smiled. Glenn furrowed his brows. Rayon's smile almost hurt his heart, as it was a pure smile that wasn't from the happiness of getting rewards. I don't understand either. However, it was also powerful enough for me. Roan nodded in agreement. Because he'd been watching Rayon ever since his childhood and had been sad for him, Rayon's smile was more dangerous than a blade for him as well. I need to be careful in the future. Glenn shook his head. I think it can't be helped. It can't be helped. He became the youngest master in the continent, unprecedented in history at 18 years of age, and even gained a nickname, Sword of Valor, because of his righteousness. Since even his appearance is excellent, there's no way you wouldn't cherish him. Roan smiled gently at Glenn, who looked enervated. If young Master Rayon were my grandson, I would have gone everywhere to brag about him. Glenn closed his eyes. He imagined himself doing that, and it was really unsightly. However, why do I want to do that? He knew that it was unsightly and ugly, but he was getting a strange urge to do it. He wouldn't stop after going everywhere, but he would increase the scale to let the entire continent know about Rayon's existence. Glenn sighed slowly. I must be crazy. He decided that he was having strange thoughts because the tension had left and shook his head. As he was about to tell him that he would never do anything stupid like that, someone opened the audience chamber's door without even knocking. Puhahaha, my lord, you were surprised when you saw Rayon's smile, right? I've never seen such a stupid face from you before, Kua. Glenn stretched his arm out before Rimmer finished blabbering. Rumble, crimson lightning emerged from the ground in an instant and surrounded Rimmer's body. Kua. Rimmer's body was burned completely black and rolled on the ground because the lightning was powerful enough to even melt a lump of steel. Sheryl clicked her tongue again while looking at the pathetic sight. Idiot. Rimmer was scorched black, and Sheryl threw the fallen elf into a corner before walking up to Glenn. My lord, were you really making that expression earlier because you were trying to hold back your smile? Glenn simply frowned without answering and stretched out his arm. Rumble. Lightning appeared from the ceiling and fell on Rimmer's shoulder on the ground. Kua, although Rimmer was almost unconscious, he screamed and instinctively stood up. Why me? He couldn't even properly complain, slamming his head on the ground once again, because you started this. Glenn clenched his fist, showing his disappointment that he couldn't beat him up anymore. My lord. Cheryl closed her eyes and took another step towards him. I understood why my lord asked me to bring Rayon on a mission. She opened her eyes while smiling faintly. At first, I thought he was just a lucky boy blessed with heavenly talents, but that wasn't the case at all. He focused on his training whenever he had time, even during the mission. Even though no swordsman in Sieghart takes their training lightly, I've never seen anyone work as hard as Rayon. At the smallest breaks he could find, Rayon practiced his sword or started meditating. Cheryl had witnessed countless swordsmen before, but it was her first time seeing someone as obsessed with training as Rayon. I thought he had a cold-hearted personality from his appearance, but he actually watches everyone in detail despite his lack of expression. I took a liking to him during the short time we've been together, and I ended up looking after him in various ways. Cheryl's voice was filled with her affection towards Rayon. I understand why that idiot called him the future head of house, and why he is special to my lord as well. It was really interesting to watch him. I see. Glenn cleared his throat and slightly raised his chin. The corners of his mouth that he'd been suppressing started to rise. That boy has the potential to become a great swordsman and a great leader. I'm also going to watch him closely from now on. That's up to you. He rested his chin on his hands, pretending he didn't care about it, but the corners of his mouth were rising to break through the stratosphere. By the way, Cheryl frowned, looking up at Glenn. Rayon is apparently planning to see the gambling monster. Gambling monster? Why would he do that? I think he wants to visit him because he found out how that idiot lost all his money. She pointed at Rimmer, who was panting in a corner. I was wondering why he became dirt poor again. It was because of gambling. It was really close this time. Rimmer scratched his head while trying to see if Glenn was angry. I would have won everything if I got that last card, but I missed that one. Idiot, Cheryl sighed and shook her head. Isn't it about time you stopped? Glenn furrowed his brows. He looked different from the other times he scolded him. I don't think that's what everyone wanted from you. This is the only method I know. Rimmer smiled bitterly and shrugged. Glenn sighed briefly and turned his head. Putting aside that idiot, why is Rayon going to visit the gambling monster? Since he smiled after mentioning the promise of 3, I'm pretty sure he is planning to win back the money that gambling addict lost. Cheryl told him about the conversation they had with Rayon a moment ago. We need to be careful since the gambling monster isn't a Sieghart anymore, even though he's still affiliated with Sieghart. Shall I stop him? That's not necessary. Glenn slowly shook his head. He needs to experience a defeat coming from his mistake. Leave him alone. Understood. Cheryl stepped back without arguing with him, and Glenn stretched his arm, and Rimmer floated in the air even though he was trying to leave the audience chamber without making any noise. Why are you doing this to me? Because you are the one who taught Rayon about that useless gambling. I said this before, but I've never done that. It's true. Who else would have taught him about gambling if it wasn't you? No, but I said I didn't because I really didn't Kua. Rimmer's voice as he tried to prove his innocence from the false accusations was buried in the ground by thunder. Roan. Glenn removed the grimace from his face and waved at Roan, who was watching them with a smile on his face. Yes, my lord, about what you mentioned earlier. Which one? About how you would have spread the rumor everywhere if Rayon was your grandson, you know. Yes, Roan nodded. Just like you said before, how about we spread Rayon's story a bit more? I mean, it's not exactly because of Rayon, but in order to raise our house's reputation as the place where the youngest master has been born. That's right, we are doing it for the house. Glenn was maintaining his cold-hearted facade like always, but his voice was trembling slightly, which only the closest people to him would notice. We could promote our house. That sounds rather good. I'll take care of it. I also agree it's a pretty good idea. Roan nodded with a smile, and Cheryl smiled faintly. And no, rather than that. Rimmer stood up while breathing heavily. Forget about promotion or whatever, and just show how much you cherish Rayon on the outside. I mean, you don't even need to promote him. You just need to hug your grandson tightly as a grandfather and tell him, good job, Rayon, my beloved grandson. What's so hard about Ikayag? He got hit by crimson lightning that emerged from above and below at the same time, then rolled on the ground. PSSSH. Black smoke was rising from his body and clothes. You need to take more time to think when it comes to suggesting something like that. Cheryl shook her head while looking at Rimmer, who was still alive after getting hit by the lightning 4 times in total. Idiot. Rayon went past the annex building's garden with Julius. Julius's hands started to shake slightly once they got close to the annex building. He must be nervous. Since he was about to settle down in a new place after leaving his hometown, Rayon could completely understand why Julius was trembling nervously. He remembered that Yua was similar to him when he brought her there before. Don't be so nervous. They are all nice people. Yes, I see. Julius took a deep breath and nodded. There's a child there who is the same age as you. Did you just say that they are the same age as me? Julius's eyes sparkled upon hearing that she was the same age. He must have felt rivalry towards her. Yes, I hope you get along. Rayon chuckled, then opened the annex building's door. Oh, Yua's eyes widened. She was carrying a food tray with a beret on her head. Young master, Yua came running to him while carrying the food tray, which had a freshly cooked pie on it. You've finally returned. The twin tails flowing down from her hat fluttered like a butterfly in the wind. How have you been? Great, of course. Yua nodded far more cheerfully than before. We've been preparing food with everyone because we heard you were back. Please wash yourself quickly and join us since it's almost done. All right, but... Rayon nodded, and as he was about to leave for the washing room, Yua tilted her head while looking at Julius. He's going to be staying with us from now on. Since he is the same age as you, please get along with each other. Same age. Wow, my name is Yua. Nice to meet you. Yua smiled cheerfully, tilting her head slightly. Even though she was carrying a food tray, she greeted him as kindly as possible. I'm Julius Porzin. Even though she was introduced as being the same age as him, he bowed politely. You should also wash yourself quickly and come to the table. Yua smiled gently and ran towards the kitchen. Is she the one that you mentioned earlier? Yes. A sense of relief could be seen on Julius's serious face. She's a warrior. What? She's only recently started, but she is currently walking the path of warrior. And just like you, she was targeted by Eden because of her talent. Gasp, Julius' jaw dropped. His eyes burned with passion, showing that his rivalry had returned to him. Rayon, young master. Sylvia and the maids came running out of the kitchen and the dining room. Yua must have told them about Rayon's return. And my son, you look so much thinner than before. Are your injuries completely healed? Tell me, I'm sure you went around without having proper meals like always. Hey girls, yes, we will prepare the food immediately. Sylvia sniffled while touching his face, and Helen bit her lip while holding his hand. The other maids also sighed bitterly as they ran back to the dining room. Rayon smiled faintly while watching everyone's reaction. They are always the same. Sylvia and Helen hadn't changed in the slightest, even though he'd become a master. They were more worried about his well-being and his injuries than the fact that he'd slain the demons of Eden. Rayon could feel comfort in his heart. I'm completely healed. I'm okay now. Rayon tightened his grip and nodded. I just grew taller, not thinner. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? Yes. Really? Yes. Sylvia had to confirm 3 times before she breathed out a sigh of relief. By the way, who is this boy? Her eyes widened upon seeing Julius, who was standing on Rayon's right. He's going to live with us from now on. What happened in Retran was... Rayon briefly told her Julius' story. Those demonic guys did it again. Sylvia bit her lips and leaned forward to meet Julius' eyes. Welcome. Monsters won't attack you anymore. No, since I'm aspiring to be a warrior, I need to be prepared to fight whenever and wherever. Don't worry, Sylvia hugged Julius tightly while he was shaking his head. Did she remember that again? Because Sylvia had lost her husband and her daughter to the demons of Eden, she despised Eden and feared them at the same time. The turbulent emotions she was showing must have been because she remembered those memories. Why are you doing this? Julius was confused, but he was enduring it while biting his lips tightly. He apparently didn't dislike the warmth that came from the bottom of her heart. Even though he had been suppressing his emotions, he was still a kid. It must have been hard for him. Rayon smiled gently at Julius, whose face was turned completely red in embarrassment. Welcome to Sieghart's annex building. Rayon entered the dining room after washing himself. Dishes filled the long and rectangular table, and the maids were standing behind the chairs with a smile. A moment later, Helen, Yua, and Sylvia brought out a pot filled with a white stew and placed it on the table. Sit down, everyone. Sylvia signaled, and Rayon and the maids sat in their respective seats to commemorate Rayon's return today and Rayon becoming a master. And Rayon becoming a hero, and Rayon being awarded a golden tablet, and Rayon gaining the title Frostfire Sword of Valor. Mom! Sylvia finally stopped once Rayon frowned and shook his head. All right, let's stop there. Sylvia smiled brightly and clapped her hands, since everyone must be hungry before you eat. Give a round of applause for Rayon, who became the youngest master. Kaya, congratulations. I knew Sir Rayon could do it. That's right, you've been working so hard. Helen and the maids applauded for him with smiles on their faces, congratulating him. Rayon met everyone's gaze and smiled. This feels so much better. Their heartfelt applause was making him feel so much warmer and more comfortable when compared to him dealing with the swindlers who only pretended to applaud him while talking behind his back. Let's start eating before it gets cold. Before starting to dig in her own dish, Sylvia scooped a bowl of stew and placed it in front of Rayon. This stew is a new recipe. We've used lots of beef, vegetables, and fruits in it. Ooh, my mouth is watering already just from listening to her. Wrath splashed on the bracelet like a carp. Eat it already. Lead the King of Essence to the new land of taste. Wrath majestically declared as if they were going to war, and Rayon pushed him away before grabbing the bowl. He nodded at Sylvia and put a spoonful of the stew in his mouth. It was such a mysterious taste, filled with the concentrated flavor of beef at first, with the salty softness of stew following it. The fruit's delicate and sweet flavor marked the end. The three tastes are stirring the tongue in harmony. What an amazing piece of art. Indeed, Rayon nodded. He thought it wouldn't be that good because fruits were used as ingredients, but it was perfectly harmonizing with other ingredients as if it were all calculated, and it doesn't stray away from the basics either. The new flavors are properly incorporated in this heartfelt dish. The king of essence likes it. Wrath nodded in satisfaction. Nothing beats a meal from home. Rayon fell speechless as he stared at Wrath. Devildom is your home, though, how nice. After finishing the meal, Rayon returned to the room with Wrath, who was patting his stomach. While he was unpacking his bag, he could hear 3 knocks. Enter. Judil opened the door without responding and entered, bowing at him. Did anything happen? Nothing happened until recently, but... Judil briefly licked her lips and continued. I've received an order from the Central Martial Palace to check whether Sir Rayon had any noticeable injuries or is suffering from any aftereffects. Aftereffects. Rayon snickered. He had the thought that Karun really didn't change. How shall I deal with it? Don't do anything for now. He will suspect you if you reply immediately. Understood. Judil immediately nodded. She was apparently thinking the same thing. I have a request. I'm listening. Can you investigate the gambling monster? Are you talking about the gambling monster of the famous gambling monster's Promise of 3? Yes. Rayon nodded after placing the unloaded bag aside. Apparently, the squad leader hasn't been losing all of his money in gambling house to an ordinary gambler, but to the gambling monster. I shall take my money back in that case. I'm telling you, it's not your money. Wrath shook his head and corrected his statement. Understood. It will take some time since he was only active in the past, but I'll look for the newest information as much as possible. Judil left the room after giving a reliable response. What is the gambling monster that you've been talking about? He's an old man who likes gambling, drinking, and fighting. Rayon smiled faintly and sat on the bed. Wrath, are you in a good mood? Kinda. I'll feel even better if you have a good rest now. Don't you want some ice cream? I do. I really want an ice cream, probably because we just finished eating. Wrath immediately nodded, his tongue sticking out of his mouth slightly. Rayon grinned while enjoying his reaction. Then I have a job for you. The next day, Rayon brought Yua and Julius to the garden managed by Roan. Sir Roan, Yua must have gotten a lot closer to him in the time Rayon was gone, since she ran towards him while waving her hand. Meanwhile, Julius awkwardly followed behind Rayon. The vice squad leader is also here today. Roan smiled gently at Rayon after grabbing Yua's hand. I wanted to see how much Yua has learned. And Rayon gave a small push on Julius's back to send him forward. I taught him the basic postures on our way back, but I'd like to entrust him to you as well, since he needs a good teacher. Hoo-hoo, it's not a bad idea to have them learn together, since they are almost the same age. Roan nodded while looking back and forth between Yua and Julius. He understands quickly, like always. He must have also figured that it would be a good idea to grow a rivalry between Yua and Julius. Then let's warm up before we start. Roan turned his wrists and ankles to demonstrate. It was a warm-up exercise that started with a small motion that gradually became bigger in order to warm up the entire body. What did Sir Julius learn from Sir Rayon? I've learned the basic postures of martial arts. I've learned the waiting posture, the 3 basic postures, and training methods like the horse riding stance. Julius told him about the basics he'd learned on the way, one after the other. I see. Roan calmly examined Julius and nodded. In that case, you should start with running. Sorry, this garden is good for running since the ground is soft. How about running 10 laps as a start? Julius stared at Roan with round eyes before biting his lip. All right, he got himself ready and started running around the garden. Surprisingly, he didn't refuse. Roan shrugged, saying that he didn't expect him to do that. He acknowledged you. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Julius back as he ran. Acknowledged. He said he only listens to those he has acknowledged. He must be following your orders because he has acknowledged you, Sir Roan. That's interesting. Roan watched Julius until he disappeared between the bushes, then turned his head. We should also get started. Yes, Yua followed Roan to the center of the garden. Sounds can be heard from everything in the world. The wind brushing past your head, this beautiful and lively flower, and even the sword made from tempering steel create sounds. Yes, I know. Yua pricked her twin tails like a rabbit. It's fine to enjoy nature's sound as is, but people like us can make that sound even more enjoyable to the ears. Roan raised his left and right hand at the same time and clapped lightly. Bang! The moment the clear clapping sound spread throughout the garden, Rayon's mind was refreshed as if he was enjoying a cool wind, and the fatigue and drowsiness from the trip disappeared in an instant. Wow, it's so cool. Yua jumped on the spot and nodded. She must have felt the same thing. I created the sound earlier by incorporating a special method to clear your mind into the atmosphere's mana. Roan smiled gently. Rayon's jaw dropped. He knew about the existence of a martial art utilizing sound, but he never expected a single clap of the hands could make him feel like he'd been meditating. Sir Roan, Rayon raised his hand. Contrary to the sound just now, is it possible to attack the opponent with a single clap? He was about to say kill, but he changed the word once he realized Yua was listening. Of course you can. Roan turned around with a scary smile on his face. Do you want to try experiencing it? Yes, Rayon nodded. He resonated the ring of fire and focused on Roan. In that case, Roan spread his hands a bit wider before clapping them. The aura in his energy center engulfed the atmosphere and created a ferocious wave. Beep. Since Rayon didn't take any countermeasures in order to properly feel its effect, his body froze up as if it were paralyzed alongside an intense tinnitus, and he felt nauseous. It's done by spreading aura into the atmosphere through the clapping sound. The martial art of sound, capable of both awakening and harming the mind, was pretty much the same as swordsmanship. It just consisted of incorporating aura into the produced sound to attack or encourage the target. I'm not sure about the principles, but I think I can somewhat copy him, since he was resonating the Ring of Fire, and Roan's demonstration was really clear. He had the feeling that he could copy the ferocious clapping he'd witnessed. I can use sword resonance instead of clapping. The sound coming from the friction upon drawing the sword and the vibration of sword resonance, which was the sword's howl, could be used to imitate it. The young master really knows how to learn. Roan smiled pleasantly, since he wasn't expecting Rayon to take on the attack without using his aura. Can I give it a try? The technique I showed you just now? Yes, of course. Go ahead. Roan nodded while spreading his legs shoulders width apart in anticipation. Yua, come behind me. Ah, yes. Rayon sent you behind him, then checked Julius's position. After confirming that he wouldn't be damaging those two, he grabbed Heavenly Drive by its hilt. The key point is almost the same. There wasn't a big difference between swordsmanship and the martial art of sound. The important part was how quickly he could properly incorporate his aura into the sound. I'm starting now. The moment crimson light flashed in Rayon's eyes, Heavenly Drive howled while baring its silver teeth. Roan smiled faintly while watching Rayon get into position. It should be difficult for him since it's his first time. Even though the martial art of sound was a branch of martial arts, the way one had to activate and control aura was significantly different from swordsmanship. Even though Rayon was a talented swordsman at master level, it was still impossible for him to imitate him after watching the demonstration once, but I like how confident he is. Probably because he was still young or had piled up a lot of accomplishments, Rayon's eyes seemed fully confident that he could do it on his first attempt. Roan nodded pleasantly since he liked the youth and confidence Rayon had. He must be starting now. Rayon's eyes suggested that he was about to start. He removed his defense and focused his hearing in order to give him advice. Creak. The silver blade scratched the edge of his scabbard and sword. The dissonant sound of friction vibrated the air, and a clear sword resonance burst out like a ferocious roar. Whir, the heated aura dashed through that sound, creating a powerful vibration in Roan's ears. That perfectly clear sound cleared his head as if he had covered himself with cold water. Roan nervously gulped. How is this happening? He was so confused that he couldn't even think straight. The only thing he knew was that Rayon had managed to incorporate aura into sound on his first attempt, which was completely insane. I'm going crazy. He thought he had recognized that Rayon was a genius, but it must have been a serious mistake. Rayon was a monster far beyond his imagination. The process of producing sounds and the way he incorporated aura in them were both perfect. Rayon had created the sounds by using the friction during the draw and the sword resonance after drawing the sword, and he even managed to incorporate aura into those sounds. It was an unbelievable achievement for his first time. I would have been in danger if he managed to use that sound as an attack. Rayon couldn't use his sound and aura for offense. It looked like he was just focusing on incorporating aura into sound, although that was already surprising enough to make his strength leave his legs. Roan narrowed his eyes while looking at Rayon's slightly frowning face. Is he thinking about the reason for his failure? Rayon looked like he was wondering why he didn't manage to use his sound as an attack. It's obvious. Since he had never seen anyone attacking with sound, it would have been strange if he'd managed to do that. His desire for progress, which was making him think about the next step right after achieving something outrageous like that, was truly surprising. I'm sure he can manage on his own. Rayon had the qualities of a founder who could create martial arts on his own. He would be able to figure out how to attack with the sound on his own, but Roan wanted to speed up the process for him and create an opportunity for him to produce an even better technique. Roan's smile looked like he'd made a decision as he watched Rayon tilting his head. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Heavenly Drive. It's a shame. Although he'd sent the sword resonance to Roan with the intention of attacking him, his will wasn't transferred into the sound. The result was nothing more than a large explosive sound that was incorporated with aura. It's a lot more difficult than using a sword. Unlike swordsmanship, which used a solid medium, it was really difficult to incorporate aura into sound that was transmitting at an extreme speed. Thinking about further including his will to attack was giving him a headache, but it's not impossible. Since he'd successfully incorporated aura into sound on his first try, he figured he would be able to attack the vestibular organs in his opponent's ears if he kept trying for some time. I could use the principles I have to create this. He could estimate that he would be able to create a technique that could incorporate anything he wanted into sound if he mixed the 10,000 Flames cultivation, Ring of Fire, and the principles from the other martial arts he'd learned so far. Vice Squad Leader. As Rayon decided on his objective and was about to start working towards it, Roan came towards him. His visibly wavering eyes were showing his agitation. That was amazing. I honestly didn't expect you to succeed on your first attempt. It wasn't even a complete success. You must be talking about the intention to attack. Yes. This is as difficult as when I first learned the heavy sword. Rayon nodded. Although he wasn't looking down on the martial art of sound, he felt like he would need a lot more time and effort in order to master it. It's not difficult to incorporate aura into sound. You are going to need a principle to make into the medium, since it doesn't use any sort of material. Lady Yua, you should come over here as well. Roan called for Yua, who was standing blankly to the side, to make her stand next to him. Since I was planning to teach Lady Yua anyway, now seems to be a good time to do this. He raised his finger and smiled gently. I'm going to teach you a martial art of sound called the sound fragrance art. You should be able to spread sound as naturally as a fragrance once you master it. Are you teaching this to me as well? Rayon's eyes widened. He could understand why Roan would teach the technique to Yua since he considered her his disciple, but he never thought Roan would also teach him. Of course. Why, even though they were from the same house, it was extremely rare for anyone to teach their personal martial arts to anyone other than their disciples and families. Moreover, since Roan had been living as an assassin, he didn't think he would teach his technique so easily. It's difficult for me to answer that question. I can't really reveal all of my thoughts, after all. Roan scratched his chin and smiled. But if I were to be a bit honest, Sir Rayon is interesting to watch and help. What? His lips unconsciously parted because of his unexpected answer. When you didn't manage to incorporate your will into the sound earlier, you were thinking about what the problem was and how you could fix it, weren't you? I was. Rayon nodded. Roan was right. He had been wondering why he had failed to incorporate his will into the sound. Most people would have asked a question before thinking about it by themselves. It's extremely rare for anyone to seek the answer by themselves in that situation. That's why I wanted to help you. Roan's expression was totally composed. The wavering that he'd shown a moment ago was completely gone. Is it okay if I'm also here to listen, Sir Roan? Of course. I was planning to teach Lady Yua about it soon anyway. Since Yua had learned an aura cultivation technique from Roan, he must have been planning to teach both of them at the same time. I wish for you to create sounds of your own by improving the sound fragrance art even further. Roan smiled, then told them the principles of the sound fragrance art. Huff, Julius exhaled roughly while looking at the three people having a nice time together. Did you forget about me by any chance? And it was almost time for lunch. Runnan left her room and went to House Sullian's training grounds. Oh, Runnan. Rockin' Sullian had been watching the swordsman practice in the training ground and hurriedly came running at Runnan as soon as he saw her. Are you already going to practice when you only just returned yesterday? It's okay to rest for today. Since Rockin was planning to quickly finish practice in order to enjoy a snack with Runnan, he stood in her way with a troubled expression on his face. No. Runnan simply shook her head. Her eyes were blank, but a strong determination was glowing from inside. I even prepared ice cream, though. A small crack appeared in Runnan's determined expression from hearing the phrase, ice cream. It's still not okay. I'm going to save the ice cream for later. After a moment of hesitation, Runnan covered her ears and turned around. She even refused the ice cream. Rockin gasped. The fact that Runnan refused the ice cream meant that it was an emergency. There must have been a serious problem. What happened? Did you get hurt or something? I didn't get hurt. Then why? I need to get stronger. Runnan tightened her lips while grasping Snow Flower's hilt around her waist. Rockin bit his lip. He could understand why Runnan even refused the ice cream in order to practice. It must be because of that damn Rayon. Runnan must have been trying to catch up to Rayon's astonishing growth. Runnan, it's honestly difficult to catch up to that Rayon bastard, Rayon. You should leave a monster like him alone and walk your own path where you stand. What are you talking about? Runnan tilted her head. Weren't you going so far as refusing a snack in order to practice to catch up to Rayon? No, then why? Rockin's mouth widened because of her unexpected answer. I'm going to protect Dad, Mom, and the other people. Runnan calmly announced that she wanted to protect everyone in the house. Protect, yes, I'm going to protect everyone so that he will never be able to lay his hands on them. She nodded with her hands gathered together. Huff. Rockin fell on his knees while grasping his chest. His heart would have popped out if he didn't do that. She's back. My kind-hearted daughter is back. He was so excited that he felt like he could fly, since his daughter was paying attention to her family once again instead of Rayon. Rayon, you bastard. In the end, our daughter chose me instead of Yo. Why do you keep mentioning the damn handsome Rayon? Damn handsome. That's how he is described. Similarly, you can also say freaking handsome. Run-on casually explained the expressions damn handsome and freaking handsome, and Sia's teaching by rote was super effective. So you're telling me that Rayon. Yes, Rayon is freaking handsome and damn handsome. Well, that's. Rockin bit his lip. He wanted to deny that, but he couldn't say anything. When he saw Rayon last time, he could only describe him as handsome even from a man's perspective. No, it doesn't matter. It didn't matter whether Rayon was handsome or not. The return of his daughter's attention was already good enough. Run-on, why did you suddenly decide to protect your family? Rockin asked her a new question in order to return Run-on's attention to himself. However, he shouldn't have asked that question. The damn handsome Rayon said it. He said, I have to protect my family with my own hands. I'm definitely going to protect Mom and Dad. Run-on gave him a big nod, then went to a corner of the training grounds to swing her sword. Rockin's jaw dropped as he watched her walk away. Which means her attention didn't actually return to me. She only said that because of that damn Rayon bastard, right? He was happy because her attention had returned. He'd figured that she finally got tired of Rayon, but that wasn't the case. Run-on had actually become a complete believer of Rayon's words. God damn it. Rockin shouted towards the sky, I'm going to kill myself. He grasped the sword's hilt with a vacant expression on his face as if he had given up on everything. I just want to die. Stop him. Grab him. House Sullian's swordsman, who had been watching the situation, quickly ran up to him and grabbed his 4 limbs. Let me go, I can't live like this. How could a punk like him influence my cute and lovely Run-on? The swordsman got swept away by Rockin's enraged movements. The mistress, call the mistress. Yes, since only one person was capable of stopping him, the swordsman closest to the mansion started to run towards the mansion swiftly. Damn handsome. Run-on kept swinging her sword while murmuring the words she'd learned from Insia, not caring about what was happening around her. 1 week had passed since Rayon learned the sound fragrance art, the principles of the sound fragrance art became the line connecting aura and sound to their killing potential, and he became capable of stopping a low-rank swordsman's movements with a single footstep. Rayon prepared to draw his sword and controlled the 10,000 flames cultivation's energy. He raised the wrist of the hand that was grabbing the hilt slightly, drawing heavenly drive. Friction appeared between the blade and the scabbard, and the thunderous sound of sword resonance spread out at the same time. Bam! The sound wave spreading out in an instant created a huge wave in the lake in front of him. A deep cavity appeared at the center of the lake, as if a magic explosion had occurred, before spouting the blue stream of water up like a fountain. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the water drops falling down like rain. It's not enough. He got somewhat used to incorporating aura and killing power into sound through the sound fragrance art, but he wasn't getting much progress beyond that. It's enough. What do you even mean, it's not enough? Wrath popped out while covering his ears because Rayon was too noisy. I haven't been able to sleep for a whole week because of you. Please stop it already, I'm sorry. Rayon inclined his head towards Wrath. Even though Wrath was just a tenant, Rayon immediately apologized since it was the minimum courtesy to be had. The King of Essence can tell that your current technique is on the same line as that old man's demonstration. Since your lack of proficiency should be resolved over time, please stop and sleep already. I see. Rayon clapped his hands and grabbed the hilt once again. Nuo, you just said, I see. Why are you holding your sword? I understood what I was lacking. You are a demon. I did it. He'd made the sound and aura even faster by mixing the principles of swift sword into the principles of the sound fragrance art. Rayon unconsciously smiled, since it was his first success at incorporating a swordsmanship's principles into sound. What the hell? Wrath also realized that fact and his jaw dropped. How did you do that so quickly? You gave me a hint. It's a difference in proficiency. Since I'm more proficient with a sword than the sound fragrance art, I focused more on swordsmanship than sound. Rayon waved his hand at Wrath with a grin on his face. It was the King of Essence. The King of Essence's mouth did it. Wrath smacked his own mouth and sank to the ground. Next up, since he managed to incorporate the principles of swiftness into sound, he wanted to try heaviness next. He grabbed his hilt once again with that goal in mind. Young master. Judil's voice could be heard from behind him when he was about to draw his sword. I brought some snacks, she said, placing a food tray on the table. However, there was a thin piece of paper placed under the cake's plate. Rayon wiped his hand with a handkerchief before sitting at the table. He drank a cup of tea before opening the booklet placed underneath. The gambling monster was originally part of Sieghart's direct line and one of the elders, but his current affiliation is obscure. Judil's eyes became serious. Obscure? Yes, I didn't know about it either since it happened a long time ago, but he apparently gained freedom through some kind of negotiation with the head of house. Even though he currently has the Sieghart name, he doesn't exactly belong to Sieghart. That's why he was able to travel throughout the continent as he wished. Rayan nodded while turning the page. There were countless stories about his strange actions as he traveled throughout the continent with his excellent skills in gambling, drinking, and martial arts, and the Promise of Three is the best among them. The most famous story was the Promise of Three, and it was a promise that the gambling monster would grant any wish of the person who gained his acknowledgement in terms of gambling, drinking, and martial arts. Countless people challenged it, yet no one had ever succeeded, and the gambling monster was still looking for victims to make fun of. I didn't know there was such a strange person in Sieghart. He couldn't understand at all why he returned to the house after going through all the trouble to leave. The booklet didn't mention anything about it either. That is still unknown, since the gambling monster doesn't tend to reveal his personal stories. He usually likes to travel around, but he's currently staying for a relatively long period of time here. I know the reason for that. Of course he would want to stay here with the doormat elf periodically offering money for free. Rayan chuckled. He would also want to stay here forever if the doormat elf came to give all of his money every time he got his salary, or rather, every time he got any kind of money. Is the young master planning to achieve the Promise of Three with the gambling monster? Yes, I need to take back the money because he took too much. Gambling is a problem, but the gambling monster is extremely good at drinking. To my knowledge, the young master has never even had a drink before. I'm sure he will realize it if you're planning to remove the alcohol with aura. Judil frowned in worry. Don't worry about that. I never get drunk. Rayan shook his hand. In fact, his confidence wasn't based on his high alcohol tolerance. I have the Ring of Fire. One of the Ring of Fire's effects kept his body and mind in peak condition, since even Glenn was unable to discover about the Ring of Fire. There was no way the gambling monster would realize its effect. Drinking isn't a problem. The result was pretty much decided if he competed against the gambling monster, since while the Ring of Fire would keep cleansing his body, the intoxication would keep piling up little by little for the gambling monster. The gambling was the same, since there was no way he would lose with the pushover, rather, the demon king next to him. The real problem is the martial arts. He needed to gain his recognition on the third bet, which was martial arts, in order to ask him to grant his wish. I'm far from being enough. Rayan placed the teacup down and stood up. He had wrath for gambling and the Ring of Fire for drinking, but he didn't have anything for martial arts. All he could do was improve himself through training. Rayan returned to the lake and drew his sword. A thunderous noise burst from the silver blade to crush the center of the lake. Judil bowed at Rayan, then silently stepped back to leave. 3 weeks later, Rayan was still standing in front of the lake. He was completely immobile as he looked down on the lake for a long time. He almost looked like he was appreciating the scenery. He nodded and placed his hand on his sword's hilt. It looked like he had finally made up his mind. The moment his eyes glowed in a different color, his hand flowed like a cloud. Shring, the sword was drawn. Unlike the creepy sound of friction that previously took place, the smooth sound of cutting through tofu advanced alongside a refined sword resonance. The sharp blade produced a clear sound into the world, but nothing changed. There were nothing more than small ripples on the lake, created by a gentle wind. Rayan's expression didn't change in the slightest as he returned Heavenly Drive to its scabbard. At that moment, bomb! A huge explosion occurred from the center of the lake, and the water spurted high enough to reach the clouds. I did it. Rayan tapped on his scabbard and smiled. He had just succeeded in using the principle of compression. It was a new special technique consisting of compressing the aura sound to create a huge explosion by using the sound compression method mentioned in the Sound Fragrance Arts application. He managed to incorporate the swordsmanship's principle into the martial art of sound through his sleepless training for the past 3 weeks, and he got used to the new principle he'd learned. He unconsciously clenched his fist as he felt like his efforts finally bore fruit. I'm seriously bored to death. Wrath emerged from the bracelet like smoke. His eyes were slightly bloodshot as he looked up. Aren't you getting bored after repeating the same thing every day? I'm having fun, though. There was no way he would be bored when he could feel his progress every day. He was just having so much fun. Please move on now. Gambling, drinking, or whatever, just finish them quickly and offer some ice cream to the King of Essence. You don't need to tell me. I was planning to go anyway. Rayan nodded. Even though he wouldn't be able to defeat the gambling monster, he was completely confident that he could gain his recognition. Rayan took the outer garment he had hung on a chair and went towards the annex building. But where did all the money that you've been raking in so far go? Don't you need that money to gamble against him? Wrath curiously tilted his head. I have it in my wallet. Wallet, but you don't bring a wallet around with you. I called it, so it should be here soon enough. Are you telling me that a wallet is coming? What kind of madness? Ah, over there. Rayan raised his finger and pointed towards the garden. Vice Squad Leader Dorian was running towards him while waving his hand. He'd gained some weight during the rest period. It's over there. He's my wallet. Rayan grinned while looking at Dorian's belly pocket. Wrath shook his head at Rayon as he casually called a human being his wallet. Is he seriously human? He definitely looked like he should be in devildom instead. Roan was standing halfway up the North Grave Mountain, gasping while watching Rayon. He ended up learning it. It didn't even take a month for Rayon to learn the sound fragrance art and even mix in his own martial art. No, he did more than that. He didn't just further develop the sound fragrance art using his other techniques. Rayon also used the sound fragrance art to increase his swordsmanship's proficiency. It was still imperfect, but the fact that he'd managed to achieve all of that in a single month left Roan unable to close his mouth. What did you think about it, my lord? Roan turned around and called out to Glenn, who was standing with his hands behind his back. He must have taken the principles of compression from the sound fragrance art. Glenn's placid voice sounded like he didn't really care about it, but the corners of his mouth were soaring to the sky. That boy doesn't simply follow a well-paved road. He's a greedy one who creates an even better path by utilizing what he has. I agree with you. Roan nodded with a faint smile on his face. Just as Glenn said, Rayon was a monster capable of improving a martial arts rank itself through endless efforts and excellent talent. The way he created sound with a sword draw and sword resonance was truly original. Since he's using two different sounds, it will be difficult for his opponent to figure it out, while also being easily applicable for other uses. I think he's going to create a nice technique. Well, that's not wrong. Glenn's smile deepened, and his movement became bigger as Roan complimented Rayon. Seriously, Roan smiled faintly while watching Glenn's reaction. He's so dishonest. The way he was so pleased to hear the compliment to his grandson was definitely the reaction of a doting grandfather. It would be nice if he could be a bit more honest. He was aware of the reason Glenn was keeping his distance from Rayon and Sylvia, but that was one thing he agreed with Rimmer about. He was hoping that Glenn would open his heart to them before it was too late and recover their relationship. Judging from how fast he is progressing, he should be able to create his own martial art in around half a year if he keeps training regularly. Glenn's eyes were sparkling in anticipation of his grandson's growth, and that half a year isn't the time it takes for him to learn a martial art. It's actually almost scary that he can create a new technique in such a short time. Roan gasped while looking at the lake that had regained its peace. However, no matter how skilled he is, he still won't stand a chance against Sir Harion. The gambling monster's name was Harion Zeekhart. Although it was a long time ago, his skills had even gained Glenn's recognition. It was simply impossible for Rayon to win against him. He won't even get to compete in martial arts. Glenn briefly clicked his tongue. Let alone drinking, he won't even be able to pass in gambling. The gambling monster's gambling skills were famous throughout the continent, as his nickname implied. There was no way Rayon would win against him, not with the poor gambling skills he learned from Rimmer. And Glenn turned around after watching Rayon until he was gone. He should learn how to drink from the elders. Ahem, he briefly cleared his throat before disappearing like smoke. Hoo-hoo. Roan smiled faintly while looking at the place Glenn had disappeared from. Of course, it would be best for him to learn from his grandfather. Rayon arrived at the gambling house that Rimmer had told him about before with Dorian, who was trembling in fear. Are you really going in there? Dorian was violently shivering while looking at the entrance of the gambling house. Gambling monster. It's the gambling monster, famous throughout the continent for his gambling skills. He's different from the riffraff you've won against so far. Dorian violently shook his head, telling him to stop. They weren't exactly riffraff. Rayon tapped Dorian's shoulder and entered the gambling house. Even though they were in broad daylight, the gambling house was filled with people, and the lively atmosphere felt dark and dreary. She said he would be at the center. According to Judil's information, the gambling monster would always play in the center of the gambling house. Rayon looked around the center and found a large table where many people had gathered. Rayon's eyes widened after examining the table. It wasn't because he'd found the gambling monster, but because the red-haired elf sitting on the outer side of the table looked too familiar. Damn it, the red-haired elf, Rimmer screamed while pulling on his hair. He must have gone broke once again after betting money he got from somewhere. I was so close again, god damn it. It's funny that you keep challenging me without getting tired, just like a zombie. Hearing the mockery from a slightly shrill voice, Rayon looked at the side opposite of Rimmer. Black-haired giant with broad shoulders was grinning at Rimmer, cards between his fingers. He must be the gambling monster, black hair and red eyes. His body was as huge as a monster's, and heinous tattoos covering his body. That was the exact appearance from Judil's information. The man laughing like a beast was the gambling monster, Harion Zeekhart. He's stronger than I expected. Rayon frowned. He expected him to be rusty because he was rumored to be a gambling and drinking addict, but that wasn't the case at all. Even though he was simply standing and laughing, there was an unbelievable number of energy waves emanating from him. If you're broke, then take off all your clothes and get out. Gold coins were piled up in front of him like a mountain. He must have also won against people other than Rimmer. That was another special aspect of Gambling Monster, since he always used gold coins for gambling instead of chips. Damn it, I'll be back. I'll return no matter what. Rimmer stood up after sounding like a third-rate villain. It looks like the squad leader lost all his money again. Are you really going now? I don't want to witness both my squad leader and vice squad leader going broke. I'm different from our squad leader. Rayon briefly licked his lips before walking forward. He sat at the opposite seat of the Gambling Monster, which became empty after Rimmer left. Let's play a game. Rayon smiled, meeting the Gambling Monster's red eyes. You are still wet behind your ears. This is not a place a kid like you should be. Oh, he's the Frostfire Sword of Valor, Rayon Sieghart. Why is the youngest master of the continent here? No way did he come to take revenge for his squad leader. He didn't even need to introduce himself, since other people did it for him. Rayon. Rimmer widened his eyes. He had already thrown away his clothes and was in the middle of taking off his shoes. Did you really come here? What else? Would I have accidentally come here? That's not what I mean, you punk. Rimmer came running at him and grabbed his shoulders. That guy really is the worst. He's never going to let you go as long as you still have money to be taken away. Stand up right now. It's okay. I'm similar to him. That's actually true. He murmured that the two of them were really similar. Don't worry. Gambling is nothing but a starting point. Are you really? Yes, I'm going to do it. The promise of 3. Rayon nodded with a refreshing smile on his face, because it's a great opportunity. The money Rimmer had lost obviously had to return to him, and his real objective was to tell the Gambling Monster his wish by completing the promise of 3. Are you Rayon Sieghart, the famous youngest master in the continent's history? The Gambling Monster apparently didn't know his face and only heard about him from the rumors. That much was expected from someone who didn't belong to Sieghart anymore. Yes, I am. Rayon nodded while sitting back in his chair. That's a pretty good name you've made, but what you need in a gambling house isn't reputation, but mo. Dorian, Rayon interrupted the Gambling Monster and called on his wallet, or rather, Dorian, phew. Dorian sighed and put his hand inside his belly pocket. When his hand came back out, he was holding 5 heavy bags. Swah, Rayon opened the bags and poured everything on the table. There are 500 gold coins. I believe this is enough, isn't it? You know what's up, buddy. The Gambling Monster licked his lips while looking at the pile of gold coins on the table. However, the emotion reflected in his eyes didn't seem to be desire. You said you are challenging the promise of 3, right? Yes. Are you aware that you have to leave all your clothes here before getting kicked out if you lose? Of course. Rayon nodded. The loser had to leave everything behind before getting kicked out, and that was why Rimmer always looked so miserable after his attempts. All right, I accept your promise of 3. He nodded, then placed his hand on the table. The card between his fingers was swaying. Ooh, isn't he the youngest challenger ever? He is. No one would try the promise of 3 at 18 years of age. That's crazy. It's a match between the Frostfire Sword of Valor and the Gambling Monster. Shall we start gambling on them too? But the first match is gambling, not a duel. I don't think he will even reach the drinking match, since he won't be able to pass the first. That's true, he can't possibly have much experience in gambling, since he's only 18 years old. Oh no, I wanted to watch a fight between them. People were enjoying the completely unexpected match, but started to lick their lips in regret upon realizing that Rayon wouldn't be able to pass the gambling and drinking trials. What kind of gamble do you prefer? Cards, dice, roulette? I'm fine with anything. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while smiling. I like your confidence. In that case, let's start with poker. The Gambling Monster smiled in a similar manner and took the cards. I'll give you a piece of advice since it's your first time. This place has different rules than the outside. It's okay if you cheat, since the one that didn't find out is the one that's stupid and wrong. Do you understand? He swayed his card again between his fingers. It seemed to be his habit, but it was extremely irritating. In short, cheats and tricks are justice as long as they aren't found out. What if I manage to find out those tricks? It's pointless to discuss something impossible. In that case, will you have a match of pure skills with me if I manage to find out your tricks? Some people just can't understand. The Gambling Monster sneered, shaking his head. All right, do it if you can. The corners of his lips rolled up as he told Rayon to try whatever he wanted. Wrath. Rayon called upon Wrath while watching the Gambling Monster shuffle the cards. A blue light emerged from the bracelet. It's your turn. Please find everything that can be used for cheating on the Gambling Monster's body. I don't want to, Finding everything would be too much compared to what the King of Essence has received. Wrath briskly turned his head around in refusal. Why now? Rayon was confused about his sudden change of behavior, since he'd been acting like he would do it for him. Rayon controlled his expression to prevent the Gambling Monster from finding out, calling upon Wrath once again. You told me to come here quickly since you were going to help. It's already too late. I had no other choice since I needed to be prepared. You are asking me to find out all of that well-concealed energy after making me wait for an entire month. No matter how you look at it, it's not fair for the King of Essence. That's why. Wrath lowered his voice, implying that he wanted something else. Rayon swallowed nervously, expecting him to ask to hand over his body. I can't do that right now, though. He was wondering what he should do, since it was an impossible request, however. What Wrath actually said was completely different from what he was worried about. 1 more bead ice cream shall be added. The King of Essence wants 3 boxes of bead ice cream. Wrath declared that he wanted ice cream in a majestic voice that made it sound like he was about to conquer the world. Rayon closed his eyes before quickly opening them again. Ice cream, yes, and all of them shall be chosen to fit the King of Essence's taste. It was unbelievable, but that was a request he was more than willing to grant. I got it, and I'll even add 1 more box. The King of Essence will do his best. Wrath bounced towards the gambling monster. Since his perception was far beyond a human's level, there was no way Wrath wouldn't find out about the tricks even though Rimmer was deceived by them. First of all, this ring. It seems capable of removing sound, and this necklace has the ability to distract one's vision. I can see how he's going to use them. He likely planned to remove the sound upon dealing from the bottom of the deck, and the necklace should have been useful to distract his opponent the moment he cheated. Considering the fact that the mana flowing from them was extremely faint, to the point that he couldn't even sense them, they must have been the highest grade artifacts created for the sake of gambling. The tattoo on the back of his hand is also strange. It seems to be connected to the cards. The mana is too faint, and the King of Essence only managed to figure out through its scent. All right, Rayon nodded, then raised his chin. Sir Gambling Monster, you should take off your ring and necklace for now. The gambling monster's hand stopped as he went to distribute the cards. What did you just say? I told you to take off your ring and necklace. Rayon precisely pointed out the ring and necklace that had the special abilities. They are just cosmetic. Ring on the index finger of your right hand is capable of reducing sound when you want, and the necklace can distract one's vision. You should stop with those poor excuses. How did you find out? The gambling monster stopped smiling for the first time. He was rolling his eyes with a trembling chin as he couldn't believe he was found out. I have pretty good senses. Rayon smiled faintly and shrugged. Senses? Bullshit. It's the King of Essence's power. Wrath shook his hand, telling him to stop his bullshit. Seriously, did he just discover the gambling monster's tricks right away? That's crazy. Is it even possible to discover the tricks when the game hasn't even started yet? The spectators' jaws dropped as they watched Rayon instantly figure out the gambling monster's secrets. All right. I said I would stop cheating if you found out, so I'll keep my promise. The gambling monster took off his necklace and ring and placed them on the edge of the table. If you're going to stop cheating, you should also erase that. Rayon pointed at the tattoo at the back of the gambling monster's hand. I know you can check my cards by using that. Seriously. The gambling monster cackled and rubbed the back of his hand. The tattoo that looked like it would stay there forever disappeared like it had never been there. Are you satisfied now? Although he was discovered cheating, he didn't look embarrassed at all. The way he sounded suggested that it had merely become slightly annoying as he dealt the new cards, showing that he didn't become famous throughout the continent for no reason. Then let's get started now. The gambling monster giggled, distributing the cards. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the card between the gambling monster's fingers. Cheating is justice as long as no one finds out, which means I'm going to be the justice today. Rayon was holding his cards, and the gambling monster rubbed his fingers while staring into Rayon's eyes. Does he believe that he will be able to win against me as long as I don't cheat? There were some idiots in the world who believed that cheating was all he did to reach his current position. However, he only cheated to make it easier to extort money from the newbies, and reading his opponent's thoughts was what determined the victor in a game between real pros. The senses he had at his young age were certainly surprising, but it was simply impossible for him to win. It wouldn't take long until all of his expressions and actions would be analyzed, and he got kicked out. Shall we take it easy for the first match with 100 gold coins? The gambling monster pushed 100 gold coins onto the table without even looking at his cards. He was testing his opponent's reactions and what kind of decisions he would make. All right. Rayon nonchalantly checked his cards and poured 100 gold coins into the center of the table. Let's check now. The gambling monster revealed his hand. There were multiple cards with the same number, meaning that he had 3 of a kind. Back straight. I won this round. Rayon's hand was a back straight, with numbers going from 1 to 5. He took 200 gold coins for himself with a faint smile on his face. Even though the gambling monster had just lost 100 gold coins, he looked completely unaffected. It doesn't matter how much I lose, since I'll be the winner in the end. He wasn't nicknamed the gambling monster for no reason. He was confident that he was the best at reading his opponent's thoughts, in martial arts and gambling alike. I'll distribute the cards this time. Rayon mixed the cards and distributed the cards. Once again, the gambling monster observed Rayon's expression instead of looking at his cards. The face expresses without talking. People's expressions showed a lot more than what they said, and it became most noticeable while gambling, since all kinds of emotions were involved. It was pretty much a piece of cake for him to read the thoughts of a youngster like him. 200 gold coins. The gambling monster pushed twice as much money in than he did the first time. All right. Rayon didn't refuse either, pouring all of the money he'd won into the center of the table. The gambling monster revealed his cards. He had one pair, and when he looked ahead to check Rayon's cards, he had two pairs. I won this time as well. Rayon took the cards again with a small smile on his face. Nice, let's continue. The gambling monster smiled. Money was the most fearsome weapon. He was expecting Rayon's face to show his ruin as the amount of money on the table increased. However, after they'd played 10 games, the gambling monster's confidence had become as faint as mist. The gambling monster silently groaned. What the hell is this guy? It didn't matter whether Rayon had a good hand or a bad hand. His expression didn't change at all. He couldn't read his thoughts at all, as if he was wearing a mask. I can't believe an 18-year-old can have those expressions. His expressions were so faint that he almost felt like he was facing a veteran gambler, spy, or assassin rather than an 18-year-old boy. Moreover, I'm the one losing all my money right now. The scores were even at 55 after 10 matches, but he was the one who lost money overall. Whenever he had good cards, Rayon somehow knew like a demon and didn't call, or simply bet a small amount of money and never lost anything. The gambling monster checked his cards without showing his agitation. One pair with two cards having the same number, one pair was a bad hand. Since the number was a 5, it even had a low rank. However, he wanted to try destroying Rayon's bland expression. 1,500 gold coins. The gambling monster bet as many gold coins as Rayon had, pouring them onto the table. He examined Rayon's eyes, which were reflecting the dazzling gold color. How come I can't see any anxiety? Rayon's red eyes didn't waver even though he was looking at the gold coins piled up like a mountain. They were completely peaceful, just like they'd been so far. I call. Rayon poured out all his gold coins. His calm eyes almost looked like he was drinking a cup of tea. What does he even have in his hand? Straight flush. Since he decided to bet 1,500 gold coins at once, he must have had at least 4 cards or a straight flush. He chewed the inside of his cheek and waited for Rayon to reveal his hand. However, his hand was far from what he'd expected. Oh, one pair. Rayon's hand was one pair, just like him. However, the number was 6, which was ranked higher than his 5. I won. Rayon threw the 2 6 cards on the table and smiled. What? Did they just wager 3,000 gold coins in total for 2 1 pairs? They're crazy. They're both insane. By the way, hasn't the Frostfire Sword of Valor been winning this whole time? I know, right? The gambling monster is losing one-sidedly. The spectators nervously gulped while looking at the gold coins soaring to the ceiling on Rayon's side. It must be beginner's luck. It's not going to last for a long time. Yes, the situation's going to be reversed any time now. Just you wait. The gambling monster is a slow starter. He's only getting started now. People who still believed in the gambling monster were blabbering that it was only getting started, but they all fell silent after they played 5 more games. How is this possible? The gambling monster couldn't stop himself anymore and widened his mouth. He won 3 games out of the 5 and only lost 2 games, yet Rayon was the one who won more money overall. There weren't even 50 gold coins left on his side of the table. How is this happening? It was the first time it had happened to him. No matter how good his beginner's luck was, it was impossible to dodge every single time he had a good hand. Wait, no way. The gambling monster swallowed nervously. Did he manage to read my thoughts? If he kept losing money while his opponent won a lot, despite having 55 in odds, the reason was obvious. Rayon had managed to read him through his expressions and reactions. He raised his head while forcing himself to manage his expression. Rayon's serious eyes were directed at him. Facing his clear crimson eyes was giving him goosebumps. One thing's for sure, he knows what cards I have. There was the only way to explain all of his losses. You must have done something. Did I do something? Rayon calmly smiled, just like when he received his cards. I didn't do anything. Stop lying. Look how I keep losing money when we have the same scores. I've gambled countless times before, but this has never happened. No, I really didn't do anything. What? Because Sir Gambling Monster said it himself. It's not cheating if you don't get found out. It's justice. Rayon grinned while smoothing down the gold coins piled up next to him. The one who gets tricked is the idiot, you. The gambling monster unconsciously crumpled the cards in his grasp.